No idea where to go next from here. I walked toward the reception desk where several pretty receptionists were sitting. "Hello, where do I register as rule user?" I asked one. "You can enter any of 50 rooms there." She motioned toward the very small rooms which marked with big letters 1 to 50 numerically, where people could see enter and exit out of them. Inside it, you will find small stone, where you just have to project your rule power. As long as stone glowed, you will be registered as rule user, and your access qualification will also be advanced to 3 stars, said the receptionist. Envy could be seen in the receptionist's eyes when she informed me this information. If it were any other thing, this receptionist would not be this envious, as she herself is at the peak of lieutenant stage. The room is small as I had expected, just 2 square meters. In the center of the room, palm-sized bluestone. The bluestone seemed nothing special, except for being polished perfectly. Walking near it, I placed my on it and started to project the power of Rule of Sunfire on it. I am very cautious, just using 10 of Rule power, fearing if I use too much, I might destroy it accidentally. First few seconds nothing happened, but just when I was about to increase the power of Rule again, the bluestone started to glow. First, it was just light glow, but it kept getting brighter at a visible speed that in just a few seconds, the light from the stone had colored whole room blue. Rule power authenticated. Access upgraded to 312 star, ting ting. As the bluestone had colored whole room with its glow, a monotone voice rang out in the room telling my rule power is authenticated, and my access also upgraded to 12 star, which really surprised me. I was told by a receptionist that I would get 3-star access, but I got 312 star instead. The difference of half star is great. With 312 star access, not only will I be able to buy a mid-level and so high-level night grade skill and artifact, but I also could be able to see and read information which is above my level. This access is such a big thing. With it, I will be able to use many services which were inaccessible for me before. Not only that, those who have 3-star or above access, I can live in any of the whole continent. The central area of Westblood City is just a small thing. This access is given to me, he adventurer's paradise, and would be useful in any place on the continent. Normally only the major stage and above powerhouse get such access, but me having rule power, I was also given this access. Aha! A shout came out of my mouth as I was about to leave the room, but just as I took the step, I found someone standing in front of me, a beautiful lady in 30s wearing NG elegant suit. Normally I would not make the surprising sound, as ever since I had comprehended the rule power, I had received a boost on my senses. I could easily sense if anyone were to enter a 3-meter radius, but this person had appeared so close to me without me noticing. I was about to say hi when I noticed the peculiarities in the lady. The lady in front of me is not a figure of flesh and blood, but the phantom of energy. "Hello, I am Alara." "Hello, I am Alara, the AI of Adventurer's Paradise," said the woman. So she is an AI, her phantasm and expression look way too real. If one looked at her from a distance, he will surely mistake her for the real person, just like I did a few seconds ago. Jill had said that after I did my rule power verification, someone will meet me and inform me about various topics. The someone she is referring to is Alara in front of me, probably. AI is not rare. Many big shops and training grounds been controlled by AI for better efficiency. It's just that many people prefer to search on their HoloWatch rather than asking AI, especially in open space where everyone could hear what is asking for. "Hello, Alara," I greeted her with a smile. "With access being at 312 star, you are eligible to know about many confidential things. Do you want me to state them for you?" asked AI Alara. I nodded without hesitation. This is the moment I had been waiting for since Jill had told me about those. I hoped this AI would be able to satisfy all the curiosity I have. The confidential topics you have access to know are Central Continent, Forbidden Grounds, Inheritances, the Grim Battlefield. AI Alara stated the whole 9 topics. Of the 9 topics, I only knew little about 5, while on the 4 are completely unfamiliar to me. I wouldn't have known about the 5 topics either if not for me visiting the Central Continent. The trip to the Awakening Ground was fulfilling in many ways. "Which one do you want to know, or do you want me to take details information about them one by one?" asked AI Alara. "The Grim Battlefields," I said without waiting. I am curious about other topics as well, but my curiosity about the Grim Battlefield is bigger. AI Alara stood quiet for a second, as wanting to build up the effect before she started speaking. "The Grim race had attacked our world more than 10,000 years ago. It is a race of very powerful warrior. If not for our world heavily suppressed the dark energy they used, we wouldn't be able to put much resistance, much less thwart their advance," said AI Alara. 10,000 years, I had never imagined it attacked our world that long ago. It would be said ancient period. We were barely able to survive extinction in the first war, as there were barely 5 of humans left of their original strength. I couldn't help but shudder when I heard that. That war must have been horrifying. Any war that could bring the extinction of race must be cruel beyond belief. Till now in my mind, The most dangerous thing was the S-level monster horde, which has the power to destroy cities like the capital, where millions of monsters attack. But hearing about the war, this S-level horde, which I find terrifying, is just a child's play. The Grimm race had entered our world through the rifts. These rifts are very dangerous to those who are not of Grimm race. It is very hard to go near those rifts, and even if one powerful enough to go near it, he can't do anything about it, as those rifts are near impossible since the Grimm race had attacked. Only one person in history was powerful enough to close those rifts. No wonder Jill had said no matter how much we tried, we can't stop the invasion of Grimm race, no matter how much we try. The Grimm race is a humanoid race just like us humans, but that's where the similarities between them and us end. AI Alara said. The more I kept listening, more excited and fearful I became of this Grimm race, and couldn't help but marvel at the ability of governments to keep this information tight for thousands of years. Now that I think about it, the punishments government exact doesn't seem so cruel. I couldn't imagine what type of chaos would erupt in the world if information as such were to release. They are an inherently powerful race, and we have been fighting them for more than 10,000 years. We keep fighting them every day, and we have had fought several big wars with them since the First War. Hearing her, it felt like she is not giving me confidential information, but telling me a story instead. I even remember my childhood memories, where my mother used to tell me a new story every day to make me sleep. We now did that with my little sister. The biggest war had been fought about 3,000 years ago. It was even bigger than the First War when Grimm race had invaded the first time. That time Grimm race invaded at full force. If not for that person leading the charge, humans would have been wiped out of the face of the world, said AI Alara in a deep voice. The war 3,000 ago bigger than the one that happened 10,000 years ago, and they were able to win it with the might of a single person. I can't dare to imagine how powerful that person would. Can you tell me more about what happened 3,000 years ago? I asked, my voice is full of uncontrolled excitement. I am sorry, you don't have enough qualification to know about the 100-Day War, said AI Alara, effectively drowsing my excitement to know about the war that happened 3,000 years ago. I thought having 312-star access would be enough to know about most of the details about all the 9 topics, but I was wrong. But still, despite being rejected, I still got something out of the question. I got to know that the big war that happened 3,000 years ago, known as 100-Day War, at least now I could ask about it to Kill. She will surely tell me if she knew anything about it. Continue, I said after seeing that Alara had stopped talking. There are 14 Grimm battlefields across the whole continent, and normally only Captain Stage Super Elite and Major Stage Normal Evolvers have right to fight in it, but the exception is made for those who possess rule power, said AI Alara. This I knew, Jill had told me this. She said she and her brother may go to the Grimm battlefield if their parents permit it. The Grimm battlefield is extremely dangerous, but chances leveling they also increased. Even those who have to reach their potential and have a small chance of level up can also level up in Grimm battlefield. That is how amazing it is. Jill had said that every Grimm battlefield has overseer from the central continent and many resources from the central available in the market of Grimm battlefield. One can buy many resources from there, and these resources are far much better than the ones we got in Awakening Ground. How can I go to the Grimm battlefield? I asked the most important question that I have been itching to know for a few days. How do I enter the Grimm battlefield? I asked this as a question that I had been wanting to ask for a few days. One can enter Grimm battlefield thrice a year, and every time you go in, you will have to stay in the battlefield for at least 6 months before you can go out, she said. Normally, organizations send their members to Grimm battlefield through their own channels, but seeing you are not affiliated to any organization, one can only thrice a year and have to stay for at least 6. They quite a tough condition, but for those captain stage and above powerhouse, these conditions are nothing. What is the earliest date I can enter in the Grimm battlefield? I asked. It's not that I want to enter early, as earliest date might be tomorrow or next week. It's 12 February, said AI Alara. 12 February, that's about 3 months later. I really have enough time to enter the Grimm battlefield if I want to enter the Grimm battlefield. After that, I again asked it many questions I had about Grimm battlefield which I had access to. Only my question related to basic details of Grimm battlefield were answered. As for the complicated ones, she had directly denied access to. After that, I asked her about the other 8 topics which she had mentioned earlier. When I heard about them, I couldn't help but shocked to my core. They are all mystical and enthralling, but also equally dangerous, especially the Forbidden Grounds. They are basically death grounds. From what I heard Alara, if I ever come across any forbidden land in my life, then I should run far as I could from it. Otherwise, I would die without knowing myself. I spent nearly 3 hours in a small room, and when I got out of it, my mind was elsewhere. The things I got to know today have completely changed how I perceived the world around me. Getting out of Adventurer's Tower building, I went directly to my apartment as I didn't have anything for the whole day. When I entered my apartment, I laid on my bed and started to think about things I've learned from the Alara. It was very bad that I didn't get any document about the whole topic which I could read again, seeing how my access is low. If I had 4-star access, I would have been able to know the information in a little more detail, not superficial like now. Still, superficial it may be, but it helped me a lot. Now I can see my future path more easily and know what I have to do next. First, I was still thinking about if I go to the grim battlefield or not, as it is a very dangerous place and many people die there. But after hearing all that Alara had told me, I finally made up my mind to go the grim battlefield. It will be very, very dangerous, but if I was able to survive, then I will progress very fast, then I could stay here in Westblood City. With rule power I had, I could easily fight Captain Stage monsters, and just to fight them, and if I need bigger challenge than that, then I will have to enter quite deep into the forest to hunt them. The point is, with my sudden increase in strength, the best option for me would go the grim battlefield. Only there will I get an environment which is very helpful to my progress. Tring tring. I was busy in my thoughts when my holowatch started to ring, only to see it is Ellen that is calling me. I am pleasantly surprised to get her call, as we hadn't talked in few months, as she was very busy with her training. I didn't think she would have come out of her training if not for news of Awakening Ground in Minerva Realm. Ellen, it's nice of you to call me, I said in a mock sarcastic voice. Usually we talked in every few weeks, but due to her training we haven't had a chance to talk. It had been more than 3 months. I saw her and there was a visible change on her face. She had become even more beautiful than 3 months ago. Her face became more defined and her eyes seemed full of experience, which seemed to increase her beauty even more. You were in the Awakening Ground, right? Do you able to comprehend the rule? She asked directly without any greeting. She seemed sure that I was in the Awakening Ground. She either has seen me or somebody must have told her. How do you know? I asked, feeling curious. How did she know I was in Awakening Ground, as before she went to her training, I was Specialist Stage and trying to break the limit to which his chances were rather weak. The time I was in Awakening Ground, I didn't see anyone who was Specialist Stage. As for those in Corporal Stage like me, they were simply rare. I have only spotted on 3 people of Corporal Stage in there. I met Kevin there. He told me you had climbed the mountain, she said. Oh, so it was him. When I met him, he was taking the test on the mountain like me. He was in quite a bad state when I left behind, that I don't know where he had comprehended the rule or not. Now tell me, have you comprehended the rule? She asked again. This time I couldn't help but nod. Well, that's better, otherwise next time we had fought, you wouldn't have been able to bear single blow of mine, she said. You must have comprehended quite a powerful rule, right? I asked her. I already knew she had comprehended the rule, but I still asked to be sure. You bet, she said happily. You have been careful of Kevin. That dumb fuck had comprehended weapon type rule, informed Ellen. So he really able to pass the test. His chances seemed quite low when I met him on the mountain. As for him comprehending the weapon type he had comprehended, I am not worried about it. I will only be worried if his comprehension of rule had reached the medium level of low stage, but that will likely happen. We talked for quite a while before saying goodbye. I am a little disappointed though when she told me she won't be able to come to hometown for a few months. I was really looking forward to it, hoping to take one on the last fight between us, which I had lost very badly. My loss was very bad. I had not even lasted for 10 moves in the fight. Not only that time, there was a difference of 1 stage between us, but Ellen had also become quite skillful in the fight that I barely had a chance to counterattack any of her blows. After hanging up a call with Ellen, I fell asleep somehow, and when I woke up, it's already evening and I was being very late to meet Jill. The next morning when I woke up, I was feeling quite weak. Last night after drinking, I had performed a body cleansing technique. Just like before, I was not able to get past the 12th move, but it was still helpful as the energy of Miracle Fruit had increased a little. If I keep performing the technique daily, then not only I will get a strong and flexible body, I will also be able to level up to the sergeant level quickly. Waking out of bed, I directly went to the bathroom to do my morning activities. After showering, I started to make a meal for us. Today I am going to the Adventurer's Paradise, and later in the evening, I was going to meet up with Jill. I got her message last night when I was performing the body cleansing technique. I ate breakfast with Ashlyn silently. While eating, she did not even look at me. Last night I did not give a drink. That made her angry, and now she is giving me the cold treatment. After eating breakfast and cleaning plates, I walk out of my apartment with Ashlyn on my shoulder. She's not talking to me. That does not mean she will stay in the apartment alone. The hovercar already waiting for me when I got out of my apartment building. I had ordered it 10 minutes ago to take me to the Adventurer's Paradise. 15 minutes later, I saw the big building of Adventurer's Paradise. Getting out of hovercar, I walk into the building. As I entered inside it, I was shocked by the crowd inside. Seeing the cars outside, I thought there would be a crowd, but did not expect this much. There was barely any place inside to take a step on the first floor. I don't think the higher floor would be in much better. I can understand why the building is so crowded. It is because of the Minerva realm. People had got a lot of things from the Minerva realm, especially those who entered the awakening ground. These people likely come to post the rare things they got from the Minerva realm to get a high price, not in this contrived but from other countries of the continent as well. The trading network of Adventurers Paradise is really huge. It spammed across the whole continent. With just paying extra fees, people could find a buyer from across the continent. Normally people didn't sell their things on the continental network, as whatever thing they possessed did not worth giving 25 of the price of their stuff to Adventurers Paradise, but now it is different. The stuff they are selling had come from the central continent, which rarely found in the continent, so the seller could ask for sky-high price, and those who want it will buy it. It's all a game of supply and demand. Seeing this crowd, I thought it would be really hard for me to know where I should go to register, but a few minutes later, I saw the projection of notification saying registration of Rule Power is on the 35th floor. Seeing the notification, I step into the elevator to go toward the 35. When I exit out of the elevator to the 35th floor, I've come across a completely different scene than the one on the ground floor. There were barely 500 people here, and floor being big enough, these people feel like a drop in the bucket. Seeing no idea where to go next from here, I walked toward the reception desk where several pretty receptionists were sitting. "Hello, where do I register as rule user?" I asked one. "You can enter any of 50 rooms there." She motioned toward the very small rooms which marked with big letters 1 to 50 numerically, where people could seem enter and exit out of them. Inside it, you will find small stone, where you just have to project your rule power. As long as stone glowed, you will be registered as rule user, and your access qualification will also be advanced to 3 stars, said the receptionist. Envy could be seen in the receptionist's eyes when she informed me this information. If it were any other thing, this receptionist would not be this envious, as she herself is at the peak of lieutenant stage. The room is small as I had expected, just 2 square meters. In the center of the room, palm-sized bluestone. The bluestone seemed nothing special, except for being polished perfectly. Walking near it, I placed my on it and started to project the power of Rule of Sunfire on it. I am very cautious, just using 10 of Rule Power, fearing if I use too much, I might destroy it accidentally. First few seconds nothing happened, but just when I was about to increase the power of Rule again, the bluestone started to glow. First, it was just light glow, but it kept getting brighter at a visible speed that in just a few seconds, the light from the stone had colored whole room blue. Rule Power authenticated. Access upgraded to 312 star ting ting. As the bluestone had colored whole room with its glow, a monotone voice rang out in the room telling my rule power is authenticated, and my access also upgraded to 12 star, which really surprised me. I was told by a receptionist that I would get 3-star access, but I got 312 star instead. The difference of half star is great. With 312 star access, not only will I be able to buy a mid-level and so high-level night grade skill and artifact, but I also could be able to see and read information which is above my level. This access is such a big thing. With it I will able to use many services which were inaccessible for me before. Not only that, those who have 3-star or above access, I can live in any of the whole continent. The central area of Westblood City is just a small thing. This access is given to me, Adventurers Paradise, and would be useful in any place on the continent. Normally only the major stage and above powerhouse get such access, but me having rule power, I was also given this access. Aha! A shout came out of my mouth as I was about to leave the room, but just as I took the step, I found someone standing in front of me, a beautiful lady in 30s wearing NG elegant suit. Normally I would not make the surprising sound, as ever since I had comprehended the rule power, I had received a boost on my senses. I could easily sense if anyone were to enter a 3-meter radius, but this person had appeared so close to me without me noticing. I was about to say hi when I noticed the peculiarities in the lady. The lady in front of me is not a figure of flesh and blood, but the phantom of energy. "Hello, I am Alara." "Hello, I am Alara, the AI of Adventurers Paradise," said the woman. So she is an AI, her phantasm and expression look way too real. If one looked at her from a distance, he will surely mistake her for the real person, just like I did a few seconds ago. Jill had said that after I did my rule power verification, someone will meet me and inform me about various topics. The someone she is referring to is Alara in front of me probably. AI is not rare. Many big shops and training grounds been controlled by AI for better efficiency. It's just that many people prefer to search on their HoloWatch rather than asking AI, especially in open space where everyone could hear what is asking for. "Hello, Alara," I greeted her with a smile. "With access being at 312 star, you are eligible to know about many confidential things. Do you want me to state them for you?" asked AI Alara. I nodded without hesitation. This is the moment I had been waiting for since Jill had told me about those. I hope this AI would be able to satisfy all the curiosity I have. The confidential topics you have access to know are Central Continent, Forbidden Grounds, Inheritances, the Grim Battlefield. AI Alara stated the whole 9 topics. Of the 9 topics, I only knew little about 5, while on the 4 are completely unfamiliar to me. I wouldn't have known about the 5 topics either if not for me visiting the Central Continent. The trip to the Awakening Ground was fulfilling in many ways. Which one do you want to know, or do you want me to take details information about them one by one? Asked AI Alara. The Grim Battlefields, I said without waiting. I am curious about other topics as well, but my curiosity about the Grim Battlefield is bigger. AI Alara stood quiet for a second as wanting to build up the effect before she started speaking. The Grim race had attacked our world more than 10,000 years ago. It is a race of very powerful warrior. If not for our world heavily suppressed the dark energy they used, we wouldn't be able to put much resistance, much less thwart their advance, said AI Alara. 10,000 years, I had never imagined it attacked our world that long ago. It would be said ancient period. We were barely able to survive extinction in the first war, as there were barely 5 of humans left of their original strength. I couldn't help but shudder when I heard that. That war must have been horrifying. Any war that could bring the extinction of race must be cruel beyond belief. Till now in my mind, the most dangerous thing was the S-level monster horde, which has the power to destroy cities like the capital, where millions of monsters attack. But hearing about the war, this S-level horde, which I find terrifying, is just a child's play. The Grim race had entered our world through the rifts. These rifts are very dangerous to those who are not of Grim race. It is very hard to go near those rifts, and even if one powerful enough to go near it, he can't do anything about it, as those rifts are near impossible. Since the Grim race had attacked, only one person in history was powerful enough to close those rifts. No, Wonder Jill had said no matter how much we tried, we can't stop the invasion of Grim race, no matter how much we try. The Grim race is a humanoid race just like us humans, but that's where the similarities between them and us end. AI Alara said. The more I kept listening, more excited and fearful I became of this Grim race, and couldn't help but marvel at the ability of governments to keep this information tight for thousands of years. Now that I think about it, the punishments government exact doesn't seem so cruel. I couldn't imagine what type of chaos would erupt in the world if information as such were to release. They are inherently powerful race, and we have been fighting them for more than 10,000 years. We keep fighting them every day, and we have had fought several big wars with them since the first war. Hearing her, it felt like she is not giving me confidential information, but telling me a story instead. I even remember my childhood memories, where my mother used to tell me a new story every day to make me sleep. We now did that with my little sister. The biggest war had been fought about 3,000 years ago. It was even bigger than the first war when Grim race had invaded the first time. That time Grim race invaded at full force. If not for that person leading the charge, humans would have been wiped out of the face of the world, said AI Alara in a deep voice. The war 3,000 ago bigger than the one that happened 10,000 years ago, and they were able to win it with the might of a single person. I can't dare to imagine how powerful that person would. Can you tell me more about what happened 3,000 years ago? I asked, my voice is full of uncontrolled excitement. I am sorry, you don't have enough qualification to know about the 100-Day War, said AI Alara, effectively drowsing my excitement to know about the war that happened 3,000 years ago. I thought having 312-star access would be enough to know about most of the details about all the 9 topics, but I was wrong. But still, despite being rejected, I still got something out of the question. I got to know that the big war that happened 3,000 years ago, known as 100-Day War, at least now I could ask about it to Kill. She will surely tell me if she knew anything about it. Continue, I said after seeing that Alara had stopped talking. There are 14 Grim battlefields across the whole continent, and normally only Captain Stage Super Elite and Major Stage Normal Evolvers have right to fight in it, but the exception is made for those who possess rule power, said AI Alara. This I knew, Jill had told me this. She said she and her brother may go to the Grim battlefield if their parents permit it. The Grim battlefield is extremely dangerous, but chances leveling they also increased. Even those who have to reach their potential and have a small chance of level up can also level up in Grim battlefield. That is how amazing it is. Jill had said that every Grim battlefield has overseer from the central continent and many resources from the central available in the market of Grim battlefield. One can buy many resources from there, and these resources are far much better than the ones we got in Awakening Ground. How can I go to the Grim battlefield? I asked the most important question that I have been itching to know for a few days. How do I enter the Grim battlefield? I asked this as a question that I had been wanting to ask for a few days. One can enter Grim battlefield thrice a year, and every time you go in, you will have to stay in the battlefield for at least 6 months before you can go out, she said. Normally, organizations send their members to grim battlefield through their own channels, but seeing you are not affiliated to any organization. One can only thrice a year and have to stay for at least 6. They quite a tough condition, but for those captain stage and above powerhouse, these conditions are nothing. What is the earliest date I can enter in the grim battlefield? I asked. It's not that I want to enter early, as earliest date might be tomorrow or next week. It's 12 February, said AI Alara. 12 February, that's about 3 months later. I really have enough time to enter the grim battlefield if I want to enter the grim battlefield. After that, I again asked it many questions I had about grim battlefield which I had access to. Only my question related to basic details of grim battlefield were answered. As for the complicated ones, she had directly denied access to. After that, I asked her about the other 8 topics which she had mentioned earlier. When I heard about them, I couldn't help but shocked to my core. They are all mystical and enthralling, but also equally dangerous, especially the forbidden grounds. They are basically death grounds. From what I heard Alara, if I ever come across any forbidden land in my life, then I should run far as I could from it. Otherwise, I would die without knowing myself. I spent nearly 3 hours in a small room, and when I got out of it, my mind was elsewhere. The things I got to know today have completely changed how I perceived the world around me. Getting out of Adventurer's Tower building, I went directly to my apartment as I didn't have anything for the whole day. When I entered my apartment, I laid on my bed and started to think about things I've learned from the Alara. It was very bad that I didn't get any document about the whole topic which I could read again, seeing how my access is low. If I had 4-star access, I would have been able to know the information in a little more detail, not superficial like now. Still, superficial it may be, but it helped me a lot. Now I can see my future path more easily and know what I have to do next. First, I was still thinking about if I go to the grim battlefield or not, as it is a very dangerous place and many people die there. But after hearing all that Alara had told me, I finally made up my mind to go the grim battlefield. It will be very, very dangerous, but if I was able to survive, then I will progress very fast. Then I could stay here in Westblood City. With rule power I had, I could easily fight captain stage monsters, and just to fight them, and if I need bigger challenge than that, then I will have to enter quite deep into the forest to hunt them. The point is, with my sudden increase in strength, the best option for me would go the grim battlefield. Only there will I get an environment which is very helpful to my progress. Tring tring. I was busy in my thoughts when my holowatch started to ring, only to see it is Ellen that is calling me. I am pleasantly surprised to get her call, as we hadn't talked in few months, as she was very busy with her training. I didn't think she would have come out of her training if not for news of awakening ground in Minerva realm. Ellen, it's nice of you to call me, I said in a mock sarcastic voice. Usually we talked in every few weeks, but due to her training, we haven't had a chance to talk. It had been more than 3 months. I saw her, and there was a visible change on her face. She had become even more beautiful than 3 months ago. Her face became more defined, and her eyes seemed full of experience, which seemed to increase her beauty even more. You were in the awakening ground, right? Do you able to comprehend the rule? She asked directly without any greeting. She seemed sure that I was in the awakening ground. She either has seen me or somebody must have told her. How do you know? I asked, feeling curious. How did she know I was in awakening ground, as before she went to her training, I was specialist stage and trying to break the limit to which his chances were rather weak. The time I was in awakening ground, I didn't see anyone who was specialist stage. As for those in corporal stage like me, they were simply rare. I have only spotted on 3 people of corporal stage in there. I met Kevin there. He told me you had climbed the mountain, she said. Oh, so it was him. When I met him, he was taking the test on the mountain like me. He was in quite a bad state when I left behind, that I don't know where he had comprehended the rule or not. Now tell me, have you comprehended the rule? She asked again. This time I couldn't help but nod. Well, that's better, otherwise next time we had fought, you wouldn't have been able to bear single blow of mine, she said. You must have comprehended quite a powerful rule, right? I asked her. I already knew she had comprehended the rule, but I still asked to be sure. You bet, she said happily. You have been careful of Kevin. That dumb fuck had comprehended weapon-type rule, informed Ellen. So he really able to pass the test. His chances seemed quite low when I met him on the mountain. As for him comprehending the weapon type he had comprehended, I am not worried about it. I will only be worried if his comprehension of rule had reached the medium level of low stage, but that will likely happen. We talked for quite a while before saying goodbye. I am a little disappointed though when she told me she won't be able to come to hometown for a few months. I was really looking forward to it, hoping to take one on the last fight between us, which I had lost very badly. My loss was very bad. I had not even lasted for 10 moves in the fight. Not only that time, there was a difference of 1 stage between us, but Ellen had also become quite skillful in the fight that I barely had a chance to counterattack any of her blows. After hanging up a call with Ellen, I fell asleep somehow, and when I woke up, it's already evening and I was being very late to meet Jill. When I entered the cafe, I found Jill is already there drinking coffee. Usually when we meet, I always arrive at least 5 minutes early, but today I fell asleep unknowingly and didn't wake up on time. Sorry, I am late, I overslept. I said to Jill as I took a seat across her. It's okay, it happens to all of us, she said as she looked at my little disheveled state. Yes, it happens to all of us. Of all my friends, it is Jim who always came while Jill is few people who always arrived on time. That is why I felt sorry when I arrived late. So have you gone to the adventure paradise? Jill asked as she put down her cup of coffee. Yes, in the morning, I replied. You must have heard everything from Alara, right? She asked me with her voice little down. Everything about Grim Battlefield is highly confidential, and even small leak from us could land us serious trouble. So the more covert we are, the whole Grim Battlefield when normal people around us is better. Yes, she informed about all 9 classified topics, I replied. She nodded to that, and we stayed silent for a few seconds. I and my brother enter inside it 3 months later. She stated I am a little surprised hearing that. She had told me before that she was going to enter the Grim Battlefield, but at that time, she did not know the full situation of the Grim Battlefield like now. All she knew the tidbits she heard here and there, but now she must have got to know the basic understanding of Grim Battlefield from her parents. The reason is I am going to the Grim Battlefield because I lack the resources and condition to make fast progress, but that is not a problem for her as she is from the top organization and her parents at high places. So even if she didn't go to Grim Battlefield, her speed of progress would be still faster. Why are you going to? I mean, you have all the resources you need, and even if you didn't get to the Grim Battlefield, your progress won't is much slower compared to when you go to the battlefield. I asked. Hearing my question, she shook her head with a light smile. You only have slight idea about the battlefield. That thing is much bigger and greater than you had imagined, she said. Seeing confusion appearing in my face, she decided to explain. The resources offered by the battlefield could not be compared to that of the organization. It will be like comparing the river with the sea. You will have immense resources in the battlefield that is impossible to get outside, and there you will come across resources and environment that will help in increasing your comprehension in rule power, she said. Resources and environment that is helpful in advancing rule power, is that for real? In the Awakening Ground, I had learned that after comprehending rule from object of rule, it is best to comprehend rule with own understanding, as only then one can advance one's comprehension. But there is a certain type of resources which help in comprehending the rule, but at the same time they didn't understand one's own understanding of rule instead. It very much helps in advance that understanding. As an environment, I don't know, but since Jill has said that the environment of Grim Battlefield is very suitable for advancing comprehension of rule, then it must be true. I am also planning to go 3 months later. I said as I said it, a shocked expression appeared on her face. Looks like she did not expect me to also go the Grim Battlefield. It's a good decision. With your Sunfire rule, your chances are quite good in the Grim Battlefield, she said after some time. You should join our organization, this time with your rule of Sunfire. You are more than qualified to enter our organizations. In this way we would be in the same battlefield, asked Jill lightly with hope apparent in her eyes. After the Westblood City fighting competition, I was quite hopeful to enter the top organization, but no organization had accepted me due to me not having much potential. But now if I had shown my rule of Sunfire, they will send people to the line behind my door. Things are different now compared to back then. Being super elite is no longer feels as enchanting in the past as for how to level up after reaching the true limit. I have come to know many ways to break the true limit in the Awakening Ground, and all of them are available in the Central Continent, but I am not worried about it as I had many ways to go the Central Continent. High comprehension of rule power and that crystal cards I and Ashlyn got after exiting Rule Palace are one of the ways. I shook my head with a small smile to Jill's invitation, and she did not seem surprised by my rejection, as she had already expected that from me. So what are your plans for the next 3 months? Jill asked lightly. Oh, I plan to go home tomorrow and spend a week or 2 there before coming back and wait for 3 months to pass, I said with a smile. There was another thing that I didn't mention is perform body cleansing technique daily, so I could level up to the sergeant stage as quickly as possible. You, I asked back, as I asked that a look of pain appeared on her cute face. My mother and aunt are giving me and my brother special training. Sup. I took a sharp breath hearing that. I had heard from Jill in quite a vivid term what entails in their special training. Just hearing about it makes me shudder. I can't imagine how Jill and her brother endure such training. It is a good thing for them. The stronger they are, the safest they will be in the grim battlefield. Well, good luck then, ha, I said and started to laugh, seeing her cute face all scrunched up in the misery. Sometimes misery of friends felt well than their happiness. She glared at me as she saw me laughing at her misery, which made me laugh even harder. It took me quite a while for me to calm down. Jill, I talked for a few minutes before we bid goodbye to each other. I am leaving for home tomorrow evening, and I still have to pack and arrange the gifts I had brought for my family. That is going to give me quite a headache. At least this time I have enough storages with me that I can take as many as stuff I want without feeling burdened, but before doing all that, I have to perform body cleansing technique tonight. I plan to make a breakthrough in Sergeant stage as soon as possible. It would be quite good if I am able to do that in the 2 weeks' time. The train should reach home within an hour, I thought to myself as I looked at the time on my watch. I am feeling quite excited to go home again. I can't wait to see the face of my cute little sister again. Ever since she was born, I am coming home every month. There hadn't been any month other than this when I was late coming home. I watched the blurring underground lights through the window as the train sped toward my hometown, Siege. Finally, the train stopped, and I did not waste any time as I walked toward the train door without wasting any time. Brother, I heard cute toddler voice as I get out to rain. When I look up, I saw my cute little sister trying to get away from my mother's arms to come at me, but no matter how furiously she tried, she wasn't able to get away from mother arms. How is my dear sister? Give some kisses to brother, I said as I took her from arms, my mother. Before I could even finish my sentence, she started to shower her kisses on my cheeks. Brother, sweets. As she finished giving me kisses, she immediately asked for her main objective, which is sweets. Alice dear, you only love your brother for sweets, I asked my sister as I gave her a packet of candies. She was so focused on sweets that she did not even reply to my question. Alice is also not the only one who is focused on sweets. Ashlyn, who is on my shoulder, also flew Alice's shoulder to eat sweets with her. Brother, Alice loves it, said my sister as she started to candies from the small pouch. This pouch is one of the sweets I have brought from the awakening ground. Mitchell, you have leveled up to the corporal stage, a peak stage at that, exclaimed my mother as she finally notices my power level. An utter look of disbelief could be seen in my parents' eyes. Their shock seeing my level plausible as a month ago when I left home. I am at the peak of specialist stage, but now a month later I am at the peak of corporal grade. Leveling up a whole stage in a single month is very difficult, near impossible through the normal means, and my condition was different. It wasn't abnormal level up for me, but breaking the false limit, and only after breaking the false limit do I able to level up. Before leaving town, I have never heard anyone leveling up multiple levels in a single month, much less the whole stage. In the Westblood though, if anyone were to hear news of leveling up the age in single, they mostly would be surprised but will not be shocked as they have heard and seen about such things many times. They know such things happen when one comes special chance, one just have to be very lucky to come across these changes. I was quite lucky to come across some special chances in Space Realm, I replied as we walked toward the hovercar. These candies are quite tasty. They are tasting quite better than the things you have brought before, said my mother as she took a bite from candy pouch that Alice is holding in her hands. After eating first candy, she took a few more, finding it very tasty, but suddenly stopped when she saw her daughter, who is nearly verge of crying, seeing how her mother eating her candies. With hovercar we soon reached our home, and in all this time, this little ball of cuteness hadn't left my arms. As I entered my home, I perceived something different, but when I look around it, I found that except for some minor changes, everything is same as before. I let go of Alice after I enter the hall as I walked toward my room to freshen up. I had been on the train for more than half a day and just wanted to wash away the smell of travel off myself. I felt quite refreshed when I came out of the shower, washing away all tiredness of travel. When I entered back to the hall, I saw my mother nearly finished making breakfast. Brother, more candies. I heard a voice only to see Alice had finished all the candies in the ouch and now asking for more. Later, first eat tea, real food, I said as I placed her into my lap. I have tons of sweets in my storage, but if I gave it to her, I will again hear an awful from my mother that I am spoiling her too much with snacks. Soon mother finished making breakfast and we all sat on the ability to eat. It is Minerva Realm half to the right, asked my father after taking a few bites of food. I am not surprised being asked this question. Before going to Minerva Realm, I had told them that I am going to Space Realm for training, but did not mention the name of the Minerva Realm. Yes, it was Minerva Realm. I replied, what was that? Awakening ground and rule power. For more than a week news channels were showing that single thing. Do you know anything about it? Asked my mother with interest. Not only her but my father also seemed very interested in knowing about the Awakening Ground and Rule Palace. The Awakening Ground connected with the Minerva Realm when I am on my 3rd day of training. It is. I started telling them from the beginning how the Awakening Ground connected with Minerva Realm, that it is from the supreme level organization from Central Continent, and how it helps one comprehend the rule power which completely transcends the stages. They seemed very shocked and surprised when I told them all about the Awakening Ground and rule power, except for leaving some dangerous stuff. While I was telling them all about Awakening Ground and rule power, I noticed that they were surprised and shocked about many things, but when I mentioned the Central Continent, they seemed less surprised as they already knew about it somehow. I am not surprised to see they know something about Central Continent. It is a hidden topic in the Republic. Those at a certain level have certain idea about it, and there are also many rumors flying about it, they must have heard such rumors here and there. Most of these rumors depict Central Continent as a fantasyland where all the wishes can come true. In one point of view, it is some kind of fantasyland which possesses endless possibilities, but it is also dangerous. It is very dangerous and unstable land, not peaceful like a republic. Some things I heard from the people of the Central Continent in the awakening ground make me shudder from the bottom of my heart. It would have been really good if you were able to get that rule power. Said my mother in all explanation, I have given them about the awakening ground and rule power. I totally forgot to mention that I also comprehended a rule power. Instead of saying anything, I let a very small amount of power of sunfire emit from my body. Cry, suddenly a loud cry broke out of the room. When I emitted a slight power of sunfire, my plan was to shock my parents and then something catchy after that. My plan worked and both of my parents shocked sensing the power of sunfire, and just when I was about to say something catchy as loud cry broke out of the room. It is my sister who was quite busy playing with her food, and now then them taking a bite, but the power of sunfire that I emitted had scared her. It scared her so much that she started to cry loudly. "Oh darling, it's nothing. Your brother was joking with you," said my mother as she took Alice out of toddler chair to pacify her, but not before giving me an angry look. "Cry, cry. It's okay darling, that was just brother playing with you." Alice kept crying loudly while the mother was trying to pacify while giving me an angry look now and then. Alice is a good girl, always very obedient, and she rarely cries, but once she started crying, she will cry her heart out. I frantically started to pacify her, but no matter what I said, she didn't stop crying. Cry, cry. Finally, seeing no choice, I took another packet of candies from my storage, hoping that this will finally make her stop crying. "Alice, take this packet of candies. Do you love it, right?" I said and gave an open packet of candies in her hands. As she took the packet of candies in her hand, she suddenly stops crying. Her big eyes from where the endless tears were flowing also stopped right after that. Choo-choo. With a packet of candies in her, she started munching, and this time even Ashlyn didn't dare to take candies from her packet, fearing she will make Alice cry again, but that does not mean she will not ask me for another packet. I took out another packet from my storage and loaded in the small bowl, so Eat could eat it easily. That was rule power. Asked my father in a serious voice. Earlier when Alice started crying, my father did not do anything except for gently patting her head. Anyone can tell that half of his mind lost somewhere. Yes, it was rule of sunfire, a peak level 2 rule. I replied I couldn't help but proud when I said this. There are very few people were able to comprehend the rule, and whole who were able to comprehend level 2 rule is even less for those who had comprehended the peak level 2 rule. I have only seen two of them, which are Andy and Jill. Peak level 2 rule. My father asked again. I had just told them superficial information about rule, had not explained the categorizations. The rules are divided in. I started to explain details categorization of the rule of my parents and how difficult to comprehend higher level rules are. "You must have become quite powerful," said my mother, to which I only smiled. The breakfast ended and I picked my sister from her toddler chair to play with her. Alice is a chubby ball of cuteness. No matter how much you play with her, it is never enough. Every time I came home, the thing I'm most looking forward is to meet and play with my cute little sister. After playing with her for a while, I started to make preparations for lunch, to which my mother agreed to help, which I happily accepted. "These ingredients look quite different. Where did you bring them?" my mother asked. "I got them from Awakening Ground. These are all from the Central Continent," I replied while continued to chop vegetables. "These ingredients from Central Continent not just taste great, but they are also healthy and full of energy. Even Captain Stage and Major Stage would feel very satisfied eating them." While buying the books, I had even brought several cookbooks. With tried and tested recipes, I won't have to fumble with these unknown ingredients. Mom and I followed each step carefully from the cookbook, and we could smell heavenly fragrance through the pots. "It smells wonderful," said Mother, and it was. When we finally started to eat, everyone couldn't stop taking bite after bite. Even my father, who is usually reserved when it comes to food, couldn't help but praise as he ate it. I laid on the sofa conformably to digest the lunch, while Alice playing not far away from me with a box full of toys. I don't know when, but I fell asleep unknowingly when I woke. It is already afternoon, and no one in the hall except for me. Freshening up in my room, I walked toward the backyard towards the shade, which is a personal lab of my father to do his experiments. I wanted to give him the books that I have brought for him from the Awakening Ground. He would be very happy to have, as he was facing many hurdles due to not having enough information. With the books I've brought, he would finally have an easier time in doing his research. Hun. A surprise sound came out of my mouth when I entered the backyard of our house. It looked completely different than it was a month ago. We had a big backyard, in which have a shade which used to house my father's lab, a garden and small playground which we had to build Alice in, which had swings and other stuff, but now except for Alice's small playground, everything had disappeared, and in its place is big concrete room. If that big concrete room would have been a little bigger, I would have definitely seen it when I entered the house earlier. Entry denied. As I tried to open the door of the concrete, I felt the light shock on my wrist and big text saying entry denied appeared on the door. Click, come in. I was about to call my father to open the door from inside when the door opened, and my mom appears in front of me, telling me to come in. I followed behind her and entered the big concrete, only to their tens of machine which I have never seen before, and multiple screens projecting the data which I am completely oblivious to. My father seemed quite busy reading the data on the screen that he didn't notice my arrival. Where did all this come from? I said, motioning toward the machines. One can tell giving one look to the machines that they are very expensive, and parents did not have money to buy them. A reputed research organization got interested in your father research and decided to patron it. All these things were funded by them. Mother replied. I nodded, hearing that I have heard of such research organizations. Some of these reach organizations' power is no less than top 7 organizations. I am quite surprised and proud to know that my father research got funded by them. As these organizations rarely give patron to the outside researcher, to get a grant from the research organization, my father's research must be quite good. Mitchell, do you need something? My father took his head away from the screen and asked. It had been nearly 15 minutes since I have arrived in his lab, but only now he comes out of his screen to talk to his son. Yes, I have brought some books for you when I was in the awakening ground, I said, and transferred all the books I have brought for him to his holowatch. He first has his casual, reserved look on his face as he looked at the books I have sent him, but over time it became more and more serious. One can see the immense joy in his eyes despite having a serious face. It took him nearly half an hour to get out of books. These books will be very helpful to me, said my father, and once again he went back to reading without giving me a single glance. I smiled seeing him acting like that. My father had reserved nature, and he did not like to talk much, which is very opposite to my mother, who has a cheerful personality. Mitchell, did you get anything for your mother, or you are just your father's boy? Asked my mother teasingly. Seeing her so openly asking for gifts, I couldn't help but smile. Every time I come home, I always brought something for the family, and this time is no different, as this time I brought so many things that even some of all other times couldn't compare to it. Here, I said, and handed her the storage. She looked a little surprised seeing me giving her the storage directly, as most of the time I took gifts one by one from my storage. Gasp. She let out a huge gasp as she looked inside the storage. It is not the normal storage, which had the space of 1 cubic meter. This is high-level night-grade storage, which has the space of 10 cubic meters, and it is packed with hundreds of things for her. I took out another storage and placed it beside my father. He will take a look when he is done looking through the books. I wanted to give them this storage at night after dinner, but when my mother asked it, I thought now is good as well. Both are high-level night-grade storages, and quite expensive even in the awakening ground. I had not brought any storage equipment despite having a wish, as they were very expensive, and I already had one of the old styles. All the storage I have is I looted from the bandits that came in my way. There are not high-grade storages with me, but I still have a few more. Mitchell, these things are too much, said my mother after some. Mom, I got this stuff through the lucky encounters in the awakening ground, and things I have given you is a fraction of that stuff, I said as I placed my hands on her as reassurance. Is that one for your father? Asked my mother, looking as the storage which I placed beside my father. Yes, it is for Dad. I hope Dad likes things inside it, I said, answering her question. Don't worry, he always loves your gifts, said my mother as she pressed her hands to mine. Unlike my mother, whose tastes and likes I know from my heart, it has always been difficult for me to guess what my father likes. He is a simple man who doesn't have much interest in materialistic things. The only thing he cares aside from family is his research, and it had been very difficult for me to buy things that will help him in his research. I was quite lucky to find the books that are helpful to his research. The lab of my father filled with numerous machines and various projection screens, all the screens showing a different type of data except for one screen. That screen showing a toddler and Silverbird is sleeping together in the crib while two Big Bird is keeping watch over them. The toddler is Alice, and she has Ashlyn in her arms, who is also sleeping while Ashlyn's parents were keeping watch. It will take another hour or two for Alice to wake up, I thought as I started to help my mother in cleaning the lab. Mitchell, that book you have given me is quite interesting, the mother said as we had just finished cleaning the lab and sat in the corner. Do you really like it? I asked in surprise. My mother didn't have much interest in any form of academic. The doctor's course she did that not because she liked it, but because it offers Simcom comfortable life. Why do you sound surprised? I may not be smart as your father, but I am not dumb either, mother said with mock anger. It's know what I mean, it's just that you rarely showed anything academic, that I thought you will not be much interested in studying runes, I explained, and next moment before she could say anything I started to make paper books from my storages. What's all these? She asked in surprise as she took the physical book which has drawn beautiful bow on its cover. These paper books contain totem blueprint and it details introductions, I said to a mom who was reading the first page of the book. These books are the same books that I have got from the storage I found in Neil and Andrew's stuff. These books are quite good. One with basic knowledge of runes could easily understand these books, and even if they don't know anything about runes, could still able to create a totem artifact following simple directions written in the books. Here, I will give some rune-related books that I had brought in the Awakening Ground, I said, and transferred all the rune-related books in her holowatch. "Oh, calm down, buddy, these are lots books. You might accidentally drown your mother in it," said my mother jokingly as she smacked me lightly on my back. "Don't worry, you will be fine, Mom," I replied jokingly. Time passed by as I happily spend time with my family. 2 weeks have already passed since I have been at home. I was going to leave for Westblood yesterday, but decided to stay a few days more as I was going to leave in 3 months, and I wasn't sure when I will be able to return. Shortest would be half year, while longest may take more than a year, so I am trying to spend as much quality time with my family. In these 2 weeks, except for performing body cleansing technique, I did nothing much, but despite performing technique for more than 2 weeks, I was never able to perform the 13 pose of the technique. It's not that the 13th pose is difficult, it's just that I became too tired at 12th pose that I did not have any energy to perform the 13th pose. Still, more than 2 weeks of hard work had still had its results. The energy of Miracle Fruit had reached its limit, and if I am lucky, then today would be the I would level up to the Sergeant stage. I hope today will be the day I would level up. I had thought that yesterday too, but unfortunately I failed to level up yesterday. It was likely because that energy of the Miracle Fruit hadn't full to its brim, but I hope today will be a day it became full so that it will initiate the level up. "Okay, Mitchell, you can start," said my father, who was not far away from me looking at the various screen. "Yes, Dad," I replied and started performing body cleansing technique. I am currently in my father's lab, and there are some tiny devices had attached to my body to collect the data. The 5th day after coming to my hometown, I came back to my father's lab again to ask for his advice. I wanted to know if berserk energy from monster cores is damaging my body somehow. I knew from Jim, and reading all the books I have brought from Awakening Ground, that as long as I have enough special energy of supreme combat exercise to maintain the balance of my body and source. When my father heard it that I am eating monsters' cores to supply me of energy, he had lost control and started shouting at me about how dangerous the berserk energy is. That was the first time in my life I have seen my usually calm father lost control over his emotions. He would have not lost control over his emotions such way if it were any other people, but when it compares to his family which he fiercely loves, he couldn't help but lost control over his emotions. He is only able to calm down after I explain to him how unique my refinement engine is and how special energy of supreme combat exercise help in stabilizing my body and source. From that day, I've started to spend a few hours of mine in my father's lab as he thoroughly wanted to see, and if berserk energy is doing any damage to my body or not. And unexpectedly, my father had developed the uncommon interest in body cleansing technique that for more than a week, I have been performing body cleansing exercise in my father's lab. I've become a lab rat for him that even my mother teases me by that name now then. Like always, I didn't feel anything at 1 cent pose, but at 2 and pose my body started to feel strain in my body as my cells started to saturate. At the 3RD pose, the strain had increased many times more, which is unlike other exercises that increase the strain little by little. At 4TH pose, the strain had increased even more, but I did not have much pressure. Through the regular practice of more than 2 weeks, my mind and body had trained to experience such strain. I will only start to experience real pressure when I started to perform the 8TH pose and above. I kept performing poses and after poses, and at 6TH pose, I saw a large amount of Miracle Fruit energy started to come out from his hidden spot. First, there used to be a different type of energy into my body, but now there are only 2, one that of energy of Miracle Fruit, and other is Berserk energy, while all the other energies which were a small amount got guzzled by the energy of the Miracle Fruit. Now only 2 of them seem to exist in my body, and every day, the energy of Miracle Fruit eats some of the Bath Berserk energy that came out from hiding. If there were any energy in the place of Berserk energy, I would have leveled up to the Sergeant stage a few days early. It's just that I could see that T energy of Miracle Fruit takes more time to guzzle Berserk energy than any other energy. Although the Berserk energy is hard to digest, this Berserk energy after digesting, it also provides the largest amount of energy to the Miracle Fruit energy. I couldn't help but feel awe when I looked at energy of Miracle Fruit. First, it was in a very small amount in my body, but now its size had increased more than 30 times. It is more than 5 times greater than when it was started to help me level up when I was in the Sergeant stage. The reason I am very sure that I will level up from 2 days this energy had started to act, It begins testing the barrier that is between corporal stage and sergeant stage. Yesterday it had even cracked a little, but unfortunately, its momentum was little less than it needed. Today, I hope that it will guzzle enough berserk energy that it will get all the momentum it needed to break that barrier. As I performed 9th pose, I started to feel immense pressure over my body. Moving every part became difficult, but I still kept going as I can feel inside me that the higher poses I perform, the more berserk energy will be guzzled by the miracle fruit energy. I performed 10th and 11th pose, and finally gone for 12th pose. I can feel the maximum strain on my body, which is near my limit, but I can also see that as 12th pose would not be enough. Either I perform 13th pose and give it enough time to guzzle berserk energy, or I could keep performing this technique for 3 to 4 days more to level. All it would depend on my perseverance. I kept performing 12th pose, and as I finished it, the strain on my body many times more, and I overcame with an extreme weakness that I was halfway into falling on the floor, but I stabilized myself through my will. I want to level up today no matter what, and for that, if I have to perform the 13th pose, they by gods I will. Bearing the foul smell that is coming from my body, I slowly started to perform the 13th pose. My speed of performing 13th pose is even slower than the speed of snail walking, and every moment I am fighting extreme fatigue. I feel that if I gave up enough for second, I will fall on the floor, and I will have to try this technique a few more days before I could level up to the sergeant stage. I could see that if I am able to persist for a few more minutes, I will be able to level up to the sergeant stage today. Time passed by at a snail's pace as I keep performing the 13th pose. With my every moment, the strain on my body would increase more. Every second is unbearable, but I kept preserving as I am wholly focused my mind on the energy of miracle fruit. It shouldn't take long for it to reach its limit. Once it reached its limit, I am very sure that I will be able to level up to the sergeant stage in one go. I finally performed the 13th pose, and I started falling down due to extreme strain I am feeling over my body, but exactly the same moment I finished performing 13th pose, the energy of miracle fruit stopped guzzling berserk energy and moved toward the barrier with regaining momentum, which was way stronger than that of yesterday. Bang! The energy of miracle fruits crashed against the barrier and crushed it in a single strike, thus making me level up to the sergeant stage. Michiel, I heard a soft scream, and the next moment I felt soft arms around me which picked me before I could completely fell on the floor. I know by the feeling of arms that it is my mother that is holding my smelly body. Not only there was my father present in the lab, but my mother is present also. I gave a tired smile to my mother, which I barely able to form on my face, and concentrated on my body, which is going through the process of level up. It was a good thing I had already eaten a small monster core to provide me enough energy to complete my breakthrough to the sergeant stage. Currently, I am refining berserk energy of monster core through my refining engine to provide for the breakthrough. The level up shouldn't take long. In 10 to 20 minutes, I will be at the initial stage of sergeant stage. My mother had gently placed on the floor and waited silently for my breakthrough to be finished. Normally, I wasn't able to make any movement for at least half an hour after I performed body cleansing technique, but today is special, as I am leveling up and in just a few minutes, I can make a small movement. I am confident that by the time I am finished leveling up, I will be able to walk normally. This will only happen today because I am leveling up. I know that when tomorrow if I were to perform 13th pose, I will still be lying on the floor like a dead dog for at least half an hour like always. Finally, 15 minutes later, I completely leveled up to the initial level of sergeant stage. I am going to take a shower, I said as I stood up from the walk toward the shower that is built in the lab. After removing all the small devices that sticking to my body and the clothes I am wearing, I let the warm water cascade over me. The feeling of being at the sergeant stage is clearly different that of the corporal stage. I not only got a boost in mana, but my physique also improved, but there is not much change in my strength. Since I've comprehended the rule power, my strength had experienced the huge boot, so with me being level up to sergeant stage did not boost my overall strength, but it did give me a boost on the core level. With me being at sergeant stage, my instinct got sharper, I could react faster than before, and it is very helpful in combat. Even if I have all the power of rule but didn't have instincts to match, then having all that rule power is useless. After feeling clean and odor-free, I got out of the shower and wore the clothes that I had already placed before. Did you get them all the data you needed? I asked my father as I came out of the shower. Yes, it is even better than I expected, said my father with a slight smile before looking back at his screen. Mommy is so proud of her baby. I heard, and next moment my mother's arms enveloped me tightly. She didn't let go for quite a while. When she finally let go, I noticed there were tears in her eyes. Ever since I grew up, I rarely get such hugs from my mother. The last time I got such a hug when I was leaving for Westblood first time, thinking about that memory tears had started form in my eyes. I did not stay in the lab any longer. It will take my father some time to analyze all the data he got today. If I have any questions, they will be answered tomorrow. After getting out of the lab, I directly walked toward my room. It is the first time in 2 years as Ashlyn had not been sleeping in the same room as me. Even before we had bonded, Ashlyn had been sleeping in my room, but since I came back this time, she had been sleeping with Alice for some baffling reason. I fell asleep soon after I laid on my bed when I woke up. It is early morning. After freshening up and taking a shower, I walked toward the kitchen, which was empty as usual. Without waiting, I started to make preparations for the breakfast. It should be ready by the time my parents would wake up. It smells good as always. I heard my mother's voice as I was making finishing touches with breakfast. When I looked back, I found my mother walking in the kitchen. After looking at what I am making, she took a seat in a dining table. 10 minutes later, my father also walked into the kitchen, and looking at his still tired face, I can tell that he had slept. I served breakfast on the table and started to eat with them. How was the data? I asked, hoping my father found something interesting. It was very good. That body cleansing technique is really amazing. Whoever invented that technique must be absolute genius, praised my father. It burned mana at every pose you perform. It made a body like a furnace which can smelt anything, he continued. Its main function is smelting every cell of the body, making it devoid of any impurities. First I was baffled by what you had told me, but with data I have collected it seemed true. As long as you performed all of its moves, you will get body devoid of impurities. I can't imagine the uses that body will have, my father said as his voice is full of awe. Well, this technique has to be amazing, otherwise it wouldn't be used by those of supreme level organization. As for performing all the moves of body cleansing technique, that easier said than done. From the memories I've experienced from that axe, I know how hard it is to perform the latter moves of technique. Even the owner of that axe, who was an absolute genius, was only able to perform the 8 moves of technique only. Is there any chance that any energy of miracle fruit remains in my body? I asked the most important question. Due to Ashlyn being a low-strain monster, it had become very hard for me to level up in a normal way. It might even take me years to level up a single level if I didn't come across any special chances. But how hard it is to come across special chances like the Awakening Ground and Miracle Fruit. I am not that hopeful to believe that Ashlyn would help me find few miracle fruits that help me level up every year, even if I adventure across all the space realm. So my best bet would on energy of miracle fruit. Even if there is speck remain in my body, I am confident enough to make it big enough that it could help me level up, but I felt that I had spent all the energy yesterday while leveling up. Asking this question to my father is just giving false hope to myself. My father stayed silent for a while before answering my question. From the data I have received from your body, I can tell with confirmation that there is a very small amount of miracle fruit's energy left in your body, he said, hearing that a full-blown smile appeared on my face. I felt like the divine grace of God had fallen on the body, but the next sentence that came out of my father's mouth, like a bucket of ice water, that fell on me to wake me up from the beautiful dream. But that energy had been hiding deep within your body. To make it come out, you will at least have to 17th pose of body cleansing exercise at minimum, said my father. It really felt like a bucket of cold water that used to drowse a beautiful dream. I will have to perform 17th pose minimum just to make that energy of miracle fruit to come out. As for help it guzzles other energies, I still have to work hard very much. Still, I did not feel sad hearing his words, instead felt hopeful. Normally it would have taken me years to level up a single level, but with this chance it can be done in months. The only condition is that I have to work extremely hard. Well, it's fortunate because the only thing I never fear is working hard. As long as I worked hard and persevered, my leveling up speed shouldn't be less than my friends. After that, my father told me many things he found in yesterday's data he got from me. Some things were surprising and interesting, while others were utterly boring. Time passed by, and a few days later, I left for Westblood with teary eyes goodbye. First thing I did after returning to Westblood is register for the grim battlefield. I will be leaving with the batch of people from Westblood in 2.5 months later. While I was in Westblood, I found that Jim also going to the grim battlefield, which utterly surprised me. If it were his girlfriend or any other people, I would not have been surprised, but Jim told me he was going to grim battlefield. I was very surprised. Jim is an alchemist who barely has an interest in fighting, and the grim battlefield is all about the fighting. He said he had his reason, and hearing that I didn't ask further. Time flows like a river, and before I know it, the day of my leaving came closer. Tomorrow, I will be leaving for grim battlefield through the airship. It has been about 3 months since I've returned from the Minerva realm and got to know about the grim battlefield. The 3 months passed like a blur, and tomorrow will be the day I will leave for the grim battlefield through airship. Of these 3 months, I've spent it half in my hometown, while another half in the Westblood. The return from my hometown was quite tearful this time. A month ago, I told my parents that I am going to leave for the half year to year for special training. My mother was quite against it at first, but she relegated seeing adamant I am about leaving. I have sold half of the stuff I got from the Minerva realm, and the price I got in return is better than I expected. My only regret that even after working hard nearly every day for the past 2.5 months, I only able to perform 15th pose of body cleansing technique. This body cleansing technique is damn hard. I thought these 2.5 months would be more than enough for me to perform 17th, even 18th pose, but I was only able to advance to the 15th pose only. It is very difficult to perform body cleansing technique. Not only needs a lot of energy to perform, but it also increases strain over my body many times with every move. 3 weeks ago, right after I performed the 15th pose of body cleansing technique, I fell unconscious. When I woke up, an hour had already passed. That's how much pressure this technique puts the body under. Though the pressure is great to be able to preserve under such condition, he will get taste benefits beyond his imagination. With the regular practice of this technique for 3 months, I have tasted such benefits. Just 2 days ago in Mayasta Forest, I killed a master stage monster with just strength of my body. While fighting it, I did not use any skills or rule power or any totem artifact, just used pure strength of my body. Through it took me more than 3 hours to kill that monster, and by the time I am finished, I was injured quite a lot, but still, it felt quite good to kill the monster with just physical strength. It is quite a big accomplishment, and many people would be shocked if they knew about it, as bodies of monsters quite strong and defeat them. We humans always relied on the skills, artifacts, and other things. We never much relied on just strength of our bodies to defeat them. I couldn't help but sigh, but when I look at the glittering view of Westblood City through my balcony. This is my last night in the Westblood City, before leaving for grim battlefield tomorrow morning. I had already made preparation. Now I just have to tomorrow and wand go toward the airbase. After staying an hour more on the balcony, I finally went to sleep. When I woke the next day, it's already early morning. To my surprise, Ashlyn had already woken up before me and now looking outside the window. After finishing my morning activities and taking a shower, I started cooking a meal for us. The finished making breakfast in less than an hour, and we both started eating. After breakfast, I look at my holowatch only to see I still have an hour before the hovercar came that I had booked yesterday. To pass the time, I did nothing but sat on the chair thinking about nothing and everything. Buzz, an hour passed by as I was busy with my thoughts. If not for feeling the vibration of my holowatch, I would have stayed on my spot for an hour more. When I get out of my apartment building, I found that hovercar is waiting for me as I've expected. As I boarded it, it swiftly increased its speed and flew toward the airbase. By the speed of this hovercar, it shouldn't take more than 15 minutes to CH the airbase, I thought. I and Ashlyn watched the scenery pass by us, and before I know it, I saw a big airbase in front of me. Getting out of hovercar, I walk into the airship port. It is more crowded than I expected, but this crowd is nothing compared to the train station. Airships in the Republic are only used to trap between countries. If you have to travel within a republic, then you will have to use the train. There are some exceptions to this rule, but to get an exception, one has to be pretty powerful. There are many airships could be seen coming and going through the airbase. Some are small while others are big. Some are very pretty while others are just average, but no matter the size or look, whenever one looks at the airship, they will feel like they are looking at the powerful beast. Flying in the sky is not easy, this especially outside the safety of the cities. One can never know when one will get attacked by a powerful monster in the sky. That is why, to ensure the safety of its passengers, every airship is pretty strong in its offense and defense. Every skin of airship is used at least major level monster's skin. Not only that, every airship, smallest that it may be, is less with the cannon that could kill a major level monster in a single shot. Gasp. When I reached the Terminal 6 and saw the airship I have to board, I couldn't help but gasp. What I saw is a gigantic black airship. Its size is big enough to house a small town. After taking one look at the ship, people will think only one word: a beast. This warship is akin to a dangerous beast. Once provoked, it will only stop when it fully annihilated the enemy. This is a giant airship which had a black thorny mesh of unknown material covering its body. Just looking at it, I could feel that even the smallest thorn had the power to pierce my body, even if I used the power of rules in my defense. Not only that, there are more than 100 shiny cannons placed all over the airship. I can't imagine how powerful those cannons are, but I am sure no monster in Republic boundary is capable of taking a blow from it. People could be seen entering that giant airship now and then. Most of them looked to be in their mid and late 20s, their bodies excluding the power that made me feel threatened, but now and then I could see people around my age are also entering in the airship. They are mostly master stage and lieutenant stage, but I saw some corporal stage and sergeant stage like myself. Taking a deep break, I also walked toward giant black airship, knowing too well that after I boarded the ship, my life is going to change forever, and this change wasn't going to be any less spectacular than awakening ground. I scanned my holowatch into it, and the door opened automatically, and I took a step inside. Fuck, when I took a step inside, I felt like I did not step into the airship but a very luxurious hotel. Everything looked very classy and luxurious. A week ago, when I first received the ticket of airship for the Grim Battlefield, there was an option to upgrade the seat. I would have gone with common level seat, which is also free if the trip to the Grim Battlefield would have taken the day, but the information stated that the whole trip would take 6 days or more. Reading that I did not want to stay in the common level seat for 6 days, especially when I have a shitload of money, which I have got from selling half of the stuff I got from Minerva Realm. There are 5 types of seats on the airship that are common, economy, business, premium, and grand. The common level seat is free, but that's all. One will have to spend the whole day on the single seat as common level did not have the privilege to roam other areas of airships. The economy level is quite good. The seat is spacious, and they hate there to go to the great hall and bars in the airship, but for that one will have to pay 100,000 credits. Business's level does not give a seal, but gave a small room where one can sit comfortably and watch the scenery of the sky while lying on the bed. It has many privileges like entry to bars, great hall, and casinos, but it cost 1,000,000 credits. The premium level ticket offers a small luxurious suite which has all facilities and came with the big windows which give an unobstructed view of the outside. With the premium ticket, one can go to any area which is for the passengers. For premium tickets, one just had to pay 5,000,000 credits. I would have never dared to buy a ticket of 10,000,000 credits. Not 10,000,000, even buying the ticket of 1,000,000 would be out of question. But just a few days before I had sold some stuff I got from Awakening Ground and got a shitload of money, that even ticket of 10,000,000 credits just felt like a trickle. The last one is the grand level ticket, which came with a grand suite. They have all the privileges that the other 4 have. One thing that makes this grand level ticket very special that they have life boxes which could escort people of the grand suit out of airship safely. There is no mention of the price of grand level ticket as I didn't have sufficient access to buy one. I walked toward the Great Hall, which is the central area of the airship. It places everyone gathers and mingle. It's majestic. I whispered as I entered the Great Hall. This Great Hall is majestic and emit opulence through every inch. Thousands of people could be seen in the Great Hall. Some were alone while others in the group. To my surprise, I saw some familiar faces in the crowd. Though I don't know them personally, I know them because they are famous in the Republic. Most of these people participated in fighting competition across various cities, and they also performed quite well. I also spent an hour in the Great Hall, admiring its beauty while also listening to the conversations that are going around me. I found they also don't have an idea on which grim battlefield we're going. If I had joined an organization, I would have known which grim battlefield I am going before boarding the airship, but I am not going through the organization, but from the Adventurer's Paradise. Those who go through the Adventurer's Paradise didn't have any idea which grim battlefield we're going. Jill had said all the grim battlefields on the continent are named numerically on level of danger they represent. Grim Battlefield 1 will have the greatest danger, while Grim Battlefield 14 will have lowest. These danger levels only apply to general and martial level powerhouse, as to us every grim battlefield is extremely dangerous. Time passed on and soon the announcement of departure rang out across the airship. Just as this announcement rang out, lots of people ran toward railing to watch the departure. The railing on the Great Hall, which was mostly empty and now packed, filled with people. I also wanted to run toward the railing to watch the descent of his giant airship, but I stopped myself knowing I will get many chances of the watch to ascend and descend of the airship. Though I did not get a good view I could get from the railing, I could still see it ascending toward the clouds. Just as it reached above the clouds, little turbulence spread across airship as it increases speed suddenly. Its speed is so great that clouds around it started to look blur. Such a great speed. Astonished gazes could be seen around the Great Hall as all people looked at speed of airship. Like most people, I did not expect this airship to this fast seeing its gigantic size, but it had definitely proved me wrong. I could help but feel excited about my first trip on the airship. After staying in the Great Hall for some more time, I walked toward my suit. As I enter my suit, I was quite a sure surprise said to see that it is bigger than I expected, though it is still small compared to a normal apartment. Still, having this big suit is out of my expectations. The suit was decorated opulently and have everything one will need to make his day's journey comfortable. The best about this suit is the bedroom where there is a huge window where I could see the clear view of the outside. Cry. I was just checking out my bedroom when I heard the faint monster cry, only to see tiny bird monster coming toward the airship. As it got closer, the size of the monster got bigger and bigger until it became a monster size of 70 to 80 meters, but it still looks tiny in front of this giant airship. It is the biggest monster I have ever seen. It must be at the general stage or martial stage. I didn't think monster this dangerous live close to the Westblood City. I sound unbelievable, but on second thought it seemed possible, as Westblood City is connected to Maesta Forest, which housed the most dangerous monster across the continent. A few more seconds passed, and it came very close to airship that I could see it very clearly from my window. It is a deep violet color bird monster, which wings covered with violet lightning, and as it is forming a big ball of lightning in its mouth. I shudder after seeing that, not because it could harm airship, but because if it launched that big ball of lightning, then my suits and suits around it would going to be its target. The bird monster opened its gigantic mouth, and in its mouth, a big ball of lightning had started to form in its mouth. I shudder as I saw that, not because thinking about what type of effect it will bring to airship, but seeing, if it launched that ball of lightning, it will surely crash onto my suits and suits around it. Boom. The lightning ball had nearly formed, seeing that I took a step back to run away from the big window, when I heard a loud boom and saw a ball of red energy shooting toward the big monster bird. That's cannon shot, I said as I look at the red ball of energy that's shooting toward the big monster. BAMMM. I heard loud bam as the cannon shot hit directly at the head of big monster bird, and what it next had completely blown my mind. The cannon shot, which I though going to pierce through the body monster bird, seeing it is single shot fired by cannon, not a barrage of it, but that cannonball turned completely different. As it cashed on the monster bird head, instead of piercing through it, it exploded. Not only that, that explosion have covered whole monster bird within seconds. When the effect of explosion subsided a few seconds later, the only thing I saw was some blackened bones of monster falling down. How powerful. Came out of my mouth, just a single shot of cannon enough pulverizes such big monster. I can imagine what effect will it create if all the cannons on airship had started to fire all at once. There is no announcement of caution of when the big monster bird arrived near the airship, and no announcement when it was killed. I felt like this is a common occurrence on the airship. I stood by the window for a few minutes before laying back on the bed, thinking about the scene that just happens before. Choo-choo. It was that Ashlin's chirp that brought me out of my stupor. Her chirp was for food. When I look at Holowatch, I notice it was our lunchtime, and I am also feeling slightly hungry. Not having a mood to go out, I ordered lunch for my suit. I have to say, the lunch is top quality, especially the monster meat. We both ate until our stomachs full and laid on the bed to rest, as we have nothing much to do except to enjoy beautiful scenery through the window. Time passed and evening came. The whole day total 3 monsters tried to attack the airship. Their size was no less than a big monster bird, but all of them were killed by the single cannon shot without exception. As the evening came, I felt the airship is descent. The next moment I heard the announcement from the airship saying that airship is descending at Carlston City for an hour, and forbid any passengers to go out of airship unless they want to stay in Carlston City. Carlston is the cities in the Republic. It used to be the capital of the Republic before it moved to the Republic City. This is also the city where Ellen got posted 2 months ago. If going out was permissible, I would definitely call Ellen and ask her to come to meet me, but unfortunately it is not. The airship stayed in the Carlston City's airport for an hour as it announced before ascending to the skies. Time passed on the airship very quickly. Just after a day, the airship had exited boundaries of the Republic and moved grim battlefield while stopping at several cities a day to pick people. On the first day, there would have been 5 monsters that attacked the airship, but on the second day, there was a sharp increase in their number, as the second day there have been 15 to 20 monsters attacked the airship. Third or the fourth day was the same amount of monsters that attacked the airship, but all of them ended the same way, dead. They all killed by a single shot of cannon, leaving behind just blackened bones. Some weak monster did not even leave that, they had just vaporized. One thing I have to say, travel on the airship is very fun. The first day I did not do much but pretty much stayed in a suit, but from the second day, I started to check each and every facility. I went to a bar and got pretty drunk with Ashlyn that even the staff of the airship came and asked me if I needed any help to get into my suite. I had never gambled before and decided to try for once in the casino. My luck was bad though. All the chips I had converted, I lost. It was a good thing that I controlled myself and not gambled more like other people who lost pretty badly that they couldn't stop cursing their bad luck. I tried many things after that, but one thing that got me hooked me is arcade. I have never been many fans of arcade games and never had tried them before, but when I tried the games of Arcade Station of Airship, I got hooked on them. There are hundreds of types of games here and each one is more interesting than others. They are not only humans, but some of them are for monsters as well. I had asked Ashlyn to play some games, but unfortunately, she did not have much interest. 4 days have passed since I had boarded the airship, and it's been more than 12 hours and airship hadn't landed on any city for picking people. If my guess is right, then the airship had done picking people and now was truly on the way to the grim battlefield. Not only I, but other people also seemed to guess it over time, but the mood of the airship had also become a little somber. Today is the 5th day and more monsters seem to attack airship. Every hour 2 or 3 monsters would attack the airship, and some even attack in the group. Caw 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 caw. I was busy playing the arcade game, and was just shy of touching 10th high score when I heard faint caw. Soon the faint caws became loud and everyone could be heard. I stopped playing the game and looked toward the railing of Arcade Station, only to see there is murder of crows coming toward airships. There must be more than 500 of these crows. Each one is 70 to 80 meters long. Not only that, the 3 leaders which are on the front are above 100 meters long, they were the biggest monsters I've seen. I quickly got out of the arcade machine and run toward the railing before it became jammed packed, as there will be a very good show. These murder of crow monster looked very dangerous. They had vicious faces with dark red eyes and wings which sharpness isn't less than a sword. Just taking a single look, these monsters would make one shudder uncontrollably. Boom, boom, boom. Just as I reached the railing, the barrage of cannons fired on the murder of crows. Each shot of cannon would take the life of crow monster. Many crow monsters tried to avoid the cannon shots, but no use. Except for 3 leaders, no crow monster in murder was able to survive the barrage of cannons. The conditions 3 leaders of the crows aren't any better. Their shiny blade, like winds, had burned beyond recognition as they tried to get away from the barrage of cannons, which is now concentrated on them. Kowawa. First crow leader of 3 crows finally fell. After that, it didn't take other 2 to fell as a barrage of cannons were concentrated on them. Though they did not die like their minions, leaving only a few bones behind, but their condition was not much better either when they died, as they have all nearly became blackened skeleton when they fell. Everyone was in surreal mood watching the whole carnage finish in just 2 minutes. These cannons on the airship are really amazing. If I got my hands on such cannon, then there may be a chance for me survive if I were to attack by such a monster. Time passed, and during the day the airship come across another such big group of a monster like crows, but it was also annihilated. It was evening and I was busy playing an arcade game when an announcement rang out which sped everyone's heartbeat. We had now entered the airspace of Grim Battlefield 11 and were reaching our final destination, Fort Cavendish, by tomorrow afternoon. So I will be fighting at Grim Battlefield 11. Till now it had been kept secrets on which battlefield I will be fighting on, but now it had become clear. As for what Fort Cavendish is, I have no idea. Jill had said that area of these battlefields is quite large. The smallest is the size of our country, while the biggest is many times over it. This Fort Cavendish likely to be a post in the Grim Battlefield 11. I will know everything about it when the airship docks on the Fort Cavendish tomorrow. The mood of airship became quite somber for a while before exploding like a firework. Within an hour of hearing the announcement, people had become somewhat crazy. Whatever they had held back, they let go. They are acting like soldiers who are going to fight a very dangerous battle. A few days before the battle, they will let go and enjoy life as there is no tomorrow. The outburst is understandable. We barely have any idea what we will be fighting against in the grim battlefield. All we got is some vague info which we have no idea whether it is true or not. It was a good thing that this airship has many facilities that help people vent out their feelings in a different way, but the most popular of them all is clubs and casino. They are jammed packed with people. I was also in Arcade Station till late. I played till my heart content and only left when I started to feel sleepy and tired. It was quite late when I woke up the next morning. After doing my morning activities and shower, I ordered a sumptuous breakfast for both of us. I ate while looking at the energy outside, and that's when something came into my mind, that ever since last evening no monsters had attacked the airship. Not a single one, not only that I have not seen any monsters passing by the airship. It's like all the monsters in the area had disappeared. It's likely to be related to the grim battlefield. Thinking that I couldn't help but excited and shudder at the same time. I shudder because I felt the fear for the prowess of powerhouses, be that they may be from grim race or from humans, to have enough prowess to produce fear or exterminate monster that they couldn't see in the sky. That is also the reason for making me excited. Only fighting such powerhouses do I able to make fast progress. After eating breakfast, I did not go out my suite, instead decided to stay inside, so I could enjoy the scenery of the beautiful sky for a few hours before I disembarked in the Fort Cavendish. Time passed by and quickly an afternoon came. I was just gazing at the clouds when I saw something on the ground through the gaps of the cloud. It's a city. That is the first thought, as it looked quite big, even thousands of meters high. I thought Fort Cavendish would be an outpost. I did not expect it to be a city. A few minutes after that, I felt the airship descend, and as the airship come closer to the ground, I got a good look at the city below. This city seemed little different than any other city. In the center of the city, there seemed to be miles-long structure that looks similar to that of old-era forts I've seen in the movies. That gigantic fort is situated in the center of the city, and around it, the city is established. There seem to be hundreds of airships of various sizes could be seen coming and going through the fort, and our airship likely to be docked at the airbase of that giant fort as well. Siege, our airship finally landed on the airbase, seeing that I get out of my suit. When I entered the Great Hall, I saw many people exiting out airship through the various exits in the neat lines. Ting. I also step into the line, and as I get out of airship, a mail notification rang out in my holowatch. It is from the Fort Cavendish. It documents about the information on Grim Battlefield in Fort Cavendish. The document is quite large, but I have no choice but to read it since I have no idea what to do next. I sat on the empty chair and started to read it, like other people who had an exit out of the airship. The document quite big, but as I kept reading, all the doubts I have about the Grim Battlefield got cleared, and I also got my first glimpse of the Grim race. As I kept reading it, I got more surprised and sometimes shocked by the information written here. It took me a little more than 2 hours to read the full document, but after finishing it, I got a basic understanding of how things work here. Fort Cavendish is one of the many outposts of Grim Battlefield 11. It is also the place which is situated at the boundary of the Grim Battlefield. That is why it's best tea place for rookies. There is no restriction in the Fort Cavendish. One can stay and buy whatever they want as long as they have enough merit points. Merit points are the currency in the Grim Battlefields, which one can earn by hunting the Grim race. We as newly arrived rookies did not have any merit points, but we can make a one-time exchange with credits. There's a very close and strict network across all Grim Battlefields. If I have to contact my family or friends, then I have to go to the communication points, where all my call will be monitored, so I could not leak any info related to the Grim Battlefield. The hunting system of Fort Cavendish seems a lot similar to that of Westblood City. There is a free lease on hunting. One can go out for any time they want. The only difference between them that it is very, very dangerous after one out of the city, and this time their hunting target is not some dumb monster species with the same level of intelligence as themselves. One small mistake on their part could make them lose their life. One has to be very careful once they stepped out of the city gates. That is why most of the people hunt in a group. They formed a party whenever they go out, and in the documents, it cautioned to the rookies especially that they became part of party. All 14 battlefields are controlled by the people of the central continent through Adventurer's Paradise, and it is written that people that fought in the Grim Battlefield 1 to 3 came from the central continent. If we locals of this continent want to fight there, then one has to be extremely powerful. One has to be extremely powerful. Only then one will have chance to enter Grim Battlefield, no 1 to 3. The last and most important point in the document is Grim Race. The document has given quite a detailed description of them. When I first looked at the projection of Grim Race, I thought if I had been seeing bipedal monsters or not. Because the Grim Race looked eerily similar to that, of bipedal monsters first, it was theorized that Grim Race is likely to evolve from the monster race, but after extensive research of thousands of years, it is found that Grim Race is completely different that of monster race. There may be many similarities between them, and dark energy of Grim Race affect monsters both physically and mentally, but still, monster race and Grim Race is different, but they are still called monster because how cruel and ruthless they are. The Grim Race monsters may look like bipedal monsters, but they are intelligent as humans, as using a different type of artifact like us. There is no fixed size of them. They came in every size, and many of them can increase their size depending. As for their power level, it is different from us. Their power practice started from stage 1, which is equal stage corporal stage, stage 2 equal to the lieutenant stage, stage 3 colonel stage, stage 4 is equal to marshal stage. Like us humans, there are many Grim Race monsters that were able to fight beyond the level, and they also have something that gave them boost akin to rule power that gave us. These stages of Grim Race powerhouses found around in the range Grim Battlefield and around Fort Cavendish. There are also some stage 5 as they are way more powerful than the other 4 stages. At stage 5 they got qualitative change in their strength, just like us when we level up martial stage to completely different stage. After reading everything, I go to the small covering booth which is set up for the rookies to convert their credits into the merit points. After converting 10 million credits into 1,000 merit points, I called the hovercar to take me to the place where I will be staying. I had already booked a good apartment for 1,000 merit points. It may not be good as my previous apartment, but it still looked quite good through the photos. The hovercar here is different from what we have in the Westblood. All of them are military graded for the maximum defense and speed, but I ordered it run at its slowest speed, so I could take a look at this outpost properly. As the hovercar sped by, I got my first ever glimpse of the city, and with one look, I could tell that Fort Cavendish is way different from the Westblood. Westblood City, despite being a city of adventurers, gives a feeling of the normal city where people wore whatever they want and do whatever they want, but here is completely different. 50 of the people walking on the street are wearing full battle gear from armor to boots and weapons hanging on their bodies. It looks like they are either going for battle or coming back from it. The other 50 are wearing serious clothes, like combat boots and a leather jacket, and from their attitude, it looks like they are ready to fight any second. One special thing I noticed that the people here have weapon hanging by their waists or on back. Swords, axes, warhammers, saber, gauntlets, to having a weapon on the body seem to be in fashion here. One more interesting thing I notice about weapons that people carrying that all of them are totem artifacts. These are not the totem artifact they had brought but created themselves. One can create totem artifact of their own after they reach the lieutenant stage. 99.99% of people here are above the lieutenant stage and are above 20 years old. We are those came from Republic are different. Normally to come to the grim battlefield, one has to be a super elite of captain stage or at major stage, but now we came here with the exception, the rule power. With us comprehending the rule power, our power had reached the minimum threshold to participate in the grim battlefield. There's a whole fighting atmosphere in the city, and it could be seen with architecture here. The buildings here tough looking. Very few delicate and beautiful buildings could be seen here, even if on those delicate and beautiful looking buildings have a fighting aura about them. Like these Silver Butterfly Guild building, their building looked extremely delicate and beautiful with small and big statues of beautiful silver butterflies placed all over. At one look the butterflies' statues looked very beautiful, all silver and pretty, but if one took a closer look, they will find that wings of butterfly statues are extremely sharp, and their eyes are very ferocious, filled with fighting intents that made one feel as if he was not looking at statues, but a real silver butterfly. Whoever carved these statues must be a master. Normal sculptors can't do that what he has done. I thought I am looking at these statues from afar as I am in the hovercar. If Mitchell would have seen it from near, he would have able to sense the rule power from those statues. I spotted many guilds building through the hovercars. First, when I read about them in the document, I did not put much thoughts on it, thinking they are only gimmicks of grim battlefield and would not have as much influence as the documents had stated, but now looking at near hundreds guilds building I am seeing through the window of my hovercar, I am started to think they are a bigger deal than I had previously thought. The guilds are only special to the grim battlefields. They have mostly formed by a group of powerful people. They can be said to be mini organizations of the grim battlefield. Guilds are the places where one will get safety, intelligence, people to do missions together. More than 90 people are fighting in the grim battlefield, are affiliated to guilds as with guild behind your back. Hunting became quite easy as you not only have vast intelligence network of guild, but will also have comrades to do missions together. I also thought of joining guild some point in this week, but now I have to do it sooner. There are thousands of guilds in the Fort Cavendish. It is said that as long as one paid the fees and is at general stage, they can create the guilds, and that is why there are so many of them. The guilds are divided into 4 classes across grim battlefield and what class they define their power. A B, C, and S. C class is the lowest class while S is the highest class. Most of the guilds are fits into the C class. They have average fighting power and their members are a mediocre category. Nearly 80 guilds out there are fits in C class, but C class guilds are also guilds which boost greatest members, the members of the other 3. The B class guilds are more powerful than the C class guilds. 1 B class guilds could easily crush tens of C class easily. The class guilds are elite guilds. They are very powerful, and there are not more than 50 class guilds in the Fort Cavendish, but despite their small numbers, they have the power to crush all the B and C class guilds. That is how powerful they are. The last is the S class guilds. They are on a completely different level compared to the other 3 classes of guilds. If there were a comparison, then other classes of guilds are normal evolvers, then S class guilds are super elites. Each member of S class guilds are force itself. They are killing machine when they are hunting. Due to them being so exceptional, these guilds have fewest members compared to other guilds and also have the fewest number of themselves. In the Fort Cavendish, there are only 5 S-class guilds in Fort Cavendish, and that guild Silver Butterfly also is the S-class guild. It will be impossible for me to join Butterfly no matter how much I try. Not only me, but other men in the Fort Cavendish also could not join the Silver Butterfly as it only accepts the female members. Soon my hovercar stopped in front of the huge concrete square building. I got out of the car and walked into the apartment building. As I got into the lobby, I found it became little silent all of a sudden, and I became the object of many gazes. Some were of wonder and confusion, while others were surprise and jealousy. I could understand their emotions. If I were at their place, I would likely feel the same as them. All the people here look 25 years and above and have the power of captain stage at minimum, with them seeing an 18-year boy with sergeant stage power is raw or sight. Ignoring their gazes, I boarded the elevator for my apartment. Soon the elevator reached the 22D floor and I walked out it. Finding my apartment, I opened its door through my holowatch. The apartment is exactly the same as the pictures I have seen. It has one hall, one bedroom, and a kitchen, and has all the basic necessities that one will need. It is quite good for the single person to live. Only flaw of this apartment is that this apartment is not on the prime spot, is a little away from the important areas of Fort Cavendish. The best are in the Fort Cavendish is near the Fort Cavendish, which was the giant fort which I've seen from the above, from which this outpost is named. The area near Fort Cavendish is the prime location of this outpost, but the prices of the apartment there is insanely expensive. They are so expensive that I can't even afford a shoebox-size apartment near that area. The next most expensive locations are near famous guilds and adventurers' paradise building that found all over this outpost. Still, this apartment is not bad to live inside it for a month, and if I am lucky this month then, I will have enough merit points that I will be able to move to the better place next month. I have a rough idea of what I have done reading the document that Fort Cavendish has provided, but I still won't hear the conversation and ask around, so I will not make any mistakes that rookies do when they arrive at a new place like this. The apartment feels cold and empty as long as it did not have your personal things. Without wasting any time, I started to take out my things to put it in the apartment. I put my clothes in the wardrobe. I also place Ashlyn's favorite chair on the balcony in which she liked rest and many other things. 2 hours later, the cold and detached apartment became warm and cozy. After changing into clothes that suit the city's style, I hang the sword to my waist and walked out of my apartment. This time I also received numerous gazes, but like last time, I did not mind them and walk out of my apartment building. In a place like Fort Cavendish or any other place, if you want to meet new people and want to know about current affairs, then bars is the best place. Adventure Paradise also does that job, but they are not good as bars, and I already walking toward one of the good bars in my area. The only problem is that there are 2 hours till evening. The bars would not be full at this time. If I had come 2 hours later, I would have found jammed-packed bar without a question, but I was too excited to go out that I didn't want to wait for 2 hours to go out. After walking for half an hour while receiving numerous gazes on the way, I had arrived at one of the most famous bars in my area, and when I opened the door, I come across a nearly full bar that there are barely any seats are left. This bar is a tavern-style bar, which seemed to be a popular style of bars when I was searching for the right bar earlier. I found most of them are in tavern style. I sat on the empty table, which was for 3 people, and ordered 2 drinks, one for me and another for Ashlyn. Thank God, there was low alcohol content drink in the bar, otherwise I would have had to order a normal drink which would have made angrier at me. Oh, what a cute little birdie. I had just taken a sip out of my drink and started to listen to a conversation about me when I heard the voice, and the next second I found fair white hand petting Ashlyn lovingly. Ashlyn did not even react to seeing someone petting her. She has gotten used to people petting her. Whenever we go out, someone always comes wanting to pet Ashlyn. Most of the time these people are little gills who got fascinated by Ashlyn's shiny silver fur and her cute chubby little size, but sometimes adults also pet her like this girl in front of me. I was surprised when I looked at the girl in front of me, as I did not expect to find the girl the same age as me in this bar. Although there are many people of my age came to Fort Cavendish with me, but Fort Cavendish is quite big and I did not expect to run across each other. Can we sit here? I heard another voice, only to see a handsome boy about the same age as me in front of me, standing beside the girl who is still busy petting unresponsive Ashlyn. I nodded and both of them sat opposite of me. You have such pretty monster. I wish my Selena was this pretty and cuddly, said the girl with slight sadness as she looked Ashlyn lodging. Are you one of the people that came from Castellan today? Asked handsome boy a question. I was surprised by his question as I was under the impression that they also came from Republic, seeing how both of them are the same age as me and are at peak master stage, as only those who comprehended the rule could come to grim battlefield if they are below captain stage. Are you not from the Republic? I asked in surprise. No, we are not. We were just lucky to comprehend rule power by chance and came here, he said casually, which shocked me really. I was a little shocked by his revelation. I thought all the people that had comprehended the rule power and are below captain stage came from Republic, but look like we are not the only lucky ones who got the chance of their life. There are other people also. When did you came to the Fort Cavendish? I asked, feeling curious. Oh, we have come 6 months ago, replied the handsome boy. How rude of us. We sat on your table and hadn't introduced ourselves, said the girl who was petting Ashlyn a few seconds ago. I am Ruby and this fellow here is Seth, and we are from Ardea, said Ruby as she introduced herself. We are neighbors then, I said with a laugh, as Republic and Ardea are the neighboring countries. You guys from Castellan are really lucky to comprehend rule from Awakening Ground. Here everyone has to pay a shitload of merit points if they want to comprehend rule power, Ruby said as he looked around the bar where many people looking at us with envious gazes. You can comprehend rule power here. I asked in surprise. I had guessed in the place like Grim Battlefield, there would be facilities that help people comprehend the rule, but I did not expect it to have it in the Fort Cavendish, as it just outpost of Grim Battlefield 11, not one of the important battlefronts, and there is no mention of it in the introductory document that provided to us by Fort Cavendish. Yeah, Fort Cavendish has a rule palace, but it cost one shitload of merit points if one has to do that. We were quite lucky to get a chance to comprehend rule power without paying anything. These people have to work hard for at least a year before they could amass enough merit points to enter the rule palace, said Seth as he looked at the people sitting on the bar. I could only nod to that. I don't know how much merit point needed to enter Rule Palace of Fort Cavendish, but it is huge to make Captain Evolver work hard for a year to amass them. Have you guys joined the guild? I asked the question that I had been wanting to ask for quite a while. Hearing my question, their faces lit up like a light bulb and look of pride had appeared on their faces. Of course we joined the guild. We joined the very week we landed in the Fort Cavendish, said Seth laughingly. If you don't mind me asking, which one is it? I asked. Before coming to the bar, I had read about all the A, B, and S-class guilds of Fort Cavendish. It's Black Thunder. Both of them said in unison, and look of pride couldn't be more apparent on their faces. As they said the name of their guild, I started to remember details of the guild that I read less than an hour ago. Our guild is a class guild, and counted in top 10 of class guilds in the Cavendish city, and our guild is also an official subsidiary of Raging Thunder, the S-class guild in the Fort Cavendish, informed Seth in a sort of bragging voice. His voice is also pitched louder, as if he wanted to let the whole bar know that he was from Black Thunder. His loud voice got intended effect, and many people in the bar looked at him enviously. A trace of lodging could be seen in their eyes as they looked at Black Lightning Bolt badge on Seth and Ruby's chest. I have noticed many people wearing badges in their chests. These badges seem to be a representation of their guilds. Michiel, seeing how we hit it off, I can refer you to my guild, but to get in you will have to have combat score of 1000 at least. Combat score, this is a special term of Grim Battlefield which is used to measure combat power. I did not understand this term properly when I read it the first time in the introductory document, but after talking with Seth, I understood it properly. In the Grim Battlefield, one's level is not the correct way to measure combat power, as most of the people here have rule power, so they have combat score which shows the real power of one. It may not be a perfect way to measure up, but it is way more accurate than the conventional method. So, Michiel, when do you plan to measure your combat score? Asked Seth. Tomorrow. I replied straightforwardly. There is no going ahead without measuring up the combat score. It is a must for joining the guilds, as every guild demands certain combat score to become their member. Do you guys know the combat score requirement of guilds? I asked. Of course we know, said Seth, excited to share his knowledge. To join a C-class guild, you won't even have to submit your combat score to them. They will take you in knowing enough that you have rule power, Seth said. As for B-class guides, they require a combat score of 500 or above. It goes higher depending upon how powerful that guild is. A class guild will require minimum combat score of 1000, but that is for normal people, as some class guilds will make a compromise for people like us who had comprehended rule power at such young age. If you want to join our guild Black Thunder, you will at least need more than 1300 points. The requirement could be lessened 10 to 20 points if you have a recommendation. If you manage to get recommendation from high-level member of guild, then a requirement could be lessened to 100 points maximum, Seth said. What about the requirement of S-class guild? I asked when he didn't say anything about it. Heh, S-class guild. Seth laughed weirdly. Everyone who is able to enter the S-class guild are demons. There is no requirement to join the S-class guild, but if one wants to join it, then one will need to have combat score 4000 at least, and that is just to apply in it, and most of the people who applied to them got rejected. As I've said, S-class guilds do not accept normal people. They only accept demons or those who have potential to become one, Seth said with a mirthless laugh. Combat score of 4000, I don't have any idea how much that is, but seeing how handsome the face of Seth contorted into something ugly, it really must be huge, and all that huge score is enough to make an application and not acceptable. That is really tells something. I couldn't help but wonder what my combat score would be. If you guys don't mind, can you tell me what was your combat score when you first joined the guild? I did not ask what their current combat score is, that would be too much. I am only asking their combat score which they used to apply for their guild. They both stood silent for a while. Seeing their silence, I was prepared to apologize, as it may seem too much, but before I could speak, Seth replied for my question. When I first time measured my combat score, it was 1368. Ruby's was little higher than me. Hers was 1452, replied Seth with the same prideful smile as he was proud of his score. I could only nod as I did not have any idea how much power this combat score amount to. I could only able to make a comparison when I measure my combat score tomorrow. Do you guys have any tips for measuring combat score? I asked, hoping to glean some tips that could help to get more combat scores when I measure it tomorrow. No tips are useful when measuring the combat score. Still, I will tell you what entails, said Ruby while shaking her head. Next few minutes she told me what I should expect when I measure my combat score tomorrow, hearing that I couldn't help but frown as this seems very simple. Isn't this very simple? How can they measure one combat power through this simple method? I asked. I thought there will be some complicated set of procedure to measure the combat score, but what Ruby told me all I have to fight an android. It is not as simple as you think. You will understand it when you fight it tomorrow, Ruby said with a smile. Next hour we kept talking to many other things. Some of them were really out of my expectations. By then I left the bar. Most of the questions I had in my mind got cleared. We exchanged our number and Seth again reminded me if I was able to 1300 or above, I should call him for recommendation so that I will have an easier time in getting into his guild. When I reached back my apartment half an hour later, it was already late evening and it is time for my dinner. I did not order food from outside. Instead chose to cook it myself, seeing I want to save as much as merit points for other things, and another reason is food is little expensive here than the Republic, as most of the monster meat got imported from outside, as monsters are scarce in the grim battlefield. The dinner became ready within an hour, and it was very delicious as all the ingredients I used to make it are from the central continent. After the dinner, I picked Ashlyn, who is lying down on her stomach, and placed her on her favorite chair on the balcony while I sat on the chair beside her as I surfed the net. The web on Grim Battlefield is very closed. It's completely disconnected from the outside. The only good thing about it that it had connected with all the Grim Battlefields. There's only one social network in the which is from Adventure's Paradise, on which I have only 2 friends, which are Ruby and Seth. There may be other dark networks, but I don't know about them yet, seeing I have arrived in the Grim Battlefield just today. As I was searching the net, I found that for rookies getting combat score more than 1000 at their first try is very hard. Only those extremely talented could score that. No wonder that Seth seemed very proud when he told me his combat score and how he was able to get into the A-class guild directly. I kept surfing the net till late night, reading about everything I need to know about combat score test, which I giving today. I didn't want to make any mistakes as it is my combat score, which will decide what type guild will I be eligible for. The guild I am rooting for is S-class guild, but if I did not get into the S-class guild, then I wanted to get into the top-a-class guild at least. Seeing it is quite late, I closed the net and went to my bedroom to sleep. It was 8 when I wake up. Normally I woke up quite early, but sleeping late makes me wake up late. After taking a shower and eating leftover from last night, I got out of my apartment with a clear destination in my mind. I am going to the Adventure Paradise. In Grim Battlefield, one can measure up his combat score in nearly any Adventure Paradise building as long as they pay with 1000 merit points. It was a good thing that for rookies' first chance is free. I won't have to pay anything to measure my combat score for the first time. I called the hovercar to take me to the Adventurer's Paradise. There is Adventurer's Paradise branch in every area of Fort Cavendish, but ones that have facilities to measure combat score could only be found in the central area of the Fort Cavendish. With the hovercar, it took me 15 minutes to reach my destination. Getting out of hovercar, I walked into a huge Adventurer's Paradise building. This is the biggest Adventure Paradise building I've ever seen. It is at least 5 times bigger than the one in the Westblood. As I enter inside it, I've come across the scene of numerous screens projecting all over the hall. It's just that content on the screen is a little different. Most of the screens occupied with jobs related to grim race monsters, while the rest of the jobs are about the things they need from outside. The outside area is a treasure trove. The dark energy released through the space cracks produced many precious treasures that are in very high demand that one would get a high price from them. Taking a brief look at the screen, I walked toward the information counter. Before going to measure my combat score, I have one important thing to do. Hello, where can I replace my HoloWatch? I asked the pretty clerk who is behind the information counter. Go to the 3rd floor where you can ask any person there to change your HoloWatch, she replied with a professional smile. This is the HoloWatch I have since I was 15. It was issued from my school. It is still working properly, but signs of tears could be seen. I wanted to replace it Westblood, but I somehow forgot to do that whenever I visited the Adventurer's Paradise, but this time I have no choice but to change it. This basic model HoloWatch won't able to survive Grim Battlefield, and I have received notification yesterday that if I did not replace this HoloWatch within a month, it will stop working after that. Hello, I want to change my HoloWatch, I said to the male clerk on the 3rd floor. I would have asked the pretty female clerks, but all of them are busy. The male clerk nodded and tapped a few buttons on the counter, and the next second, 22 different types of hollow watches projected in front of me. All of them offer different specifications. The only common thing about them that all of them are way better than HoloWatch. The price of them are starting from 300 credits to 50,000 credits, and all of them came with different types of variations. After looking at them for 15 minutes, comparing their specification, I finally chose the HoloWatch, which had put a large dent in my finances. "Please place your HoloWatch here," the clerk said, motioning toward the counter. I nodded and removed my HoloWatch from my left hand and placed it on the counter. As I placed my HoloWatch on the counter became like mud for a second and sucked my HoloWatch right in. I was quite surprised to see that happening, but next moment a deep purple HoloWatch appeared from the counter, the same way my old HoloWatch sucked in. "Here's your new HoloWatch, it has all your previous data," said the clerk. I nodded and picked up my new HoloWatch excitedly. It is a deep purple in color and a little bigger but lighter than my old HoloWatch. It looked quite striking with 4 projections crystallized installed in 4 sides, which it will make seeing projections more clear than my previous HoloWatch, which had only 1 projection crystal embedded inside it. Now that I did with all the miscellaneous stuff, it is time to do the thing. I have come here. Going back to the first floor, I walked toward the different groups of the elevator and boarded one of them. These elevators are special. Instead of going up, they go down. In this adventurer's paradise, that facilities that measured combat score are built underground. I scanned my HoloWatch to the elevator, and it started to take me down. A few seconds later, it finally stopped, and I got out of it. As I got out of the elevator, I saw a big hall from me which has doors every corner of it. People could be seen coming and going out of it. They are entering those doors with excited and enthusiastic mood, but when they came back, they came utterly battered. There are 16 doors on this floor. Those doors lead chamber where combat score is measured. My luck is quite well that there are several chambers are opened, seeing that I quickly wore the artifacts that I wasn't wearing. Ruby said it didn't matter how many artifacts I wore, they will have no effect on my combat score. There are high-level sensors in the chamber which can accurately distinguish between the power of self and the power of artifacts. After wearing all the artifacts, I walked toward one of the unoccupied doors. Ting, with the soft bell, the door to the chamber opened as I scanned my HoloWatch to the door. As the door opened, I walked into the chamber. As I took steps inside the chamber, I found it quite big. It is big enough that I will not face the necessity of the space when fighting inside it. It was all stark white and empty. Except for the whiteness of the space, nothing could be seen. The door which I came from also became wild. If not for seeing a black handle, I would have definitely thought that the door had disappeared. As I was wondering where the opponent I would be fighting, a big hole opened, and from it, a 4-meter metallic creature came out. This creature really surprised me. I was expecting to fight an android, but what appeared in front of me is weird robot. At one glance, it looked like Treant, but when one really looked at it, one will find not only it had long metallic wired as vines, it also had muscled hands and feet. This creature simply looks fake fusion of man and Treant made of metal, and fighting it not only going to be a physical but psychological challenge also. Fighting is going to be hard, especially constrained space like this chamber. If I did not guess wrong then, this robot not only can launch long and mid-range attacks through its metallic vines, but it can also perform short-range attacks. The fight will start in minutes' time. All challenger have to do is survive, as fighter number 565 strength will increase 25 every minute. A metallic voice rang out with projection of digital clock appeared in the center of the room. I am not surprised hearing the announcement, as Ruby and Seth had told me about it. The only surprise is fighter robot, which is different in every fight. Ruby said the first fighter she had fought to measure her combat score was giant humanoid, which was able to shoot energy beams. From them both told me, and what I found through the web, in the combat score measurement process, one will have to fight different metallic robots. Some were normal while some were downright weird, but all of them had 2 things in common that whatever robot they fought. First is they all are able to perform short, mid, and long-range attacks, and all robot power would increase 25 every minute. They are even able to come up with rough guessing of combat score on how much time one will be able to survive against the robot. It is said that those who are able to fight for 10 minutes will have combat score of around 1,000 points. Those who are able to fight for 20 minutes will have combat score of around 2,000 points. Those who are able to fight for 30 minutes will have combat score of around 3,000, and so on. Fighting every minute can give one combat score of around 100 points, but getting it is said than done, as every minute power of robot would increase 25. In fights like this, one can fight fine 1 minute, but the next minute he can get utterly beaten, as strength of robot will increase by 25. This is the reason why 95% of those who measure their combat score for the first time didn't last for more than 5 minutes, and 99.9% first timer didn't survive more than 10 minutes. 30 seconds on the timer had already passed, and now there's only 30 seconds left before I have to fight this metallic giant in front of me. In that time, I decided to observe it carefully so that I will be able to fight against it longer. It is said that every one of these robots has the strength of elite martial stage evolver, and all of them are imported from the central continent, as people of our continent did not have technique or skill to create such robots. 13 years ago, when the Grim race had launched a big attack on the Fort Cavendish and manpower of Fort was not enough to survive against them at that time, the Fort had used these robots to buy time before the reinforcements arrive. 987. Finally, countdown inched towards 0, and I became ready to launch my attack as it hit 0. 3, 2, 1, 0, sup, sup, sup. Finally, the countdown hit 0, and that exact movement, vines of metallic wires attacked me very fast speed. These metallic vines are very dangerous, and if they attack normal lieutenant, stage he will find himself skewered before he could think how to defend itself from it. But unfortunately for this weird robot, this attack of his nothing in front of me, it didn't even require for me to use my rule power, just using half power of my strengthening skill is enough. Clank, 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 I swiftly take out my sword from its sheath, and it clashed against all 7 metallic vines that struck at me from all directions, but that was just starting of their offense. Clank, clank, clank. The metallic vines started to madly flail at me, but no matter how much they tried, they aren't able to counter my tight defense. The power of these vines could be compared to the average lieutenant stage, but at the skill, they are being used is way above that, and I am defending against this lieutenant stage attacks without using any rule power. If I did not have the huge fighting experience and skill, then I would have to use my strengthening skill at its limit, and might as well have had to add little rule power in it to increase my speed, but for now, I have no need to do that. The robot hadn't moved from its place, it's just stood there like a statue with only attacking me with its vines. Fire strike, fire strike, fire strike. While clashing with 7 metallic vines of Tree Man robot, I also launched an attack at it. Just that this attack contains 5% power of the Sunfire rule. If I attacked normal Firebolt or Special Firebolt with no ruling power, it would have made no effect on this robot, as this robot have the power of the Lieutenant stage. Ruby had told me not only I had to defend against the attack of robots, but I had to attack as well, and my attacks have powerful, and only then would I be able to gain more combat score. As in real fight against the opponent, it did not matter how good you counter your enemy's attacks, but how quickly you defeat, and to defeat the opponent, one will need to have powerful offensive. Fire strike, fire strike, fire strike. Ting. I again launched 9 fire bolts with 5 power of Sunfire. By the time I launched my last bolt, 1 minute had been over, and I felt a sudden increase of power from the metal vines. Their strength and speed increased suddenly, and their attacks have become even more skilled. It was a good thing I was ready and just have to increase my pace again to counter them. Their speed and strength had increased, but I am still able to maintain my pace without increasing the power of my skill. The Treeman robot hadn't moved from its spot, but that's not surprising, as from what I read, the robot didn't move from his spot of at least 6 minutes. For at least 60 minutes, it will keep attacking with its long-range attack, and it will move only after the 6th minute was over. Ruby said that robot she had fought kept attacking her with energy beams for an 11 minutes and only moved at 12 suits. In Seth's case, it was early, but still, the robot moved from its spot at 8 minutes. It is different for everyone, but one thing is common, that the robot won't move from its place before 6 minute. Fire strike, fire strike. I again launched the concentrated fire bolts, but the power of rule is increased in this attack from 5 to 10. I plan to increase the rule power every minute by 5 till it reached low level of basic stage, as this is the maximum I've ever used in the fight. Ting, clank, clank, clank. The 3rd minute started, and the power and skill of attack increased by 25% more, and I finally started to feel the strain that I had to use the full power of my strengthening skill to feel at ease again. Now 2 bands of dark green could be seen on my hands and feet. That is the sign of me using full power my strengthening skill, as well as of 2 amethyst seals of supreme combat exercise. With 2nd green band appearing on my body, the power of my strengthening skill had increased, and it, not simple increase of 1 time but 3 times, as the 1st band could not able to use all the power of amethyst seals, but with 2 bands together, they better able to utilize the power of amethyst seals in my both. 4 minutes had started, and its power had increased again, but I did not feel anything. Even when the 5th minute had started, I did not feel that much heavy strain. Only when 6 minutes had started, that's when I started to feel the strain of my combat. At 6 minutes, the power of robot could be compared to reaching near peak lieutenant stage, and me barely able to counter its attacks with the power of my strengthening skill. I wanted to merge the power of rule in my skill to give its boots, but I refrained myself from doing that. I wanted to test my limit, and wanted to counter the power of this just with the power of my strengthening skill. Only when I challenged my limit, Only then I will able to advance forward. Only in such a pressured fight would my fighting skills would increase. Beads of sweat could be seen on my body as I counter the 7 metallic vines. One could tell just by looking at me how hard time I am having to defend against the metallic vines, but despite having a hard time, I did not let any metallic vines hit my body. As I kept defending against the vines, only then I noticed the true value of body cleansing exercise. If it was before, I would have started to feel a little soreness all over my body as I'm making such intense movement, but now I not feeling a shred of the soreness in my body. It is now working like a well-oiled machine. The 7 metallic vines are acting like they have a life of their own, striking at the different direction of my body like poisonous snakes, striking at the weakest point I produced. I have to be very vigilant, not showing any weak points that it could exploit. It was not for me having the good fighting skill and a flexible body that would not be strained no matter how unnatural movements I made. The 7th minute is coming closer and closer, and I know at my current power I won't last more than 3 seconds in 7th minute. To fight in the 7th minute, I would have to increase my power, otherwise my condition would become worse than a dead dog. Finally, there's only 1 second remaining to the start of the 7th second. Seeing that I infused 10 rule power in my strengthening skill, 5% would have been enough, but I didn't want to take any chances. I don't know now, but if I didn't have infused 10 rule power in my strengthening skill, I would have definitely regretted it. Ting, 7th minute started and power of Treeman robot has reached that of peak lieutenant stage that is very skilled in fighting. Its power could be compared to the super elite of lieutenant stage. As the bell of the 7th minute rang, all 7 metallic vines whipped at me. Not only that, the 4 metal tall robot is coming at me with rocket speed with its big fist out. Seeing that, now I really thank myself infusing 10 of rule power into my skill, otherwise I wouldn't be able to respond to the fist that about to strike me like a meteor. The robot came at me with very fast speed while it did not stop its attack of metallic vines. It was a good thing that earlier I merged 10 of my rule power instead of the 5. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to respond to the huge fist that coming toward. I did not even bat an eye, seeing the fist just calmly waited for it while defending against the metallic vines. Clank, clank, clank. The fist came close to me, and I instantly increased the power of my sword to throw away metallic vines so I could clash against fist. Bam! Finally, the fist and my sword clashed against each other head-on. It was a big clash that produced shockwave, but despite that, nor robot or I took a step back. Clank, clank, clank. Without waiting for anything, it again attacked me with metallic vines and also started using kicks and punches. If normal Captain Stage Evolver were to face such intense attack, he would turn bloody with all of his bones broken within 10 seconds. Fire strike, fire strike. Seeing the opportunity, I quickly launched 2 firebolts which were infused by the 35 of my rule power. Attacking is important. Not only it helps gain more combat score points, but it also slows down a robot, its slowness depending on the power of my attack. I'm sure that if I had attacked with all my power, it will stop and still like a statue. It will stay like that till the minute is over. I am sure that with me using all my power, I have ability make statue stop on its spot till 15 minutes straight, and that is just my guess as I hadn't used my full power anyone against it yet. The 8th minute started, and I merged 15 of my rule power into my strengthening skill while used 40 in my attacks. Fighting this robot is like fighting an opponent which had 10 arms. It is literally fighting 10-arm monster, as this robot is not only attacking me with 7 metallic arms, it also attacking me with its big arms and fists. 8th minute had passed and 9th had come, but I did not feel much pressure as the robot is currently displaying the power of the Captain Stage Evolver, and I have plenty of experience fighting the Captain Stage. In the past 3 months, I many times went into the forest. Captain Stage monsters are like chicken to me. 10th minute came and power of robot had increased again, and to match against it, I also had to increase my power again. It has been 10 minutes since the fight started, and I already stayed in the chamber. More than 99 rookies failed to do so, but I had long anticipated I would last this much. With me having the power of peak 2nd level rule, which comprehension has reached halfway to the medius level, my power had reached the present level. Ever since I comprehended rule power, I have never used it fully. I have come very close using it fully one time against Andy, but at the last minute, I took back 30 power in fear of killing him. It was the right decision, otherwise I would have vaporized Andy despite him also comprehending the peak 2nd level rule, as there was large difference between our comprehension. He was quite powerful and was easily able to crush anyone that came anyway, but in front of every move of his got vaporized. Time passed by and finally 13th minute came. At the 13th minute, both Ruby and Seth likely had reached their limit, but I still have very much fighting power left in me. 21st minute had finally started, but this time it is a little different for me as this is the only second time. I will be using above 70 power of Sunfire rule. Well, Robot is now displaying the power of Peak Major Stage Evolver, and I am fighting it just with the power of Sergeant Stage Evolver. Of course, there is rule power that makes it all possible. Otherwise, even super elites of Sergeant Stage couldn't beat the normal Major Stage Evolver, as the difference between them is too great. Ruby and Seth must have comprehended the 3 RD level rule, or have 2 ND level rules with low comprehension to only last till 13 th minute when they first measured their combat score. If they had a high comprehension of rule, they would have lasted more than that. Even Andy, who I beat at single strike, would able to last till 21 cent minute with the power of his Peak 2 ND level rule. This grim battlefield is an amazing place to make the fast progress as yesterday. I sensed a threat from both Ruby and Seth. Ever since I comprehended the rule of killing, instinct and senses received an upgrade. With just a look, I can sense the threat from other people. Both Ruby and Seth are very strong. Their combat score is definitely 5,000 or above to make me feel such a threat. After 14 minutes, I stopped increasing the power of my offensive and kept using only 70 of my rule power for the offense, as I felt it was enough against Robot that captain stage. At the 15 th minute did it started to display the power of major stage, but even against that, I was faring quite well, but it will change at 22 and second. As at 22 and second, the robot will display the power of the colonel stage evolver, which will be on a completely different level. At every 3 stages, there is a qualitative change. When one enters the sergeant stage from the corporal stage, he will feel the qualitative change in his strength. It is many times greater than the normal level up between stages. The same happened in captain stage and colonel stage. I did not feel much effect of this qualitative change as I have rule power, but if I didn't have that, I would have been definitely felt elated after leveling up to the sergeant stage. Not only Robot's power, but my power also experiences the qualitative change, as till now the rule power I had been using is low level of the basic stage, but above 70, I will be using rule power, that of low-level comprehension. This is my true trump card, which even I am unable to predict how powerful it is. That is why I have been making mistakes on predicting my own power. I hope that this trump card will help me get enough combat score that I will be able to enter the S-Class Guild. Only a second is remaining before 22 ND minutes start. Fearing Robot's power will increase suddenly as it will display the power of the colonial stage. I merged 75 rule power in my strengthening skill. Ting. The 22 and minute started and Robot's fist and metallic vines came at me at the same time. I decided to deal with fist first at it faster and more destructive than the metallic vines. BAMM, bang. As my sword and fist clashed, I heard huge bam, and the next second I could Robot had flown back with crashing speed as it finally crashed against the wall with bang. That was unexpected. I knew that this blow will be powerful, but did not expect to be this powerful. It took a while for Robot to stand up and came to attack, but it came. If I launched this attack before 21 cent minuet, this robot would have stayed on its spot till the minute is over, but now it is different. The robot now has the power of Colonel Stage, which is different from the other stages. Colonel Stage, General Stage, and Marshal Stage are the last 3 stages of the 12 basic stages, and they are especially powerful than the other 9 stages. Till now its stages was roughly divided in 7 minutes, but from the 22nd minute, there will be about 14 minutes of Colonel Stage. That is the general equation of Robot's fighting method, but it does not always hold true, as sometimes some exception happens. Like now at 22 and minuet, the robot is showing the power of average Colonel Stage, but at the next moment it could directly show the power of elite Colonial Stage, which it shows in 33 RD second. Nothing is defined when one is taking combat score measurement test, especially 21 cent second. 22 ND minute quickly passed over, as Robot kept banging against the wall whenever I attack. At 23 RD minutes, the result wasn't much different than that of the 23rd, as Robot kept banging against the wall. I kept attacking it while it is down, not giving it a single chance to fight back. Initially I thought I will need to use my speed skill and some other skill after 20 minutes, but now it looks like it will take quite some time for it to make me give my all. Bang bang bang, 24 th minutes had started, and in these minutes, the robot started to show some resistance to my attacks, but still, I had a huge upper hand as I kept banging it against the wall of the fighting chamber. It's 7 metallic vines, and the human body is not able to penetrate my defense even slightly. 25 th minuet was the same, but 26 this little different, as at 26 th minute, when Robot started to barely avoid being crushed against the wall with every attack of mine. At 27 th minuet, it started to launch the counter-attack on me, but its counterattacks was very slow that I was easily able to avoid them without any effort. Just like the 27 th minutes, 28 th was the same where I could counter attackers, but it changed 29th minute where I started to feel the strain and started to go on the defensive move. At 30th minute, the strain on me increased even more that I had to go the fully defensive. In the 30th minute, I did not get a single chance to launch an attack. Bang, bang, bang. At 31st, I merged 80 of my rule power in my strengthening skill, and the whole process of Robot Tree Man crashing against started repeating itself. By the 34th minute came, the robot barely able to able itself from crashing against the wall. I was quite happy seeing that his robot is now fighting me with power of the peak colonial level powerhouse, but now funtime time is over at 35th minute. The robot will increase its power, that of the general stage. The general stage is the second last stage of 12 basic stages, and after that is the martial stage, the last stage before one could enter the completely new stage of power. Taking no chances, I merged 85 of my rule power in my skill, as there is only a second before 35th minute start. Ting. The 35th minute started, and I found robot speed suddenly increased tremendously, and its fist, which is far away, comes very close to me, that I barely had any time to defend properly. All I could do make my sword stand vertically to bear defend against the fist of the robot that is very, very close to me. Clank, thud, 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 thud. As the giant fist crashed against my sword, which I hastily put up in front of me as defense, I felt immense shock traveling in my body. This shock was so immense that if I didn't have my body covered with 85 rule power, then it would have broken into several pieces despite wearing whole totem artifact gear all over my body. Still, I had to take 5 steps back to defuse the power blow that had coursed through my veins. Danger hadn't been over 7 snakes like vines coming at me with very fast speed. Seeing the 7 vines coming at me speedily, I activated my speed skill and defense skill and merged 85 of rule power into them. Though activation of these skills won't help me much against the vines that are coming from me, as they will reach me before the skills are fully activated, but they will be a great help to against future attacks like the fist that is coming just behind the vines. Seeing those vines right in front of my heart started to beat up fast. The 2 skills I am activating won't help against these 7 vines, as they will be activated way too late. The only option I am seeing successfully defending against these vines Isis merged or power rule power in my skill, but I don't want D2 that. As I was just imagining the pain I will feel when one of these vines, I suddenly remember the move I once saw and decided to perform it. This time I will not deal with each vine at a time, as I will not be able to fend off all of them. Instead, I did the weapon movement I have seen the memory when I was comprehending killing Rule from the axe at Rule Palace. This movement is one of the few things I was able to see clearly in the memory. He had performed it with the axe, but I am doing it with axe. I hope it will be successful, or these vines sure going to feel pain. Clank. Injecting all maximum mana in my sword, I swung my sword 3 times as fast as I could. At every swing, at first slash my sword clashed 2 metal vines that were coming from my shoulder and chest. A great shock had traveled as when my sword clashed against the 2 metallic vines, I want to relax my arms to absorb Thabo, but I did not and swung there the swung sword forcefully. Clank, clank. This time my sword also clashed against 2 vines, and this time the shock I felt in my arm is even more powerful than the last time, as last time's shock is still lingering in my arm. The combination of both of shock is enough to make my arm a little slow. Normally, it would be not a problem if my arm a little slow, as motions I am performing is taking a fraction of seconds, not even full second. Sometimes delay of microsecond did not matter much, but now it matters very much. So I forcefully gritted my teeth as swung my sword at 3 metallic vines that are coming toward me in a way I saw it in the memory. Clank, clank. My sword clashed against the 2 vines, and it slowed down a little involuntarily due to shock my arm is bearing, seeing that my heart stopped. If I didn't do anything, the vine going to attack my neck, and power of this blow is fatal enough to kill me. The robot will stop before it could seriously injure, but stopping it only mean the fight will be over. I don't want that to happen, as I haven't reached my limit yet. The only way to stop that vine attacking me is to merge more rule power in my 3 skills. The boost it will give me will be more than enough to deal with that attack, but I really didn't want to go with option. Clank. Seeing no choice, I was about to merge more rule in my skills, so I could defend against that vine attack, when I noticed the speed of my sword had suddenly increased, and I was able to effectively deal with that attack. I first didn't understand what happened at first, but as gaze fell on a faint layer of yellow and blue covering my body, I understood the reason. I was able to successfully defend against it because my skill had activated a little earlier than I had expected. I wanted to shout enjoy at that, but I didn't have time, as the fist of robot which is in front of me, and right behind that are metallic vines I just defended against. Clank, clank, clank. Crouching, I avoided its fist and madly swung my sword against its torso before the next fist and vines arrived. Clank, clank, clank. As time passed on, my sword kept crashing against the robot. I mostly tried to dodge its attacks, but some attacks which cannot be dodged is confronted by my sword. The more attacks I launched against its body, the more points I will receive. Finishing fight quicker the better, especially in a place like Grim Battlefield, where danger lurks at every point. Half the 35th min had a minute had passed, while the other half is passive speedily in intense fighting. As I was fighting a robot, I started thinking about the power of robot. Soon 35th minutes had comminuted, and 36th had stated, but there is no change in my fight with robot, as second before 36th minute had started, I had merged 90 power of Sunfire into 3 of my skills. I had expected to gain upper hand in 36th minute, as I had increased power increased by 5, but to my surprise, the result was the same. As the 36th minute passed and 37th minute started, I merged 95 of my rule power in my skills, but no use as in these minutes also I did not get an upper hand. 37th minute had passed, and 38th minute had started, and this most important minutes of my minutes I am using all the rule power I have, which is 100. I have never used the power of the Sunfire fully in any fight. I had merged it 100 in a fit of anger, but quickly took back 30 when I was fighting against Andy, fearing I will kill him. Well, what I thought is really true, as if I had attacked at 100 of my power, that Andy would have definitely vaporized on the spot. The summit lowly comprehension had already reached halfway through the mid-stage mid-lower stage. I am confident if it had been the peak of low level, I would have easily able to fight any general stage evolver. The rule power is very powerful, especially peak 2 ND level rule their power of is amazing. Thinking that I couldn't help but wonder how powerful the 1 cent level rules would be. They have the power to break the sky and turn the ground asunder. I couldn't help but shudder when I thought about the power of first level rule. Clank, 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 clank. As my sword clashed against the robot, sparks could be seen flying all around the chamber. It's like small fireworks lit up whenever I clashed against any part of robot. This is happening because every attack of mine and robot packed considerable power, but also due to me using Rule of Sunfire, which is hot extremely had the power to vaporize whatever it touched. Currently, I am fighting the robot with my full power, but 5 seconds later, when 39th minute will start, I will not have any trump card. It will be a challenge just to resist for a second. Only 3 seconds are remained for 38th minute to be over, and this time I have no trump card left to power up. Currently, I am fighting the robot with the equal ground, but the next minute, its power going to increase tremendously, but I didn't have any trump card against it. It will be a challenge just to stand in front of it for a second, much less fighting it for a few minutes, but still, I am very happy seeing that. I was able to fight robot till 38th minute, which is very few rookies were able to do. Ting, time ticked by and finally 39th minute had started. It was a good thing that second before I had put some distance between us. So, when 39th minute would start, it will take at least half a second for its attacks to reach me. Well, in that half-second time, I had taken out Shield-type Totem Artifact, which I hadn't used till now, and also started to circulate Supreme Combat Exercise, which I hadn't circulated in quite a while. Zap, 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 thud, thud. Sound of metallic vines and robots' footsteps could be heard as they come at me. Their speed is faster than ever before. Clank BA and an NG. Fuck, everything happened so fast that I barely had a chance to understand myself. Before starting of 39th minute, I thought if not a full minute, I would at least survive for a few seconds of 39th minute, but I was very wrong. As the first metallic vine crashed on my shield, I received an immense shock that swept me off my feet and made me crashed on the wall of the chamber. If not for the wall became very soft as I crashed across it, I'm very sure now every bone in my body would have been broken and I wouldn't be far from death. Challenger defeated. Calculating combat score. I had just gotten off the wall wobbling when I heard robotic voice coming somewhere from the chamber. The battle had been over the second. I flew away like a cannonball toward the wall. The fight had been good. My only regret is that I hadn't been able to fight for 40 minutes. With me fighting for 40 minutes, there would have been a very high chance that I would get a combat score of 4,000 points, but with me lasting only for 39 minutes, the chance of me getting combat score of 4,000 points is low. Nothing is definite. By some miracle I might get 4,000 points, I thought hopefully, but soon shook my head at my wishful thinking. I will come to know my combat score in 5 minutes. In that time I should drink some potion to heal my injuries. That last blow was quite something. I am quite injured by it despite robot controlling its strength last moment, and while turning fluffy at last second to save me from injuries. Ha, I started to feel good as the cool sensation of the healing potion started to wash over my body, starting to heal all the small and big injuries I have received. Challenger 34,363, congratulations on getting combat score 4347. The thing I was waiting to hear finally rang out. but when I heard what my combat score is, I couldn't help but get surprised. An involuntary sound comes out of my mouth. I was pretty sure that my combat score wouldn't be higher than 4,000, but shockingly, my combat score is 4347, which is totally out of my expectations. I even suspected I heard wrong, and only became sure after reading the mail on my HoloWatch, which showing my combat score. I walk out of the chamber with a big excited look on my face. I am feeling very excited having such a big combat score. With it, not only I can apply for any A-class guild, but I can even apply to the S-class guild also, and there's quite a high chance that I will get accepted. S-class guilds only accept the best, and rookies need a combat score of 4,000 points just apply in it. Getting accepted in is an entirely different thing. Despite that, I feel that I have a very good chance to get into the S-class guild, and the reason for that is that the rule power which I have. Those who come to the grim battlefield first time are those captain stage or above, and they did not have rule power, but compared to them I am different. I am just at sergeant stage and also have high-level rule power, which put me way above the normal rookies that came to the grim battlefield. After getting my combat score, I did not stay at Adventure Paradise any longer and returned back to my apartment. I have got my combat score. Now it is time to send the application to the guilds, and I am only going to send the application to the best guilds, which are the S-class guilds. There are only 5 S-class guilds in Fort Cavendish, which are Silver Butterfly, Raging Thunder, Black Cloud, Scythe, and Red Flag. There is no ranking between them as all of them boost near equal power. With me having above 4,000 combat score, I am eligible to apply for all 5 S-class guilds, but I will only be able to apply only 4 guilds as Silver Butter only accepts women. As for the other 4 guilds, they accept both men and women. Applying for the guilds are very easy to process. I just have to log on to their site and submit my combat score and battle video from which my combat score is measured. I one by one sent my application to the all S-class guild, hoping to get accepted in any of these 4 guilds. I think my chances of getting in the S-class guild are quite high, but they are not 100%. It will depend on guild if they need me as their member. Ruby had said that connections of these S-class guilds are quite wide, and they run a detailed background check on every member they accept. I think the only weakness I have is my background. It is the only thing that could stop me from becoming a member of the S-class guild. If I had joined any organization back in the Republic, my chances to get into the S-class guild would have been even better, but unfortunately, I didn't regret it one bit. I am now not a bit less than a member of the Oni organization. Fighting prowess is equal to their best members. I can fight super elite of the same grade head-on and not loose, and all that without the help of rule power. I quickly finished by sending all 4 applications. I will get an answer in 3 days. In 3 days, I will know if I get into the S-class guild or not. As for what I will do in these 3 days, I have a pretty good idea. It's just that this idea is very, very dangerous, especially for a rookie like me. Tomorrow I plan to head outside. Normally it is advised for rookies to go outside without experienced members, but that is only applied to weak rookies who have combat scores less than 1,000. I am not overconfident, but with my power, I will be safe as long as I didn't venture out a safe area. I would have not done this, but I have nothing to do for 3 days. I could sightsee, but I can do that later also. There are many amazing things in the city, some of which I have only heard from the mouth of those from the Awakening Ground, but all of them expensive. The few thousand merit points I have spent in just a few hours. Now that I had decided to go outside, I should make the right preparation for that. There are many things I would need to buy before going outside, but most important is crystal disc. This is a must-have item that everyone needs. The cheapest crystal disc cost 5,000 merit points, and that is the lowest grade crystal disc in the market. If I would just wait for a few days, I can get crystal disc for free, and that crystal disc would have better quality than the one I am buying. Every guild offers its members free crystal disc as it is an essential item. Even C-class gold offers better crystal disc than the one I bought. After the crystal disc, I brought some other miscellaneous items which left my account with just a few hundred merit points. I hope this trip will be worth it and earn me some merit points. After buying stuff, I started to look for an area where I am going to hunt. I didn't have to search very long as Adventure Paradise sites had listened to names of hunting grounds, which is good for the rookies to hunt. I selected the Sardine Hills. It is quite a famous area amongst the strong rookies, and many experienced evolvers also hunt there. This hunting ground is a little dangerous for normal rookies, but with Ashlyn and my power combined, we can manage any grim race monster, and if by some bad luck we come across some strong grim race monster, I can definitely run away from it. The whole day passed quickly while I am busy researching for tomorrow's adventure. Sufficient research is necessary before any big adventure. After finishing my research, I started to perform body cleansing technique which had become a daily habit of mine. Still, I was only able to perform till 15th pose before falling into the ground like a dead dog, and only able to get after half an hour. Ring, ring, ring. I'm woken by alarm before dawn and I started to make my preparation to leave. I have already packed everything yesterday. Still, I did a double count of things in case I forgot anything. An hour later, I stood up in front of the bed, carefully looking at 5 totem artifact that is placed on it. Of the 6 totem artifacts, 5 of them are at Colonel grade while 6th one martial. It is a bright red sword which I got in the way to the awakening ground. The 5 Colonel grade totem artifact in front of me are exchanged and brought with Jill's help. They all are very suitable to me. As for showing such high-level artifacts here, I am not worried about that as nearly all people here are wearing the same level of totem artifacts as these on the bed. The only enviable thing on me is the red sword which is mid-level martial grade totem artifact which I will not show in public, only use it when I am alone, and as for weapon to show in public I have brought a special sword. I started to wear my artifacts one by one, mask, armor, shield, boots, and finally put a dark blue sword by my waist. Seeing everything is ready, I walk out of my apartment. After getting out of my apartment, I called the hover car. It arrived a few minutes later and sped toward the east gate at a swift speed. This is the fastest hover car I've ever sat, even in the Republic when hover cars flying outside the city ain't this fast. With such speed, the hover car took just 7 minutes to reach the east gate of the Fort Cavendish. Holy shit. A curse came out of my mouth involuntarily when I looked at the east gate. I would have been utterly shocked seeing this gate if not for me seeing the giant runic mountain back at the awakening ground. The city gate is runic structure. Runes could be seen flashing on it now and then, though the runes on it are not dense as the mountain at the awakening ground still. It is a second runic structure I've seen, and it is marvelous. The things that involve runes are very difficult to make, especially mega projects such as these city gates. Not only the city gate is marvelous, but the giant cannons that place the top of it also looked even more marvelous. Each cannon is 10 meters long, and hundreds of such cannons are placed on the top of the wall. There are a total of 4 such giant gates across the city from which people can go outside, but it is not the only way I can see many people flying above it. Not everyone could fly in the city. One needs special permission, which could only be given to high-level powerhouses and off-course members of S-Class guilds. Once one became a member of S-Class guild, he will gain permission to fly across the city. One didn't need to go to the city gate like normal people. People want to get into S-Class guild like crazy, not only because they have super strong members, there are many other reasons for it. Special privileges, access to places that one wouldn't get normally in status of being member S-Class guild. These are also reasons why people want to become its members. If I got accepted in the S-Class guild, then I also could fly over the city wall without having fear of getting shot by security cannons that are hidden in the wall. Tens of thousands of people could be seen getting out of the wall of a second, not wasting the time I also run through the giant gate like them. When I get out of another side, I saw barren land. There is nothing in front of except for barren land. As people get out of gates, they suddenly spin toward different directions. Some chose to run on the ground while others chose to run on the air. It is as I've expected. From what I've read, 30 kilometers around the Fort Cavendish is completely barren. Grim race monster rarely comes this close. The real hunting starts when one goes out 50 kilometers range of Fort Cavendish. The hunting ground I've chosen is 60 kilometers away from the Fort Cavendish. I plan to travel by air till I reach the boundary of barren land, and then I will travel on the ground, thinking that I took a jump in the air and run toward the direction of Sardine Hills. Flying through the air, I saw many people who are going the same direction as me. They are traveling on either ground. More than half of the people could be seen traveling in a group, while those who are single are a minority compared to them. I've never been a group person and always preferred to go hunting alone. It must be due to me being a free adventurer, as people from the organization have to do a certain number of missions in the group, and they seem to like working in small groups. I've seen very few people from the organization's adventure solo outside, which is mostly done by unaffiliated adventurers like me. As I am running on the air, I saw that I was one of the slowest people here. There are many times faster than me. Well, I am not surprised to see that, as there is a vast difference between me and them. I am using low-level night grade skill as I am still at sergeant stage, while all of them are either using mid-level or high-level night grade skills, seeing they are at captain stage or above. I have even seen some people wearing void boots and flying with their help. Seeing them, I felt very envious. Void boots are crazy expensive and could only be worn by Colonel stage and above powerhouse. The first time I have seen someone wearing void boots is when I am coming to Westblood City's first time and our train is attacked by the small monster horde. At that time, the people who came to rescue us were wearing void boots. I still remember the face of a young man who saved me. He had come flying and killed the monster, who about to take my life with a flick of his hand, and flew away. I first thought they were rescuers that Westblood City had sent, but much later I've come to know that they are people that Jim's parents had sent to rescue us. As I've said, the void boots are crazy expensive and could be used by Colonel Stage or above, and wearing them one can fly, real fly, not like us who are walking on air using the skill. Void boots help one fly, real fly. With it they have utter mobility. They can do whatever they want in the air without being risk plunging in the ground, which all skills have. Seeing my speed is slow, and at this speed, it will take me a lot more time to reach my destination, I decided to merge 25 of my rule power into my skill. Fuck, I said out loud as I took the step, my speed is too great. I did not expect my speed to be this faster after I merged my rule power into it, and the worst thing is now I am crashing toward the ground. I have to quickly get control at myself at the moment, otherwise, by the speed I am going, I would fare very badly if I crashed against the ground. Fuck, 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 thud, cursing internally, I finally somehow able to control myself and able to land on the ground unstable. Fuck, that was close, I said as I take a couple of breath. The increase of speed was totally out of my expectation. I thought since I am in the air by the 25 rule power would give almost double speed of what I get using 25 rule power in my speed type skill, but I was utterly wrong. That 25 rule power has given me 5 times speed boots that of speed skill. That is why I caught so off guard by such speed. Heh. I started dating experience such speed. It's not a bad thing but a very good thing. If I come across a very dangerous grim race monster or any other danger, it would really help me to run away. Zup, I shot through the air like rocked as I took the jump. With 25 rule power merge skills, I got amazing speed. The reason for near crashing earlier was I caught off guard by such fast speed, but now I had already exportability. I was able to fly at such a fast speed. My control over such speed is still a little shaky, but I still able to control myself in air, and as time passed I got better and better control over it that about 45 minutes later when I reached the boundary of the barren land, I had gained quite god control over it. Thud. Landing on the ground, I looked at the forest in front of me. This forest is a little different from another forest I've seen. Its trees are extremely huge and bulky. One can easily carve out a few stories building out of them. Another strange thing is that I didn't hear monsters sound. This forest is nearly devoid of monsters. All of the monsters have been the one casualty of the war between humans and the Grim race. Humans had barely killed any monsters, most of them killed the Grim race. The reason we called Grim race to people a Grim race monster that they are in true sense are monsters. They are more monstrous than the monsters. Grim race is gluttonous race. They will eat anything that came into their sight, and their most favorite delicacy is humans. They eat human meat with utter relish. I don't know if it's true or not, or Ruby and Seth just said is just to scare me. They said that one day when they were hunting with their group, they had come across Grim race monster who were barbecuing human bodies and taking a bite out their flesh now and then. Yesterday when they told me this thing, I was 100% sure they were messing with me, but after I have done research, I am not sure anymore. Shaking this thought, I walked into the forest. Sardine Hills are just 20 kilometers from here. I should walk carefully now that entered the forest. Walking through this eerie forest, I felt the foreign energy thickening its amount already 5 times greater than the first space realm I entered. It is a good thing that energy did not affect humans and their bonded monsters. If there is any normal monster, it will be affected by this dark energy within days, and change will start happening to its body soon after. As I traveled through the forest, I did not see any Grim race monsters that I desperately wanted to see. Time passed by as I cautiously traveled through the forest, and about an hour later I spotted fish like hills from the distance. I can totally understand why this area is named Sardine Hills. This hill ranges really look like fish, I thought when I looked at the hills. Seeing I have come closer to the hill, I started to walk faster and only slowed down when I reached the base of one of the hills. I was just about to start walking on the front of the hill of me when I saw a bulky man is crouching down doing something. After looking at him for a moment, I was about to walk away when I noticed something. Ears. There were furry ears on bulky man head. Seeing that, I became vigilant and just touched my sword when the bulky man turned his head, looked at me. What I saw next utterly shocked me, as it is not the human head but wolf head, which lips seemed to colored with blood. Another treat. It said faintly discernible human language with a fiendish smile on its face, which is enough to make one's skin crawl with fear. It slowly stood up and turned toward me, and I got a full look at the first Grim race monster. This Grim race monster is Wolfman tribe, or us humans werewolf, all the werewolf tribe, one of the common but also powerful tribes among Grim races. It is wearing full body leather cloths with runic armor. 2 axes could be seen on its waist, and it's wearing big pendant in its neck which has strange symbol carved on. It likely to be a symbol of sub-tribe he belonged to. Today my luck is very good. I had just finished lunch and wasn't quite satiated from it, but spirits heard my wish and sent you here, so I could finally sate my hunger. It said in a thick, weird accent, and that when I finally noticed its bloody fingers and broken human bones, that when I finally understood the cruelty of the grim battlefield. I think I have taken this grim battlefield too lightly. In my mind, I always thought as another Westblood city where I will regularly hunt monsters and earn the money. I truly didn't understand the gravity of the word war mentioned in the informative document I had read. It had said understand that we have been war with grim race for thousands of years. It might not seem like it, but we are constantly fighting against them. My mistake of assuming the Grim race, same as the monster race unconsciously, was huge. Grim race is not just a dumb monster, but a race that has similar intelligence as us. Even if I don't want to, I have to consider them equal and treat it as I would treat a powerful evolver, otherwise I would really regret it. The Grim race monster in front of his lieutenant stage, and being werewolf tribe, it had both speed and strength with quite high defense. The only weakness it has that these werewolves are quick to anger, and if agitated, they go berserk very quickly. I and Werewolf kept looking at each other quietly. I have my hand on my sword while it had also gripped dual axes it had on its waist. The blade of axes is still laced with blood, and from its coppery smell, I could tell that blood likely from the human that it had just eaten. My lunch, do you have any wish the way you want to be eaten? I personally like to eat raw, but since I am in good mood, I can entertain your wish, asked Werewolf mocking voice while licking the blood off its lips. I grimaced a little hearing that, but soon controlled myself and put a smile on my face. I am also in a very good mood as you are going to be the first Grim race monster that I am going to hunt. So tell me, do you have a preference the way I cut you before I shove a crystal disc inside you? I asked in the same mocking tone. You wretched food, you dare to talk to your betters, bellowed the werewolf and attacked me at a very fast speed. So it is true. Seth had said laughingly that slight mention of crystal disc can make these Grim race monsters angry, and once you mention that you will shove crystal disc into them, they will go mad, especially those from Wolfman tribe and Lionman tribe, as they get angry very easily. I was already prepared, and just as it attacked, my strengthening skill and speed type skill, which step away from activating, got activated, and I also 25 of my rule into my skill. As I merged my rule power, the view front of me had become slightly crimson, and the werewolf that is coming at me became slow. Not only that I could very easily able to every moment of his body an intense emotion of killing he is feeling toward me. This time the rule which I've used is not rule of Sunfire which I got from Ashlyn, but the rule killing which I myself have comprehended. Rule of killing is the best rule for killing. There is no other rule in the second level which is better for killing than the rule of killing. Rule of killing, once used, not only enhances one's senses, but also provide offensive killing energy that once seeped inside the opponent's body, not only could make opponents' healing slower, but also affect one's senses and make them sluggish. I did not move and let the werewolf come closer to seeing that expression of confusion had appeared on its face, before changing that of glee as it probably thought I was not able to move because of its fear. Die, it shouted loudly and swung both of its axes at me. I finally moved when it swung its axes at me. I crouched down and advanced toward its left axe, which I saw slowly coming toward me. As the axe was just hand distance away, I slightly moved left and moved through space of its arm and arrived at its back before it knew what happened. Slash. Moving to its back, I swiftly attacked its back with all of my strength. It had noticed my attack, but it was too slow, dodged it as my sword perfectly cut through its back, drawing the fountain of blood. Ah! It screamed loudly and swung both of its axes at its back, but by the time it did that, I've already moved from its axe's range. You will pay for this wound, you wretched food, bellowed Werewolf loudly and again attacked me with its axes, but this time, it was careful as it did not leave any loose spaces from which I could exploit. I activated the shield on my left hand and moved it to intercept the right axe and moved my sword to intercept its left axe. Clank, clack. Both of our weapons clashed and I felt immense shock traveled my body, but I endured and swiftly moved my sword and slashed my sword across its chest while it was still being shocked, seeing I had intercepted its axes head-on. Slash. We roll for the species of immense strength, so when the werewolf saw its opponent stop its blow head-on and did not take a single step back, it had quite shocked, but he did not get a time to mull over it as it felt sharp pain across its chest. When it looked down, it saw a long bloody slash across its chest. Blood could be seen coming from it in large quantities, and that when it noticed that wound on its back that should have been healed due to its rapid regeneration is still bleeding. Rule power. It said out loud astonishment. A slight fear had appeared on its face before it had hidden it quickly. Oh, you only noticed now, I replied sarcastically and slashed my sword across its neck. Clank, hee. This time it was able to stop my sword, but I already expected it, seeing it became vigilant knowing I have the rule power, and that is why I slightly flicked my wrist and my released from the deadlock of its axes and moved toward its face. Patchak, fuck, it missed, I cursed. I thought I would give its ugly face a big scar like its chest and back, but it managed to move its face last minute, and all I able to draw a slight line of blood across its cheek by its teeth. Food, you have really angered me, it screamed with intense anger. What are you going to do about it then? I asked while keeping my sword ready for attack if I saw a chance. I know I have underestimated you, and you are quite strong for your level, but you thought you can defeat me with just that, then you are gravely mistaken, it said, and suddenly red smoky flame started to come out of its body. Within a second, the red smoke concentrated above its head, forming a loose smoky figure of the wolfman. Spirit totem, I said out loud as I saw the smoky silhouette of werewolf above the werewolf head. I am shocked seeing this spirit totem. I thought this werewolf was just normal, but did not expect it to be a low-level elite of its tribe. Grimm race's power system seems similar to our, but it very different from the core. It is said that the Grimm race comes from the high-level world, and if not for our having restriction of power level, even experts from a small tribe of that world have the power to annihilate everyone in this world. The red smoky werewolf silhouette that appeared above werewolf is spirit totem from its tribe. The spirit totem werewolf, although it is a little fuzzy and made of smoke, one can see its regality. Just one look and feel reverence arose in my heart. If I keep looking another few seconds, I would have definitely kneeled in front of it. It is cautioned that one must never look at spirit totems directly, as all of them have the power to enchant. It's not the totem doing it on purpose, but that in reality, the original spirit totem is powerful enough that even its impression can charm anyone. It is said to be made from dead souls of their tribe experts. Those tribe spirits are extremely powerful, and those who could draw power from them considered elite of the tribe. Although looking at the totem spirit and information I've read, this totem spirit is the lowest of a kind, but it will still double the power of this werewolf. Thank the god this werewolf is not marked. Otherwise, the only choice I would have left was to run far as I can. Yes, this is great spirit totem of my tribe, and now you will face its power. Said werewolf with its fiendish smile, and smoky spirit totem came down, started to cover werewolf body with its red smoke. As werewolf covered in a cloak of red smoke, it attacked me, and this time its speed faster than last time, and it is giving off oppressive feelings. Seeing it coming toward me, I also didn't stay on the spot, but run toward it. I had already merged 50 of rule of killing into my skill. With it my senses even became sharper, and my attacks will be stronger. Clank clank, my sword and shield clashed with its axes, and when I flicked my wrist to slide my sword toward its shoulder, it maneuvered its axe same time and stopped my sword from making the further advances. Clank. Seeing it as being failed, I took back my sword and attacked toward its thigh, which was showing weakness, but I found my sword is blocked just as it started to move. Looks like it's the spirit totem had not only give boots to its strength, it also gave a boost to its senses, otherwise it would have been very for it to stop my sword this quickly. Your totem spirit is quite good, I complimented. Hearing the compliment from me, a big smile appeared on his hideous face, which looked even more hideous. The majesty of our totem spirit is beyond your comprehension, Food, it said boastingly. If you surrender now and ask for forgiveness, I promise I will give you quick death and enjoy your full body, leaving nothing. It said disdainfully, drunk in power that spirit totem had given it. Well then, I'll sure remember to keep you completely conscious when I shove the crystal disc inside you, I said, teasing voice, while disdain is very apparent in my eyes. You Food, you will pay for what you have just said. I'll make sure you are very alive when I enjoy part of you. It bellowed angrily and attacked me. I did not felt fear as it attacked me in fury. Instead, I rejoiced as the angrier it is, the more mistake it will make during the battle, and that is the reason why I mentioned crystal disc while teasing it. Crystal disc is the thing is what Grimm race most hate. They preferred to torture than be connected to the crystal disc. Clank clank. I did not wait for its attack, but met it halfway, and as our weapon clashed, no one showed weakness. I searched for weakness in its form, but I find very few, and those I find could not be exploited. Still, I was not disappointed. I just have to wait a little more and chance will show itself, and another thing is, I am having quite fun fighting this werewolf. The totem spirit of this werewolf tribe giving it an enhancement similar to that of my killing rule, so fighting it I am having a better understanding of killing rule I had comprehended. Clank clank clank, we kept fighting, and as the more time passed the better grasp I am having of killing rule. Till now all the opponents I had fought, most of them were a monster, and my friends like Jill. The monsters were no challenge. I was able to kill them as I killed the pigs. As for my friends except for Jill, I had beaten all. Jill had comprehended 2 rules somehow. One is normal level 2 rule, rule of speed, while other is peculiar peak level 2 rule. If one wants to fight against that rule, one had to have peak level 2 rule, otherwise people will lose before the fight even started. That's how peculiar that rule is. As more time passed during the fight, I started to understand the fighting rhythm of this werewolf, and I even stopped exploiting the small weakness to show that it is gaining upper hand, and I am having a hard time fighting against it as fight longs on. I am doing this for a big chance, and it seemed to be working. This werewolf is not an idiot and had guessed my strategy, as over time it started to show more and more weakness to lure me into making move. The weaknesses it had shown were not only weak but big also, but I was easily able to identify them as traps with my killing rule. Killing rule not only gives one an intuition in fighting, but it also lets one catch a slight glimpse of opponent emotion upheaval, and if one's smart enough one can identify traps that opponent led in the fighting. With aid of killing rule, I did not attack any major traps. I had to attack some of the weaknesses to show that I still fighting with my all, but I am becoming cautious as fight longs on. Finally, enough time later, it started to lose his vigilance and becoming bold fighting me, believing I having a hard time fighting it and this what I was waiting for. Now that its vigilance against me had loosened, I am going to make my move once it showed the big weakness and going finish the fight in a single move. I have to wait for quite long as the chance had come 15 minutes later, but it's worth it. It had just attacked me with quite a speed, but I was able to dodge it, and now that it had missed it is retreating while giving me access to its chest. This is quite a big chance, and I am sure it's not the trap as the chest is its weak point. If attacked one could be mortally wounded, and even if it had guts to use its chest as a trap, I am sure of my ability to retreat. Seeing it is retreating, I quickly moved by my sword, which I used to block its axe just now flipped, and used this flipped momentum to drive the sword directly at its chest. Pack, it saw me flip, and it was a quite good chance to attack, but it cannot as it was retreating. It still tried it though by throwing his axe, which I avoided, but still, it grazed my shoulder. As my flip completed, my sword had built intense moment, and I used all that momentum to drive my sword toward its chest. It discolored seeing my sword coming toward it, and it can't do anything as his other axe will be too slow to block my sword. As my sword just inches away from its chest, it quickly concentrated all the blood-red aura that covering its body toward its chest to form last line of defense. Crackle. While blood-red aura converging toward its chest, my sword finally made contact with it, and a small spark erupted as my killing energy and its blood-red aura touched, but it's still able to stop my sword. All it did was take away little killing energy that was covering my sword. Passing the blood-red aura, my sword felt the real resistance. It seemed like the protection of some artifact. I am not a bit of surprise finding my sword had encountered the resistance. The Grim race is advanced race, and it also had its artifact like us. Just as my sword encountered the resistance, I released all the killing force I had been holding on, and the resistance that my sword had been feeling became butter, and my sword is hot knife as it passed through it, directly piercing the heart of the werewolf. It screamed in horror, but nothing it could do as I started releasing killing energy into his heart. The power of its totem spirit had initially put up a fight, but it was beaten back at last by my killing energy as its level was too low. With feeling no other resistance, my killing energy spread through its body, completely immobilizing it, leaving it just brink of death. "Well, it looks like this food had beaten you," I said mockingly to the werewolf. As I took out the sword from its chest, it wanted to reply to me but cannot as it is being held immobile by my killing energy. Thud, after taking out my sword from its chest, I gave the werewolf a slight push and it fell on the ground. "Do you remember what I promised you earlier?" I asked as I removed the adult palm-sized disc from my storage. Seeing the disc, the look of absolute horror appeared on its face. It started to show a struggle, but it was not even able to move the hair on its body. The killing energy released special energy called killing energy. That energy had many uses, and making one immobile, dulling one's senses are one of them. The disc in my hand is crystal disc, which is used by all humans on the Grim battlefield, and is an absolute thing of a nightmare for Grim race monsters. I have brought the cheapest and lowest grade crystal disc on the market, and the one I have brought is palm size of an adult and rusty black in color on which various runes are carved. It looked like this disc is made of wrought iron and not crystal, which its name used to suggest, and from all crystal discs I've seen on the web, no crystal disc was made of crystal. It is called crystal disc for an entirely different reason. I played with crystal disc for a while, adjusting its parameters manually. If I crystal disc a little expensive than this, I would not have to adjust it manually. All would have been done automatically. The only thing I had to was stick to the Grim race monster. It took me quite a few minutes to get parameters right according to the energy that this werewolf was emitting, and I double-checked it multiple times, as I only have this one disc and mistake in parameters could break it. After I checked everything is right, I crouched down in front of the werewolf and showed the crystal disc to it. Its face full of horror when it saw me take out the crystal disc earlier, but seeing it such close, its immobile face had become horror incarnate. If it was able to talk, I am sure it would have begged me to kill it directly and not use the crystal disc. It would have even tried to bribe me multiple things. It would have used all options it could to convince me not to use the crystal disc on it. That is how much they fear the crystal disc. I am the person who always keeps his promise, so now I am going to shove this crystal disc into you. I said to its horror-stricken face, and cut the leather armor from its chest so I could place the crystal disc on it. There is no restriction on where you stick the crystal disc. You can stick it on whatever place of Grim Race Monster body. The only condition it has that crystal disc had to touch the skin of Grim Race Monster. After tearing its leather armor off its chest, I softly placed the crystal disc on its chest and touched the button as Werewolf watched it all that with its immobile eyes. As I pressed the button, the runes on it started to lit up one by one and pressed down slowly till it tightly stuck against the skin of the monster. As runes became brighter, a projection appeared in the center of a disc 0, but a moment later the numbers started to climb up slowly. Well, if I have high-grade crystal disc, the number would have climbed up at higher speed, but alas it is not. As the crystal disc started its work, the look of extreme pain had appeared in its eyes, but inside it has another emotion, and that is the sorrow. Seeing the extreme pain in its eyes, no shred of sympathy for it appeared in my heart as if it had beaten me. It would have eaten me like it did the previous human it fought. The Grim race is a cruel race who treat us humans as food, so it is better we kill them as much as possible. The Grim is foreign race used dark energy which is very detestable to our world, so after the Grim race monster died, its body would get decomposed within a day. The day is for average Grim race monsters as those at higher stages take longer time to decompose. The main point is, our world hate them would do anything to drive them out, and in all that what's the use of crystal disc? Well, by simply meaning the crystal disc are harnessing and converting devices. With the correct runic algorithm, we can harness the energy that presents in the Grim race monster, used and convert into the energy we used with the help of the crystal disc. The capacity of my crystal disc is 5 mana crystals, so when the projection will show 100, 1 mana crystal will be produced in the crystal disc. Normal Lieutenant Stage Grim Race Monster can give 3 mana crystal, but this one is elite which could summon a spirit totem. It should able to produce more mana crystals. Just till a few days ago, I used to think that mana crystals only found in mine, but now I know there is another source for them, and that is Grim Race. At the current stage, I can't use these crystals as a practicing resource, and could only use them as currency. In the memory of White Axe, I have seen the number of crystals its owner needed when he was preparing to make a breakthrough out of the night stage. Ting! A small sound came out of crystal disc indicating that first crystal had been produced, and now it has started producing the second crystal. The werewolf body had quite yellowed as crystal disc kept sucking off its energy. It is still struggling very much with pain and sorrow apparent in its eyes. It must be feeling heart-wrenching pain. If my life force gets sucked out me while I am conscious, I would feel extreme pain during the process. When I thought about that, I remember a year-old memory where I saw the daffodil bees sucking off the life force of the monsters. I still remember the way their screams, and sometimes that scenes appeared in my nightmares. I watched it bellowed in pain apathetically, not feeling any mercy for them. Seth and Ruby had told me if one used crystal disc when the Grim race monster is alive, one can get 10 to 20 more output. For that many people first, bind them, and then use crystal disc on them, as not everyone can comprehend amazing rule as rule of killing. This process is very painful on Grim race, and they bellowed in agony as the crystal disc harnessed the energy out of them. While seeing this process, some idiots feel mercy on them, and some dumbfucks even released the Grim race feeling pity for them. They were Seth's exact words when he was cautioning me. He had specifically warned me about doing this as many rookies, and even somewhat experienced, had lost their lives doing that. Ting, the third monocrytal had been created, and Werewolf looked like it had aged years and now in its last years. Its hair became dull while in its skin became wrinkly and sickly. I hope that it will survive till this 4th crystal is made at least. Though its body had decayed due to absorption, but its spirit is still there, as it is still struggling with all despite feeling the immense pain of absorption. Seeing that some feeling mercy had arisen in my heart, but I quickly quashed it before it could take a root. This is war, and in it, there is no space for mercy. Either we killed them all or they exterminate us. This is going to be the only result of this war. As the more time passed by, sorrow became more apparent in its eyes. It had appeared in its eyes since I placed the crystal disc on its chest. It's feeling sorrow not because of its inevitable but death, but because he thinks that crystal disc is going suck all its spirit, and his spirit is not going to be assimilate in his tribe's totem. Every member of the Grim race had very zealous devotion toward their own tribe's totem, and after death, they wish that their spirit will assimilate into their tribe's totem, but crystal disc won't let them do that as according to them suck their spirit. This is why they hate the crystal disc so zealously. We don't know if it's true or not, as their power system involve faith, sacrifices, and different other things. All we know is based on the Grim race monster over course of thousands of years. Our information about Grim race's power system would have been more in departments if we were able to see the holy ground of the tribe, but unfortunately, that's not possible as all holy grounds of all Grim tribes are located in their homeworld. ting. The fourth crystal had been made, and the werewolf had become a husk of skin and bone which is barely hanging by his dear life by a thread. Well, it didn't matter even if it's dead. The crystal disc going suck all the energy off its body either way. It has been 20 minutes since I placed the crystal disc on its chest, and it had produced just 4 mana crystals till now. If I had high-grade crystal disc, this werewolf would have turned into husk within a minute, and crystals I produced from it would be lot more from it. There is a vast difference between low-grade and high-grade crystal disc. The only saving grace is that both of them produce the same quality mana crystals. It's dead finally, I said as looked at the dead husky body of the werewolf. Still, its eyes were open and emotion unwillingness, anger, pain and sorrow still visible in its eyes. The crystal disc is showing is only 21 when the werewolf was dead, and the numbers are still advancing, as if the death of the werewolf hadn't affected it a bit. A few minutes more passed when finally the numbers on the crystal disc had finally stopped at 78. There is still 22 remaining to be filled to make the 5th crystal. Puff. I crouched down and took out crystal disc. Just as I did that, the body of werewolf, which had become dried husk through harvesting of a crystal disc, had collapsed with the puff. I had already expected it and had activated my mask, so I don't inhale any part of the werewolf. I took out the 4 mana crystal from the crystal disc and look at them carefully. In Republic, these things are precious and hard to come by, but here one can just get them through hunting grim race monsters. After looking at them enough, I put them back in the storage with Krytal disc. After that, I collected 2 axes of the werewolf and stone bracelet, which is the storage equipment of the grim race. I can't open werewolf's storage device as it needs dark energy of grim race, but Adventure Paradise can. They have developed the special technique over the years. After one more time checking, I had left nothing important. I started to climb the hill with Ashlyn. Of course, I didn't forget to burn the poor soul's leftover bones that werewolf left behind after eating him. To find the werewolf, I didn't have to search for very long, but finding the next target to won't be very easy, as the Sardine Hills are spread, is a very vast area. I still have a few hours. I will try my luck till the time of my leaving. If I will be very happy if I was able to find another grim race monster to fight, but even I didn't find any. I won't be sad as I already accomplished the task which I had come here for. I had burning curiosity toward the grim race that we had been fighting for more than 10,000 years. Because of this burning curiosity of mine, I wasn't able to control myself and went outside on just the 3rd day of my coming to the grim battlefield. Experienced adventurers would call it utter idiocy, as it advised to rookies that they first join the guild and only go outside with one's experienced guildmates. One could only hunt alone when one had gained sufficient experience, as this is the grim battlefield, not some normal forest where one could go daily to farm the monsters. 1 hour passed since I finished fight with the werewolf and begin to search for my next prey, but I did not find any, but I did hear the faint sound of battle, and I am currently walking toward it. I cautiously and silently walked toward the battle, and I stopped when I got close enough to see battle, but far enough no can see me. From what I can see, 4 humans are fighting the 3 hogmen, and from what I can see, all 2 hogmen at lieutenant stage, while 3rd, which seemed to be their leader, is at captain stage, while of the 4 humans, 3 of them are different levels of captain stage, while human at major stage. The humans seem to have an upper hand, and if it keeps going this way, I am sure that 4 revolvers will kill the hogmen eventually. Seeing they didn't need help, I started to walk away. I had come to the intention that if the humans in trouble, I could lend them a hand, but they seem all fine. Another hour passed, and I did not see any grim race monsters, but I have seen a lot of other stuff that opened my more to the reality of the grim battlefield, like human skin and bones, and husky ashes that grim race leaves behind after it is sucked dry. In this battlefield, when both meet, it is 77 chances that one side either leaves behind their bones or ashes, only a minority of them able to run away from battle after things get tough for them. Choo-choo. Time passed and I decided to leave in an hour if I didn't find any grim race monsters to hunt when I heard a chirp from Ashlyn. "Do you smelled something?" I had asked her to keep her nose on grim race, and if she smelled, immediately tell me. Choo-choo. She affirmed. Hearing her answer, I started to walk toward the direction she smelled grim race monsters excitedly. Choo-choo. I keep following the direction that Ashlyn is guiding me, and I excitedly follow her while trying to guess what type of grim monster I will face. While I am very excited, I am also being very cautious. This is a grim battlefield, a simple sneak attack, and I could get a direct ticket to the underworld. Walking cautiously, I reached near the place where Ashlyn was leading me to, but when I saw the place, my blood couldn't help but boil and I just want to go there and burn the whole place down. What I saw is nearly 85 eaten human body on Ramrod, while the light fire still ongoing below it, cooking it bit by bit. Looking storage, holowatch, and other artifacts that are piled on the ground and half-eater human meat still on Ramrod. The grim race monsters seem to have left in hurry for some reason. It is their great luck that they left, otherwise I would have used the same merciless method on them that I had used on the werewolf. Despite seeing no one there, I still cautiously moved toward it. Just when I was halfway to Ramrod, I sensed something which made me stop for a second, but after some thinking I started to walk again. Just as I was a few meter distance away from Ramrod, I quickly summoned Fireball and threw it on the Ramrod. Just as I did, two shadows jumped from the ground, toward the Fireball wanting to stop, but they could not, as this Fireball is not simple fire, but Fireball which I had put 100 of my Sunfare power in anger. D-Hub, as my Fireball had touched Ramrod, it burned whatever parts of humans remain on Ramrod, including the Ramrod it had on, turning it all into the ash while two grim race monsters kept looking dumbfoundedly. These grim race monsters had set up a trap with a nearly eaten monster body. If it had any other rookie who became furious after seeing the body and ran toward it forgetting cautiousness, he would have surely fallen to their sneak attack, but it's unfortunate for them that I am not a normal rookie. The first thing is I am not that careless even in I am extremely angry, and secondly, it's impossible to sneak attack on me without me knowing do me have rule of killing. As long as anyone has killing intent toward me and it within a certain distance, I will easily know about him. There is only two ways one could sneak attack on me. One is to not have any killing intent toward me, and another is to have a rule that countered my killing rule or rule that masked one's killing intent. There is third way also, and it did not require the above two conditions. That way is to have far above power than me, so even if I sensed a sneak attack on me, I would be too powerless to stop it. Both of them are Ratmen, about 2 meter and 2.5 meter tall. The shorter one is at captain stage, while taller one is at major stage, and both of them holding short dual blades. Fighting them going to be a little hard. Earlier when I fought against the lieutenant stage werewolf, I had used 25 of rule power to fight it normally and 50 when it used the spirit totem, and only used 100 to immobilize it. If they are normal Ratmen, then I don't think I will have to use the whole rule power if they are normal Ratmen, and if my luck is bad, they are at the level of the previous werewolf, then I think 100 of my rule power would be more than enough. And if my luck turns out to be very bad, and these Ratmen are above the level of the werewolf, then I can use my final trump card, which I hadn't even used when I was measuring my combat score. Because of this trump card need use rule of killing, which I don't want anyone know I had comprehended. Of the two Ratmen, I will fight the tall one and leave short one for Ashlyn. Earlier she also wanted to fight but did not get a chance. Kekek, you damn food, you have destroyed our meal. Now pay the price by replacing it yourself, said tall Ratman in its squeaky voice, and soon after that both of them lunged at me. Choo choo. Ashley chirped loudly and flew away from my shoulder toward short Ratman. On the way she wholly covered herself with her silver fire, and that's not normal fire either. It's fire which is merged with the power of Sunfire, one of best peak second grade offensive rule in front of its offensive power. Even my killing rule's offensive power paled in front of it. I had cautioned Ashlyn not to damage Ratman's body too much, and if possible keep it alive so it could experience the agony of the killing rule. Seeing Ashlyn attacking smaller Ratman, I did not give him second look and looked at tall major stage Ratman which is attacking. Its speed is very fast, and just a second it arrived in front of me attack. Its speed very fast that my eyes are barely able to catch its shadow. Then and there I know I had made estimating its power. When I saw Ratman is at major level, I thought 70 of killing rule would be enough, but I was utterly wrong. It is a good thing that I am using killing rule that made my senses stronger, that in a fraction of a second, I had increased the power by 10 and moved my weapons to meet its blades. If it was rule of Sunfire I had been using, I had been too slow to do all that, and one believes it or not, except for offensive skills when killing rule give more boost to skill than Sunfire rule for some reason. Clank clank, thud thud. I barely able to counter its blades, but I still had to take a step back due to my underestimation of its power earlier. Clank clank, swish. As I was taking a step back, its second attack had arrived, but this time I was ready and able to counter its blows without suffering any loss. Not only that I had even counter-attacked, but it was able to dodge due to its fast speed, all I able to cut few strands of hair of its. Surviving from my swift counter-attack, its eyes became serious, and it started to attack me earnestly, but no matter how it tries, any of its attack able to touch me. It's not that this Ratman is weak. No, this Ratman is quite strong. It would have been a little stronger than the werewolf when it was at lieutenant level. It's just that with killing rule gave me intuition, and this intuition gave a faint idea about opponent's next move, and the more amazing thing is, the longer the fight lasts, the stronger my intuition became. The killing rule is absolutely amazing. It may not have strong of offensive power as other rules, but the various types of enhancement it gave make it one of best peak second level rule that is also best for killing. Squai. I was busy with fighting tall Ratman when I heard quite weird squeak like a scream, It was quite irritating to ears. Tall Ratman and I at the same time cast our look toward the sound, and when I saw the source of the voice, I was quite surprised. I was Captain Stage Short Ratman, and now it looked way different than it looked 10 minutes ago when the fight started. It now looked like a barbecued rat. Not only it has burned every inch of its skin, there are even bullets hole all over its body. From the look of it, it looks quite miserable, as it is largely unsuccessful fending off against thumbnail size of fireballs of Ashlyn, which are shooting toward it one after another like a bullet without pause. This is special fireball that Ashlyn had derived in the past 3 months. These fireballs are concentrated till they became thumbnail size, and the power of Sunfire is fused in them, and they shoot like a bullet toward the opponents, but that's not the only thing special about them. These fireballs came in 2 variations. One is bullet variation, which strikes the opponent like the bullet, and pierce through it, while the second is also flies like a bullet, but when it touched the skin, it explodes and covers the whole body. The funny thing is both of the fireballs look the same and release the same way, so one can't identify what type of fireball is one facing against. One will only able to know when the fireball crashed against something. One can save himself from piercing fireball, but it is very hard to save himself from the exploding fireball, as just as it exploded, it enveloped the whole body. Only a very good shield or defensive skill could save itself from the fireball's explosion effect. The inspiration she got for the bullet fireball is from my skill Fire Strike, but I don't where she got the idea of making fireball that explodes and then enveloped. This effect of exploding and enveloping is very tricky. I have seen it tens of times, but till now I wasn't able to figure how she made it, and I didn't ask her. I have my own pride and will figure out how it's make eventually. The wretched barbecued condition of Ratman is clearly the result of an exploding fireball. Just one look at their battle, one could easily tell that little birdie flying above the Ratman has already won the battle, and now she is just playing around it. I hope that Ashlyn didn't injured it too much, otherwise I will lose many mana crystals. Brother, save me, asked Short Ratman in a squeaky voice as another fireball pierced through its skin. Hearing its brother's plea, the tall Ratman wanted to run toward its brother, but just as it took a few steps, I stood in front of it blocking its way. Where are you going? Our fight hadn't finished yet, I said, and launched another attack at it. Clank. With the clank, we both took several steps back. Let me pass, said tall Ratman, intense anger apparent in its eyes. Seeing the anger appearing in its eyes, I became happy. No, I replied to its statement dramatically as I shook my head saying it. I want to make it angry and feel fear. Let him think that its brother could die at any minute while it was fighting against me. This fear of it will down payment for the pain it will face when I shove crystal disc inside it. There's also the second reason, which is that fighting angrily against me, it will make many mistakes which I will exploit it to finish it off. Very well, then you can only die, it said, and its movements became mysterious, and blades, which I was able to see clear, became blur, that even my eyes weren't able to follow it. Not only the movement of its blades became mysterious, but its body's movement also became mysterious, that I am seeing its body moving both lefts and right at the same time. Its movement making me confused, despite my senses enhanced and intuition heightened. I quickly searched for the possibility of what could cause that. It is not the skill, as Grim Race can't use skills before breaking through the night stage. It is not due to the summoning of Spirit Totem, as whenever Spirit Totem is summoned, they create a visual phenomenon. I was just searching for what could it be when a thing I heard in Awakening Ground came into my mind, and I read it about in the booklet given to us by Fort Cavendish, and when I thought about possibility, I was so terrified that I started to build up the trump card that I have never used it against anyone. Oh, occult skill, I shouted in a terrified voice, hearing my terrified shout. Heh. The Ratman laughs weirdly hearing my terrified shout. You are quite knowledgeable. Yes, this is occult dance. I am very lucky that I am able to comprehend occult dance from my tribe's table, though what I able to comprehend just a fraction of it, not even a percent, but it is still enough to finish tens of you. Occult dance, flood of knives, screamed Ratman in a squeaky voice, and came at me with its mystical occult skill. Occult skills are extremely terrifying from what I've heard, and I did want to take any chances against it, so I used all my power. I used both of my rule power at their 100. Using both rule power together is extraordinary mental energy, as I have to keep both of those rule power in balance. It had taken me 2 months of constant practice to find a balance between them, so I could use both rules together, and I can use them together for just 4 minutes, as it took tremendous mental energy to maintain the balance between them. Both rules complement each other. One gave extreme offensive power, while others gave enhanced senses and heightened intuition, and their combination produced the destructive result. I just hope that it will be enough against this mysterious occult skill. Both of us came at each other. It's a movement which had become very mysterious and difficult to see, now had become slightly visible, though they are still unclear. I am confident to overcome this visible difficult with my heightened intuition that my killing rule gave. Every step had to be taken carefully, even a slight mistake will lead to death. Finally, it came closer to me, and the speed of its blades suddenly increased, and its movements become more mysterious. Although my eyes weren't able to follow the blades of Ratman, but my intuition able to tell me its general direction. Clank, 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 slash, clank, clank, slash. Our weapons are clashing so fast that even I wasn't able to see at them clearly due to their speed. I am defending all of its attacks through intuition, though my counter is not perfect, and every now and then deep slashes keep appearing on my body, that within 10 seconds nearly every part of my body cut by its blades, including my face. As I received more and more wounds, the mysterious energy that Ratman's blade released inside them tried to enter inside me through them, but I was able to keep it in the bay with the power of my rules. More injuries started appearing on my body from the first second, and in just a few seconds their quantity becomes so great that they had appeared on every inch of my body, including my face. I have rarely ever received injury on the face, but now I have received so many injuries on my face that they are greater than all the injuries I have received it till now. Clank, 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 slash. As time passed, my intuition became stronger, and the slashes that I had received on my body started lessening, but still, I had received quite many serious injuries. It is due to the sheer willpower that I holding on. Otherwise, I would have collapsed long ago due to serious injuries and mysterious energy that tried to infiltrate my body. Clank, clank, slash, clank, clank. Seeing I getting better and better at defending as time passed, it suddenly increased the intensity of its attacks. The mysteriousness of its movement increased, and I am having a hard time defending against its attack despite having high intuition. If this going on, then I won't be able to last more than 5 seconds, I thought worriedly, and gave my all for defending against its attacks, but it's not enough. Slice. Suddenly I felt an intense premonition of death, and next moment killing intent skyrocketed to an alarming degree. It is the heaviest killing intent I've sensed in real life. The very next second, I felt blade coming toward my neck at extremely fast speed, and my sword and shield too far away defend against it. The neck and the crotch are the only 2 areas in my body that were free of blade cuts. I had taken cuts on other vital areas, but never let blade touch these 2 areas, but now the blade is coming at extremely high speed, and if I didn't do anything else then, it would slice my neck apart. As for the protection of defense skill and defense equipment, they are like paper in front it that could smoothly cut through with the slight force. The defense made of both of my rule power is not easily cut through, but this damn occult skill has some kind of weird energy that it could even cut through the defense made of rule powers if they are not strong enough. If I had survived this fight by some blessing, I would sure research more about the occult skills, so I won't be caught off guard like this next time. He had just launched this attack just a fraction of a second ago, but in such a small time I was able to think about hundreds of options that could save me, but except for one, I thought through the hundreds of options, and the only option I find that have slight chance to save me is a dodge. Yes, a simple dodge, but blade coming so fast that simple dodging won't work, as the blade would pierce through my throat before I could finish taking half a step. For this dodge, I will have to use the move which I hadn't used in months. After comprehending rule power, I felt there was no need to use that move. The reason I stopped using that move because its execution was slow, but that weakness would be gone if I used my rule power. With the plan in mind, I executed that move, and next moment, 2 jets of fire lit under the sole of my feet, and with slight flex of my leg muscles, I made a jump high, but when I was just a few inches above the ground, the reappears blade arrived in front of me and touched my neck. I am going to die, I thought the moment the blade touched my neck. Time seemed to slow down at extremely slow speed as I am able to see what is happening in front of me, frame by frame. I could see the blade that has touched my neck is inching deeper and deeper into my skin, while I am going higher and higher, but my speed is too low compared to the speed of the blade. It probably would have a sense that I am going to die, and no one can save me. That is why I felt extreme elation from his killing intent. This is the first time I felt such killing intent. It is different from the usual killing intent, which only contains murderous intention for another. This killing intent had murderous intent, obviously otherwise it would not be called killing intent, but there is also joy in it. Even on the verge of death, sensing such different killing intent, I got enamored by it. I have heard many times that killing someone felt joy, but it is my first time sensing with my senses. Suddenly I felt the change happening in my source. If I could currently see my source, I would see that the blood-red ribbon that was representing my killing rule had become even shinier, and sharp edges of it became even more prominent. There is even change happening in length as it grows bigger. The ribbon's aura kept rising, until it started to exclude aura the same level as that of silver-yellow feather. When comprehending the rule at Awakening Ground, Michiel barely able comprehend it to the low level of the basic stage, while Ashlyn also comprehended to low level of basic stage, but her comprehension had reached halfway into it. That is why Sunfire rule always been more powerful than killing rule. Outside, Michael, who is seeing what happening in very slow motion, found his speed had suddenly increased many times, and the blade which even started to scratch bone of neck, but before it could go further, my speed increased explosively that it left blade and Ratman behind. Thud, I had just stabilized myself in the air when I heard a soft thud ground below, and when I looked down what sound is, I saw Ratman lying in the ground. I didn't dare to believe what I saw. This could be a plot. Ashlyn throws a couple of fireball on its limb. I asked Ashlyn from the air as I am using all the mental energy. I have to use my rule power to ward off mysterious energy in my injuries, which is trying its all to infiltrate in my body. This air walking skill, which I used to use without any effort, is now taking all my effort to main it. Choo-choo, sup sup sup. She affirmed with chirp, and Lunch started launching piecing fireball to all over its limbs. So if it's acting, then it will definitely move away, and even if it's not acting, such injuries on its limbs will make even hard for it to walk for some time. Except little moving. It did not do much even when Ashlyn pieced its limbs with her tiny fireballs. I still did not feel safe and asked Ashlyn to launch a couple more fireballs. Only after seeing its body in the wretched state by fireballs, I land on the ground at a safe distance and started to think about mysterious energy that dwelling in my injuries. There are more than 100 cuts all over my body, but no blood could be seen leaking from them, as this is also one of the perks of killing rule. As long as I cover my body with killing energy, no blood would leak out of me, no matter how many cuts I had received. Currently, I am observing the weird energy that presents in my wound. It is very ferocious and wanted to charge inside my body, but hold down my by rule power. After observing them enough, I took out a healing potion bottle and drank, but a few seconds passed. No, a single change occurred to my wounds. I had expected this, seeing the viciousness of energy, that it would not let any healing effect take place on my wounds. I started to think about ways to remove my body, and I started to attack it with my mana, but I was shocked to see that it is devouring my mana and getting stronger, seeing that I effectively cut the supply of mana. This energy is really vicious. It looks like I have to use my rule power after all. I am now suffering from splitting headaches due to using 2 rule power at once. The headache would not have been this worse, but when my killing rule advanced, the pressure on my mental energy increased many times more. The killing rule is the one blocking this mysterious energy's path, and despite feeling headache, I took the strand of killing energy and attacked it on that mysterious energy. The killing energy instantly obliterated, but seeing that I did not turn sad, but happy as I saw that it felt threatened against killing energy and attacked it, and the reason it was obliterated because I just use a strand of mental killing energy, not a hunk of it. Seeing killing energy may useful against it, I used a hunk of killing energy while enduring spitting headaches and attacked that mysterious energy. Both mysterious energies fought, and finally killing energy, able to erase a small part of that energy. This mysterious energy is very resilient. If I used killing energy to obliterate it, it will take days, even a full week. I should try Sunfire Rule, I thought. The offensive power of Killing Rule is not that great to compare to Sunfire Rule. If I guess, then is 30 of Sunfire, which is less than 1/3 power of Sunfire Rule. Sunfire Rule is one of the best offensive rule in the second level, and it should be very effective against this mysterious energy, but first I have to replace Killing Rule with Sunfire, and I have to do it fast enough so that this mysterious energy won't take advantage of it and sleeps into my body. I am such an idiot, I said as I slapped myself on the uninjured part of my temple. If I have replaced Killing Rule with Sunfire Rule, all my wounds would have burst open, and it would have taken less than a minute for me lose all my blood. Not only that, this mysterious energy would have taken this chance to invade my body. It was good that I quickly realized my mistake. Now, before I could replace Killing Rule with Sunfire Rule, I have to do something about these wounds. It's a good thing that I have a way. With that, I have taken out huge chunk of bandages and started to paste them all over my body. By the time I finished, I looked like a boy whose body more covered more in bandages than cloths. After checking nothing I had missed, I quickly took back Rule of Killing and replaced with Sunfire Rule, but the mysterious energy noticed its chance and wanted to infiltrate inside my body, and about to be succeeded when Sunfire Shore covered my body in mysterious energy that about infiltrating my body came in contact with Sunfire. Sizzle, sizzle. They made a sizzling sound as they burned with my Sunfire Rule, but still, even the Rule of Sunfire took quite a time to burn off that energy, and that energy is just mysterious energy that tried to infiltrate my body, which was in very minute amount compared to the shitload of mysterious energy which is my wounds. Still, with the power of Sunfire, it will take 2 to 3 days to burn off that mysterious energy completely. Only then will my injuries would be fully healed. This is not the place I could slowly burn away energy from the occult skill. I could only do that in the safety of my apartment. The 2 ratmen are still lying down, and Ashley would attack them whenever she sensed even a slight moment from them. Still, I have to be careful. ready for any attack, but that would be hard for it does so as I will sense it just as it thought that. I took out the special rope from my storage, that which I brought to bind the grim race monster especially. As long as they are even weakened stage, it will be very hard even for major stage grim race monster to free itself from the bind of rope. I went to the short ratman first and started to bind it with the rope. Halfway through the process, it started to struggle, but I am easily able to suppress it. After binding the short ratman perfectly, I went toward tall ratman. As I got closer to it, I didn't sense any emotions, especially killing from it. It truly is unconscious, I thought as I touched the tall ratman's body. Even after taking a hard beating for Ashlyn, that short ratman in semi-conscious state, but this ratman is fully unconscious and its breathing also seems very weak. It seemed like using the occult method is not easy. One had to pay certain price using it, I thought as I looked at ratman. The first thing I will do after returning is the research occult method and see if there is a faster way to heal my injuries. I took crystal disc and just thinking about on Chich Ratman I should use this on when my gaze fell on the storage on the ground, not far from where half-eater human body used to be. I quickly went toward it and spread my mental energy into the storage, hoping to find something. Bingo, I shouted. I was hoping to find crystal disc inside the storage. It is a necessary item who goes out for the hunting, and I was right. There is crystal disc, not one but two, and both of the disc is medium grade 1. They are a little smaller than my crystal disc, with blue color and better look than my crystal disc. Both discs have a capacity of 20 mana crystal and would take a lot less time to produce it. I was just worried about the time it would take to harness mana crystals, as it took nearly half an hour just to harness 4 crystal from the lieutenant grade Grim monster, but finding 2 middle grade crystal disc in the storage, it is like the grace of God to me, especially when I am in this vulnerable condition. I quickly placed crystal disc on both of the Ratman's chests and waited for mana crystal to be produced. Low-grade crystal disc can harness on average 3 crystal core from lieutenant stage, 7 from captain stage, and 15 from major stage. Amount of crystal given by the average grim race monster, but those belong special tribe or elite or something different about them can give different amount of harvest. Middle grade crystal disc 30 to 40 can harness more compared to low grade crystal disc. Ting, ting, ting. Medium level crystal disc is really better than low grade disc. Not only it can harvest more mana crystals, but they are also about 5 times faster in harvesting speed. The Ratmans, which were semi-conscious and unconscious state, were roused from their unconscious stage as crystal discs started harvesting their energy, and now they are suffering painful torture of their life being harvested. While crystal discs were harvesting the mana crystal, I collected ashes of a dead man into the bottle. Whoever this was, he must be at major stage, otherwise its flesh would have directly vaporized, had not been able to survive 100 power of my sunfire. He must have fallen into the trap of Ratman and got killed in the sneak attack, as I saw no sign of fighting when I arrived at the scene earlier. After collecting ashes and things of the fallen man, I waited silently for harnessing to be over. Time passed by in mana crystal after mana crystal started to appear in the crystal, seeing that, my mood which had been sour due to my injuries started becoming better. I had quite a harvest today just by mana crystals, and there are still things from 3 grim race monsters. I wonder how much merit points I will get from them. D-Hub. Tall Ratman turns to ash and harness finally over in little less than an hour, picking CR idle disc off the ashes of Tall Ratman. I removed all mana cores from it, which are 14. Counting 5 I got from Short Ratman and 4 from a werewolf. I have gained 20 mana crystal today. That's quite a fortune. I would have gotten a lot more, especially from Tall Ratman, if not for it being exhausted from using occult skill and then injured by Ashlyn. After wearing a long leather coat to cover my bandaged body, I started to leave toward Fort Cavendish's direction. I should buy a cloak when I return. I thought as I was climbing down the hill, though this long leather jacket is good, the cloak would be better. Not only they are thin, but they also gave higher mobility than long jackets. I have seen many people wearing cloaks inside and outside the Fort Cavendish, so it would not feel weird. I always wanted to wear a cloak in the public, and also while adventuring, but seeing no one is wearing it, I also not wore it as I don't want to look odd one out, but wearing a cloak in the Fort Cavendish is not a problem. I can now finally achieve my dream of wearing cloak in public. It has been 15 minutes since I left after harvesting mana crystals from the Ratmans. It will take me another 1.5 hours to get out of range of the Sardine Hills. There is danger till I am in Sardine Hills. After getting out of Sardine Hills, the danger will lessen considerably. Today is really something. From what I had read about Sardine Hill, that here 90 grim race monsters here are either at lieutenant stage or captain stage, and these grim race monsters are that of average strength, but what I experience opposite to what I've read. Not only all the monsters I've encountered are the elite ones, but there was also major level elite who can use occult skill. I don't know what I experienced today, good luck or bad luck, as I harvested fortune, but I've also suffered misfortune. In my current condition, I could only fight the lieutenant stage monster at most, and that monster had to have average strength. If I come across an elite lieutenant stage grim race monster or higher level grim race monster than lieutenant stage, then the only option I will have is run. Currently I am running through the Sardine Hills. If anyone to see that, they will definitely call me an idiot, but I have no choice. Due to my injuries, I can't use my full strength, so quickly I get out this area better. There's another reason also that no one could sneak attack on me due to me having killing rule. Time passed by and I finally got out of Sardine Hills. Getting out of Sardine Hills was mostly safe except for one encounter in which the grim race monster and humans were fighting. When they saw me, both of them chose to ignore and continue to fight. After getting into the forest, I increased my speed even more and able to get out of the forest in less than an hour. As I touched the ground of Wasteland, I took a jump and activated my air walking skill and ran toward Fort Cavendish. On my way to the Fort Cavendish, I saw many people going back toward Fort Cavendish. They are more than 20 times I saw in the morning, and there will more as evening approached. Unlike outside in the grim battlefield, very few people chose to stay out of the safety of the outposts at night. The reason is very simple. The grim race monster has special advantages at night, and some grim race monsters are nocturnal who only hunt at night. The night is very disadvantageous to humans, even if we use gadgets like night vision and or anything else. Those who stay outside are either crazy or have absolute confidence over their abilities. By the time evening approached, I started to see the silhouette of the city, and 15 minutes later, I reached the city gates. 45 minutes later, I sat on my bed tiredly thinking about the crowd I faced when getting inside the city. This crowd was really an experience for me. I laid on the bed tiredly and stayed there for half an hour. I only get up when I felt tiredness had lessened from my body. The first thing I did after getting is to call the drone from Adventurer's Paradise to call the drone, so I could submit all the stuff I got from the Grim Race Monster, like their artifacts and storages. In a week, I will get a list of all things retrieved from the storages and price that Adventure Paradise offer for them, and in exchange for all that Adventurer's Paradise will take 30 either in stuff or in money. The drone will come in 15 minutes. Till then, I should research about occult methods. I didn't have to search for long as I got all the information I need from Adventurer's Paradise and detailed at that free of cost. Fuck. When I started to read it, curses and noises of amazement couldn't help but came out of my body as I kept reading about occult methods. Occult methods could be used by anyone, and that is why we humans are also capable of using it. Mainly a occult method used by those who made the breakthrough from the night, but those below can also comprehend some percent of it. There are two things necessary for using the occult method. One is comprehension, and the other is capability. Like rule power occult method have to comprehend, but it is 10 times harder to comprehend than the rules, especially to those from the night stage. Occult method can't not be transferred electronically and can only be written or carved by those who had comprehended at least 10 of it. As for how they work, it is said that there are countless energies existed in the world, and occult energy is one of them, and they can be called and used using certain method. It is not written here how the occult energy is harnessed inside the body. It's just said that one will understand automatically when one comprehended it, but to use occult skill capability is necessary. To use occult energy, one needs to have strong mental energy, strong body, and mana of above 95 purity. Only then the body will able to host the occult energy. Normally, human kernel stage barely meets the criteria to host the occult energy, but that energy had to be a tiny amount. If they got greedy with power and hosted more occult energy they can handle, then they will have to pay the price. This is likely to happen with that Ratman. He used more occult energy than he could handle. The criteria different for Grim Race. They can hold occult skill from the lieutenant stage, as they have a stronger body than us humans and other secret methods. It is said humans also could use the occult method at the lieutenant stage and won't have to follow strict requirements of strong body, mental energy, and purified mana. The only condition that one has to have a high comprehension of rule power, and using it make rule bottle which can store harness occult energy while using the occult method. They have even mentioned the requirement for it. Those who comprehended LV3 rule, they need to comprehend their peak level of the basic stage. Rule power just had to step away from breaking out of the basic stage. As for those comprehended peak third level rule, for them, comprehension of rule at peak level of the basic stage is enough. Those who comprehended second level rule had to have rule comprehend at high level of the basic stage, which is inches away from breaking into peak level of the basic stage. For those who comprehended peak second level rule, comprehension at a high level of the basic stage is enough. And last, those who comprehended the first level rule, just comprehension of it enough, written in the like, which shocked me, just how powerful these first level rules are. That just their comprehension is enough to let one use the occult method. I quickly read through other miscellaneous information about occult skills to find out what I truly need, which is a way to quickly heal my injuries. After 20 minutes of searching, I finally found it, and it said there are two ways. One is to have someone who comprehended the occult method to suck out occult energy out of my wounds, and the other is to have someone who comprehended rule at high comprehension burn out the occult energy in my wounds. Fucking shit. Seeing the two ways, I quickly began the search on the web for those who offer those services in Fort Cavendish, and I found them next minute, but when I look at the price they demanded, I couldn't help but curse loudly. It is 250,000 merit points per hour. 250,000 merit points. Why don't they just rob a bank? I shouted out loud. Asking for this much price is something, and it is just for an hour, not a full treatment. Even if I have 250,000 merit points, they would not be enough to completely remove this occult energy from my body. Now I have the only choice left, which is burned off this occult energy all by myself. It is a good thing I have Ashlyn, otherwise I would have to stay awake till I remove all the mystery's energy from my body. D-hub. I was about to read the last remaining paragraph when I heard the sound from the balcony, only to see the blue drone stroking on my balcony. I slowly got up and opened a window of the balcony and started to take out things from my storage and put into storage that came inside the drone. After I put away all the things inside, the drone flew away with a very fast speed that in just a few seconds it disappeared out of my eyes. There is no one in Fort Cavendish that dares to harm the drone that belongs to Adentrus Pratis. Those who dare will have to pay a high price. After returning to the bed, I started to read the last few paragraphs remaining in the document. It is said that there is 13 incomplete occult skill in the Fort Cavendish, 3 in Adventure Paradise, 1 each in the hands of 5 S-class guilds, while rest of the others occult are different shops and organizations' hands. One cannot look down on these incomplete occult skills, even if they are written with one comprehension of original occult skill. That Ratman had said that he had comprehended less one of occult skill in his tribe's tablet, but despite that he was able to bring out such destructive power. Reading this document, I suddenly started to feel trust for the occult. Anyone would lust after the power that could bring out such destruction, but occult skill are very hard to comprehend, especially to those who are within the night stage. Not only that, the merit points one needs to spend to comprehend the night skill is immense. Currently, I can't think about such amount. I closed the document after reading it and walked toward the bathroom. It is a good thing that these bandages are waterproof and covers the wounds thoroughly, otherwise even freshening up would have become uncomfortable and difficult for me. After freshening up, I started to make dinner. I would have definitely ordered it if I have merit points to spare. I can convert some amount of mana crystal into the merit points on a monthly basis, but I didn't want to spend them yet. I started to make the dinner. Today's dinner going to be simple as possible, as I am in no condition to make an elaborate meal, but all the ingredients I am going to use going to be special, so dinner going to be tasty nonetheless. Within half an hour, the dinner is complete, and we both started to eat, and dinner, as I expected, is simple but tasty. Ashlyn eating quickly is proof of that. If dinner hadn't been tasty, Ashlyn would have complained, showing no disregard for the condition I am in while making the dinner. After eating dinner, cleaning plates and finishing other chores, I sat on the bed cross-legged. Now that I finished all the chores I had, it is now time to begin. Ashlyn, sleep now, you will begin when I go sleep, I said to Ashlyn, and she replied with chirp while closing her eyes to sleep. Seeing Ashlyn is now sleeping, I took a deep breath and started burning the occult present in my room. It has been hours since I last two rule power the same time, and because of that I started to feel mentally weak and had been feeling intense headache, but after a few hours passed that headache is now subsided, and mental energy had also replenished. Now I can use the full power of my rule without feeling an intense headache. Kai. I started to use 100 power of my killing rule, holding back nothing. As my sunfire started to assault it at full force and I started to kai sound of something. The process may seem like fast, but it is excruciatingly slow. The occult energy is very dense and very resilient. Even burning small part of it takes time. The process is excruciatingly slow, and I had to keep my full concentration while burning it. Otherwise, it will take more time to burn this occult energy. Currently, I am burning the energy that is present in the outer layer. It will take some time for me to burn and enter deep within the wounds. Time passed by as I continued to burn the energy boringly, while changing my sitting position from time to time to release the strained muscle. The burning of energy is utterly boring work, as I had to keep the full concentration on invisible sunfire, that burning occult energy, which seemed to have all colors and no color at the same. It is very difficult to define what color of energy this occult energy. Hours passed, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, and midnight came as I kept doing the monotonous work. The only interesting thing is that I have burned quite a bit of that occult energy, and if I keep doing that till dawn, then I might burn this energy till I reach deep within the ruins. With the passing of time, I started to feel slightly tired, and because of that little sleepy, but I controlled myself thinking I have to last till the dawn. Only after dawn I will handle rest to Ashlyn and sleeve. I looked at every wound carefully, seeing if I had left any corner, and if I left it, I will take Sunfire there and burn off the occult energy that is hiding there. As I was burning that occult energy, I started to notice the uniqueness of the Sunfire. Though Sunfire's power is invisible since my comprehension hadn't broken out of the basic stage, but still, I couldn't help but marvel the power in it. Sunfire is one of the hottest fire in the peak second level. Very few rules like Moonfire is able to contend against it. Though I have not comprehended it personally, but using it for a few months, I was able to get very familiar with it. If given a few months, I might even able to advance it with my comprehension. My rule of killing had advanced today. Now it is on par with the rule of Sunfire in my source, and no longer suppressed under rule of Sunfire as it had been before. When Ashlyn sleeps earlier, I felt my rule of killing imprinting itself in Ashlyn's source. Now the rule of killing in her source and mine had the same level of comprehension, and if any of us got new comprehension in the rule, it will automatically get imprinted in others' soul. Finally, I could see the faint rays of dawn from my gallery's window, seeing that my very tired self got energized again. I am not far from going deep into the parts of wounds. As long as I got deeper, I will sleep and leave rest to Ashlyn till I wake up. Fuck, I keep burning that occult energy, and finally, I was able to burn that energy till I reached deep inside the wound, but when I saw the occult energy hiding there, I couldn't help but curse loudly. The occult energy inside the wounds is 3 times thicker than the one outside, and deepness is just starting. When I took to look inside the wound, with the expense of mental energy and blinding headache, as this occult energy had an element that thwarted the mental sense, which is why I didn't use mental energy to look inside, but now I had to look inside it. I so wanted to curse loudly, but I controlled myself and took a couple to deep breaths to calm myself. Previously, my estimate was that it will take 2 to 3 days to eliminate the whole energy, but now it looked like it will take at least 7 to 9 for me to eradicate all this occult energy. 9 days. The fuck, I have 9 days. Tomorrow I will get results from the S-Class Guild. Accepted or not, I don't want to outside looking like Bandage Man, if possible, but it looks like now I have no choice. Ashlyn, wake up, wake up. I shake Ashlyn as it is already dawn and I am feeling extremely tired and sleepy and won't able to last more than 10 minutes. That how spent I am. Choo choo choo. She woke up finally with the irritating chirp of being awoken while one was enjoying the beautiful dream. It's your turn now, I said. She did not reply and turned into energy and entered inside me. The next moment, I felt the power of Sunfire enveloping my body, seeing that I quickly withdraw my rule of Sunfire covering my wounds. Ashlyn did not cover my whole body with her power of Sunfire, and the next moment her Sunfire had advanced inside the wounds. I have to say, Ashlyn's control over rule of Sunfire is way finer than mine. It is even better than my control over it, rule of killing, which I had comprehended. Normally, if others' rule power entered inside another body, one has to very careful about harming others' bodies, especially if others' party is weak in power. If not careful, one can gravely harm the other or worse, kill. Ashlyn and I share a bond, and the Sunfire rule of ours is the same, so even if her Sunfire went out of control in my body, it won't harm me as long as Ashlyn won't have any intention to harm me. After seeing Ashlyn is doing better work than me burning the occult energy, and laid on the without worries and fell into sleep next second. My sleep had been quiet and dreamless, and when woke up in the afternoon, I felt a little fine as some of the occult energy is burned off, and my body felt less pressured than before. I did not waste time and got to the bathroom directly for freshening up and shower. After I came out bathroom showered, I started heating food as I and Ashlyn are both feeling hungry. The afternoon is way past our usual lunchtime. It was good on my part that I made lots of food today with the aim of eating leftovers today, so now I just have to eat yesterday's food and lunch is ready. Choo choo. Ashlyn comes at me in excitement as I serve the plates, but not before I covered my wounds with my Sunfire energy, so any occult energy won't infiltrate into my body. Sleep well, you have to be up for all night tonight, I said to Ashlyn as she finished eating. Choo, she chirped and flew toward the balcony. Shaking my head, I finished all my chores and again sat on the bed and started burning the occult energy. The whole day was dull. The only thing I did was to burn the occult energy which is deep inside my wounds. Ashlyn did not sleep first, but she only slept when late morning approached and woke up when I was making the dinner. Choo choo. Ashlyn chirps happily as she finished her special treat, as she had not only received simple tasty dinner, but she also got special treat we brought from the awakening ground. After dinner, I did not immediately hand over my body to Ashlyn, but keep burning the occult energy for 2 hours more till I became extremely tired. Only when I no longer able to do more did I hand over my body to Ashlyn and slept soundly. Today, I will know the result. I thought as I woke up in the early morning, 3 days will be over today since I sent my application to the S-Class Guild. In its 3-day policy, I should be able to know by morning if I got accepted or not, I thought. I hope I will get accepted in the S-Class Guild. Not only there are awesome privileges, but there is an incomplete occult method as well. Those privileges, no matter how great they are, could not compare to the thirst I have for the occult method. I quickly put away the thoughts about the occult method back of my mind, as if I kept thinking about it, I will waste a lot more time than I wished. With that, I got out of bed, and suddenly I felt very light as if walking on the feather, and when I opened one of Band-Aid out of my hand, only to see my wound is showing the little sign of healing. Although the sight is very small, but still, I was clearly able to see that my injury had healed a little. I quickly concentrate on my wound only to find that sunfire, many times more than before, is burning the occult energy. Gasp. I then concentrated on my source only to see that yellow-silver feather had become more prominent. Not only its shine had increased simple, its size also increased by a bit, and it again started to suppress red ribbon of my rule of killing. Seeing this, I couldn't help but gasp loudly. What is this comprehension talent? I marveled at Ashland's comprehension power. Sunfire Rule had now reached the peak of low of basic stage, and just needed a push to make a breakthrough to the medium level of the basic stage. Ashland's Sunfire had again left my rule of killing by far. I have to quickly catch up with my rule of killing, or my rule of killing will be left behind in the dust, I thought jokingly. I am very happy with the power of Sunfire increasing with it. The burning of energy, which about take more than 7 days now, will be finished in original 3 days. If my estimate is right, then by tomorrow evening, the occult energy in my body would be completely eradicated. Ashland slept and I started to burn the occult energy withing in my wounds, and with its power increased, I have a very easy time burning the occult energy. If I had fought with that Ratman now, I am confident that I could have easily beaten with just power of Sunfire, and I wouldn't have got any fighting it. Even it would have fought with my power of the last move that it used against me, I would have still able to kill that Ratman easily. With the advancement in Sunfire power, I have become even more powerful that very few could be my match. I am not just boasting. The increase in power of Sunfire this time is too great, as it's just the step away from reaching the medium stage of the basic stage. Time passed by while burning the energy. Sometimes I divide my concentration to look at my holowatch waiting for the mail from S-Class Guilds despite knowing that mail would come at night bearing news of my acceptance or rejection. It is ever since experiencing the power of occult skill, I had developed a thirst for it, and another reason that it is quite easy to learn occult skill in the guild than the other places. Even in Adventurer's Paradise, one has amassed quite a large merit points, and merit did before one gets a chance to comprehend the merit points. As for the other organizations, it is much harder to comprehend the occult method they have than in the Adventurer's Paradise. So if I want to learn the occult method, then joining the S-Guild will be my best option. Buzz, time passed and I was burning the occult energy at a very fast speed. As I was busy with burning off the occult energy, I heard a vibration from my holowatch. I altogether stopped burning the occult energy and just kept the protection of Sunfire as I excitedly opened my eyes. It really is. I said out loud as looked at the name of S-Class Guild on the mail. It is from Black Cloud. Their mail contains only 2 lines, but reading it my heart started to flutter like butterfly. I got accepted. They invited me to join their guild. I have to reply to them by tomorrow, otherwise it would be considered rejection in my part. I so wanted to reply just now saying yes, but I controlled myself as I want to see if I got any more invitation. I have researched quite a bit about the guilds. While 5 of them are in near equal power, the style of their working is different. I wanted to join the guild that gives more freedom. Most guilds advocate team hunting, especially when rookies are weaker, and rarely let them hunt alone. While most people like team hunting style for safety, someone always had your back, and importantly, most of the people that come to Grim Battlefield are from the organizations which also advocates team hunting. Unlike most people, I like to hunt alone, and only on the rare occasion did I go with friends to hunt. So I want to join the guild that gave me little more freedom to hunt, and Black Thunder didn't fit that criteria. Of course, if I didn't receive an offer, I will surely join Black Thunder and won't unhappy about it a bit. After reading mail several times, I again went back to burning the occult energy in my body. Buzz. About an hour later, another mail comes. Seeing its name, I became a little disappointed. The one I had been hoping to receive an invitation didn't send me mail. Red Flag is a quite good guild, but it's filled with crazy bastards which like to take a risk. That is why if one wanted to classify guilds and see which is most powerful, then it would be Red Flag. These guys are so insane that they will do anything, and there is a popular thread about it in the same act that on the web. 13 years ago, a team of 5 from the challenged from girls from the Silver Butterfly to kill from 100 grim race monsters from the dangerous area. As everybody expected, those 5 crazy people from the Red Flag accepted the mission, and also completed the mission by placing 100 heads of grim race monsters in front of gates. It is said that all 5 from the red flag were bloodied till every inch of their skin, but they were still laughing when they placed 100 heads in front of city gates. It is said that the reason for their craziness is their occult skill, which is a little special than other occult skills. It is said that this skill put little insanity in them. Though people of red flag are little insane, there is also brilliance hidden in their insanity. That is why of all 5 S-class guilds, Red Flag has the lowest mortality rate among their members, which is difficult to believe seeing their insane behavior. Buzz. I was just thinking about the red flag when I felt another vibration on my hand, and when I looked down, I saw another mail. It is from the Raging Thunder, and they are inviting me to join their guilds, and I without waiting replied yes. I had been waiting for the Raging Thunder's invitation all this long, this S-class guild, which I had my heart set after reading details about it. Like other guilds, it also advocates team hunting, but unlike other teams, it gave quite a freedom to its members after one proved his strength. Though I will have to do a group mission for at least 3 months, and even after I proved my strength and got the freedom to do solo hunting, I will still have to do some team missions monthly. It suits my mood perfectly, as long as I could do solo hunting. Team missions now and then are fine with me. But sometime later, I finally received an invitation from last S-class guild Scythe, the guild who works most mysteriously, but regretfully I can't receive their invitation as I already accepted from Raging Thunder. If I had not received the invitation from the Raging Thunder, I would have definitely joined Scythe. They are mysterious, but they also have a very good reputation and know to give their members quite freedom after much time. My official joining would 5 days later, on the 10th of rookies arriving in the outpost. The guilds in the grim battlefight are stricter and have more control over their members. They have to be like this, not adventuring where one could morning hunt some monster, do some mission and return. This is the battlefield, a warzone where millions of lives could be lost if Grim Race launched a sudden, as they have the habit of doing to countless outposts. Such strictness necessary here, otherwise the loss of lives would be immense. Time passed on, the night passed as Ashlyn kept burning the occult energy, and the day came and again. I start burning the occult energy with great fervor, and only stopped when afternoon came, as all the occult energy in my body had been finally eradicated. My perfect skin is back, I said as I looked myself at the full-length mirror. I had just taken the bath as I did for 2 days. It can be said that I just washed, not bathed, and that was making me uncomfortable. I am only able to feel good when I took an hour-long satisfactory bath. I am now free of the occult energy, and all my injuries are healed. It is now time to think about what to for the next 5 days. The only option is to hunt. I want to hunt for the solo last time before I join the guild, as after that for a few months, I will not get any chances of solo hunting. There are only 2 days I can hunt, which are today and tomorrow. As for the last 3 days, I will not hunt on those days, as if I accidentally come across Ratman like an opponent again, and got injured and not able to get to guild like bandaged man. So I will have to go either tomorrow or the day after that. I don't want to go tomorrow, as tomorrow I will tour the city. The day after tomorrow it is then, that will be the day I will solo hunt for last time. Then it will be few months before I will again able to have the pleasure of solo hunting. After making plans for tomorrow, I fell into sleep, as for 3 days, I hadn't able to sleep properly. When I woke up in the evening again, I quickly made dinner and slept again, as tiredness out of hadn't gone away. I only felt good when I woke up the next morning, very refreshed and free of any load in the body. The body and mind always have such feeling, only then one will able to walk far in the way of practice. After showering and eating lunch, I got out of my apartment. My account is nearly empty of credits, and I will have to now exchange the merit points with refined mana crystals, but the number of merit points I could exchange with refined crystal is way less than refined crystal value. Every rookie who enters the grim battlefield was given new qualification by Adventurer's Paradise. No matter what your previous qualification is in Adventurer's Paradise before, you will have started with the same qualifications as rest. Currently, my qualification is LV9. Like all the rookies that come the same batch like me, it barely has any benefits. Normally, one refined core would sell for 1 million merit points, but currently, I could only get 100,000 merits, and while remaining will transfer to my account next month according to my qualification. It will take 10 months for me to get all the merit points from the sell of mana crystal, unless I advance my qualification. The simplest way I could advance my qualification to LV8 is to kill 100 grim race monster. Just killing one major stage put me into that condition. Killing 100 would be really difficult. Normal rookies would take year or more to earn that qualification, while Elite 1 takes less. I am confident that I will be able to advance my qualification in 6 with my current power. If my power increased again, then it would be even faster. Advancing qualification is very hard, Every level criteria to advance get difficult. That is why even the most powerful person in the Fort Cavendish, Branchmaster of Adventurer's Paradise, only has LV3 qualification. I got off the elevator and walked toward one of the exchange booths to get 100,000 merit points in exchange for 1 mana crystals. These exchange booths work similarly to that of the ones in the Westblood City, the only difference that they buy monster cores and these ones are mana crystal. A minute later I had finished the transaction, and now I have 100,000 merit points in my account. With 100,000 merit points, I walked out of my building door to tour the city. It is the night when I came back from touring the city, and amazement and resolve couldn't be hidden in my eyes. I am amazed by the service offered by the city, and they are able to ammy me to the core. I have had only heard about them in the Awakening Ground, and never thought I will be able to get a chance to experience them. I am now more resolved to earn more crystal core and merit points, as only having those will I able to use those services. One thing which most impressed me is the organization called Mind Palace. They provide a course of 1 week in which one will able to increase one's mental energy. Though it is said that only 1 or 2 able last until 1 week, but those who are able to complete the whole 1-week course will find their considerable increase in their mental energy. That organization's name is Soul Palace, and the merit points or mana crystal they demand is immense. The amount of mana crystal I have is nothing but a trickle in front of that amount. At my current stage, I will have to work very hard for the number of merit points or mana crystal that the Soul Palace required. Using rule power needs considerable mental energy, and more powerful the rule is, more mental energy is required. Currently, I could only use 1 rule power at a time. Using 2 rule power together at their 100 had become impossible now, as the power of Sunfire had increased considerably. If I want to use both of my rule power at 100, then I will have to increase my mental energy. There is no practice method to increase the mental energy like a refinement engine, as mental energy depends on one's soul. That is why it is also known as soul energy. The soul is very fragile but also very tensile in a way, and if one wants to increase his soul energy, then put stress on the soul repeatedly, that it will break out of its limit. As I said, the soul is fragile. One had to do everything is limit, and if one's too much pressure on, then he will risk injuring his soul, and it is known that injuries of the soul are most difficult to heal. It's my good luck that I know the tried and tested method to increase the soul energy. It's just that this method is very hard to do, and I haven't done in few months since its difficulty. Today I had spent near 7,000 merit points on shopping, but I think it will worth, as they all are the thing that requires during for hunt, and most important, I brought a short cloak, and it looks very good on me. I was originally planned to buy the long cloak, but when I saw the short cloak, my heart was set on it, and I brought it immediately. It is the most expensive piece of clothing I've brought, but I think it's worth very much, as it looks very dashing on me. Tomorrow I will solo hunt for last time. I don't when I will get chance to do that, as I don't how long I have do missions with the guild before I got the permission to do the solo missions. I have not performed the body cleansing exercise for 3 days. I have had already reached the 16th pose of the first move. Father had said if I reached the 18th pose or higher, then I would have chanced to get contact with the energy of miracle fruit. I have had already wasted 3 days of time, and I don't want to waste any more time, as that miracle fruit energy is my only chance to level up quickly without paying the exorbitant price. I did not plan to waste today also. That is why I removed all my clothes except for my underwear. Taking good of deep breaths, I started to perform the body cleansing technique. Not only that, I also started circulating supreme combat exercise. This will be my first time using them together. I am at the 16th pose of body cleansing technique, and on the 7th of the 21st in supreme combat exercise. In the past 3 months, I many times tried to circulate the supreme combat exercise, but I wasn't able to make much progress. There is immense pain, but I can handle it by gritting my teeth, but circulation is very difficult. I have to move my energy through the certain pathway of my magic veins, and that is the hardest part. It took immense effort to move the energy slightly, and it put a lot of mental strain that I just wanted to give up, and I give up most of the time, but now I don't have that choice. It is about survival now, as supreme combat exercise not only provides special vitality, but it also provides barely discernible mental energy, and that is what I need. I need lots of mental energy so that I can use all my power without feeling any mental strain. Not only the new seals will provide me more mental energy, it will also make my body stronger and give me more benefits, but it is extremely hard to practice, especially after 20 seals are created. Taking a couple of breaths to calm myself down, I started to perform the body cleansing technique supreme combat exercise at the same time, and just as I did that, I stopped in my spot after moving a little. Both of these methods are extremely hard to strain both body and mind to the limit, so I will be slower than usual to perform both of these 2 methods. I stopped for a few seconds and started to perform again. My speed is extremely slow. It is comparable to my speed when I performed 10th pose of the body cleansing technique. I started performing at slow speed, not dare to make any mistake in the pose, as if I do that, all will be for naught and I will have to start from all over again. With ant-like speed, I started performing the first pose of body cleansing technique and reached the 7th circulation in the supreme combat exercise. As I started on the second pose of the body cleansing technique, I had reached the 7th move of supreme combat exercise, and now the real challenge starts, which is to circulate the 8th move. As I was performing the second pose, I tried to circulate for the 8th move, but it is very difficult, as no matter how I tried, I wasn't able to reach the 8th. I didn't back down seeing that, and kept trying toward the 8th move no matter how many times I failed, while I kept trying on supreme combat exercise. In body cleansing technique I reached the 6th pose. Daily when I practice, I somehow perform till 16th pose, but whenever I want to perform the 17th pose, I fall down as all my energy and willpower to perform got drained. Time passed as I performed body cleansing exercise at extremely slow speed, and with every new pose my sleep got even slower, but still, I was not able to reach the 8th circulation. Despite that, I kept trying. Drip, drip. Drops of sweat could be seen falling down on my body as I am performing the 14th pose of body cleansing exercise at extremely slow speed. My body is now had so sweaty that there not a part left that is dry. The underwear I am wearing had also become very drenched. It was good that I am performing on a special carpet that is absorbing all the sweat that is releasing from my body, otherwise I would fell by sliding on my own sweat. This had happened to me before, and that is why I had brought a special mat that absorbed the sweat, so it could never happen to me again. I finally entered 8th circulation. The hundreds of attempts and sweat-filled body finally paid off as I started circulating the mana according to 8th circulation, but the struggle is not over yet. At 15 pose of body cleansing technique, I felt very tired. 3 times more tired than I usually feel when I was performing the 15th pose. I am feeling all this tired because I am performing the poses slower than normal, and also because I am circulating supreme combat exercise. After starting the 8th move of supreme combat exercise, I started to give more focus on the body cleansing technique, so I could able to perform the 17th pose. 16th pose, this is the last pose I am able to perform. No matter how much I advances after that, I always failed as I became extremely tired in both body and mind. Halfway in the 16th pose, I started to feel that I had lost all my energy, and moving my body just by fraction had become extremely difficult. I just wanted to stop, but thinking about how I was able to advance to the 8th move of circulation, which I hadn't been able to do, thinking that I kept going. Extremely slowly, I finally performed the last past bit of 16th pose, but I am feeling extremely tired that twitching finger had become difficult for me, and just standing had been taking great willpower out of me. If this time, even if my little sister were to push me slightly, I would fall down. Thinking of her, I couldn't help but remember the call I made to my family just a few hours ago. A smile couldn't help but form on my mouth when I thought about my family and will to protect them from any danger that comes in their way, and the grim race is such danger. If someday they intensify their attack again, then they will not only danger to my family, but to the whole world. I do not have naive wish to become strongest and protect the whole humanity. I just want to have enough strength so I could protect those I love. With that thought, I screamed through the gritted teeth and started to perform the 17th pose with all my heart. As I am doing that, I noticed that the supreme combat exercise, which I had given minimum focus to ever since I reached the 8th move, had also advanced to the 9th move of the supreme combat exercise. This sudden advancement in supreme combat exercise really shocked me, but I don't have time to get happy over it, as I had just started to perform the 17th pose, and I had fully performed it before it could be said to be succeeded. Sudden advancement in supreme combat exercise shocked me, but I don't have time to get happy over it, as I had just started to perform the 17th pose, and I had fully performed it before it could be said to be succeeded. My speed is slower than the ant, and every second felt like an hour. Every moment I thought about giving up, but whenever I thought about the grim race monsters and what they could do to my family, it gives me the motivation that kept me going. Gasp. As I was performing the 17th pose, I separate a strand of my mental energy and used to look inside me, and when I looked inside, I became shocked seeing what is happening inside. The energy of miracle fruit, at present, it hadn't been completely spent yet. My father had told me that there is only 50% chance that energy of miracle fruit present in my body, and only after reaching 18th pose or above will I able see it, but it seemed like my father was little wrong this time. The energy of miracle fruit did not spend, and it appears one pose before my father had predicted, but like last time its quantity is very low, and this time I will have to feed, is more before I could level up with help of it. Seeing the amount of energy, it will take near 6 months if I were to feed it in normal speed, but I didn't have that much time. If I have to shorten the time by 2 to 3 times them, I will have to put many times more efforts, otherwise I will be left behind by the other rookies of my batch. Though my 95 strength comes from rule power, but leveling up is also very important, as at every level and stage, it gives a small boost in the mental energy, which is required to use the rule. Mental energy is necessary, otherwise, even if I have all the rule power in the world, I would not able to use it, so I would need to level up and fast, or if I come across any dangerous opponent, I won't get a chance to use all my power because I don't have sufficient mental energy. I, with the motivation to protect, kept performing, and even after I finished performing 17th, I did not stop and continue for the 18th pose, but my repetitive attempt to perform the 18th pose had failed, as the pressure of 18th pose is too great that I wasn't able to perform. Seeing that today it will be impossible to perform 18th pose, I stopped trying and started to perform 17th pose again. I did that because the longer I kept performing the body cleansing exercise, the longer I kept performing, the more time the energy of miracle has to swallow other energies around it. If I have to level up quickly as possible, then I would have to give as much as effort as possible, otherwise I will spend an immense amount of merit points and crystal to get myself level up. Some organizations offer services that could make quick level up, but from what I've read on the web, they seem to be harmful to future practice. That is why I have level naturally as possible. Only if I didn't find any new method will I pay to level up. In the grim battlefield, having wealth is very important. It is more important here than it was ever in the Republic. Every service here cost fortune, be it that increase soul energy or the service that offers level up, both costs fortune here. The quickest way to earn fortune is a hunt. Hunting the grim race monsters are the only way to earn fortune. Higher the grade of monster you hunt, the more money you will earn. As I kept watching the energy of miracle fruit swallowing other energies and increasing its quantity, I noticed something that made me pleasantly surprised. I noticed that energy of miracle fruit swallowing speed had increased by about 20. This may seem a small amount, but it is huge, as it will lessen the time of my level up by. That's not the only change I noticed. The energy of miracle fruit is creamy in color originally, but now it had a slight purple hue on it. Though the purple hue is barely discernible in the creamy-colored energy, I was only able to notice because I intentionally concentrated my mental energy on the small part of that creamy energy. Is it mutating? I asked myself slowly, this only answer I could find, the slight layer of purple, and I think swallowing speed my miracle fruit's energy increased because of it. This mutation is going toward the right direction, I thought. The mutation is a very dangerous thing. It goes the right or wrong direction, and if some mutation goes toward the wrong direction, then it could produce a horrible result. Still, not feeling very calm about it, started to observe it with more care, and to observe it more carefully, I even stopped circulating supreme combat exercise that was taking most of my mental energy, and only kept performing 17th pose over and over. I wanted to stop so badly, and so I could take a rest, but I couldn't, as observing mutation is very important. I have seen some horrifying mutations occurs in both monsters and humans, and it's heart-shuddering. I shudder whenever I thought about the mutation that had gone wrong. Till now I had only seen 2 mutations with my own. Is eyes one is when Ree's Rock Panda mutated to Diamond Panda, and second is a mutation of the energy of miracle fruit that is residing in me. Though I had confirmed that the mutation that is happening to energy of miracle fruit is not harmful, I still have to keep a vigilant eye on it, as it has not completed yet. I will only take a sigh of relief when the mutation of this energy will be complete. If my conjecture is correct, which I think is, then the reason swallowing speed of my miracle's fruit's energy had increased by about 20 because of that purple layer that is covering each particle of the energy of miracle fruit, and the purple layer only covered about 2 of miracle fruit energy. Then if the mutation fully came into a fruit, as the miracle fruit's energy fully turned purple, thus completing its mutation, then I can't imagine the speed of miracle's fruit's energies swallowing would be, and that time I will have to eat many monster core and other energies just to swallow its appetite. Michiel didn't know, but the very words he says would come true in the future. But if that happens and swallowing speed increase as I expected, then very few would be able to match my level up to speed, I thought, and stars couldn't help but shine in my eyes. Thud, I finally collapsed on the floor with a thud as I used every ounce of energy and willpower I had. Last night was very fruitful. Not only I was able to advance my body cleaning technique to the 17th pose, but I was also able to advance in Supreme Combat Exworkos by 2 moves, reaching 9th move. But these two accomplishments pale in comparison to mutation of miracle fruit energy. This would be able to bring me immense benefits beyond my imagination. Today I will go hunt again, and my destination is the same Sardine Hills. It's just that today I plan on going to the north side of it, where Grim Race Monsters' density is little higher than Central Side where I went last time. Today I woke up an hour before dawn and made all my preparation within an hour, including eating the meal. Checking one last time I packed everything, I get out of my apartment where the hovercar was already waiting for me. In less than 15 minutes, I reach the city gates and relieved to see there is less crowd than last time. Though there are still thousands of people that are going through the gates, it is still less than last time. As I get out of city gates, I jumped into the air and started to run on it, and like last time, I merged the power of Sunfire into my skill. Speedily, I cut through the wasteland while experimenting on my speed, as I wanted to see how much of maximum power I can merge with my skill to get the balanced speed, and soon I found an answer, which is 12. I can currently handle 12 of the power of Sunfire merge into my flying skill. It took me less than an hour to cross the wasteland, 9 minutes less than the last time. When I had reached, the sun had fully risen and the sky is bright. This time I took a different route than last time, as I am moving toward the north, not the central side last time. I am very careful moving through it case I come across any sneak attack, though it is near impossible to sneak attack on me due to my killing rule, and this forest contain very few grim race monsters, but still better be safe than sorry. It took me a little more than an hour and a half to get to the north side of the Sardine Hills. On the way I saw more than 10 people going in the same way as me, unlike last time when I saw only 2. The north side of Sardine Hills not only has a decent number of grim race monsters, but they also have more human hunters as well, and the reason Sardine Hills have more grim race monsters because it's connected to the mid-level war hunting ground. Though it is close to mid-level war ground, it is still a low-level hunting ground, and that is why most of the grim race monsters found here are still lieutenant, captain, and major stage. There is rarely any colonial stage grim race monsters venture there. Seeing a little hazy valley between 2 hills ahead of me, I started to feel fear and started to regret my decision coming here. I became too impulsive after my 2 rule powers advanced in a few days' time. I should have gone to the central area, just because it's going to my last time solo hunting for a few months and little advancement in my power. I had taken this impulsive decision. I took a long sigh and decided to go ahead with this hunt, as it will only waste of time if I want to go to the central part of Sardine Hills now. I will hunt north of Sardine Hills. It's just that I will hunt in the outskirt and not go deeper. With that in mind, I started to walk toward the valley that is between 2 hill ranges. This valley is known as Clear Stream Valley and quite picturesque. When I was researching about it, I found pictures of the valley quite beautiful. The reason it is known as Clear Stream Valley because this valley has hundreds of small streams of water flowing from the hills. These streams converge in many places, forming small lakes and ponds. Clear Stream Valley is not the only name of the valley. Many people also call it Bloodstream Valley. It is said that about 600 years ago, conflict erupted in this very valley when thousands of forces from both sides took part, and the conflict was so intense that only 10 of participants survived, and dead people artifacts are buried across various places in the valley. It's being said that there's so much blood from those killed that soil of the whole valley became red and stayed red for more than a year, and that is why this valley sometimes referred to as Bloodstream Valley. Though not all facts are correct, it is proven that intense conflict did occur between the Grim race and the human race, and both races had paid the huge price over that conflict with no definite winner. And it is also true that artifacts are buried here in various places across the valley, as many people found now and then. This Clear Stream Valley is on the outskirts of the north part of Sardine Hill, and I decided to hunt here. After I entered the valley, my steps became even more careful, and I activated the killing rule and started to revolve around my body so I could get enhancement in senses. If I had done that when I come across the Ratman's trap, I would have sensed their ambush a few meters ahead and would have more prepared for their sneak attack. One should learn from their mistakes, and that is why I started circulating killing rule so that I could actively sense threat, not passively like last time. After revolving the killing rule, my steps became more confident as I cautiously started to move deeper into the valley, and just half-hour after entering the valley, I heard the faint sound of battle, and they are coming from not far ahead. I don't want to go toward as I am not excited like last time where I would want to check every fight. Whoever comes to hunt, they come at their own risk and clearly know what they are getting into, and it's not like they are a danger or something. From the sound I am hearing, the fight seemed to be in the favor of humans. If it had been monsters that are winning, I would have surely gone to check, and if it's not overly dangerous for me, I might even have helped. I decided to take the bypass around the fight and started walking toward my previously decided direction. As I traveled further into the valley, the more sounds of fighting I heard, but I didn't go toward them. The valley is really dense with grim race monsters. In just 40 minutes in the valley, and I 5 different sounds of the fighting. It is after more than 1 hour in the valley. I spotted my first prey from the distance. They are both at major stage and are of Featherman race, as which specific tribe, I will only able to tell when I get close enough to them. I silently followed the two birdmen without making any noise, as like me they also seemed to search for prey. Soon I got close enough that my eyes were able to see them clearly and sense their power. They both are pigeonmen tribe of the grim race. I first thought they would be pheasantmen, seeing their gray and white the color of their fur, but after taking a very good look I've confirmed that they are pigeonmen, and both of them are at major stage. They are wearing full hunting gear like other grim race's monsters, and holding thin swords in their hands. If I had encountered them last time, I definitely would not have fought them. One major stage is enough for me, but now that both of my rule power advanced, I definitely have the confidence to fight them together. And if my luck is bad and both of them could summon their spirit totem or use a cult method, I sure that I will able to run away from them, and my luck would not be this bad to encounter elite grim race monsters in my second time of hunting also. The elites are quite rare in rookie areas, and it was due to my bad luck that I encountered 2 elites last time. The elites are very rare to see in the low-level hunting ground. They are usually found in mid-level and high-level hunting ground. I activated 100 of my killing rule and walked out of my hiding place. They did notice me when I walked out of my hiding place. They only noticed me when I walked a few steps. "Haim, weren't you talking about how hungry you are feeling and look lunch had appeared on its own without us searching it?" said one pigeon man to his friend. "You are right, Raoul, and this one's so weak that we will be able to finish him in a minute," said another pigeon and attacked me. Most of the bird-type grim race monsters can't fly in the night stage, but once they level up from the night stage, they started to fly, and they have no equal. Other types of grim race monsters and humans can't compare to them, and probably that is why the bird-type monsters are best type monsters at best at survival. I know what they had just said just now is to anger me. With having thousands of years of experience fighting against humans, they have a pretty good idea about us like we had about them. They can clearly sense I am at the sergeant stage, and despite that, I went out on the hunting, and that means I am clearly strong enough to vigilant. Such tactics won't work on me, and despite them noting me as their food, I remain calm. Seeing them speedily coming at with their sword, I also rushed toward them. It's just that my speed is a little slower. The bird monster is known for its speed both on air and ground due to its light as air weight, which they take full advantage in the contact. Though my speed is slower than them, I could still able to see their every movement with my senses enhanced. Clank, clank. My sword and shield clashed against their sword, and as I had expected, I did not feel crushing weight, which I felt when I counter the attack of grim race monsters, when I counter their attack head-on. The bird monsters are not known for their physical strength, what they are known for their speed and swiftness, which is why just as their weapons clashed against mine, they quickly flexed their wrist and attacked me from a different direction, and this time they are double 2 times faster than before. If I using Sunfire Rule instead of Killing Rule right now, I would have taken a step back to dodge the attack, but I am using Killing Rule and I was clearly able to see this move and able to respond to it. Clank, 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 clank. As I saw their weapons' direction, I was able to counter them, and like last time, just as I countered their attack, they launched another one that very second. They kept launching attack after attack, and I kept responding it. It may look very slow, but it is happening very fast speed, and if I can exclude the Ratman that attacked me with occult skill, then this would be the fastest time I clashed weapons at this fast speed. We would have crossed weapons more than 80 times in just 1 minute. It was a good thing the Killing Rule gave me enhanced senses and intuitions. If I were using the Sunfire Rule, I would have had no option but to dodge these extremely fast their attacks. My fast countering speed is not only due to my Killing Rule, but because of my body cleansing technique also. It is because of this that my body became flexible, that I could counterattack at such an unnatural angle. 20 minutes had passed, and I started to feel a little tired, not physically but mentally also. For 20 minutes we had been fighting intensely and did not take even second of a break. In the normal fight, one would get a tiny break while taunting each other or while taking a step back. This would give one time to relax the muscle for a bit, and relaxed one mind also. But this fight is extremely fast-paced, that now we are exchanging near 100 blows every minute, and our speed increasing, getting faster every minute. Though after activating I get enhanced senses and intuition, it also had its price also, that I need a lot of mental energy to maintain control over my senses, intuition, and body when I am using Killing Rule. Killing Rule usually takes 40 more mental energy to use than the Sunfire Rule. Finally, my sword passed through the further man defense and cut him. Though I was only able to a few feathers and not real skin, it still counted. I thought the feather would curse at me, or would say something taunting seeing my sword able to cut through its defenses, but it did not say anything except for glaring at me and making their attacks even more intense. With passing time, my intuition grew stronger and I was able to harm him. I'm confident that in the next 10 minutes my intuition will become strong enough that I will be able to injure them, and in half an hour, one of them will be dead by my sword. Yes. I screamed in my mind, as I finally able to cut the skin of the featherman, and it way earlier than I expected. I thought I will take more near 10 minutes before I will be able to cut its skin, but I just did that 4 minutes later. As my attack landed, both of the monsters looked at each. I felt something is wrong and got ready to use my Sunfire rule, with killing rule not fearing repercussion that will come after, when two feathered men simultaneously took a jump back and started running away. Their speed was so fast that they disappear from my eyes within a second. Seeing that, I looked at them blandly, thinking what had just happened. Their running away had utterly confused me. Isn't one runs away when one had a sure chance of being defeated or killed, not when one just received a single non-threatening injury? Fire strike, fire strike, fire strike. Coming out of my bafflement, I swiftly activated my most powerful offensive skill and attack while activating my speed skills. Though I can't see them through the trees, I can sense them, and it is enough for me to launch an attack effectively. For Major Stage Warrior, my fire strike is not lethal even if it had been merged with 100 rule power, as with Major Stage Warriors could easily sense the attack that is coming toward them. My intention was not to harm them but slow them down, so could catch up to them, but looked like it was just my wishful thinking that my attack would able to touch them, as they had easily dodged my fire strike, seeing that I stopped and did not follow them as there is no use. What has just happened? I asked myself again in confusion. Earlier we were fighting one moment, and the next moment they started to run away suddenly after looking at each other briefly. The fight between us was intense, but no one was seriously injured. The injury I have the Feather Man was not even serious. It would have automatically healed in a minute by strong vital powers of Grim Race. Still, I can't do anything about them, as now they had run away, and I am not an idiot enough to follow them, as it could lead to ambush, and such may seem rare, but they are very commonly used by both Grim Race and humans. Sighing, I ate another small piece of monster core and started to walk to search for another Grim Race monsters to hunt. It is still morning, and I had not wasted more than half an hour on those birdmen. With that thinking, I started to search for new prey. It seemed like my luck is really bad. I have been searching for the prey for the past 2 hours, but I did not find any. The Grim Race monsters that I found, they seemed to be fighting with the other humans. I was just walking when I heard something, and that sound seemed to be getting closer and closer. Soon I could see 2 humans are running toward me, and they both seemed to be girls. They are running very speedily, and as they little closer, I found that 4 werewolves were following them behind with fiendish expression, and from their speed, they seemed to be gaining ground on the girls. During the chase, both parties are launching attacks at each other to slow the other party down. Of the 4 werewolves, 3 werewolves launching attack at girls, while the other one is following with carefree expression, and did not have a weapon on him except for his suit of armor. Seeing such behavior of werewolf, I became vigilant and prepared for worst. I have to say, these 2 girls are quite strong, as both of them able to fend off most of the attacks from the 4 major stage werewolves, while being at a peak level of master stage. If there were only 2 werewolves, I am sure these 2 girls would have able to deal with them. They both looked to be the same age me, and sensing rule powers fluctuations from them, I could concur that both of these girls are likely from Westblood. As they got closer, I got a clear look at their faces, and surprised to find that both of the girls are twins and looks exactly the same, but despite that, one would easily able to identify them, as one had jet black hair, while others had a fire engine red color hair. "Friend, would you help us fend off these werewolves? We will pay you a handsome reward if we survived," said Redhead from the distance as she saw me from the distance. I nodded and took out the mid-level knight-grade sword from my storage. This will be the first time I will be using this in the grim battlefield. Last time, I got too overconfident in my confidence that I hadn't used it. Otherwise, with its help, the fight would have been a little easier. If it had been normal times, I would have run away even if the asking help is 2 pretty girls, as what I will be fighting against 2 werewolves at least, but for 2 hours, I hadn't found any Grim Race monster to hunt. That made me quite frustrated, that even seeing 4 werewolves coming toward me, my mood had to brighten. I had already activated Sunfire Rule when I saw the 2 girls were coming toward me, as I didn't want anyone to know I had comprehended the killing rule, and after seeing there are 4 werewolves chasing 2 girls, I had utilized it powerfully at 100. Using 100 power of Sunfire, I am feeling a little headache, though it's just mild one. Nothing compared to the one I had when I used the power of 2 rules together. That was head-spitting one, but still having a headache means I am in serious need of mental power if I want to use my rules powers at their limit. Soon the 2 girls appeared in front of me and stood both sides of me. I have to say they are more beautiful than I thought. They are just shy away from matching Ellen in beauty. I nodded, but inside I was also vigilant against them, thinking they will run away after giving werewolves a new target, that is me, but the girls didn't do that and stand beside me. If they had betrayed me, I would have made pay the heavy price with death. Heh, looks like a hero came to save the damsels, but look, hero's strength so little that to finish him off just single fingernail of mine it enough, said lead werewolf as he stopped not far from us with two of its mates. H ha 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 ha. Hearing that three other werewolves behind him started to laugh, I didn't react to its provocation and stood vigilantly. All this was tactic to make me angry. If I got angry and attacked them, then I would be finished by these werewolves before I even knew it. Careful of the leader, he is stronger than other werewolves, said red-haired girl. I nodded. All the four werewolves at major stage, but the leader of the werewolf is excluding more oppressive power than the other three werewolves combined. He will surely be stronger than the other three werewolves, quite possibly have a totem spirit or comprehended occult method. Why my luck is so bad. I curse it inside my mind. The first time I entered the grim battlefield, I come across two elite monsters. One could summon a totem spirit, while another has comprehended occult method. You two handle the other three werewolves while I'll deal with the leader. I said that, clearly surprised both girls and werewolf leader. They probably thought I will choose to fight one of the weakest werewolves, but instead I am choosing to fight the strongest, most dangerous one. Punk, do you think you could beat me? Asked the werewolf leader with leasing tone. You will know when I stuff the runic disc inside you and harvest pretty mana crystals, I replied with the same teasing tone. Punk. You will pay for what you have just said werewolf leader and leaped at me with his great axe. The werewolf leader leaped at me with a great axe in hand. Its speed is really fast. The moment he was in his spot, and the next moment he appeared right in front of me as his axe come hacking at me. If I had killing rule, I would have seen this moment with slow speed and little more clarity, and my thoughts became fast enough that I was able to think dozens of options to deal with an axe, but still, I would have able to dodge as I moved scene movements of werewolf as it was about to launch an attack, but still, it would not have been enough. This werewolf is too strong. Only if my killing rule's comprehension at the level of current Sunfire rule, I would have had a chance to deal with a werewolf with my killing, but my killing rule's comprehension is behind the Sunfire rule. But it was a good thing the rule I now had activated is Sunfire rule, which is not only one of the best offensive type rule, but when merged with skills, it provides pretty good other boosts also. I had already activated my strength type skill when I spotted werewolves chasing after the girls, and when werewolves had appeared, I had already merged 100 power with my strengthening skill. I did wish to dodge the coming attack. I want to experience the power of this werewolf attacks so I could access its true power. The great axe came toward me as it specifically aiming at my neck, just a slight mistake, and my head will be decapitated. Seeing its axe close, I swung my sword toward, and like a streak of red light my sword clashed against the axe. Clank, thud, 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 thud. My sword and its great axe clash, and next moment, I felt immense shock inside me that I had to take 3 steps back, but as I was taking a step back the werewolf attacked me again, and this time, its attack is 3 times faster. I whipped my sword at its axe as response and flexed my legs a little in preparation for the clash. Clank. As werewolf's axe clashed against my sword, I felt intense shock which was 3 times stronger than the last time, but unlike last time, I am prepared for this scenario. As this shock traveled me to my body, wanting to wreak havoc inside, but it wasn't able to do that as my body is in the protection of the Sunfire rule, and with the help of Sunfire rule, I diverted all my power back into my legs and jumped back. So this is its power and it must be hiding a little more, I thought smilingly as I jumped back. While taking a jump back, I cast gaze as 2 sisters battle for a moment, and quite surprised to find they are giving 3 werewolves quite a hard time with their teamwork. These 2 sisters had flawless teamwork where they could cover each other's flaws and boost each other's attacks very flawlessly, and the most amazing thing is the rules they have comprehended. The rules they have comprehended have opposite properties like these 2 girls' personalities, but like them, they work in sync. Both of them have comprehended a powerful level 2 rules, and their rules are powerful variations of ice and fire. I didn't come across their rules when I was Rule Palace, but I am definitely sure that the rules they have to comprehend are powerful level 2nd rules. Those their power could not be compared to peak 2nd level rule like Sunfire rule and Killing rule, but their rules can definitely categorize in the high grade level 2 rules. I would have liked to watch their battle more than a moment, but I can't as werewolf had followed me with its attack, and I again responded with my sword, but this time, my sword had glowed a little. Clank, I and werewolf clashed in midair, but this time, I did not shoot back like the werewolf expected me to. Hee hee. Thud, I laugh as I landed on the ground. I have activated 100 of my rule power, and I have merged with my strength, but that doesn't mean I have used it all. After landing on the ground, I found the werewolf coming at me, and this time its attacks even more forceful, but this time I did not remain passive and attacked with my sword glowing brighter again. This red sword is mid-level kite-grade artifact and has 3 enhancements. Of the 3 enhancements, one had already been unlocked when I had gotten this sword. The first enhancement is relatively simple, but very useful, that fire enhancement. Once a fire-type energy entered inside it, its power will increase. As for how much, it will depend on the quality and level of fire energy that is put inside, and the most amazing thing is its power can be enhanced by rule power. From what I have, one's rule power must have reached average grade before the weapon could be baptized with. He must be very talented to comprehend rule at the average stage while being at night stage, the axe owner from whom I have comprehended. Its original owner must have baptized it with high-level fire-type rule for it to acquit Sunfire rule so easily, as this sword only uses fire-type mana, and fire-type rule in Sunfire could still be considered as fire-type rule. Clank, clank, clank. Werewolf leader and I kept clashing. Every move of ours is stronger than before. Whatever that came in our way could be cut down, trees, boulder, etc. The sword in my hand now glowing very brightly as it came out of a furnace. The battle continues on as we both tried to get the upper hand on each other, but failed to do so. You're better than I expected, but if you think this is all I have, then you are sorely mistaken, said Werewolf as countered my sword nimbly and attacked me again. This is just me playing, but now I am going to fight seriously, said the werewolf, and the great axe that was coming at me increased its power suddenly in mid-swing. Its power increased to more than 5 times. Hun. I did not think and pour all the Sunfire rule power I had into my sword, as I swung toward the great axe which is coming to hack me into 2 while I am doing that suddenly notice a thing from my sword that made me really happy and very angry at myself that I won't curse loudly. This red sword had 3 enhancements, one unsealed while the other 2 are sealed. I had tried many times to unlock it before but never have been successful, but now when I fed all my Sunfire to the sword, I found seal breaking a little. If I kept attacking that seal with my Sunfire, I would be able to break in a few minutes. If I had tried to break the seal 3 days ago when my comprehension of Sunfire, I wouldn't be trying to break the seal now. Instead, I would be using it against this werewolf. Clank, both of our weapons clashed and I flew back, and the shock my body received so hugely that even my internal organs got damaged, and I about blood entered but I forcefully swallowed it down. So this is its real power. Well, I expect nothing less from the opponent that gave me a feeling of mortal danger. Thud, I forcefully stabilized myself in mid-air and landed on the ground before I could crash against some tree. I had just stabilized myself when I saw the werewolf coming at me, not even wiping the blood that is dropped from the corner of my mouth. I swung my bright red sword at the werewolf. Clank, this time its axe forceful than the last time, but this time I had an initial idea about its strength, so despite flying away by its strike, I am not injured by it as I devoured the force carefully, every part of my body, and the remaining force that was harmful to me is got dealt by the Sunfire fire. I would have easily crushed the whole force with my rule power if I had sufficient time, but regretfully time is a luxury I did not have, as another axe of the werewolf is coming at me, and all I could is counter, as dodging is not an option for me. Clank, another forceful attack, and I again flew back like last, and this time I flew far enough that I can't see the battle of the twins, just hear the sound of their battle with the other 3 werewolves. Clank, 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 clank. While I was flying away by every attack of the werewolf, I am also trying my all to break the seal on second enhancement, as this is the only option to win against the werewolf. I could have run away if I wanted to, and despite having such immense strength, it would have been very difficult for the werewolf to catch me, but I did not run away as I could feel I can beat this werewolf. I had already decided that I will run away when I have no choice, and why would I run away? This werewolf is the best opponent I could find, and only fighting such opponent would I be able to improve. If I kept running away when things got tough, then I will never be able to achieve my goal. Since I had started adventuring, I had seen and heard about many things that a boy from a small town never would, like the central continent and legendary powerhouses of supreme-level organizations that lord over the world. I know many things as my horizon about the world got bigger, but I still cherish the dream that I have from childhood, which is participating in the League of Legends. And this time, due to Awakening Ground, a lot of people have comprehended the rule power and had entered the grim battlefield, so they will surely participate in the League of Legends. This time's League Legend going to like never before. Since childhood, I only wanted to enter the League of Legends, but now I am the dream of being at the top. This dream may seem absurd, but I will give my all to achieve it, and with my 2 rule power, I know I have a pretty good chance if I continue leveling up and continue advancing comprehension of my rule powers. Clank, puh, I again flew back as my sword clashed against the great axe of the werewolf and vomited blood again. For past 10 or so moves, the power of the werewolf's great axe increased again that every time I clashed against it, I couldn't help but vomit blood. This axe of a werewolf is a little special. I hadn't noticed it first, but whenever my sword clashed against the axe, an unnoticeable vibration entered my body. There is no mystical quality about this vibration as the vibration itself is harmless, but when this vibration is merged with the force of axe inside my body, it became extremely lethal, aching to the tiny needle that kept teasing you. I may look good on the surface, but I am very injured internally due to its constant attacks, and also because of that, I didn't even get a chance to drink the potion. The strong body that I used to quite proud of now had become quite feeble as paper. The 2 amethyst seals in my body had become useless in front of such an opponent. This fight with a werewolf is said to most fruitful fight I had within these past few months, especially when I come out of awakening ground comprehending the rule. This fight made me realize my strengths and weaknesses, and in what area should I focus on, and the one area I should focus on most is improving my soul energy, power level, body, and healing. Simply said, I bind everything except for the ruling power. Rule power may be transcendent, but other things also necessary. The seal on the second enhancement is nearly broke. In just a few seconds, the seal would be completely broken, and only then I would have a chance to finish this opponent. It's not like I can't use 2 rules together. I can use them, but I will have to suffer the intense headache, and among side effects and duration, would also be extremely small. Compared to the few minutes that I got before this time, I will be lucky if I was able main the state even for 3 seconds. I hadn't used that method yet. I am waiting for my sword's second enhancement to break. With it I will have more assurance killing it in the single move. Is that what I will have? A single move if failed, then running with my fullest speed would be my only choice. I kept fending off the werewolf blows, and while getting injured by it internally, I have already become seriously injured and looked quite pale. If this going on for a few more minutes, then I will have no choice but to run. Crack, crack, crack. Bang! Finally, the seal blasted apart and second enhancement had been unsealed as its information transmitted in my mind. Point Inferno. This is the name of the second enhancement. To activate this enhancement, I will have to feed a lot of fire energy and rule power to the sword, which will concentrate on the single point at the tip of the sword. This enhancement is crazy powerful, but it had a very big downside, that is to attack with it. I will have to touch the tip of my sword to the object which I want to attack. That means if I want to attack the werewolf with second enhancement, then the tip of my sword had to touch the werewolf. Just as I read the description, I started to charge the artifact, and it would take me 55 seconds to 1 minute to fully charge with rule power. I will have to suffer its onslaught for a minute again. Only after I charged my sword full, only then I will use 2 of my rule powers together, and I am sure once the tip of my sword any part of the werewolf, it will be its end. That's how powerful attack of second enhancement would be. Glangpa. 40 seconds had passed, and 20 seconds more, and I will be able to pierce this bastard with my sword. You are difficult to kill as those cockroaches, said Wolfman suddenly, and I had ominous intuition that it will be going to do something which will be very bad for me. Looks like I will have to use that, said the werewolf, and violed smoke bellowed from its body. I have already thought something like this happens. You can summon spirit totem. I asked with utterly shocked expression in order to stall for time. I just need to stall it for the 5 second. After that I can attack. Yes, I can, said quite triumphantly, but suddenly as it had sensed something, an intense look of anger came over. You are trying to stall me, it asked as it hacked its great sword at me with immense strength, but seeing the great axe coming toward me, I showed no fear, instead smiled. Just as it had finished asking, the charge completed and concentrated fire in a similar size of rice grain formed on my sword, and seeing that I activated my killing rule. Just as I did, I overcame with the soul-crushing headache, and my eyes, ears, and nose started to bleed, but seeing all the fire, mana, and rule power I feed it to the sword had concentrated into the single small point that is the similar size of rice. I can't imagine what level of power it will exclude, but I am sure, once it hit any part of werewolf body, it will surely kill it or injure it enough that it won't able to stand. As the spirit totem integrated back into him, the axe speed is even greater, but to my senses, it's like an axe coming at normal speed. I quickly started to access the loophole to attack. With killing rule, I thought the process has become extremely fast, which helped me think the best possible way to beat this werewolf in a single strike. This is a very dangerous move, and I would probably get very injured, but to kill this wolf it will be worth it. I released my left hand from the sword and activated my shield from it. I usually hold a sword in both of my hands. I only hold it in one hand when I using the shield. I moved my left hand toward the incoming axe and my sword toward its chest. A curve of a smile formed on its lips seeing me do that, as taking one hand off the sword not only decreased the power of my sword a lot, but it also makes my defense lose. so when its axe will clash against me at axe, it will transfer immense shock in my body, and with it will come vibration that will cut every part of my body. So there is very high chance that not only my internal organs will get shredded, it will also powder my bone. Doesn't seem to care about my sword, seeing its power diminished and how protective gear he is wearing. If it wants to avoid my sword, then it will have to abandon its attack, which it won't do. It will bear the small injury on it for the price of killing me. It is a very dangerous plan, and even a slight mistake could cost me my life, but once successful, it will surely kill or fatally injure this monster, as that flesh-shredding, bone-cutting vibration. I also have the plan to deal with that. As for him, noticing about my plan is very difficult, as concentrated fire point is hidden in the very tip of the sword. It will only come out when I willed it and it touched any object. D. It shouted loudly as its axe about to clash with my shield and my sword about to touch its heart. Bannng, Puchai. Finally, the axe clashed against my side, an exact same moment my sword touched the center of its chest instead of its heart as it craftily moved a little, and I had to improvise at last momenta, and only after passing its defenses and piercing its skin by half a centimeter, I released that rice-size concentrated fire into its body. I was forcefully able to stand on the ground for a moment before I was sent flying at extreme speed. "Ah, ah!" We both screamed loudly at the same time, as the vibration that came from its axe started to tear my body apart, and the rice-like concentrated fire I released into its body is cooking it from inside. It may look like much time had passed, but only 2 seconds passed since it launches an attack after integrating with its spirit totem. I want to let go of 2 rule powers that I activated, but I forcefully hold them and started to circulate them all over my body to crush the vibration that is cutting my every part of my into fine pieces. If I did not crush this force with 4 seconds, then I will surely pass through the door of the underworld. I used the power of 2 of my rules to crush the vibration inside, but every moment pain is increasing by a fold that I finally can't handle and had to let go of rule powers. Bang. Crack, 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 puh, puh, puh. The moment after letting go rule power, I crashed into the tree and felt every bone of my body broke, and I kept vomiting the blood. If I had crashed against the tree when I rule power activated, the effect would not be this worst, as my strengthening skill and strength skill were fused with the skill. I'm already got seriously injured with the vibrations, and now clashing against the tree made me even more injured, and worst, is I was unable to crush fully, and it is injuring me again. I have to crush this vibration quickly, though its power is very lower than before, but it is still injuring, and if it keeps such pace, then I will not able to live more than 5 minutes despite its low power. Gritting my teeth, I again activated the power of Sunfare despite feeling immense headache, and started to crush final vibration with it. Every moment of torturous as I feeling soul-splitting headache due to rule power being active, but I have no choice but endure this torture till those lethal vibrations are not fully crushed. Finally, after a few seconds later, I am able to crush all the vibrations with my rule power, and just wanted to rest a bit, but I didn't, as I am still very seriously injured, and if I didn't drink the potion soon, I will have to face grave repercussion or even death. I somehow used my mangled hand to reach my storage and took out a few bottles of potions and somehow drank them one after another. Only when I felt cool and vibrant force traveling all over my body, only then I am able to take a sigh of relief, thinking I finally survived. After drinking more than 10 bottles of the potions, I felt slightly good that I was able to move my limbs. I started to crawl toward the werewolf body, despite my body is still healing. First is to pick my sword, which had flown out of my hand. Second is to check whether werewolf dead or not and attach the runic discs to it to harvest the mana crystals. It will take me near an hour to heal enough that to walk normally without feeling any pain. If I waited and then harvested mana crystal, then it will waste quite a time, so it would be quite better I attach the runic discs now. By the time I healed enough to walk, the mana crystals will be harvested from the werewolves. After finding my sword, I crawled toward the werewolf. When I reached near it, I found all the veins in his body are bright red and center of the chest, which I thought would have big hole. There is nothing except for little burned and bright red spreading from it. Point Inferno. When I got name and information from the sword after breaking the seal, I thought it would that rice like concentrated fire will blast big hope in the werewolf's chest, but nothing that sort happens. Instead, it seemed to have burned the dark energy in its body. I hope it will not affect the number of mana crystals I harvest from it, I thought as I placed my mid-grade runic discs on both sides of the chest. Runic discs lit up and started harvesting the mana crystal from the werewolf while I sat beside it and drank several bottles of potions again. This time the vibrations had damaged my body quite deeply, and there even that energy of spirit totem, if not for I forcefully activated my rule power again, erased them, I would have been in the underworld right now. Still, this fight had been very useful to me, This fight gave me a clear indication of which area I should focus on for a few months. First and foremost, I should increase my mental power enough that I would be able to use 2 of my rule powers with ease. Second would be level up, obviously. And third, I should do something to make my body strong. If I were to say straightly then, I would perform more poses of body cleansing exercise as possible and create more seals of supreme combat exercise as possible. Only then I will able to overcome my deficiencies. As I am busy with my thoughts, I suddenly noticed that light on both of the runic discs had died down. It had been just 10 some minutes since I placed them on Werewolf for harvesting. When I looked at both runic discs, both of them had just harvested 11 complete mana crystals. Being an elite major level, it should have given 20 to 30 mana crystals, but it had just given 11. Looks like if I wanted to harvest more crystal, I should use this second enhancement move as less as possible, I thought as I opened the lock of the runic disc to take out the refined mana crystals from it. Fire crystal. I shout out loudly, didn't know what to think about seeing fire crystal. Harvesting fire crystal is not a strange thing. One can harvest fire element crystal or any other element crystal from the Grim race. It's just have to special Elemedium tribe or Grim race monster that is practicing elementum energy, but the werewolf front of me fit neither categories. I know it is just normal elite werewolf. It neither from special werewolf tribe, nor is one who practiced some elemental or other energy, otherwise I would sense it. Since neither of those options apply then, there's only one thing that caused runic discs to produce fire crystal, that is second enhancement attack. I did earlier. Point Inferno must have caused this some way, but I don't know how, as it is not easy to change elementum of one's energy for Grim race or us. After taking out 5 fire crystal from first runic disc, and I decided to check on the other disc excitedly, only to find 6 fire crystal that I expected. This is a windfall. Normally from elite major stage Grim monster, one can harvest about 25 mana crystal average with medium grade skill, but what I got is 11 fire crystals, which is price equivalent to the 10 normal refined mana crystals. That mean these 11 fire crystals I have is equivalent to 11 O mana crystal, more than 4 times that I usually get from the major stage Grim race monsters. The first thing I will do after I get to my apartment is the search for a reason for me harvesting the fire crystal and find a way if it was just a fluke or there is a way to imitate it. If I could find a way to harvest fire crystal at every hunt, then I would be able to get 4 times more in every hunt. Shaking my head of such though, I drank another healing potion. My injuries are quite extensive and will have to rest for half an hour more before I could walk normally. Half an hour passed quickly. After checking Grim race monster Ash one more time for any lost item, I started to walk toward the north where my fight with the werewolf leader had started. I am still a little worried about the 2 sisters as they were fighting 3 major stage werewolves. Though the 3 werewolves were quite weak compared to their leader, they were still 3 major stage monsters. They should be fine, I thought when I had to look at their fight. They were doing quite fine against the 3 werewolves with their impeccable teamwork and second level rule. I didn't hear any noise as I go toward the battlefield, and that made me vigilant, and I grabbed my sword and walked toward the area carefully, but soon realized that I'm worried for nothing as I saw twins had already killed the 3 werewolves. It's just that they had suffered quite a serious injury similar to mine, and now recuperating. I come out in the open and hearing the sound of my footsteps, the twins instantly became vigilant and ready to attack, but when they saw it's me, they had put down their weapons. We were quite worried about you and would have come for your rescue after we have healed enough, but looked like you are quite fine, said red-haired girl. Yes, I dealt with it. I confirmed. They didn't sound much surprised hearing that. Since you both are fine, I'll leave, I said and started to leave. Wait. I did say I'll give you reward for help. You can keep the 3 bodies, said red-haired girl. No need. Consider as a favor, you can help me when I am in trouble. I said left before they could protest. I said this word to them because I didn't like taking something from others that is rightfully theirs, but I didn't know that the words that I used as an excuse not to take the reward for will soon come true. I did not stay at Sardine Hill anymore and started to walk toward the outpost despite there is still 3 hours before the time of leaving I've decided before. I was able to reach my apartment before the evening came, and the first thing I did was lay on the bed tiredly, and that is what I am doing for the past half an hour. The fight with the werewolf leader took a lot out me. Until now, I am not healed fully. The vibrations did the damage on the tissue level that it will take some time to fully. After laying on the bed for half an hour, I finally got up and started to search for the reason of me getting fire crystal, and half an hour of searching, I finally found the reason, and when I read the reason, a weird expression had formed in my face. The forming of fire crystals was a pure coincidence due to many factors. First is I have the perfect attack, which is Point Inferno, which stuck at the perfect spot, which is the center of Werewolf's chest. That is the place where magic veins of all his body congealed. It could be said that it is the center of the magic veins network of Werewolf's bodies. So me stuffing extremely concentrated fire mana and sunfire rule into the center of Magic Veins network. It had lit up all the dark energy present in the veins and transferred to every cell of its body, and that changed its dark energy's flavor to fire type. It is very difficult to do that again if I want to. First, the grim race monster has to be alive. Second, I had to stuff the concentrated energy into the center of its mana veins network. The amount of energy neither has to less nor more. If it is less than, it won't be able to change the type of the dark energy, and if it is more than, it will burn the body to crisp. That is why I said that me harvesting fire is crystal, is due to bundle of coincidences coming together, but that doesn't mean it can't be done again. The information I am reading said that it can be done, and many people harvest elemental mana crystals through this method. It's just that one needs a lot of practice. That means I will have an experiment on lots of grim race monsters before I could succeed. If I really want harvest elemental fire crystals, then I will have to suffer the loss before I could make a profit in harvesting elementum mana crystals. I have feeling that I could do and will learn pretty quickly. The reason for my confidence is my killing rule. It is half-sensory type rule, which I think will be very helpful. I continue researching it for some time before closing the windows as I have a bath and dinner to make. Time passed, and the day of my officially joining Raging Thunder had arrived. These past 3 days had been very helpful. Not only I had done very extensive research about how to harvest elemental mana crystals perfectly, I even done quite well in the Supreme Combat exercise and body cleansing technique. I was able to reach advanced 2 move in the Supreme Combat exercise and 3 poses in the body cleansing exercise, which came to a surprise to me, as I thought that my progress in the Supreme Combat exercise would be faster than the body cleansing exercise. Well, this progress is well-earned as I practice Supreme Combat exercise and body cleansing technique 2 times a day. I am already in hovercar and should reach the Raging Thunder Guild soon. I am feeling a little jittery right now, which I hadn't felt for some time. Last time I had felt such jittery was when I was about to enter the Rule Palace, and I feel that Raging Thunder effect on me would be same as gaining rule power. Joining will give a completely different direction to my life. Finally, the hovercar stopped in front of the white color building. The building is pure while except purple-red huge lightning mark that is attached to the building. As I looked at the light mark for more than a second, I felt like lightning had struck my eyes and I had to look away lest it really hurt my eyes. Rookie, I heard someone say, only to see a boy who looked to be a year older than is looking at me. Don't look at the signboard of any S-class guild, or it will hurt you some way. All of these signboards are infused with rule power of guild member. You can only look at it when your rule power had reached the intermediate grade, he said and walked toward the guild before I could say anything. What he said is really true. On my first day in the Fort Cavendish, I had seen the logo of snow and felt little headache. So this is power and majesty of the S-grade guilds. I can't imagine how many people had infused their power in the logo to create such effect. The building of the Raging Thunder Guild is pure white and just 7 stories tall compared to some other guilds who have to build taller than 50 stories. I've read that S-class guilds don't have more than 1,000 members in their guild, and it is not because they want to accept a fixed number of members, it's just that the requirement to join is too high. Not many people could gain 4,000 combat score when they are rookies, only best of best could able to get in the S-class guild. I looked at the lightning symbol for one more time and walked inside. As I am walking inside it, I found people are going and coming inside like normal building, but the different thing is the badge they are wearing. A purple-red lightning badge could be seen on them. That is S-class guild badge. That badge is a wonder ticket that could take you to many places where you could not go before and opened many unknown doors. The S-class guild member has many privileges. One of them is whatever they buy they will always get an offer, and they don't have to wait in the like when coming and going outside the Fort Cavendish. They could just fly over it. From today I will also have that badge on me, I thought as I walked toward the receptionist desk, but before I could say anything, the pretty receptionist asked me the question. Rookie, she asked me as I approached the desk. I nodded. Go to the hall number 3, all the rookies accepted in this month are there, she said, pointing to the hall that had number 3 painted on the large letters. Inside the hall number 3, I found 20-something people are sitting there doing their own thing. I thought I am quite early, but looked like there are people who are earlier than me. I have never expected we will meet this soon. I heard the voice seemed familiar, but I can put a point on it, but when I looked at the person who had just talked, I couldn't help but get surprised as the one called me the same red-haired girl who had asked me for help 3 days ago. We meet again, I said as I sat beside the empty chair next to a red-haired girl, the black-hair quite twin also sitting beside her sister. I didn't get a chance to introduce us last time. I am Sophia and this is my elder sister Renee, said Sophia as she introduced herself and her twin. So the black-haired one is elder, although red-haired one is since I had only heard her talk. Mitchell. I introduced myself as I looked at all the people that are sitting here. Most of them seemed around my age, but some are older who are in their late teens or early 20s. Most of those who are in their 20s are at captain stage or above. From some of them I even felt an extremely threatening feeling which clearly surprised me. Due to Killing Rule, I could access one ability even if they are not emitting the aura, and could also sense their battle power comparing to the level of threat I feel. Giving me extremely feeling means they could beat me at the single move, which is clearly unexpected and surprising, as normal captain stage are not my match. Even those who are super elite can't beat. Only captain stage, evolver that beat me those who had comprehended the rule, and by the feeling I got nearly all the people who are here had comprehended the rule power. That's an S-class guild for you. In normal guilds it is very difficult to see rookie who had comprehended the rule power, but in the S-class guild they are everywhere. Time passed by, people kept coming, and by the time there are only 5 minutes before the requested time, nearly 100 people filled the hall. This time there are more people. It was probably due to Awakening Ground opened in Republic, said Sophia. Like me, they are also from the Republic, it's just that they are from the capital city, and I am from the Westblood city. The twins' elder brother had also come to the grim battlefield 4 years ago, and able to join the S-class guild, and probably that is why they know many things about the grim battlefield. Soon very beautiful young women in her early 20s entered the hall, and just as my gaze fell on her, alarm bells started to ring out in my mind. This is the most threatening feeling I got from anyone since I came out of Awakening Ground. Only in the Awakening Ground I had felt the danger similar to this. I wasn't able to sense her power level for some reason, but that didn't matter. Knowing her battle power is enough to know that I should never offend this girl, otherwise I will die before I know what had happened. Seeing her entered, the hall became quiet as her chest has the badge of Raging Thunder, but her badge is little different others were wearing. Hers has golden outline covering the lightning bolt. Hello, I am Vice Guildmaster Alina Bentz. I welcome you all, the new members of Raging Thunder, she said in neutral expressions as she stood in front of us all. You all coming here means you are ready to join our guild Raging Thunder. Now I will start with the formalities, she said with her expressionless face and neutral voice. After that was 2 hours of whole formal business where we had to sign some contract forms. They were not serious, just usual business one had to do when one joins any organization. From today, you are members of Raging Thunder and I welcome you all, she said and waved her hands, and small wooden boxes come out of her storage and flew where we were sitting one by one and stopped in front of us floating. Gasp, what a terrific ability control, I gasped in admiration. Not only I but many people gasped seeing this. One can clearly see she had a wind ability, which is one of hardest ability to control, even harder than the fire, but she is controlling them like her own limbs. Not only that, there are near 100 badges that are stopped in front of us not moving at all. That's some terrific control and mind power to control 100 objects at the same time. People stood still for a moment before picking up wooden boxes one by one. I also picked up a box that was in front of me. After scanning my holowatch to the wooden box, it opened revealing small and delicate purple-red lightning batch inside. I have been waiting to get this ever since I've had entered the guild, now I finally got. After admiring it enough, I finally stick it to my chest thinking how great it is looking on my chest. Your training will start from tomorrow for 2 weeks where you will be going outside with the experienced hunter, she said. The Raging Thunder provides 2 weeks of training to all their rookies where an experienced hunter takes them for hunting. After 2 weeks of training, they are free to form their own groups, but they will have to register their group with the guild. You will know the details about your group leader and group mates tomorrow when you arrive at dawn tomorrow. The official business is over. You all free now, but don't forget you will have to come to dawn tomorrow. Missing the first day of training will lead an expulsion from the guild, she said. Left. What just happened? Did she just warn us with such a neutral voice? Man, what boring women, said Sophia after Alina Bentz left. I also nodded. Her voice has no emotions whatsoever, hearing her speak like hearing white noise on the repeat. Well, let's go. We should check the guild out. My brother told me that every S-class guild has many cool things, Sophia said exitedly as she took us out of the hall. She may be excited about many things, but I am excited about only one thing, and that is the occult method. 3 of us get out of the hall excitedly, but if one would ask who is most excited, then it would be Sophia. She's very excited that she literally dragged us to the 2nd floor, as all training facilities and other cool things are from the 2nd floor. Look, the gravity chamber. Here one could train in 20 times more gravity than normal, said Sophia. 20 times. I am shocked by hearing that. In the Republic, the highest gravity chamber could offer is 7 times, and only those with a strong body and high power were able to walk in this level. As in every turn, the gravity is multiplied, and it's very hard to walk when every cell of your body experiencing that weight. Till now, I had only walked gravity that is 4 times a normal. I was able to do that because I had created 2 amethyst seals, which made my body quite strong. As entered the chamber, I could see there are tens of circular platforms that are 4 meters in diameter, and many people practicing on them. And what surprised me is all of them were practicing at 9 times or above gravity, and they are experiencing gravity with the pure body. They are not using any other strength. I received my biggest shock when I saw the level of those practicing. All of them were the major stage or below. I have fought with major stage, not only humans but monsters and grim race, and no humans' bodies are very weaker than the other two. Seeing them, I again come to know the deficiency of my body and need to improve it as quickly as possible. One can't underestimate the members of S-Class Guild, said melodic, unfamiliar voice beside me, only to see it was Riene that spoke. It is my first time hearing her speak and got quite surprised. I know she is not mute, as mute people behave differently than how Riene does. Still, I am quite surprised to know she had such a melodic voice. People with such a voice should speak more, not less like her. Brother was right. The members of S-Class Guild are really something, affirmed Sophia as she looked at one girl who is practicing at 16 times gravity, and she is only at major stage. We looked around the gravity chamber for a while before going to another training facility, which aids in making one reaction fast. One after another, we kept checking training facilities, and finally reached the skill hall where low, mid, high, and even peak-level night grade skills are kept. Low-grade skills are literally free. The mid ones do cost little but not much as high-level skills. The only skills that are expensive is peak-level night grade skills. If I had not seen occult method, I would have been very excited to see peak-level skills here, but now, I am not that interested, as the only thing that excites me are the occult method. Now, let's go see the best thing in this guild, the occult method. Let's go, said Sophia excitedly. She seemed as much as excited me as nearly started to run. Soon we reached the 5th floor, as that is where the occult method is kept. When we got where the occult method is kept, we found half of the rookies that were in the hall with us already present there. We can't go inside the hall where occult skill is placed, but we can see it through the big mirror that separated the hall from outside. When I go near a mirror and looked inside the hall, I saw that 20-something people are staring at quite ugly painting with the singular focus. I was expecting some scroll or book, but not an ugly painting. I am very confused about seeing that. Occult method is very different than skills. You can compare them to rule power. Every occult method is unique on their own, and one can only learn them through comprehending them. Once you comprehend them, you can imprint that comprehension through any method. Be in writing, calligraphy, music. You can even imprint it on the rock with your sword strokes. It didn't matter in what way you can pass it. What matter is your comprehension, explained Riene in her melodious voice, seeing my confusion. Comprehension is necessary, but if one did have the ability to use it, then it all for naught. The occult method uses mysterious occult energy, and to use that occult energy, one had to have strong soul power, physical strength, and pure mana. One can forego these ways and use rule bottle method, in which one can encase occult energy with the protection of rule power, so all the 3 elements won't be needed, but my brother said that is extremely dumb method, as one will not able to use rule power with occult skill, said Sophia. I am quite startled hearing her explanation. I had known from reading about the occult method that one need to strong soul energy, physical body, and pure mana, and thought if I am lacking any one of these, I could use rule bottle method, as from what I have read, it is said that rule bottle is safest, but I didn't think it poses such huge drawback. I will think about using the rule bottle method to host the occult energy into my body. Let's go, one last thing remaining to see, said Sophia as he dragged us toward another end of the 5th floor. What is there remaining to see? We have seen what is there to see in the guild, but when I saw the places Sophia is taking us and read the description that is projected, I have become startled. Isn't this only available in the central continent? I have searched about it on the web to see if it is available in the Fort Cavendish, but I did not get any result. You can get these things only in S-Class Guild, and you will not find its mention on the web till you have grade 7 access. Mana transmutation crystals or mana transmutation method. What's shown in front of me is 12 fingernail-size crystals. These crystals are known as mana transmutation crystals. It is mana transmutation crystal that are placed Jill, and other super elites to make them super elite. Their crystals help change property of the mana, and if one successfully refined the whole crystal in night stage, then his mana would successfully transmute in the flavor at that crystal. There are 12 crystals in front of me numbered 1 to 12 with their description, and how powerful the transmutation crystal is. Number 1 is the weakest mana transmutation crystal, while number 12 is strongest transmutation crystal. The number 2 white color crystal is used by the most organization in the Republic to make their super elites. We were also transmuting our mana with the no 2 mana transmutation crystal, said Sophia as she looked at white color crystal. The number 2 white color crystal is used by the most organization in the Republic to make super elite. We were also transmuting our mana with, said Sophia as she looked at white color crystal. It is quite weak compared to the other 10 crystals that are in front of it, but if one wants this crystal, one will have to pay quite a price, especially for the top 3. Their price may not as expensive as a cult method, but still, they are quite expensive, and I have to say, these crystals prove quite an augmentation to one's mana, but their requirements are also quite high. If someone asks me which crystal I want to augment in me, then it would be 9th crystal called Gistering Magma. It is best for those who had fire-type ability. Currently, with my physique and mana purity, the highest crystal augment is 5th crystal. If I want to augment 6th crystal them, I will have 25 seals of supreme combat exercise. I want to change my cridle as brother did, Sophia said in a spoiled manner. Do you have enough points? Asked Renee in her melodious voice, which shut up dreamy-eyed Sophia immediately, but she didn't forget to stuck her tongue at her elder sister. We looked at the crystal for some, and before leaving the guild, as we toured everything that had to be toured, now it is time to leave. After saying goodbye to both sisters, I order a hovercar for my apartment directly. When I reached my apartment, it was an early afternoon. I did not waste any time and started performing body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. I'm very powered up today, seeing how powerful the members of the S-Class Guild are, and compared to them, my little bit of power is nothing. Due to me being pumped up, I was able to make progress again. Being tired, I slept after taking a shower. When I wake up in the evening, I felt fine except for feeling hungry, and because of that, I decided to make an early dinner. At night, I again practiced supreme combat exercise and body cleansing technique. I had already decided that I would practice body cleansing exercise daily, and when I am free, I will do it twice. By doing this, not only I will able to level up quickly, but I also will strong and flexible body and strong mental energy. If I able to make constant progress in 2 things, then I am confident that my strength will rise exponentially, and I will also have the base to host the occult energy in my body if I able to comprehend the occult skill. More than an hour later, I finally finished doing both things and fell on the floor tiredly and slept a few seconds later on my own sweat on the floor. The next day, I woke up before dawn and started to make preparation as I have to reach the guild at dawn. Everything is done very quickly, freshened up, showered, and ate yesterday's leftovers before getting out of my apartment. When I got out of the apartment with Ashlyn, the sun had just started to rise, seeing that I heaved a sigh of relief and quickly get into the hovercar. Soon the hovercar stopped in front of the guild, and even this early, I could see the people going and coming. Though they are not as yesterday, they are still many. I had already received mail yesterday that I will go to room number 12 to meet my team leader and teammates. I walk into the guild and walk toward the room number 12. When I entered inside it, I found there is a handsome young man in his late teen already present. He is at captain stage, and his battle power is strong enough to threaten me. Hello, I am Mitchell. I introduced myself, Ben. He replied with a single word. I nodded and didn't talk as it felt a little awkward. No one came for a few minutes before, but then the door of the room opened, and 2 people walked in, a girl and boy, and took a seat not far from me. They both also in late teen and captain's stage. They both exclude strong battle power, stronger than Ben. Time ticked by, and 10 minutes later, the door opened again, and this time to my great surprise it is Sophia and Renee. Mitchell, I didn't think we will be in the same team, said Sophia as she sat beside me with her sister Renee. Yeah, me too, I replied. There were near 100 rookies. The chances of us being in the team were not high. Now all the 6 people had already arrived. I wonder when our team leader will come. Click, just as Sophia said that, the door opened, and the young man late teen walked in, and to my surprise, I know him. It is the same boy who advised me to not look at the sign of lightning bolt for more than a minute. Hello, rookies, I am Sylvian Ross, and I will be your team leader for 2 weeks, said Sylvian. To my surprise, I was not able to sense his stage or his battle power. Due to some, it was completely different from the Vice Guild leader yesterday when I tried to sense her level yesterday. I felt it was immense, that I can't measure it, but I had received warning of threat from her, and that it was paralyzing, but from our group leader I am feeling nothing. Whenever I tried to sense it with the intuition of killing rule, I felt something is block it. There is the only reason for this, that is rule power. It looked like the team leader had comprehended some rule power that able to block my intuition to sense the team leader's power. This is the first time I had come across the rule power that was able to block the sense of my killing rule. To block my killing rule's sense, team leader rule is either 2nd level or peak 2nd level rule, and his comprehension of rule must be a lot higher than mine. Let's go, I already know all your details, and you can get to know about each other when on the way, said team leader as he ushered us out of the guild. We all were dumbstruck for a while before we also jump off and started to follow the team leader on the air. The special privilege of S-Class Guild. Those from the S-Class Guild have the special privilege that they can walk on the air. Others only get this privilege when their access reaches level 7. I have been very jealous of this privilege when I saw people flying over the city, especially when they fly above the city gates, but not anymore, I thought as I looked at the city gates not far from us. I have been very jealous when I saw people flying over the city, but not anymore. Now people are jealous of me seeing me flying over the city. Look, I could even see some fellows down below, who are looking at me jealously, said Sophia laughingly. Snort, snorted Riene to sister's silly comments. I shook my seeing this. Ever since we started to walk on the air over the city, Sophia had been making such silly statements. She had even waved at the boy who was watching her from below. Soon we reached near the gate and walked over it without stooping under numerous jealous and admiring gazes of people. I am really walking over it, I thought as I walked over the city gates of Fort Cavendish. I have dreamed of doing this, and now I am doing this. Goodbye to the long lines at the city gates. We are going to Madeline's Swamp. It is a famous rookie area, and there are a lot of grim monsters found there to hunt. Team leader said as we crossed the city and entered the wasteland. Madeline's Swamp. That area, I said out loud in my heart. Madeline's Swamp is one of the most dangerous hunting ground for the rookies, and also it has one of the highest casualties of rookies found in that area. And the reason for that is those fucking Gatorman tribe and Snakeman tribe. The fuckers from these two tribes hide in the water and perform a sneak attack. It isn't that these are the only two most dangerous in the swamp. The Black Bearman tribe and few others are also dangerous, but these fuckers are very good at sneak attacks, and that is why they killed most people than other tribes. Isn't that hunting ground bit too dangerous, team leader? Asked Sophia. A little fear could be seen in her eyes. What is there to fear? It's just a swamp, and even if something dangerous comes up, I am sure you guys will able to handle without a problem, said instructor carefree. That's not reassuring at all, I said in my mind. If you had said if something dangerous, I will handle, then we would feel reassuring. We all stared at him, but he acted as he didn't notice anything and continued running toward the direction of the swamp. The Madeline Swamp spread in a very vast area, its area many times larger than the Saltines Hills, and probably that is one had a hard time coming across another human being in the Madeline Swamp, unlike Saltine Hills, where one could easily find another human being within half an hour, and that also one of reason the Madeline Swamp is dangerous, as one can't easily find help if one is in danger. We have come this far, but you haven't introduced yourselves to your teammates. The team leader asked with his ever-casual tone. Richie, Emma, Ben, Sophia, Raina, Mitchell. One by one we all introduced ourselves, and I am finally able to know the name of the girl and body that came after me. Of all 7 people, Sylvian is strongest, as he is not only our team leader and instructor, but also he also strongest here despite being the same age as Richie, Emma, and Ben. Aside from the instructor, the strongest in our group are Emma them Richie. I and Ben have similar strength, while Sophia and Riene are the weakest. We ran for about 1.5 when we finally saw swamp, and like all swamps, it also excludes gloominess despite having sufficient sunlight. Patch, patch. We all landed on the water one by one and stood above it. Corporal stage and above can walk on the water easily. It's just mana manipulation. All right, before going into the swamp, you all have to remember this one sign, he said, and then he performed thumbs down with his right hand. This means grim monsters and they could launch a sneak attack, he said, and we all looked at him dumbfoundedly. You could have used better hand sign than thumbs down, which usually means not good. Seeing we all understood his intentions, he started on to move forward and we followed him behind him, ready for any attack that came in our way. As I walk with my teammates, I found this swamp silent and gloomy, though I have read about it but never experienced this sort of environment before. Even if Sardine Hills were silent, they were never gloomy like this. It's not like I have never hunted in the swamps before, but they were never this silent and gloomy that just being in the area will make one feel suffocated in such gloominess. Finally, after 10 minutes in the swamp, I felt faint killing intent through my killing rule just 2-meter distance from me. It looked like a little monster is hiding nearby, I thought. I did not react nor showed any obvious reaction, just continued to walk. First, I wanted to see if anyone in my group also had spotted it, and second, that it's just one monster of major stage which could be defeated by anyone here. We had just walked 2 steps when the team leader had taken out dart from his pocket and threw it at his left side without looking as he continues to walk as he did nothing. Ah! Just a moment after he threw lightning-charged dart, we heard a painful cry, and next second a yellow snake came out screaming with its whole skin charred, while lightning keeps darting on it. It had screamed for a few seconds before it stopped as its body completely turned to ash. Not a single bone or flesh remained on it, everything burned to ash. We all watched with our mouth agape. What is this might? To be able to burn a major-level grim race monster to ashes directly, I have never such immense might from anyone. This team leader is much stronger than I had estimated. Why are you all here standing for? Asked the team leader, only to see he had walked several meters ahead of us. Taking one last look at black ash that is floating on the water, we quickly follow the instructor. As we walked deeper into the swamp, the more monsters we came across, but all of them were killed by the instructor. And I am not very surprised to find that the team leader's senses were much stronger than mine, and I could only match him if I actively activate my killing rule. Team leader, why are you killing all grim race monsters? Aren't we supposed to fight them? Asked Sophia. God bless her. I and others thought this question arose in our mind also, but we didn't have guts ask seeing him killing monsters, as if killing mosquitoes that annoy us. These monster in group 1s and 2s didn't pose a challenge to you at all. Only fighting a big group of grim race monsters will pose any challenge to you and help your abilities improve, said team leader as he casually threw another lightning-covered dart, and next moment, we heard another painful scream grim race monster before it turned to ash, but this time we didn't spare a glance, as it had become a common sight for us for the past hour. The team leader took us deeper and deeper in order to find a group of grim race monsters that will fight us. We have once come across a group of 6 grim race monsters, but the team leader had turned them into ash, saying they are too few for us to pose any challenge. Till now, the team leader has killed about 71 grim race monsters, and the majority of them were at the major stage. It has been 1.5 hours since we venture into the marsh, but till now, we have not come across a big group of grim race monsters. Suddenly, the instructor stopped, and a moment later, I sensed multiple faint killing intent locked our group, and when I count that, they are turned out to be a whopping 13 of them. Though many of them have varying battle power, one thing is common, that all of them at the major stage. There is one bad thing, that 2 of the 13 monsters here have similar battle power as the werewolf leader that I fought a few days ago, which means they definitely can call either spirit totem or can comprehend the. Team leader puts his thumb down and casual expression on his face turned little serious. Be ready to fight. There are 13 grim race monsters that will attack you all in few seconds, said instructor, and took a high jump at very fast speed, and in just a few seconds he disappeared from our view. We all became confused about him leaving suddenly and about to follow him. The grim race monsters came out of their hiding place, and they are from the Gatorman tribe. Looks like that brat sensed us and ran away before we could attack, said one Gatorman who had sickly white skin to his mates. No worries, the 5 of them are enough for us to have a light meal. Another Gatorman said, I and Richie will handle 3 each. I will handle 2. I will also handle 2. We sisters will handle 3 together, said everyone one by after seeing Gatorman appear. After the instructor told us that he is going to find a big group for us to fight, we had made a plan that as soon as we come across the big group of grim race monsters, we will quickly decide how many grim monsters we are going to fight. And if any extra monster remains, then we will ask instructors to help us, but it looks like we can't rely on instructor now. If we have extra monster left in the next battle, then we will have to deal with it somehow. In this battle, we're quite fine, and if all goes well, then we will be able to finish the battle within an hour. Juno, it looked like the tasty food think they can defeat us. One Gatorman asks other Gatorman beside him. These 2 tall Gatormen seem to the leaders of the group, as they are the 2 who are radiating highest battle power, and these 2 are the only ones talking while other Gatormen stood ready to attack us. Then we should quickly beat them and eat them while they are alive for their impudence. Attack them and let them see the might of our white Gatorman tribe, said Big Gatorman, and as he said that, all the Gatormen came attacking us holding big sawtooth blades. It's like they are following our arrangement. At 2 groups of 3 Gatormen attacked Richie and Emma, while 2 Gatormen came attacking me and Ben, while 3 gone for Sophia and Emma. It was a good thing that 2 leaders of the Gatormen had gone for Emma and Richie. Sensing their battle power, I know that they could easily able to handle 2 Gatormen. Hee, little snack after we beat you till you can't remember your name. We will be going to eat you piece by piece while you are alive, said Gatorman as he attacked me with his partner. I had already taken out my sword and shield while activating whole 100 of Sunfire when I sensed the grim race monster hiding nearby. Don't worry, I'll make sure both of you are alive when I harvest mana crystals from your bodies, I replied tauntingly, and as the expected hearing mention of the runic disc. Clank, clank, both my sword and shield clashed against their sawtooth blades, and I felt force traveling from my arms into my body, but it was vaporized by the sunfire that is present in my body. Though these Gatormen are major stage, these are just normal Gatormen. They are not the elite like the one I faced a few days ago and their 2 leaders. A normal elite grim race monster is comparable to 3 to 4 normal grim race monsters of the same, so despite me fighting 2 Gatormen at the same time, I am not feeling as much pressure as I felt when I fight against the elite grim race monster. My sunfire power would be enough to handle these 2 Gatormen that I am fighting. Patchak, clank, yes. I said out loud in my mind, as I was able to hit the Gatorman just minute within starting the fight. Though the injury is normal, could be healed within a minute by the immense vitality that grim race possesses, but still it is an accomplishment by me. It is probably due to battles I fought with the grim race monsters, as all the grim race monsters I had fought, All of them were the elite, excluding the two from Featherman race, but they didn't count as they ran away. I had gotten used to fighting the elite Grim race monsters, that fighting these two seemed very normal to me, and I think I will be able to finish the fight in much less time I had predicted a moment ago. "You food," said both of Gatorman in unison, seeing my attack perfectly landing on them, and increased the intensity of their attack. Clank, clank, clack, I effortlessly countered their intense attack with mine and started to find the chance to attack. This time I had set up a new target that is beat this monster as soon as possible. The minute hadn't passed, and I found another chance and I took, but who have thought that seeing my blade coming toward it would take a step back to dodge my attacks instead of countering my attack. Seeing that, instantly used the speed skill that already been activated since the start of the battle. I flicked my blade little and used all the power of Sunfire that I had in this attack. Slash. A slashing sound came and blood turned into the fog as Sunfire rules started to infiltrate it. It won't die from this attack, but with this attack, it was nothing more than a dead dog. I would have liked to watch what happened to it, but I can't as a sawtooth blade of other Gatorman coming toward it. This other Gatorman is quite selfish. It would have been able to save its mate from that life-threatening blow of mine if it had intervened, but it did not. It sacrificed its mate so it could get a chance to attack, which it going regret this very next second. Clank, putch I defended its sawtooth blade with my shield and used my sword pierce its neck. Thud, it fell on the ground with a thud while clutching its neck like its other friend, who is doing the same, but it's no use doing that as I have already transferred quite a lot of Sunfire into their bodies. It had started burning their internal organs and blood one by one. Even with the terrifying vitality that these grim race monsters possess, it will be quite hard for them to recover from these injuries in short time. I have to say, this is far easiest the fight I had since I had arrived in the grim battlefield. This fight would have gone longer if not for this second Gatterman's mistake. It wanted to sacrifice his friend so he can do a lethal attack on me. That was the huge mistake that cost it its life. If it had saved its friend and fought together against me, then they would have survived 10 minutes more, but it didn't, and now both of them flaying on the ground in pain. It took me less than 3 minutes to finish my fight while others are still fighting their opponents. The closest one finishing their opponent is Sophia and Renee. In few minutes they will finish their first opponent, and it wouldn't take long for them to finish off the last two remainings. It is very surprising, but also very unsurprising. The reason is very simple. It's experience. I can clearly see that it is the first time for Ben, Emma, and Richie fighting the grim race monsters. They have clearly very unfamiliar to their battle tactics and moves. This is the reason why that Sophia and Renee will finish their opponent first than others, and I am right as Sophia and Renee had just killed their first opponent and now aggressively fighting the other two. Putchai. I stabbed the two grim race monster again and injected Sunfire into them. I want to keep them alive for my little experiment, and seeing their healing rate that I kept injecting the Sunfire into them, so that they lay immobile in the ground and do not recover enough to make their last stand. 10 more minutes passed, and Sophia and Renee had finally finished their second opponent, and now only left one, which will take them less than a minute to finish him off. The fights are becoming more intense, and for that, I have become more vigilant and ready, especially against the two elites that are fighting against the Richie and Renee. If the elites have used their special move, and those two can't seem to handle them, then I will step in to help, though I don't think they will need my help. Time passed by and another 15 minutes passed, and Emma finally able to kill one of the opponents she is fighting. Not long after that, Richie also killed his first opponent, but he was not lucky as Emma, as just as he killed his first opponent, the elite he was fighting got angered and summoned his spirit totem. Richie seemed startled seeing spirit totem first, but soon look of understanding had dawned on him, and his energy also increased, and the intense fight between two of them started. I moved closer to the fight, but not too close. I will only make a move only when he is danger, and for that, I have already activated the second enhancement of my sword. It is fully charged and could be used to attack at any moment. As the fight going on, I had sensed another fluctuation from my left side. I didn't have to turn my neck to know that it is Elite Gatorman that was fighting Emma also summoned his spirit totem. With her opponent also summoning its spirit totem, the fights on the battlefield finally had reached its peak, as one can see them exchanging hundreds of blows every minute. Finally, Emma had killed the Elite Gatorman and decapitated normal Gatorman next moment. When she looks around, she saw that 3 people had already finished their opponents and now just watching the battle vigilantly. This surprised her a lot, as she clearly knew she was the strongest, but she fourth to finished her fight. This irked her some. Finally, after 10 minutes, both Ben and Richie finished their fights at the same time, only to notice everyone had already finished their fight. Just to finish 10 some monsters, you all had wasted about an hour. If other S-class guilds were to know this, they will surely laugh at us. Suddenly we heard a voice, only to see our team leader appeared beside us suddenly, and we are unable to see him coming despite being vigilant. Seeing him, we all glared at him, but no one dared to say anything except Sophia, of course. Sophia said wanted to say something more but stopped by her elder sister. I forgot to give you these earlier. These are your guild-allotted runic discs, he said as he casually started to throw runic discs at us. I caught the runic disc, and as I had expected, they are high-grade runic disc. S-class guilds are really something, I thought as I looked at the disc. Everyone started to attach the disc to the monsters they had killed. I also attacked it to one monster. As I did, it started flay on the ground even more violently than before. As for other Gatorman that is still alive, I have different plan for it. I crouched down and activated killing rule fully and touched the body Gatorman. I closed my eyes to sense the full working of Gatorman's body, like how much dark energy it has in its body and everything. With high senses, I quickly got to know everything I needed to know, and it is now time for a showdown. I started to charge my sword with second enhancement, Point Inferno, and when I thought that I had reached the perfect power, I stopped charging and pierced my sword at the center of its mana veins. As my sword pierced its center of mana veins, it let out a fierce cry, but I didn't care as most of my focus is on the tiny red lines spreading all over its body. I could feel my teammates' eyes on me. I could clearly guess what some of them are thinking. They are thinking I am a sick psycho who had pleasure torturing grim monsters. What I am doing is basically torture as I am burning the mana veins of Gatorman. It is even painful than process harnessing mana cores from it. Seeing the perfect red lava like spreading in its body, turning the dark energy into fire-type dark energy, the more I watched that lava like vines, the more I felt I am going to succeed, but that was just my wishful thinking as heavy learned smoke started to release from it. It means I had failed. If it was so easy to learn then, it couldn't be one of the hardest things to learn in this grim battlefield. Your method is wrong. Yours truly is a man of many talents. Let yours truly teach you the way of harvesting 10 times more, the team leader said suddenly as he started walks toward the only alive grim race monster. Your method is wrong. Yours truly is a man of many talents. Let yours truly teach you the way of harvesting 10 times more, the team leader said suddenly as he started walking toward the only alive grim race monster. Team leader, what is this harvesting 10 times more you just said? Sophia asked curiously as the team leader stood in front of the grim race monster that she had just beaten. She had kept this grim race monster alive deliberately so she could harvest more mana crystal. What I am teaching you a method of conversion of the dark energy, he said. Everybody looked confused when he said that except for me. What Michael tried to do earlier is covert dark into fire-type dark energy so that he could harvest fire crystal instead of regular mana crystals, the team leader explained. Gasp. Numerous gasps could be heard around the people as they could not believe what they have just said. We could do that. Asked Sophia in astonishment. Yes, Grim Race is rejected by our world, and that is the reason why we could harvest the mana crystals. And what are we doing that is tweaking that dark energy and giving it an elemental flavor, so that we can harvest elemental-type mana crystals, the team leader said, and took out a spindle-like thingy from his storage. This is special equipment called concentrator. It concentrates required energy into a single point according to our need. Mitchell did everything right except for using his fire energy. The team leader said as he looked at me, you have used your fire energy and rule power. There is no need to use your fire ability as your rule power is many times stronger than it. Just use your rule power. They may work seamlessly outside, but in the Grim Race's person's body, they create the little conflict, so it is better to use only one thing to modify dark energy of Grim Race. And another thing you have to do is practice. Practice until you are able to do it. I will have to warn you though, this thing cannot be learned in a week or two. It needs to practice on hundreds of bodies of Grim Race monsters, said team leader to everyone. Most of the people still have confusion on their face, but they still nodded. Their confusion will go away when they see the results. Now listen carefully. There are 3 conditions had to be met when changing the attribute of the dark energy. First, the Grim Race person had to alive. Only when it's alive, only then will you able to change its dark energy's attribute. As for the second condition, that is the power you released into it have to be in the perfect amount. It should be neither less, neither more. And the last condition should be that you should inject your power in the center of the mana veins of the Grim Race monster, said team leader, and the next moment, I sensed sharp lightning fluctuation from the spindle-like thingy that instructor is holding. Puchai. 2 seconds later, the instructor had pierced his spindle-like thingy in the Grim Race monster, directly in the center of its mana veins network. The Gatorman that had been unconscious woke up and screamed very loudly, but no one cared as everyone looking at lighting that is spreading into its body. In less than 10 seconds, everything is over. The monster is dead. The only change in its body that faint lightning flashes could be seen throughout its magic veins. You can start harnessing now. said the team leader. Sophia nodded and latched the high-grade runic disc into the chest of the grim race monster, and it's so fast that within 3 minutes, it's finished harvesting the gatorman, turning it ash fully. Everyone surrounded Sophia as she picked up runic disc from the grim race monster's ashes. Gasp! She took a huge gasp when she opened the latch of the runic disc and saw glittering violet color mana crystals, and in those 10 mana crystals lighting could be seen flickering now and then. I had harvested 11 fire crystals from the major stage elite grim race monster, but Safa harvested 10 thunder crystals from the normal major stage grim race monster. There is only a difference of 1 mana crystal. I am sure that if I had harvested with high-grade runic disc, I would have harvested at least 4 to 6 more mana crystals. I have not completely believed the instructor earlier, but now seeing the glittering crystal, it seems what the instructor said is all true, said Sophia, and looked the team leader with stars shining in her eyes. Not only she, other people also looked that. Don't look at me that way. I will not be your cash machine who gives you elemental mana crystals. If want them, then you have to make them yourself, the team leader said, looking at the starry eyes of everyone. You are no fun, team leader, said Sophia, but that didn't stop her from asking the next question. Can we harvest any type of mana crystal through this process? Asked Sophia. Hearing that question, I also perked my ears, as from what I know, there are only elemental type crystals that can be made through this method. The team leader was silent for a few moments, as if thinking whether to tell us or not, but seeing the expectant look on our faces, he finally made his choice. It not only elemental type crystal could be harnessed this way, but harnessing elemental type crystal is the easiest, while harnessing other types than elemental mana crystals are extremely difficult, more than 100 times more difficult than harnessing elemental crystal. I have only seen one person who is able to that with my own eyes. Anyways, you don't have to worry about all these things, as all of you have one type of elemental power. As long as you practice enough, you may be able to harness elemental mana crystals in a few months' time, the team leader said. After asking this question, people didn't leave the instructor alone and asked all sorts of questions like, where does one find that spindle-like thingy, and how much it costs, and many other things. I am surprised to know that spindle-type thingy is quite cheap. Its price is similar to that of grade 8 totem artifact, which could be brought by anyone here. The team leader answered everyone's questions one by one. Everyone asked questions, including me. We started to move forward after the team leader answered all the questions. We have in just half an hour, we encountered another team of 11 grim race monsters, and like last time, instructor had disappeared right after he told us there are grim race monsters hiding around, and came back right after we finished that fight. After harvesting crystal, we moved forward again, and little more than an hour later, we come across the team of 14 monsters, which we are able to finish a little more than an hour with Emma fighting 4 monsters together. I would have helped, but it didn't come to fight, and Emma was handling quite well 4 monsters at the time, so I didn't help but just stood to wait nearly to help if she needed, which of course she didn't. After that, we didn't encounter any big group for nearly 2 hours, and when did encounter it, finally, it was a group of 10 monsters, which was a minimum requirement that the team leader had set up for us. On the way, the team leader had killed many monsters that its count went above 200, in which there were many monsters groups containing 7 monsters, 8 monsters, and even 9 monsters, but the team leader killed them all. We have had a team leader not to kill a group of monsters that had 9 grim race monsters, and let us fight instead, but he didn't listen and killed all of them with its dart, saying we will fight to the group which has 10 or more monsters. All right, it's enough for today. We will return to the fort now, said team leader after we finished harvesting mana crystal from the 4th group of grim race monsters that we have just killed. Our return from the Madeline swamp was quite safe. All the grim race monsters that we come across were quickly finished by the team leader. Today's was most fruitful of all, as I had gained a total of 148 mana crystals. I have harvested 102 mana crystals from the 4 perfectly good condition major stage monsters, while other 42 mana crystals from the 4 half-burned grim race monsters. Though I failed to harvest elemental mana crystals from the 4 major stages grim race monsters, half-burning their bodies, despite that I was still able to harvest 42 mana crystals from those half-burned bodies of grim monsters, though high-grade runic discs. Since I had read about the method of converting dark energy to harvest elemental-type mana crystals, I decided that half of the grim race monsters that I will kill, I will use them for my experiment to harvest elemental mana crystal from them. Though I did not see any success today, I will see it one day as long as I continue to persist. Thinking about the 147 mana crystals in my pocket, I felt immensely happy. This may be nothing in the grim battlefield, but it is the huge sum in the outside, and I was able to harvest this much because of the high-grade runic discs. If I had used the mid-grade runic discs I have, then maximum I would have been able to harvest had been 110 mana crystals. And this only the first day with an instructor with us. I am confident that I will harvest much more mana crystal, even more than this in the coming days. In the future, if I am able to reach the peak of Night Stage Martial Stage, I will need much more than this. I still remember the memory I saw from the White Axe. To level up from the Night Stage, its owner had needed a huge amount of mana crystals. Akin to a small hill, they were thousands of times more than I have now. That amount may be huge, but I am confident that I can amass in just 2-3 years in such a wonderful and dangerous place like the grim battlefield. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon we saw the silhouette of the city and my holowatch started to buzz with notifications as it picked the network. Not only mine, everyone started to buzz as they picked up the network. I did not look at the notification. I will look at them when I reach my apartment. Goodbye for today. We will meet here tomorrow at dawn. Team leader, after we crossed the gate, we also said goodbye to each other as we flew toward our own places while I flew with Sophia and Renee. As it turned out, their apartment is very near mine, so we decided to fly together. Our team leader is very powerful. He must have reached the peak. Sophia said. Renee nodded with agreeing with her sister while I am completely oblivious as I didn't understand what they mean. Reaching the peak, I asked since I didn't understand what they had said. It means that our instructor had become powerful enough that he could go out without fear in any hunting ground of Fort Cavendish. My brother had said in the S-Class Guild, only those who made the team leaders who had completed the guild challenge and asked to go to mid-zone, she said. I know about mid-zone, but I have never heard about guild challenge, and about to ask Sophia when she started explaining on her own. You must know that Grim Battlefield is divided into 3 areas. The Fort Cavendish that we are in is counted in outposts. The mid-zone is where the stronger Grim races are found, is 10 times more dangerous than the outposts, and then there are finally war zones, where only monstrous level of experts could go, she asked. I nodded as I have read all this in the introductory documents. I've even heard that more than 95% of people present in the war zone are from the central continent. The S-Class Guild only let its members go to the mid-zone if they have cleared the guild challenge, as only then they will have right to join the S-Class Guild there. There is another option, that is to leave the guild and go to the mid-zone area through the Adventurer's Paradise, as minimum requirement it put is have Class 7 access, which most of the S-Class member of the S-Guild have after staying 6 months in guild due to its intense missions, Sophia explained. Is the guild challenge is hard? I asked. Yes, it's very hard, as after passing this challenge you will directly become a half-member of Raging Thunder Guild of Warzone. As for becoming a full member, you will have to pass their own test. Sophia, I nodded. These 2 sisters know many things. It's probably because of the brother they revered so much. Do you think our team leader is powerful enough to beat the Vice Guild Master that gave us orientation? I asked. I first thought that Vice Guild Master is stronger than the team leader, but after seeing the instructor turning major stage Grim Race monsters into ash with a casual dart, I started to have to feel doubts about my assessment, and now Sophia, that team leader, must have passed a very hard guild test, so I more started to doubt the assessment I met. But right after I asked a question, an intense reaction came from both sisters. Ha. Sophia started to laugh loudly. She laughed so loudly that people from below also looked up after hearing her laughing her sound. Not only Sophia, but Renee, who usually have an expressionless face, also had a small smile on her lips. Mitchell, you really make nice jokes, Sophia said as wiped the tears off her eyes that came from her laughing loudly. I simply glared as she looked at me. Mitchell, there's no comparison between 2 of them. It will be comparing the child that just born to an adult that is prime of his life, Sophia said, and I clearly understood her meaning. Is she that powerful? I asked. Yes, not only she but all the Vice Guild Masters and Guildmaster of S-Class Guild and Guildmasters of A-Class Guilds. They are not people but monsters. A single Vice Guild Master alone have the power to beat the Intreg Guild single-handedly without even breaking the sweat. People like our instructor, nothing but ants in front of them. I am shocked hearing that and even looked at Sophia doubtfully. Don't look at me like that. I'll tell you that our Guild Master and Vice Guild Master are a member of Warzone's S-Class Guild, Sophia explained. So that how it is? Are they even at the night stage? I asked doubtfully. If they possess such power, then they should not be at the night stage. Only those above night stage should have such power. Of course they are at night stage. I don't know what reason is, but every Vice Guild Masters and Guild Master at Outpost are at night stage, Sophia said. How can one be so powerful at night stage? I asked. There are about 1,000 people in the guild. Beating them without breaking a sweat is simply impossible with the power of the night stage. My brother didn't tell me much, but he said that those who were able to enter Warzones are all experts, and within it, those who can become a member S-Class Guild in it are simply monsters. Sophia, is your brother a member of the S-Class Guild in Warzones? I asked, but soon regretted it as it is too personal. I am sorry, I am just too excited that I wasn't able to control myself. I apologized quickly, though we have become friends but not good enough as it's just been a few days since we have met. You don't have apologized, said Sophia as she casually waved her hand. As for your question, yes, he was part of S-Class Guild in Warzone, but he had left a year ago for the Central Continent. Sophia with pride in her face. Everyone would feel pride if they have such a brother. I hope my little sister would also feel such pride about me when she grew up, I thought as I continue flying toward our apartments. So this is your apartment building. It's very close to ours, Sophia said as we landed in front of my apartment building under many gazes. Which is your apartment building? I asked. That one. Sophia replied, pointing toward light blue color building about 100 meters away from mine. We are practically neighbors now. Don't mind us if we dropped by, said Sophia as she flew toward her building with her sister in tow while I walk into mine. Choo choo choo. As I entered the apartment, Ashlyn came out of me and started to chirp at me relentlessly. Her meaning is very clear that she had been very bored cooped up inside, and now she wanted something delicious in return. Ashlyn is abnormal. I have done very deep research and found that there are very few monsters who could comprehend rule while they are at night stage. It is extremely rare, and only 1 in a million monsters could do that, but that's not the abnormal thing. The abnormal thing is rule imprinting. There was not a single mention of rule imprinting in those articles. It did mention that one would connect to their monster's source or monsters could connect to human source to comprehend the rules of each other, but there was never mentioned about the implantation of rule power of each other. It's better than no one know about this abnormal trait of the Ashlyn, otherwise I would be in great trouble. I gave her a packet of her favorite sweets and went to take the shower. When I came back for a shower, I found that Ashlyn had already finished eating the packet of the sweets that I gave her and asking me to cook dinner early as she is feeling very hungry. You are always hungry, I said as I patted her lovingly and started to make the dinner for us. I did not make anything fancy, just a simple meal. In 40 minutes, the dinner ready and we started to eat while it's hot. Ashlyn started to eat with her regular speed, which is fast by the normal standard. Within 10 minutes, she finished eating dinner and flew away toward the gallery, only to sit on the chair by her stomach. After cleaning, I laid on the bed and started to check the notification that had been piled up. It had finally come. I said 9 days ago I had submitted the things I got from the werewolves. Usually it took 7 days to process, but it took them 9 days to process my stuff. The only good thing is that they had also processed the stuff I submitted 3 days ago. In there I saw the list of things I have submitted, and things they had found in the storages of monsters, and below all the material is the price they are willing to offer if I decided to sell them. I looked at all the things that they found in the monsters' storages and saw all of them are unknown to me, seeing that I clicked sell. Ting! I heard the bell on my HoloWatch and found that 3 million merit points had been transferred to my account. These 3 million points are really less compared to mana crystals, as 1 mana crystal is equal to million merit points. One can get more than 10 times from harvesting it compared to selling its stuff, but I don't have a choice either, as no matter where one sell these stuff, they get the same price. Anyone with an ounce of intelligence knows that they are making killing though this method is, even if these are stuff from Grim Race. They should not be this cheap, but we can't complain as anyone can guess that running outposts, mid-zones, and Warzone needs resources, and this method is one of the ways they get resources to run everything smoothly. After that, I look at my access bar. Currently, like all rookies, I have level 9 access, but my access bar is showing 4 progress. One needs to kill 100 normal major stage monsters to get level 8 access. If it is the elite major stage, then one has to kill 50. If one is powerful enough, then killing 10 normal kernel stage monsters would also suffice to gain level 8 access. The higher the level of Grim Race monster is, the less the one has to kill, but killing the Grim Race monster below major would not get any points. That why 4 Grim Race monsters that I had killed before today, I have only received the points for 2, as only 2 were at major stage, while the other 2 below the major stage. I have already killed the 8 major stage Grim Race monsters today, and if kept killing at this speed, then it will take me a maximum 12 days for my access to reach level 8. I clicked a few buttons called a drone to take all the Grim monster stuff I got today, but this time I am not sending stuff to the Adventures Paradise, but to my own guild Ragic Thunder, as being S-Class Guild. It has the ability to process the stuff, and there will be no effects on access advancing, as all the guilds in Fort answered to the Adventurers Guild. Though I will get the same price as Adventurers Paradise, the time of processing would be much faster. If I were to send my stuff now, then my stuff would get processed by the morning. Its processing speed is more than 5 times faster than the Adventurers Paradise. 5 minutes later the drone came, and I have put all the stuff I got from the 8 Grim Race monsters into the storage of drone. After sorting out all the stuff, I started to read the books about the runes. It may take time, but I am confident that I will reach the lieutenant stage, and when that happened, I will have to forge my totem artifact. So when the time of me forging totem artifact came, I want to be a little knowledgeable about the blueprint, even able to modify according to my need, instead of blindly taking the blueprint and forging. After reading for 3 hours, I closed the window and started taking off my clothes, as it is time for me to practice body technique exercise and supreme combat exercise. I am progressing at a very good speed, and everything went well. Then my eye should be able to reach 24th pose of body cleansing exercise. At 24th pose, my body will go through another cleansing, as it did when I had reached the 12th. Because of these minor body cleansing between every 12 poses and major cleaning at the finishing of every move is why body cleaning technique is so revered that when one finishes performing all the moves of it in the night stage, one will get perfect body without any impurities, which is perfect for making breakthrough out of night stage. Just one more, I roared in my mind as I was performing poses of body cleansing technique. In the past 3 days, I have made more progress than I thought would be possible. I thought it need me 5 to 6 days to perform the 24th pose, but I was wrong. If I able to persist for some time and able to perform the 24th pose, then it will be 3 days instead of 6 days. It has been 3 days since we are hunting in the Madeline Swamp and made very good progress. On the first day, I had killed 8 grim race monsters and harvesting 147 mana crystals. On the second day, I had hunted 9 grim race monsters and harvested 171 mana crystals. And today, the third day, I had killed the 11 grim race monsters and harvested 222 mana crystals. Today was the most fruitful day of 3. Not only I had killed the most monster and higher mana crystal, but also because I have fought with the 3 major stage monster at the same time and killed them only with the power of Sunfire. I did not use my 2 rules together to kill them. This is quite a big achievement for me, and if I continue killing at this speed, then it wouldn't even take even a week for my access for advance to level 8. Currently I am at quite a big juncture. If I am able to perform this 24th pose, then my body will go through a second minor cleansing, which will increase my strength even more. The body cleansing technique's main function is cleaning the body of any injury, but that is not its only use. Its secondary use is body strengthening. It made the body like a furnace, and which helped the energies like berserk energy fuse with my body even more perfectly, which in turn not only made my body stronger, but also give the energy of miracle fruit chance to eat the energies that it needs to grow. I slowly performed the 23rd pose of the body cleansing technique, and at every turn tried to move toward the 24th pose. I may fail many times, but I kept trying, as only through the persistence will I be able to grow beyond my limits. Finally, I did it. I finally reached the 24th pose and started to perform it. As I moved forward with this pose, I could see faint gray sweat coming out of my body. It smelled awful, and I just want to throw up after smelling it, but I didn't do that as I still haven't completely performed the 24th pose. I will only relax when I completely perform the 24th pose, as only then will the cleansing will be completed. If I stopped in the halfway, then I will lose this chance, and only able to experience next cleansing when I perform the 36th pose. Thud. I don't know how much time it took me to perform the 24th pose with ant-like speed, but I finally able to do that, and just I finished performing the 24th pose. I collapsed on the ground in my own sweat, from which vomit-like smell constantly coming. I want to move away from the puddle of the sweat, but I can't, as I did not have any energy do so. I must have laid on the floor for more than a half an hour. I don't know how much time exactly, as I have had fainted many times due exhaustion several times, and woken up by horrible smell every time, but when I got the feeling back in my limbs, I crawled toward the bathroom with my all. I do that because the smell was becoming more horrifying as the time passed. I would have vomit, but I controlled myself, thinking that if I vomited, then I would have to clean that vomit, which I absolutely don't want to. I somehow reached the bathroom and somehow activated the shower with my holowatch. The cold water from the shower is absolutely amazing, as it cascaded down on my skin, taking away all the horrifying smell and sweat that had been lingering on my body. After laying 15 minutes in the shower, I was able to stand up and properly soap myself to remove the last bit of smell that was lingering on my body. Before getting out of the shower, I activated room freshener on the whole apartment. I should have done that before I started doing body cleansing technique, but I didn't think I will be able to perform the 24th pose today. If I had known, I would have surely done that, but there is no point in regretting that now. As I got out of the shower, I was assaulted by the thick smell of roses, is rose flavor room freshener. Though such thick smell is an assault on the nose, but it's still better than smelling that vomit-inducing smell. Not even bothering to clean the puddle of sweat on the floor, I weakly laid on the bed to sleep. After confirming alarm and setting an auto shutdown timer for room freshener, I closed my eyes and fell into sleep next second. I woke up next without the alarm and felt very fresh and light, so light that I felt like I could fly in the sky. I know this is my imagination due to yesterday's body cleaning effect on my body. The effects of cleansing very great. Not only my body is feeling very light and flexible, but also there is a faint refreshing glow on me, which made my average looking face a little handsome. For the past 3 days, we have been hunting in the safest areas of Madeline Swamp, but today team leader taking us one of the dangerous parts of the Madeline Hills, where not only more elite grim race monsters roam, but there's also the chance of encountering normal and elite kernel stage grim race monster. And this is also the main reason why I tried so hard last night so I could gain extra strength for today. There is another reason as well. 2 days ago, Sophia asked team leader that if any one of us in danger would you help. He said, "Off, I'll help you, only after the grim race monster bit off your limb or two." He said that with such expression that we felt that what he is saying is true, and anyone in the group doesn't want much help from the team leader. Regenerating the limb is not a problem. It can be done though after drinking an expensive regeneration potion that everyone could afford, but the problem is that the limb that a grown anew won't be as old. One will have a train that limp for months, even years, to make it work as the old. I made all my preparations within an hour and left my apartment. When I reach our regular meeting place by the city gates, I found everyone was already there except for me and team leader. When I reached my group, they seemed to be in the casual conversation, and the only one who Riene as always. I landed beside them and joined the conversation. Suddenly, after some time later, Sophia became very excited like bubbling lava, and everyone became quiet seeing that. As we all know Sophia going to say something very exciting, she always has this expression when she wants to tell everyone something important, but this time she seemed way more excited than normal. "Have you guys heard?" Sophia asked in a very, very excited voice. "Have you guys heard?" Sophia asked in a very, very excited voice. "What?" we all asked in unison. To Sophia, this excited must be very important, and seeing her this excited, we couldn't help but get curious. "Guess," said Sophia in a teasing manner, but no one responded to her teasing. Everyone just looked at her intently. Sophia has many qualities, but patience is not one of them. In the 3 days, we have learned that as long as you have patience enough, you can make Sophia spill all beans she is holding in her mouth. We learned all that from her sister, Riene. "You guys are no fun," Sophia said brattily before the same excited smile dawned on her face. "The news is that they are going to form a stable connection with the Epherian space ruin," said Sophia as she looked at our faces, which are exactly what she had expected to see, an utter shock. Ruins. They are like space realms, but also different. The difference between ruin and that, the realm is the naturally formed spatial enclave that exists in the spatial boundary of our world. It is completely natural, with no intelligent races interference, but the space ruins are completely different. These ruins could be a tiny part of the world, or the supreme expert's self-created enclave, or part of the battlefield that is torn due to war or any other thing. The point is that these runes sometimes revolve around our world and pass by it, with the help of runic connections. The important thing that these runes are filled with treasures left behind by the intelligent races. There could be weapons that are powerful beyond belief, a very powerful occult method, or miraculous medicine, or any other thing. There are many other things, small and bigs, could be found there that could change one's life forever, but like all this, there are two parts of everything. If there is fortune, then there is a danger as well. These runes are immensely dangerous. Not only there is danger of beasts, but there are dangers of runic restrictions, terrain, and other dangerous things that make people lose their lives in the instant. "Are you sure it's the Epherian space ruin?" Suddenly a voice asked, only to see its team leader that sneakily appeared behind us without us knowing. Yes, our brother's friend that worked in the Adventurer's Paradise had told us this news. He said it will become public in few days, replied Sophia more excitedly, as this the news only she knew and no one else, not even an instructor. "Looks like I have to postpone my leaving," the team leader said to himself. "Team leader, do you anything about the Epherian ruin?" "I have tried but not much able to find out," Sophia asked, and we all looked at the team with an expectant look in our eyes. "I did not know much, all I know that it had appeared 4 times before," he said while shaking his head in disappointment, and seeing he also did not have the answer, we are also becoming quite disappointed. "You don't have to make such disappointed faces. I may not know anything, but Guild will sure have records," said team leader, which put brightness on all our faces. "All right, let's stop talking about the ruin," team leader said, halting the thoughts we are having about the Epherian space ruin. "From today, you guys are going to hunt in one of the most dangerous parts of the Madeline Swamp. I hope you guys are prepared enough, as the real challenge starts today," said instructor as he took the high jump in the sky and started running in the sky. Putting the matter of ruin back of our heads, we started to follow behind the team leader. Normally it takes us 1.5 hours to reach the Madeline Swamp, but today it took us 2 hours at full speed as we took a completely different route. We have to cross through another low-level hunting ground to reach here. What I see in front of me, very gloomy swamp, big trees in the water had completely shadowed the bright sunlight. A very cheerful person like Sophia became very silent seeing this. This area is very dangerous. Here you will only find the elite major stage monsters, and sometimes even Colonel stage. It will be rare for you to come across the normal major stage grim race monsters or those below them, said team leader. The team leader had told yesterday that we are coming here and I have done research about, but looking at the swamp in front of me, I couldn't help but shudder. I've lessened the number of grim race monsters you will have to fight. As long as there are 6 grim race monster in the group, you can fight them, the team leader said as he took the step inside the swamp. It's not even full minutes when we had taken a step inside the swamp. I sensed the 2 killing intents had locked on us, and the next moment the team leader had released the dart and turned them into the ashes. I am surprised seeing this. I hadn't expected to come across the grim monster just a minute after entering the swamp, and these monsters were not normal either, but elite ones. As we go forward, we come across more and more monster, but all of them were in the small group of 5 or below. We have not come across any grim race monsters group that had 6 or more members. D-Hub, another one turned into the ash. It's been 5 minutes since we have entered the swamp and team leader had already killed 3 grim race monsters. 7. The team leader said suddenly, just as he said that I also noticed killing intent locked on our group. All nodded and gripped our weapons tightly as we watched our team leader disappear. Shit, we let that one get away, said one grim monster as 7 grim monsters surrounded us. They were from Grey Snakeman race. They all are at major stage, and all of them excluding the aura of the elite. This is the first time I have seen 7 elite grim race monsters at the same time. This is going to be a challenge for some of my teammates, as till now the only ones that had truly fought elite major stage monsters is me, Emma and Richie, while 3 others never fought. Though they have not fought the elite before, they have seen their power when Emma and Richie fought them, so fight going to hard, but as long they give them all, they should be able to handle these elite monsters. You idiots attack first before they get away like the other one, said major stage grim race monsters who had the strongest aura. Seeing them coming toward us, we seamlessly adjusted to our positions. With 3 days of fighting together, we know the strength of each other very well. So when the 7 grim race monsters attacked us, we have already each having target in our mind that we want to fight. All 7 monsters came at us. Of the 7 monsters, Emma and Richie will fight 2 each, while Ben and I will fight 1 each, and the last one will be fought together by Sophia and Riane. Tasty food, surrender, and I will give a quick death. If you dare to fight with me, then I promise you, I will first dip you into 7-tail scorpion tribe's juices before eating you. That will be very tasty for me, but very painful for you, that will make you wish you hadn't born, said Snakeman as he stood in front of me waiting for my answer. Is it an idiot? All of its mates already fighting, and it is asking me that if I want to surrender so it can give me a swift death, and if I didn't it will dip me in juices of some tribe, which I have already forgotten the name of. If his behavior is not idiocy, then what it is. Though it may have some screw loose, it is quite strong as it has the 2nd strongest aura in this group of 7 monsters. That is why I acted as if I am considering his proposal as I am charging the 2nd enhancement of my sword. If possible, I want to finish this idiot in 1 move, which will also be quite good for me. Answer quickly, I don't have the whole day to wait for your answer, shouted Snakeman snappily, to which I flinched and cower. My answer is, go die, I said as I shouted last 2 words as I hacked my sword at it, hoping it will touch its skin so I could release all the power of Point Inferno inside it. Its snake irises widened in surprise, but the next moment that surprise in its eyes morphed into anger. It may be a little loose in the mind, but its reaction is impeccable as just as my sword moved, it also swung its saber to counter my sword. Clank. Its saber countered my sword before it was able to touch any part of my body and my plan failed. You lowly food, you dare to take advantage of my mercy. For that you will pay the price. It screamed loudly as it summoned its spirit totem. The gray fog came out of its body and morphed into a very sinister but regal-looking snakeman, which in turn merged into a snakeman's body, covering it with a thin layer of gray fog. Now perish, it said loudly as it attacked, and when its blade was halfway, a sinister look flashed in its eyes as opened its mouth and exhaled gray fog out of it. Poison fog, I said in my mind, but I did not panic as I had taken precautions against it. 2 days ago when we were fighting against the snakemen, we forgot to take precautions and have to pay quite a price. So when I saw the snakemen that are going to attack me, I had already taken a precaution against the poison. But before dealing with the poison fog, I first have to deal with the saber that is coming at me with extremely fast speed. Clank, puh, the saber packed with the power spirit totem clashed against my sword, and the shock I received so immense that I have to vomit blood next second, but despite receiving such immense shock, I stood still on my spot. If it were the time before, I would have flung away even if it was yesterday. I would have had to take several steps back, but because of the cleansing my body has gone through last night, it had become quite tensile that I was able to bear such an attack. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As weapons locked in the stalemate, I heard the faint crackling sound over my body, only to see the gray poison making that sound as it touched my skin. I had covered my body internally and externally with the sunfire, so as long as poison touched my skin it will burn away, and even if by chance it were able to seep inside my skill, it will get vaporized as inside of my body is also covered with the sunfire. Clank, clank, clank. Our swords clashed with each other multiple times. The first few times I had vomited blood due to shock, but soon I able to adapt to its attacks and my vomiting stopped. As I was fighting the snakeman, I sensed something which changed my expression drastically, as it is quite a big problem, but I couldn't do anything about it as I am busy with this problem in front of me. Seeing the much bigger problem is waiting, I upped my offensive and started to use all the power I have, but still, I am not able to do much as this was the strongest opponent I have faced till now. I have another option, which is to use my final trump card, but I am not going to use it as the much bigger danger is looming closer. If I had used my trump card now then, I will be incapable of using it against that bigger danger which is waiting by the curb. Tear. Its saber had just breached the defense of my skill and artifact and able to cut my skin, though the cut is nothing major but still I have to be careful. It is just my shoulder now, but it could have been neck, and if that had been then, I would have had to pay quite a hefty price, as not only it made cut on my neck, but it also would have poisoned it. See, crackle, crackle. I took a sharp breath as I felt the intense pain in my shoulder due to the poison. Though it's being burned by the sunfire, it still feel very painful. Slash, my sword is finally able to make contact with its skill, but its faint contact that was not even able to draw blood out of it. I am a little disappointed as I hoping my sword would enter a few centimeters inside it so that I could release the point inferno inside it. Clank, clank, clank. Sparks could be seen flying as our swords kept clashing hundreds of times in a minute, each of wanting to hack other apart, but no one able to do that as we are near equally matched against each other. I have something very quickly. I thought as I could feel the looming danger that is eyeing us and could devour us at any moment. If I kept delaying then that looming danger would surely bite me very hard. One more its saber came at me, but this time, I ducked down and used my sword above my head to defend against the sword move. Clank, puh. My hands shook uncontrollably, and I even vomited blood, but I still held onto sword which is trying flung away from my hands due to uncontrollable force I am feeling in my arms. Puchai. The force hadn't completely subsided yet when I suddenly spun my body with all my strength and pierced the area above its crotch. Ah! It screamed out of piercingly loud as I released the concentrated fire inside it. The dark red lava like web spreading all over its body, especially the lower one. Thud. It finally couldn't able to stand anymore as it is finally fell on the ground with a thud. It is finished, I thought as I looked at the condition of the monster. Though it is not dead, it had completely lost the feeling down below as now it is flailing on the ground in pain. I have also not come out of this engagement unscathed when I piercing my blade at it also aiming its saber at me, but I was able to pierce my sword first and moved my body a little so I could avoid its saber. I would have dodged its saber unscathed, but me releasing concentrated fire inside it made its hand release the saber which falls down on my shoulder, cutting quite a bit of flesh. Puchai. I drank several bottles of potions and pierced the skull of Snakeman, killing it effectively. Usually I keep grim monsters in the half-dead stage, but there is a big danger is looming near us. That is why I killed it, so it could not create any distraction or became an unfavorable variable when that looming danger reveals itself. Like yesterday, Emma and Richie finished their fight before me. For the first 2 days, I was the quickest to finish the fight, but after 2 days, Emma and Richie gained experience, and with their strength, they finished first. As for others, they should be able to finish within 5 minutes, and as for those hiding in the shadows would give us that time. Grim race is different from humans. There is very strong tribalism exist between them, especially in the low-level tribes of the Grim world. These tribes did not mingle with the other tribes, except for some they are allied with. In their own world, they constantly fight. If not for the great overlords from the high-level tribes that kept them in check, they would have fought with each other without care for us humans as they consider us lowly food. The strength of those hiding is very high. They are at least 3 times stronger than the Grim race monster group that we are fighting now, and the one leading has very strong battle power. If I had not guessed wrong, then the one leading them is at Colonel stage, and not normal Colonel stage but the elite one. Except there are 10 other Grim race monsters hiding. All 10 of them are elite major stage, and have battle power similar or higher than that the Grim race monster I've just fought. As for running away, that would be difficult as all the monsters have surrounded us. They were easily able to catch if I decided to run away alone, and they could easily catch me, especially that Colonel level elite which I felt I am no match of even if I use all my power including my trump. I will still not be getting away from it. The fight will be difficult, but if we can't seem to handle, then the team leader will sure help, but the question is, at what point will he help? Does he help when the grim race monsters had cut off our limb or two, as he said, or he will help before? I don't know. I just know that he will not let us get beaten too much by these monsters. It may also not get that bad, that we will need the instructor's help. We might be able to beat those monsters by our strength. In my view, there is a 25% chance of us beating those monsters with our own strength, but we were able to do that, or not, only time will. As Ben and twins were fighting the grim race monsters, the grim race monsters that Ben was fighting suddenly noticed that all of its comrades are dead, and seeing that it wanted to run, but it was unsuccessful doing as it's running away, gave Ben a chance to kill it in a single shot. A few seconds later, Sophia and Renee finished killing the grim race monsters they were fighting, seeing that I was about to warn them when Reina spoke suddenly. There are some grim race monsters hiding around, Renee said, hearing that all of them stopped and even put away runic discs they have taken out. Harvest the mana score. We have hoped to launch a sneak attack, but who would have thought that you lowly animals have a rat that had a sharp nose? Said grim race monster suddenly as it came out of the water without making sound, and moment after it comes out, all the other grim race monster hiding around us came out of water silently as their leader. When I looked at the appearance of the grim race monster, I started to curse loudly in my mind. Our condition had already been difficult, but now it had become worse after seeing the appearance of grim race monsters. Black Viper Tribe, Sophia shouted out loud. A little fear could be seen on her face when she said this name. That's right, it is infamous Black Viper Tribe. Its name is enough to create terror on anyone's face who hunt in the low-level hunting ground. This tribe also has another name, that is Pain Viper Tribe. This name it got because of the venom it has. Its venom is on a completely different level than Grey Snakeman's venom we just fought. The venom of the Black Viper Tribe had 2 points that made its venom one of the best in the low-level hunting ground. One is the venom of Black Viper Snakeman is resilient. One has to put a lot of efforts to destroy its venom, and second, once it touches one's skin, one will feel the pain. The pain is so intense that it is downright agonizing. That is why rookies fear this tribe very much, as it is very difficult to fight when you are feeling agonizing pain. This is the real challenge that the team leader talked about. The earlier fight was just a trailer of the movie that is going to play now. My dear comrades, finish them as quickly as possible. Don't give them chance to fight back like those idiots of Grey Snakeman tribe did, or you will also end up like those idiots. Remember to try not to kill them if possible. I like to eat them when they are withering in the pain of our venom, said leader as it took out its pitch-black tongue out as it is already imagining eating us. All 11 grim race monster, including their leader, has summoned their totem spirit and enhanced their power to the limit with it. This Black Viper tribe's grim race monsters are quite smart. After watching our fight with Grey Snakeman tribe, they have become quite cautious and decided to use all their power to fight us. Let's finish them and have a hearty lunch, said Black Viper Grim Race Leader as it came at us with its tribesmen from all the directions. The Grim Race Monster came so swiftly that they did not give a chance to choose who we are going to fight. Their leader decided to fight Emma alone, while 3 Black Viper Snakemen attacked the Richie. Ben and I attacked by group 2 Black Viper Snakemen each, while 3 Snakemen went toward the Sophia and Renee. If it was any other time, I would have definitely helped them, but I myself under the attack of 2 Black Viper Snakemen, both which stronger than the earlier grim monster I had fought earlier. I hope they manage to defend until any one of us finishes their fight quickly and help them. 2 Black Viper Snakemen launched the attack at me with their thin saber. Their speed is so fast that I am barely able to perceive it. Clank, slash. My sword able to counter the saber forcefully, but saber of the other grim race monster's saber avoided my shield expertly as it slashes across my shoulder. The slash did not give me any deep wood, but it may have been as it left behind the agony that reminded me of agony of when the 3 fatties had fed me monster core forcefully. I had forcefully controlled the agony I am feeling by biting my teeth forcefully, but that did not mean others could, as I heard 2 loud screams just a second after the battle started. I do not know from whom those screams are, nor do I care, as Grim Monstra launched another attack at me, and I am wholly concentrated on defending against them, while Ashlyn is using her sunfire power inside me to burn off the venom that Black Viper Snakeman released through its saber. Ashlyn is now dealing with the agonizing venom that is present in my body, and she's doing a better job than I ever could, as her control over sunfire is a lot better than mine. It did not take Ashlyn half a second to eradicate all the venom in my body, and I want to cheer to that I wasn't feeling that agonizing pain anymore, but I can't, as another attack from the 2 Black Viper Snakemen is coming, and this time their attack is faster than before. Slash, slash. 2 light slashes of saber appeared on my body as I was powerless to counter them. All I do is try to dodge as much as possible, so the sabers of the grim race monsters could not inflict heavy injuries on me. I have no other choice but to try to counter and dodge their sabers, and try to maintain my sanity through the agonizing pain I am feeling due to the venom that sabers of grim race monsters released in me. Clank slash 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 clank. I kept defending against their furious saber strikes, but most of the time I failed as their attacks are too fast for me to intercept, and because of this I am in the immense agony. Every slash of theirs that cut open my skin would release a venom inside me. That venom is very agonizing, that most of the time because of it, I wasn't properly able to defend against their saber strike. I'm extremely lucky to have an abnormal partner like Ashlyn, who is expertly controlling Sunfire to burn off the venom that entered my body soon as possible. Otherwise, my screams would also be one of the screams I am hearing. Tech, look at this lowly animal. Just little bit of venom had put such expression of its face, but it still has not screamed like other lowly animals. Looks like we have to do this to make it scream its lungs out, said Black Viper Snakeman as it opened its mouth and spit out a large amount of black fog like a wave. Not only it, but the other Black Viper also opened its mouth and released a large amount of the black fog. Despite knowing a large amount of venom coming at me, I can't do anything as if I tried to do any big move that takes even a little bit of time, like taking a step back. Then their extremely fast sabers would tear me apart. All I can do endure till I get a good chance. A chance where I able to kill one of these Black Viper Snakemen with my trump card. Clank, clank, my sword and saber successfully able to defend against both of the sabers of the grim race monsters. This is the first time I was able to do that, and normally would have been very happy if not seeing a large amount of black fog about to drown me all. Crackle, crackle, crackle. First I heard a crackling sound all over my body, but soon the agony come from every inch of my body. The very fine layer of sunfire that Ashlyn had covered my skin had able to burn 75 of venom that 2 Black Viper Snakemen had released, but remaining 25 still able to seep in my body, which is giving me agony similar to what I felt when I was forcefully fed the monster core. Almost instinctively, I started to circulate Supreme Combat Exercise. Last time only because of this, I was able to pass through the calamity, and when I again felt such pain, I started to circulate the Supreme Combat Exercise without thinking. I did not expect that right after I started circulating Supreme Combat Exercise. I was able to reach 23rd and 24th circulations, and just second after that I smashed through 24th circulation and creation of 21st seal started in my temple. I have never imagined this would happen. I just wanted to deal with agony by feeling another pain and resistance of Supreme Combat Exercise, but to my utter surprise, I was able to 21st seal. I have already Monster Core in my stomach, and Refinement Engine, which is always running, is feeling a large amount of mana to it for its quick completion, so it could provide me with the boost. Slash, slash. It may seem like a lot of time had passed, but not even 2 seconds had passed since they released the venomous fog on me, which is extremely agonizing, and in that less 2 seconds time, 7 more slashes appeared on my body. After releasing the venomous fog, they did not stop attacking. Instead, their attacks got faster and faster. The only good this that the venomous fog they had released did not much affect my visibility, otherwise the injuries on me would have a lot more serious. The agonizing pain I am feeling hadn't gone, as the dark fog is still surrounded by my body, trying its all to infiltrate inside my body. It's like it had its own sentient, as it kept coming toward me no matter where I move when I am fighting, and that is why I am still circulating Supreme Combat Exercise while the seal is being created in my body. First, second, third, fourth, 13th, I circulate and able to reach the 13th move by the time the 21st seal is created. As the 21st seal is created, I felt refreshing energy traveling all over my body. Not only that, the pressure I am feeling using 100 power of the Sunfire also lessened a little. Clank slash slash clank. With creation 21 seal, my strength had increased a little, and I was better able to respond to the attack of the grim race monster, though getting slashed every few seconds is still inevitable. At the 18th move, I started to feel immense resistance in circulating the Supreme Combat Exercise, but I still kept trying as it is the only thing that keeps me from going mad due to that agonizing pain. As the wounds kept increasing on my body, the circulation of the Supreme Combat Exercise also increasing. The more agony I will feel, the more moves I will be able to circulate. They kept circulating more and more moves, and finally able to reach 24th move. As long as I tear the wall of the 24th move, I will be able to create the second. I started to build the pressure. I build it till I can't control myself, and released it wholly on the wall that is stopping me from creating the 22nd seal. Bang. The wall shattered with the bang, and the creation of the 22nd seal started. I started to feed as much as mana it needs, so the creation of seal finished quickly. Clank, clank, slash. Time passed by as my weapons furiously clashed with the two monsters. With every second the seal in my temple became more complete, and finally, and after 1.5 minute seal finally completed, and I finally able to receive its boosts. Not only my physical strength increased again by little, but my mental energy also improved, and that is why the strain I was feeling due using 100 of Sunfire rule power completely gone, and I felt my mind became free again. Clank, 2 sabers came at me as usual. One saber clashed with my shield, and when the second saber about to clash with my sword, I moved my sword a little and avoided the saber of the grim monster. Seeing that a usual smile appeared in the grim monster's face, I always do this in order to injure the grim monster, but every time it dodged my sword while its saber cut some part of me. This time also when moving closer to it, it moved quickly to dodge my sword as it does every time, but this time it got the surprise as when it was moving, the speed of my sword suddenly increased, and before it could do anything, it able to make faint cut across its chest, while the saber which is coming from my shoulder is dodged by me. What my sword made is could not be considered a cut, as it was just faintly touched its skill, but still is able to do that which is the first time it had happened. The small touch of my sword had made a huge impact on the monster, as the look of intense anger appeared on its face. You lowly food, you dare to tarnish the flesh of this great me with your filthy sword. You will pay a huge price for this. I will not eat you while you are alive. I will also dose with my heart's poison so you would truly experience what true agony is. It shouted loudly, and a fist-sized ball of fog came out of its mouth. It's completely different from the wave of black fog it released through its mouth last time, and this ball of fog little different as it is not wholly black, but it also had the specks of red all over it. D-Hub. I felt a very serious threat from this black-red fog ball and wanted to dodge it, even taking risk of getting seriously injured, but before I could even flex my muscles to take a jump back, it crashed on my body. H-A-H-A-H-A. Experience the agony of 7 hells, you lowly animal. It shouted loudly as it laughed. This is my heart's poison, which I could only use once in 3 days. You should feel extremely honored that I used it on you. Ha ha ha. The black-red ball crashed against me and started to envelop like a second skin with no time. Crackle, crackle, crackle. I did not feel the agonizing pain that I expected to feel as black-red fog covered me fully, except for the crackling sound of poison burning. I did not feel anything. The 2 black viper snakemen that were attacking stopped suddenly and kept looking at me with the smile on their faces. They are not even caring as I am taking a few steps back to create the distance between us. It's like they are confident that I will not run away. I stopped after I've created a sufficient distance between and started to circulate supreme combat exercise, but it's really hard. The resistance I am feeling after creating 2 seals is really huge that I was able to move ahead after the 3rd move. Tech, it is time right. Asked one black viper snakeman to another. Yes, Don. In few seconds it will feel the agony it had never felt before, said black viper snakeman with a big smile on its face as they both look at me intently. Hearing their talk, I immediately used my power of Sunfire to cover my body with it both internally and externally. Normally, even if 2 people using the same rule power, their rule power clashes as their understanding about that rule power are slightly different, but our understanding about Sunfire is exactly the same, not even slight change in it, and that is why both of us could use our Sunfire without fear of being clashed. The venom has covered my body fully, though it is kept getting burned as it trying to infiltrate inside my body. Still 30 of it still got inside my body, where it again getting burned by the ashlands and mine Sunfire. Earlier, as soon as the black venom entered inside me, I felt agonizing pain, but when this venom entered inside me, I felt nothing, nada. Though this black reed venom kept burning externally and internally by the Sunfire, some 10 to 15 of it had already spread inside my body. If it had been normal black venom, only 1 to 2 of able to spread inside me, but this black-red venom is extra resilient. No matter how Ashlyn and I tried to burn it off with her Sunfire, some of it still got away and will spread to every inch of my body. Ah. Suddenly extremely torturous pain struck me suddenly that made scream which I haven't till now. This pain is very torturous that it is comparable to the one I felt. Then I was force-fed the monster core, and the worst thing is, I am feeling it though every inch of my body. When I had force-fed the monster core, the pain was torturous as this, but it was never well spread like this. Now I am feeling pain every inch of my body, and I feel like my mind will break. With the last bit of my sanity, I kept holding to the supreme combat exercise and circulating it, and like last time, I did not resist the pain but let wash over it. If I tried to resist it, it will be like me holding the flow of the river with the dam made of paper. The water will break past it within the second. So it is best to let this torturous pain wash over me and be like Dingy in the storm. As long as I kept holding on the small Dingy, I will not drown no matter how big wave came at me. Ah! I screamed and screamed through this torturous agony while kept circulating supreme combat exercise. I did not know what circulation I am or how close I am in creating the seal. I only know as long as I kept circulating in this agony, I will see the results. Ha 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 ha, I heard the two black venom snakemen said something and laughed, but I was not able to understand a single word except for their laughing as I submerged in this immense agony. Time passed by and I don't know how much, but suddenly, I felt an extremely faint cooling sensation. As I felt that sensation, I knew that seal is created, and I felt little happiness in this agony. Still, I know that this seal alone would not be enough, and that is why I have never stopped circulating the supreme combat exercise. I need to keep creating new seals. Only when I have more seals will I able to beat those bastards to death. With passing time, more and more venom seeped inside me, and the layer of venom covering my started to thin out, but as that happened, the torturous pain I am feeling did not lessen, but instead, it increased. I am at the brink of sanity due to this torturous pain. This pain is not only affecting me mentally, but physically as well. Because of me feeling such immense pressure due to torturous pain, blood started to come out my nose, ears, and eyes, and top of that there is corrosiveness of the venom. If not for my body is strong and healing power is good due to two amethyst seals and Ashlyn burning off all the venom with her sunfire, my body would have been long since corroded by now. I felt a faint calling sensation, which means another seal is completed. I am extremely happy seeing that if not for I am feeling torturous agony and two grim monsters in front of me, I would have surely danced. My throat had become dry after screaming so much, and I am still screaming in intense agony, but I am not the only one who is screaming. I could hear the many faint voices that were screaming, but they felt very faint and far to me for some reason. It may be because I've gone far the level of pain I am feeling as my eyes are shut, and I writhing on the wet ground ever since this immensely agonizing pain had hit me. As time passed, the pain kept increasing, but interestingly I found clarity of mind is returning to me. My muddled thoughts had started to become a little clearer and clearer. It may be due to I am getting used to the pain or experiencing such pain my mental fortitude had increased, just like it happened last time I experienced such pain that my mental fortitude had increased. Well, whatever it is a good thing for me as the clearer my thoughts, the better I able to think. Tech, should we eat him? Seeing it withering pain I started to feel very hungry. Asked a black viper snakeman to another. This is the first time I am hearing them clearly since the torturous pain had stuck me, and the first thing I heard of them eating me. I became vigilant hearing this, but there is not much I can't do, though as some clarity returned to me and I might able to move my limbs a little, but that's all. For me to gain complete control over my senses and limbs will take some more time. If I able to create another seal, then it would get little quicker, but creating another seal is very difficult. It has been quite a while I've been circulating for this seal, but it hadn't completed yet, and when I looked up to see how many moves are remaining, I found there I still 5 moves before the seal could be completed. Seeing that, I put all my effort into circulating. All the rage and frustration I am feeling, I used it as a fuel for the circulation of supre combat exercise. Are an idiot, do you want to suffer the wrath of the leader by eating first? Admonished its friend, do you want to be like little Kai Don? Asked the grim monster named Tech to the one named Don. It shudders as it remembers something and looked gratefully at its friend before it again looked at me and started to watch me withering and screaming with relish. Bang! Finally, I was able to break the wall of the 24th move that stopped me from creating the seal. With this seal I have created 5 seals today that makes 25 seals in my temple. A minute passed and seal completely formed. With its completion I felt like I have gotten complete control over my senses and limbs. The torturous pain is still there, but it won't be able to affect me much when I fight these bastards. Though I gained control over my senses and body, I did not attack impulsively and kept the act of withering and screaming in pain. I first decided to observe them sneakily at first, only attack when the time is right. With the power of 5 seals, I am confident that I could kill them, but I want to kill them swiftly without alerting anyone. As for what the both of Black Viper Snakemen are doing, they are watching me withering and screaming in pain. They seem to be getting some sort of sick pleasure doing this. Their vigilance is minimum as the black-red fog still covering my body faintly, giving me a torturous pain that is getting intense every second. While withering in the pain, I moved my hand toward my storage for my wild sword. As for the red sword, it had left my hand when it attacked me with the black and red venom. Don, how much time do you think this lowly being would able to hold on to his consciousness? Asked Black Viper Snakeman named Tech to its friend. This one is quite resilient. I say it will last for 10 more minutes before its mind break due to pain, replied the Black Viper Snakeman named Don. I think you are wrong. Look at its body and face. It's already reached its limit. It will not going to last more than 2 minutes, refuted Black Viperman named Tech. It is this Tech bastard that threw the black and red ball of poison at me. I will sure pay special attention to it. It's time. I said when I take out the sword out of storage and stood up at the same time, seeing that they were extremely shocked, but they did not have anything to say as my attack swiftly came at them. This attack is not simple. This time I had decided to use my trump card. I had used both my killing rule and sunfire rule at the same time, and the best thing is, I am not feeling even bit of strain. This is all because of the 5 seals of supreme combat exercise. Because of the 5 seals, I got all the mental energy, I've needed to use both rules power together effortlessly, and this time there's no time limit on it. I could now easily use both of my rule powers together for more than an hour. My sword is slashing toward them, and it has only one aim, which is to kill. Sunfire had given me all the power I've needed for this attack, and killing rule has enhanced my senses with the help of it. I can see every movement of my enemy with crystal clear clarity. Both the Grim Race Monster was shocked seeing such a surprise attack from me, but they reacted very quickly and launched their own attack to counter mine with their full power. Seeing that, I couldn't help but laugh inside my mind. If it were before, I wouldn't be able to defend such attack, but now I have no need to defend against them with the senses and reaction speed that my killing rule had bestowed me. I could easily dodge their attack and let my attack pierce their bodies. I let their saber came close to me, and when they were just hand distance from me, I moved my body little and 2 sabers have passed by me. Puchai, they were in the shock of me dodging their attack, only to come to themselves when they heard Puchai sound. Pa. Black Viper Snakeman looked down at its chest only to see a white sword inside its chest and steaming hot blood coming out of its mouth consistently. Not only I had pierced my sword inside its chest, but I have also even released a shitload of sunfire, which made it its blood boil and killing energy, which made it immobile. It is not dead, but it is seriously injured, and even with terrifying vitality of Grim Race, it would take a few hours to heal from such injuries. You lowly beast, roared Black Viper Snakeman named Tech, seeing its friend beaten to the half-dead state by me. It roared loudly and attack. This time its attack is very faster, 2 times faster than any of its attacks before, but despite that, I have no fear for it. I swiftly took my sword out other Black Viper Snakeman's chest as it made Pachak sound when it left the Grim Race Monster's chest and attacked the Grim Race Monster. As for its attack that is coming toward me, I simply dodged it by bending down a little. Puchai. Another Puchai sound rang out, and just like it's fried, it found a sword in its chest and boiling blood coming out of its mouth. As for how it had happened, it had no idea, as the attack was simply too fast for it to know anything. Thud, thud. I lightly pushed the 2 bodies of Grim Race Monsters down, and they fell on the ground with a thud. Right after doing that, I looked for Sophia and Rene. They were fighting the 3 Grim Race Monsters. Gasp. I quickly started to look for them and found them a few seconds later, and just about go toward them to help them when I stopped short, and large gasp came out of my mouth. I thought that Sophia and Rene would be in the worst condition of all those fighting, but I was very, very wrong to that, as they are the least injured of all those fighting here, including me, despite fighting 3 Grim Race Monsters at once. It is all because of their impeccable teamwork. I have never seen such teamwork in my whole life. Even in the videos of Champion, I have never such flawless teamwork. By the battle power, Sophia and Rene are the weakest, but seeing their flawless teamwork, I dare to say they have the ability to go against Colonel Stage Elite Grim Race Monster that Emma is fighting. Watching them fight like watching a beautiful war dance, each of their moves complemented each other, and there is no excess movement in their fighting style, and the most amazing thing is their attacks fused with each other despite having the opposite attributes of the ice and fire, which make their attacks might increase, which is greater than the might of high-level 2 rules. Through this fusion, the might of their attacks had faintly reached equal to the peak level 2 rule. Their fusion is still not perfect. There is still a lot of room to improve. If they were able to perfect their fusion, then their power will be equal to my Sunfire, which had won the greatest offensive power in peak level 2 rules. They must have trained to fight together for years under the expert to have such mastery in fighting together. Except for Rene and Sophia, others are screaming their lungs out while fighting. Even Emma, who usually fights silently, is also screaming in pain as they fight. It will take quite a while to fight to finish, and who will win isn't sure yet, as every opponent they are fighting has equal or stronger power than them. That's why I quickly found my red sword and charged it with the point Inferno. If anyone is in danger, I will immediately attack to save them. Slash! Ah! Rene's sword finally able to slash through the neck of Black Viper Snakeman. Her sword had sliced more than half of the neck of Black Viper Snakeman. With such injury, it is said to half dead for a couple of hours. With 1 Black Viper Snakeman out, Sophia and Rene's counter-attack became more fierce against the 2 remaining Grim Race Monsters. The Grim Race Monsters became pair chickens in front of them, as every attack of Sophia and Rene would hit its target. Every minute they would receive tens of injuries and have no chance to defend against seamless moves of the twins. Seeing that there is no winning, the 2 monsters started to run, but they had just taken the few steps. They were killed by the forceful assault of Sophia and Rene. As the 2 monsters started running, Sophia and Rene fused their power and took the power leap, and before the 2 Grim Race Monsters took more than 5 steps, both of their skulls got pierced by the ice and fire sword of Sophia and Rene. Wow, I couldn't help but exclaim seeing their last move, the way they fused both of their power and took such powerful jump to kill the monsters. It's really amazing. The monsters fell on the ground, dead. Grim race monsters could survive from the grievous wound in their heart, but it is impossible for them to survive from such skull-piercing attack. When Sophia and Riene look around, they found I had already finished my fight, which clearly surprised them as they thought they would be one to finish first if they used their trump card. We nodded at each and watched the fights that are going on. This is not the time to chat. A simple mistake could cost the life of our teammates. That is why we only nodded at each other, kept a look on the fight. Of the 3 fights, the one who is closest to finishing is Richie. The 3 grim race monsters he is fighting is strongest below the leader. If their strength were equal to the ones I've fought, they would have beaten by the Richie. Slash, slash, slash. Suddenly, I felt intense fluctuation from the Richie, and next thing I know, his sword turned extremely fast and cut through the necks of 3 black viper snakemen at the same time. His attack was so powerful that 80 necks of the monsters had been cut, and if not for he is wanting them alive, he would have decapitated them easily. What an impressive move, I said in mind. The speed of Richie's sword increased so much that even I wasn't able to see it clearly with my sharp senses that the killing rule gave me. This move is extremely powerful that even I could be slain by it, but it has its price, as after Richie used that move, he turned pale and he had to drink a couple of potions to regain his color. I wanted to ask him what is that move, as I am very sure that such speed and power burst couldn't be given by the skill, even if it is high-level night grade skill, but I can't, as one's trump card are utmost important to one. Finally, I said in my mind as I felt the torturous agony is receding in visible pace, and I am finally able to burn off every speck of the venom of the black viper snakeman. I was not only watching the fights, as I was using half of my concentration on watching the battle, while the other half is on the burning the venom of the black viper snakeman. That black-red venom was really resilient. It is more than 10 times resilient than its normal black viper snakeman's venom, which is why it took me so long to burn it off. Now Only and Ben are remain to finish their fight, but I don't think their fight will be finished soon. Emma's opponent is equal to her in terms of strength, and Ben seemed to be giving its all to hold off against the 2 monsters. They kept fightingly intensely when the one monster that is fighting Ben took a look around, only to see all of its mates dead. It was shocked seeing that. It thought lowly humans would be the one dead, but exactly opposite had happened. Putch, leader, everyone is dead, shouted Black Viper Snakeman, but he had to pay price for its warning, as its distraction gave Ben a perfect chance to kill it. It was killed, but its shout was heard by 2 remaining Black Viper Snakemen, who hearing the shout started to run. The leader of Black Viper Snakemen ran toward the Sophia and Riene, while the other one, which was fighting Ben, ran toward Richie. I got very disappointed seeing that. I had hoped that one monster would come toward me at least, even if it would have been the leader. I am confident that I would have able to hold it till Emma arrived. Die, idiot. The leader of the Black Viper Snakeman was quite smart and ran toward Sophia and Riene thinking they are weakest one. It not only ran but it also attacked, thinking of killing them before leaving. If he had seen their battle earlier, he would not have done such a mistake. Bang, Putch. Sophia and Riene quickly fussed their attacks and repealed the attack of Black Viper Snakeman leader, which gave Emma a chance to cleanly pierce the heart of the leader. As for another one, Richie simply whipped his sword to force the grim race monster back, which gave Ben chance to kill it. It was a really thrilling fight. At some point I thought, I will have to help you guys, but you guys finished them off on your own, said team leader as appeared just after fight finished as always. We all glared at me, especially I. My mind had reached the limit after black and red ball of poison hit me. If it had been a little bit more intense, then my mind would have surely broken and I would have turned into the vegetable. This fight had been very good for you. I can see the improvement you all made during this battle. If you continued fighting such battles, you will make a tremendous improvement, I'll tell you. He continues while ignoring our glare. Our glare softened a little when we heard what he said. What he said is absolutely true. I had made tremendous improvement during this fight. The 5 seals I have created have boosted my strength tremendously. Not only I, but I can also clearly sense the increase in everyone's battle power, and the one that made most progress is Sophia and Riene. I can sense a substantial increase in their battle power. Only 2 things could help one make such substantial progress in such a short time. One is supreme combat exercise, and the other is an advancement in the comprehension of the rule power. Seeing the team leader is not running again, we all heaved a sigh of relief, as it will be quite difficult for us to handle another battle without taking a short rest. Everyone started to harness the magic crystal from the grim monsters that we had killed. I have killed a total of 3 elite major stage grim race monster in the 2 battles I've fought. I have decided to harvest magic crystal from one while using 2 for the experiment. I attached the runic disc on the dead grim race monsters and walked toward the 2 who were in half-dead condition while charging my sword to use Point Inferno on the 2 Black Viper Snakemen for my experiment of harnessing elemental crystals. The two monsters were already unconscious due to the grievous injuries, so I don't have to bind them before using Point Inferno at them. I crouched down and checked the condition of the body and veins of the Grim Race monsters, as only after accessing it will I able to release the right amount of power to convert its dark energy into elemental-type Dar energy. Puchai. After checking for manhwaedit, I stood up and pointed sword above the center of its mana veins network, and after adjuting the power of Point Inferno, I pressed down. As the tip of my sword entered the center of its mana veins, I released the Point Inferno. Just as I did that monster come out alive and started to scream, its screams were so louder that my ears started to buzz. I did not mind its screams as all my focus on the lava like red lines spreading from the center of its mana network. Everything fine right now as it always is at the beginning. As for the success and failure, I will only when the red lines will cover more than 70 of its magic veins. Times passed, and suddenly smoke started to come out of the body of the monster. Failure again, I thought. Till now I have experimented on more than 10 Grim Race monsters, but not a single time I was able to succeed. I am a little down but not disappointed as I know I will need to practice on the hundreds of bodies of the Grim Race monster before I will able to see success. I again did this process on the other monster and failed again, but this time I had a smile on my face. The smile had nothing to with the success and failure of my experiment on the Black Viper Snakeman, but it's on face due to hearing agonizing screams of Grim Race monster. For less than a minute it may be, it had experienced the agony it had bestowed on me earlier, and seeing it writhing and screaming in pain, I genuinely felt happy. The experiment is failed, but their bodies are not completely useless as mana crystals could still be harvested from them. It's just that amount I will get from it is half compared to the original body. You guys rest for half an hour. After that, we will continue hunting in the vicinity of this area, said team leader after we finished harvesting mana crystal from the Grim Race monsters. We all thanked our dear team leader for his consideration and rested for half an hour. After we finished resting, we started hunting again. We fought a total of 6 teams of Grim monster in the whole day, the highest of which we have ever, and I have fought a total of 9 major stage monsters. All of them were elite. In the 6 battles, I have fought 3 battles where my opponents were 2 major stage elite Grim Race monsters, and unlike my first battle, where it took me nearly 50 minutes to finish the battle, though most of 50 minutes I was writhing and screaming in pain, the other 2 battles it could be said I finished fairly quickly. It could be said that with my strength increased, the battle was completely one-sided that I had finished 2 of them within 2 minutes. I want to fight 3 major stage elite Grim Race monsters, or try my luck fighting Colonel stage Grim Race monster, but I have never had a chance. As in the whole day, we have never encountered a team of Grim Race monsters that had more than 11 Grim Race monsters, so was no chance of me fighting 3 elite major stages Grim Race monster, as once and the other elite Colonel stages monster we have encountered is taken by Richie, so I had chance of fight to that either. Still, I am not that disappointed as I know I will get the chance to fight them in the coming days. Now our hunting is over, and we are returning to the Fort Cavendish, and excitement could be seen on everyone's faces. It is not because of the successful hunt today or obvious increase in strength. There is excitement on our faces because we are talking about the morning topic, the Ephirian space ruin. If it was a space realm, all of us would not be this excited as realms only natural stuff. They don't have artifacts and methods that can change one's fate forever. Though not every ruin has fate-changing opportunities or everyone could find them, but there is always a chance, and for that chance, thousands of people became crazy for it. You know, I've asked him to tell me more about the Ephirian ruin, but he didn't tell me a thing. Instead, he told me to look about it in the guild's database. Would it have hurt him if he had told me more about the Ephirian ruin? Said Sophia about her brother's friend who told her about the opening of the Ephirian ruin. You don't have to curse him. We know it before it released to the public have a lot of uses like buying information about it, as you know. The guild provides you basic information about anything for free, but you want the detailed report, you have to pay for it. Said team leader, we all nodded. All information was present in the informatory booklet of the guild. Currently the information about the Ephirian guild would be a lot cheaper, and you can afford it with the merit points and some mana crystal, but once the news it out, the price of the information will touch the sky that it will be little expensive to me, much less you guys, said team leader. Sophia brightened after hearing the team leader's words and stopped cursing her brother's friend she had been doing till now. It didn't take us too long for us to reach the outpost, and unlike most of the time when we separate at gates of the outpost, this time we did not, as we all have one destination in mind, and that is guild. Soon we landed on the entrance of the guild and walked toward the room which is allocated to our team. Every team is allocated room from the guild for planning their hunts and getting together. Soon we reached our allocated room and connected our holowatches to the guild server. Ting, Just as my holowatch got connected to the guild server, I typed Ephirian Ruin and tapped to search. Soon the results projected in front of me, and without further ado, I started to read with my immensely excited heart. It is said that the Ephirian is Grade 2 ruin, which had appeared 2 times before, and only half of it has been explored, while the others half remain unexplored. As for what type of ruin is Ephirian Ruin, it is not mentioned in the free information. Exploring ruin is a very dangerous matter. Many people lost their lives inside it. There are many forms of dangers exist inside the ruins form the runic restriction to dangerous monsters, but they are not the biggest danger there. The biggest danger in ruins is the Grim race. Grim race can also travel to the ruins. Like us, they could also connect to the ruin, and due to them the advanced knowledge and resources, their members always greater than us. That is why every time when ruin opened, there is always a huge bloodbath that occurred between the human race and the Grim race. No one wants others to gain anything from the ruin. That is why the most dangerous thing in the ruins is not runic restriction or monsters that present up there, but the Grim race that we fight constantly. But despite knowing the ruins are extremely dangerous, people madly go there just so they could acquire that fate-changing chance, and even if they could not get the fate-changing opportunity, their strength will increase relatively just surviving inside the ruin. Only those who are extremely unlucky would return empty-handed. Any of you didn't buy information right? The team leader asked suddenly. We all shook our heads as we looked up from the projection. Why? Asked Sophia. The team leader wouldn't have asked this question for nothing. Because it is level 2 ruin, and to enter the level 2 ruin, you all need to have the strength of the to pass the level 3 challenge of the guild, said team leader. Level 3 challenge, how much stronger we need to be to pass that? We know that guild had 9 combat challenges, and to go the certain restricted places like enter the ruin, or do some other things like going to the mid-zone, we need to have the strength to do that, otherwise we would just lose our life going there. That is why guild had set up the challenge, which is divided into 9 levels. Only after proving our strength would the guild will give us permission, so we will not lose our life uselessly. Currently all of you have strength to pass the first challenge, and as for passing second and third, you guys are very far. And as far answering your question about how much strength you needed to pass the third challenge, well, you just need to defeat the elite brigadier stage Grim race monster. So I advise you think before you buy that expensive information, said team leader. Defeating elite brigadier stage Grim race monster, that is currently impossible for me. I could fight the elite Colonel stage Grim race monster without losing, and if lucky then able to beat it, but beating elite Brigadier stage Grim race monster is a completely different thing. The last 3 stages of Night stages are very powerful. The power increase many times, incomparable to the increase of strength in the other 9 stages of Night stage. To defeat the elite Grim race monster of Brigadier stage, not only I will need a lot of fighting experience, but I will also need to create 5 more seals at least and advance my rule comprehension. Only then will I have the chance. As Sophia had said that the news will go public a month before Ruin's opening, so you still have 4 days to think about whether to buy information or not, the team leader added. Team leader, can we chance to increase our strength enough that we can beat the 3rd challenge in 1 month? I asked the team leader. Nothing is impossible. All I can say that if you kept up the pace of your improving, then you guys will chance to beat the 2nd challenge by the time I am done mentoring you, said instructor. That means that if we kept improving at the current pace, then we definitely able to beat the 2nd challenge in 11 days, and there will again 3 weeks time for us to train. Really? Asked Sophia excitedly. To that instructor nodded. There is another option as well, which is to leave the guild and get permission from the Adventurer's Paradise. For that you only need to have level 8 access, which you guys will get in few days, said instructor with a smile. To that we all shook our head. Leaving the guild will be an idiotic choice as its value isn't less than some ruins, and we don't have to go that extreme option as we still have hope. Team leader, can we try guild challenge now? Asked Sophia. You can try. Each member has 1 chance a week, so you can try, replied instructor, to which Sophia started to tap furiously on her holowatch. It's available and there is no waiting line, said Sophia excitedly before asking us if we want to try as well, to which we nodded. We immediately left for the challenge. As for reading about the Ephirian ruin, we read all the free information that there is. Soon we reached the hall where the challenge is done. One just have to scan their guild badge and enter inside the room. I have read about this challenge before and was quite shocked to know about it, as here one doesn't have to fight any physical opponent. There is special crystal inside it. Once you concentrate on it, it will transfer your consciousness to a completely different place where you will fight your opponent. The opponent everyone faces is different. It is said that there are more than 10,000 different kinds of opponents recorded there. So every time one challenge the guild challenge, one will face a different opponent. The only thing that will be common is your opponent's strength at every level. The strength of opponents would be the same, but their fighting style will be different. This will similar from first challenge to the ninth challenge. The S-Class guilds are really something. This type of instrument only S-Class guilds have. Even Adventurous Paradise didn't possess such conscious drawing instrument. I'll try first, said Sophia, and no one objected as she is the one to suggest is. While Sophia was inside, we all kept discussing what we know about the challenge. We were just discussing how much time will it take for Sophia to complete the challenge when Sophia walked out of the door with a little sad expression. We all got surprised seeing her coming out this early as barely 5 minutes had passed. Why do you came back so early? I asked, feeling curious like everyone else. Early, I had been there for at least an hour. Sophia said. No, you were barely 5 minutes inside, Emma said, which shocked Sophia, and she quickly looked at her holowatch. How is this possible? Whispered Sophia, and we all also confused, as there could be a difference of 5 to 10 minutes but an hour. This seemed very confusing. We are not fighting physically but mentally. Our conscious is many times faster than our physical body. That is why she fought for an hour inside the crystal, but outside barely 5 minutes had passed. Silent Renee explained in her melodic voice. We are not fighting physically but mentally. Our conscious is many times faster than our physical body. That is why she fought for an hour inside the crystal, but outside barely 5 minutes had passed. Silent Renee explained in her melodic voice. So that's how it is. It's such a simple thing, how can I not thought it through? I'll go next, said Ben. We all nodded. Ben quickly walked up to the door, scanned his batch, and entered inside. So how was the challenge? I asked Sophia, and everyone perked up their ears to listen to what she had experienced in the challenge. Well, my first opponent was human, very strong and skilled. It took me about an hour defeat, and as for my second opponent, it was the monster, and I got defeated in a single move. It just whipped me with its tail and I lost, she said in a sad voice. You are no even able to last one move. Asked Emma incredulously, though Sophia may be a little weaker than other team members. She is not that weaker, especially when it comes to defense, even without her sister. Her not lasting even a single move against second challenge means I will not have much chance beating the second challenge at all. I felt a little disappointed as I am holding on hope that if I was able to use my all, including my trump card, I will have a chance to beat the second, but looked like I've way too underestimated the second challenge. Though I got a little disappointed, I got over and now filled with even more vigor. Now I want to experience how strong this second challenge is. How much time do you think Ben going to last? Richie asked Sophia, as she is the only person who experienced the guild's challenge among us and knew how strong the challenge is. Ben is stronger than me. He should be able to exchange a few more moves with his second opponent, but not more than 10, so I think he will last between 5 to 6 minutes, Sophia replied. Time passed by as we waited for Ben to come out, and he came out between the time Sophia predicted, 5 minutes and 32 seconds. How was it? We asked just as Sophia said the second challenge is very difficult. I was only able to exchange a couple of moves with it, Ben said with a little sad face. What opponents did you face? Asked Richie. My first opponent was the Grim Race Monster, and second was an android, Ben replied. I'll go now, I said, and no one objected. I was planning to go last, but hearing what Ben said, I couldn't control myself. I scanned my guild badge to the door and entered inside. It is a small room, white room of about 2 square meters, and the center of it lay a fist-sized purple crystal. So this is the conscience crystal, I said in my mind as I looked at purple crystal in the center of the room. I sat on the floor and concentrated all my mental energy on the purple crystal. The first few seconds I didn't feel anything, but after that, I started to feel a little drowsy and found my consciousness slipping away bit by bit till I fell unconscious. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing around in extremely picturesque scenery. There are hundreds of snow mountains around as I found myself standing on the large fighting arena which is situated top of the snow mountain. I could even feel the wind and chill against my body. This manifestation is too real. If I hadn't known it is all fake, I would have considered this all real. My first opponent is human. She looked a year younger than me with pretty features. She's wearing a black suit and a white spear in hand. As for what stage she is at, I wasn't able to sense it. Challenge will start in 3 seconds, said a monotone voice as the countdown of 3 had appeared in front of me. Hearing that I got ready holding as my red sword somehow appeared in my hands and power of sunfire started coursing through my veins, just like the reality. Battle, said monotonous voice. Hearing that, I ran toward my opponent as he ran toward me. As we got closer, I swung my sword at her as she whipped her spear at me. Clank, out weapons clashed, and I am very surprised to find that immense shock traveling inside me that I had to take 2 steps back. The strength of her attack is very strong. She's stronger than the elite major stage Grim Race monsters I've fought today. Defeating her with the power of sunfire alone would be extremely hard, but I am willing to try. Clank, just as I stabilized my footing, her spear came at me like a snake, but unlike last time I am completely prepared to deal with her strength. So this time when our weapons clashed, I did not take a step back, just endured the immense shock. Clank, clank, clank. Our weapons kept clashing against each other, and with each clash, I kept getting a better understanding of her strength and fighting style. The more I fought, the more I understood and started to gain the upper hand on her little by little. I could have finished this battle early if I wanted to if I had used the killing rule, but I felt there is no need for that as I am confident that I could win using the power of Sunfire only. There's also a second reason, which is that I want to polish my moves, I want to refine them more, and I will only able to that when I fight the numerous opponents of different fighting styles. As the more time passed, I got quite an upper hand in a battle that she had to take a step back to deal with every move I make. I pierced the heart of the girl after fighting her for 10 more minutes with my sword in her chest. The cracks started to appear on her body, and she started like glass before disappearing to nothing. What a fruitful fight, I thought. Fighting that girl had taught me many things and made me know too many flaws that I have in my fighting style. Soon my send opponent started to materialize, and when I thought what it is, I turned extremely happy. What a fucking good look I have. I whispered as I looked at the opponent in front of me. My opponent is a grim race monster, and it is from Wolfman tribe. If it was a normal werewolf, I would not have been happy, but what is in front of me is a member of the special Wolfman tribe. Compared to brown and gray fur that normal Wolfman tribe members have, this one's fur is completely snow white. It is likely from Snow Wolfman tribe, which have mastery over ice powers. The special Grim race is very powerful from the normal Grim race tribe, as they have inherent mastery over the power, which is might said to be comparable to rule powers. Others going be very jealous when they know I had fought with the special Grim race monster, as they are seldom found in the outposts. This snow werewolf is the smallest I have ever fought and seem quite young, not like others I fought which are adults. Challenge will start in 3 seconds. I would have liked to observe this snow werewolf more, but unfortunately, the countdown started. Seeing the countdown, I not only activated my Sunfire rule, but also activated my killing rule, because I want to give my all fighting this snow werewolf. As for others knowing about my killing rule, I am not worried, as I had read that no one could snoop on these crystals, except for knowing if I win or lose the challenge, and it is likely to be true, as if it is known that S-class guilds spy on their members, then it will become a laughingstock among all the guilds, which would be akin to suicide for it. Battle. Said monotonous voice, and that exact movement we both moved, but I am shocked to find that snow werewolf's speed at least 4 times stronger than as it swiftly appeared in front of me and its axe cleaved at me. It was a good thing I had activated the killing rule. If it had been only Sunfire rule, I wouldn't be able to react to such speed. Clank, pa. Our weapons clashed and I flew back like a rocket, while immense icy force traveled in my body, freezing it but injuring at the same time, and that is why blood I had puked has some icy crystal in it. I would have vomited frozen blood crystals, instead of blood with icy blood crystals, if not for Sunfire, which reacted quickly as started to vaporize that icy force. Thud. I stabilized myself in midair and landed on floor, but just as I did that I found axe coming at me that I hastily put up my sword to defend. Clank, pa. I again flew away, but this time having experience and quickly stabilized myself, but like last time, acts of Snow Wolf have appeared in front of me. Clank, cklak. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times. I cashed with Snow Werewolf more than 50 times, and every time I flew back like a rocket, barely able to put defenses. If not for this arena is very large, I would have clashed against the boundary. This time I am again flying back like a rocket, but this time my condition is very different, as this time I am completely frozen by an icy force that even my Sunfire is having a hard time melt it. Crash. I crashed on the floor due to my body completely frozen, and like a waze, the wolf had appeared in front of me and hacked his axe at me. I wanted to defend, but I can't due to my inability to move. Seeing the axe coming toward me that is going to decapitate me, I am not angry, disappointed, or sad. Instead, I am extremely happy. Not only I've come to know the might of the second challenge, but I also get to fight the special Grim race monsters, which are known to be extremely powerful. With such experience, if I ever come across the special Grim race monster, I will not be completely clueless and will know what to do against it. The axe finally come close to me and touched my neck. For a brief moment, I felt extreme pain before completely losing consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back in the small room, sitting in front of the purple crystal. The power of Snow Wolfman was amazing, especially that ice element power which froze me so badly that even Sunfire had become a little ineffective melting it. It took me a while to calm myself down, as this was the closest I have been to experience the death. I literally died inside as I felt pain for a moment before I lost consciousness. Though it is fake death, it still left me quite traumatized. After calming down enough, I checked my holowatch only to see it's only been 8 minutes, but I clearly fought for more than an hour inside the purple crystal. The consciousness is really faster than the physical. I can't wait to see look on their faces when I told them about my fight with Snow Werewolf, I thought as I get out of the room. How was it? Sophia asked just as I got outside. Amazing. I answered with a full smile, which startled all of them. Have you beaten the second opponent? Sophia asked tentatively. She had experienced the power of second opponent herself and knew how powerful they are, so when I told them I had an amazing fight, they all thought I had beaten the second opponent. I shook my head to that. No, I was very badly beaten by it, just like you, I said with a mirthless laugh while remembering one of the worst beatings I got during the fight. Hearing my answer, I could see calmness returning to their faces, especially in Sophia's and Ben's. Team leader had said that there isn't anyone in our team who could beat the second opponent, and if I had beaten in then, I was hiding my power till now that I am way more powerful than others. Though everybody has good intentions toward each other, if I am way too powerful than others, and it is harder for them to reach that level, then it is obvious that people around you will feel envious. If Sophia had said what I said a moment ago, I would have also felt envious for a few moments. It is a natural thing to feel that. Why are you being happy? Sophia asked vehemently, feeling I have intentionally joked on her. I am happy because my second opponent was the special grim race monster, a snow werewolf to be exact, I said with a laugh, hearing that all of them became shocked. What? All of them said in unison with clear jealousy appear on their faces, especially on Sophia and Ben, which I immensely enjoyed seeing. Are you not joking, right? Ben asked, to which I just shook my head. You are really a lucky bastard, Sophia muttered under her breath. After that, all of them started to plague me various questions about the snow werewolf that it took me long 15 minutes to answer everyone's questions. I'll go now, said Richie, and saying no one had objected, he walked toward the door. Richie took 11 minutes, and when he came back he was a little sad like Ben and Sophia. He had little hope for second challenger, seeing how he is stronger than everyone except Emma and his trump card, but in the end, he failed. After him, Emma took her turn and came back after 16 minutes. She took 5 minutes more than the Richie, and her result was the same as everyone's, that she is not able to beat second challenge. But to her, it was a little different than others, as she felt that her opponent was slightly stronger than her, and she will able to beat it when she fights it next week. Now everyone is finished with their turn, and only Renee is remaining. She is a really patient girl. Everyone got excited about the challenge and rushed to go first, but she was different. She just stayed on the same spot since we entered the waiting room. Well, it's not that surprising for her to not to have such a patient personality when you have twin like Sophia, who is hyperactive in everything. Even if in her place was the most impatient man in the world, he would too develop patience if he were in the company of Sophia for too long. Renee took her turn at last and came back after 5 minutes. She took about the same time as Sophia. Both of them had the same strength, so it is not surprising that both of them took the same time to finish the fight. After finishing the guild's challenge, we all took leave toward our apartment after submitting the materials which we had obtained from the grim race monster in the guild. I said goodbye to Renee and Sophia and landed in front of my apartment building. As I reached my apartment, the first thing I did was the shower. I extra dirty today because of what I have experienced in with the Black Viper Snakemen. After taking a long shower, I started to cook as both I and Ashlyn, as we are both feeling very hungry, and ate it with her in silence an hour later. Laying on the I started doing my night activities, like going through all the notifications I've received through the day, reading news and reading and researching. At 10, I closed the book on my HoloWatch and started to remove my clothes, except for my underwear, to perform the body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. In just 1 day's time, I had made big progress in the supreme combat exercise and body cleansing technique. In body cleansing technique, I was able to reach second minor cleansing, and in the supreme combat exercise, I was able to create 5 seals while fighting Black Viper Snakemen. Now I want to make little progress tonight and level up as soon as possible, and with that thought, I started to perform and circulate body cleaning technique and supreme combat exercise. The first few poses, which used to feel very smooth, started to feel a little rigid. I didn't understand its reason at first, but after I performed the few more poses, I understood the reason. It was because due to the 5 seals of supreme combat exercise, my strength had increased, but it also made my muscles a little rigid. But it is not a serious problem. After this session of body cleansing exercise, they will again become flexible. I continue to circulate and perform poses while keeping my mental sense locked inside me, checking the movement of the energy of the miracle fruit. The energy of the miracle fruit had been giving me a headache lately. The mutation, which I though increase as with time, had no change in it. I noticed it a few days ago. After much thinking, I come to a conclusion on why the mutation had stopped. It is because of food it's eating. Currently, the berserk energy it is eating is from the monster stage monster core. In the past it was enough for mutation, as it was able to grow till 2 because of it, but now it isn't enough for mutation to grow. Now it needs something more powerful than berserk energy provided by the master stage monster core. Currently, the berserk energy is eating is from the monster stage monster core. In the past, it was enough for mutation, as it was able to grow till 2 because of it, but now it isn't enough for mutation to grow. Now it needs something more, a little more powerful than berserk energy provided by the master stage core. It's not like I've not thought of this problem in the past few days. I've thought that, but I was powerless to do anything until I created 5 seals today. Till today, I had been using Master Stage Monster Core Berserk Energy, because my body can't handle Lieutenant Stage Monster Core Berserk Energy. I've had eaten an extremely small piece of Lieutenant Stage Monster Core 2 days ago, and it had injured me quite a bit as the Berserk energy inside it quite intense. Due to weak body, I wasn't able to handle the Berserk energy of the Lieutenant Stage, but it won't be a problem from as with 5 seals of Supreme Combat exercise my body had become sufficiently strong enough to handle the Berserk energy inside Lieutenant Stage Monster Core. I wanted to eat Lieutenant Stage Monster Core today, but there was Master Stage Core inside me, and I was able to spend it fully by the end of the day, and that is why I am going to eat the Lieutenant Stage Monster Core from tomorrow. I hope that the Lieutenant Stage Monster Core energy would satisfy the Miracle Fruit energy, as with only 2 mutation, its eating speed increased by 20 of its original speed, which is a huge increase. If its mutation could reach 10, then eating speed would increase by 100, which is double that of the original speed. I kept performing poses of body cleansing technique while trying to advance my Supreme Combat exercise. As I was performing the 21st pose of body cleansing exercise, I found some strange energy inside my body, but its amount is very low. But when I 22nd pose, its amount increased, and I guessed what it is, and it shocked and scared me same time, but I did anything hastily and kept performing the poses of body cleansing exercise. At 24th, it again comes out in large amount, and I got a very clear look at it, and able to confirm it is the same thing that I've guessed and about to stop performing the exercise in fear what it could do when I saw something which shocked me even more. The energy is black-red poison of black viper venom, and the more shocking thing is that Miracle Fruit energy is swallowing it, and in just a few minutes' time, it completely finished eating black-red energy. Not only that, its nutritional value to Miracle Fruit energy seems at least 6 times greater than the Berserk energy of the Master Stage Monster Core, and that is why just eating a moderate amount of its size Miracle increased quite a bit, that it is even comparable to 3 days' practice of body clean technique. That is why it shocked me very much. If I had such amount of black-red energy daily, then I would just need 3 to 4 days maximum to level up, even less if the amount of the energy is more. Seeing how the black-red poison energy of the Black Viper Snakeman has become a favorite food of my Miracle Food energy, and it might help made rapid breakthroughs, my brain started to work at super fast speed. I need this poison energy of Black Viper Snake, and I could buy it with price, but the question is how do I use this energy effectively so I didn't accidentally poison myself? I started think about it speedily, and soon a nascent idea had formed in my mind. I will need to buy few things, but if it got successful, then my level up speed will really increase, that I might even able to level up to the peak of Sergeant stage within a month. It would be really amazing if I able to do that. Thud. I fell on the floor with the thud as I completely lost energy to continue anymore. I powerless lay on the ground while thinking more ideas about utilizing poison of the Black Viper Snakeman. I already had an idea, but it's not safe, and there is not only a huge risk, but I will have to rent a special room for that, and that would be too time-consuming. I need to find another good idea. I think, and suddenly an ad come to my mind. I daily see its projection on the way to the city gates. This idea may work. Not only it's safer than my other idea, for it I will not have to take a step out of my apartment. The only problem is that it will be a little expensive, but I don't care much about that. The mana crystal which I am harvesting every day isn't for saving but use it on my practice, so I will use it on my practice. Now I just have to research it a little, and if it is feasible, which I think it is, then I will start practicing with that method tomorrow. I lay on the ground for a while, and when a little movement returned to my body, I crawled toward the shower and enjoyed the touch of warm water on my skin. After drying the water off and wearing clothes, I lay on the bed and started furiously typing on my holowatch despite feeling sleepy. I continued for 10 more minutes, and then a big smile blossomed on my face. After making a few searches, I found that my idea is completely viable, though it will be dangerous as I am playing with poison, but as long as I am careful, I will be safe and benefit from it so greatly that I might even be able to level to peak of the Sergeant stage end of the week. Mitchell, I heard Sophia calling my name loudly. What? I asked. I've been calling your name a few times, but you hadn't responded. And what is up with the stupid look you have on your face that I am seeing since yesterday? Sophia asked. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about something. I answered her quickly as she seemed very annoyed me not answering her when she called my name. I was thinking about the black-red poison which I had just got from the guild with team lead's help. It turned out to buy core poison black-red poison of the elite major black viper sneak him and need level 8 access. Even in the guild, if I were to buy it from other vendors or from Adventurer's Paradise, I would need level 7 access. That is why I wasn't able to buy the black-red poison yesterday. Though I got it today with team leader's help, I still wasted one precious day. If I had asked the team leader's help yesterday, today would have been my second day practicing with the poison. Are you thinking about your girlfriend? Sophia asked teasingly. No, it's not about girlfriend as I don't have a girlfriend. I replied, girlfriend hun. Till now I had only one girlfriend, and that is in school. I had thought about asking Sarah's sister out after getting out of the Minerva realm, but then the matter of Grim Battlefield came up, and all the time I had gone making preparations for Grim Battlefield. There is another reason not asking her out, as both of us were going to Grim Battlefield, and I've no idea whether we will end up in the same outpost or not. So even if we going 3 months' time is really less for a relationship to blossom enough that it will able to endure the separation of half a year or more. Why don't you date my sister? I think both will make a great couple, said Sophia in a deadly serious voice. Sophia. And Renee said at the same time and looked at her angrily. Renee is very beautiful and her nature is also very likable, but I don't think we're suitable for each other. And another thing is that I don't want to date in a place like Grim Battlefield where danger exists everywhere. Okay, I shouldn't have said that. Both of you are adult enough to decide for yourself who you should date, said Sophia while putting her hands up defensively. Mitchell, what are doing tomorrow? Sophia asked as we reached near our apartments. Tomorrow is given off to us by the team leader for us to unwind, and I'm not doing much anything except train supreme combat exercise and body cleansing technique morning and night. Nothing, I answered. Then don't mind us if we sisters drop by your apartment sometime tomorrow, said Sophia. Soon we reach near our apartments, and after saying goodbye, we both fly towards our own apartments. These past 2 days were filled with combat that yesterday, and today, in just 2 days I had killed 34 elite major stages grim race monsters, and both of these days, I have fought many groups of 3 elite major stage monsters, and defeated them within 15 minutes. The only regret is that I could not able to fight elite kernel stage grim race monster, as whenever we come across any elite kernel stage monster, it was always taken either Emma or Rich. If I had killed one kernel stage grim race monster, then I wouldn't have to ask team leader's help, as my access would have reached level 8. I am now just 2 points away from getting level 8 access, just one elite major stage grim race monster, and my access would have reached level 8, but now I have to wait for 2 days for that. When I reached my apartment, I saw Drone was already there waiting for me to take the delivery as I expected. I am not planning to cook dinner today, as I want to start my poison training soon as possible, as I had already wasted a precious day. Every day I make dinner, it is not because I want to save money. With the fortune I am making every day by harvesting mana crystal, even ordering an expensive meal every day would cost me a little, but I did not do that as cooking helped me relax from the hunting I do every day. It is a thing that helps me remember home and brought calmness to me, as I used to that in my home with my parents. That is why despite being very tired, I cook daily. If not for I am too excited today, I wouldn't have skipped cooking the dinner. Coming out of the shower, I and Ashlyn ate the dinner right away. It was a very delicious and satisfying meal. After finishing dinner, I moved the furniture in the living room as it will need a big space. With that done, I took out the half-meter heavy rectangular box and placed in the center of the room. Tapping the button on the top, I moved back a few steps as the box started to transform, and a few seconds later, it had transformed into a rectangular room. Zip, its airlock door opened with the zip and I went inside. Inside of the rectangular box is stark white and empty except for the command board. It is a special training machine called Temperature Room, which can create 200 degrees Celsius and 200 degrees Celsius temperature inside. It is made for people who wanted to train at extreme temperatures without going anywhere. Tap, 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 czar. I tapped a few buttons on the commanding board. A small space opened, and in the small space I put a small glass bottle that had black-red dense gas inside, and again tapped some buttons before closing the small space which now had a small bottle inside. This is a special feature of the Temperature Room. It can help me release the poison on the present quality. Initially, it was made to release the perfume, but poisoned also can be released as well. The most amazing thing about this Temperature Room that it had neutralization function. So with just one tap, I can neutralize all the poison in the room and also above my body. So when I get out, I wouldn't be bringing any speck of poison with me. As for what is inside me, if the amount is excess, I can easily vaporize it with the Sunfire power. Last time when Black Viper Snakeman attacked me with the core's poison, I had burned off 98% with the help of Sunfire, with only 2 remain in my body. That is why I'm planning on using 5 poison today, will be released in very slow amount over time limit I had set up. I don't think this amount is high. I think it is less, but I still use it for being cautious, as this is my first time using the poison. If it is less as I had expected, then I can increase the amount tomorrow's sessions, and if it more and became unbearable to me, then I can burn the excess poison in my body with sunfire, and will lessen the amount for tomorrow's training. Seeing everything ready, I started to perform supreme combat exercise and body cleansing exercise together, as the room will start releasing poison in a few seconds. Choo choo choo, I heard the chirp while in sleep only to see Ashlyn is waking me up. When I opened my eyes and looked at time, I found that it is a late morning, which is quite late for me since I usually wake up before dawn. Well, it's good that I had slept late. My body had been too tense for the past few days. It needed a good rest. Good morning, Ashlyn, I said sleepily as I tried to pet Feathers, but she is having nothing of that. Choo choo choo. She started to chirp at me furiously, saying she is feeling very hungry since it's very late, and I should give her something delicious to eat as soon as possible. Sorry, I said, gave her a packet of her favorite snack. She must be really hungry, as our usual eating time is at dawn before leaving the apartment for the hunt. After getting out of bed, I did my morning activities and started to make a simple lunch for us. It took me 45 minutes to cook the simple lunch, and we ate in silence as we usually do. When dinner finished, Ashlyn come inside me as I went to the living room and again activated the temperature room. Yesterday's practice had been immensely successful. It's just that the amount of poison was little. Today I want us 10, which is double of what I used yesterday. And if all went well, then there are 50 chances that I will be able to break into mid-level of Sergeant stage. After setting the amount and timer for poison, I started to perform body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. A few seconds after I started to perform body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise, I started to feel lacerating pain on every part of my body. The pain came from the black-red poison of black viper snakemen. Due to its less amount, I did not feel the mind-breaking pain as the first time when I experienced it, but it is still felt very lacerating, and normal people would just fall unconscious if they experienced it. This time there is no barrier of sunfire on my skin, so just as it touched my skin, it went inside because of its infiltrating trait. This poison has many traits, one of which I like but also hate it. I don't know how to say in words, it's just that this poison is attacked toward the living being. As the poison is released, it did not to any other place but directly come toward me like a magnet. It's like it attracts to life. The first few poses went really well. The first 10 passes of body cleansing exercise, which used to take me more than 20 minutes to perform, done by me in just 2 minutes, and there is no bucket full of sweat below, just a few drops that fell from my forehead. Time passed by as I kept performing the body cleansing exercise, and with I finally reached the 21st pose of it. This pose is very important, as at this the black-red poison energy started to come out from the gaps of my cells. Just as the small amount of black-red poison energy came out, the miracle fruit energy, which is feasting on Lieutenant Stage Berserk energy, stopped on its track and came running toward the black-red poison energy and gulped it fully within a second. Every second some amount black-red poison energy would come out, and miracle fruit energy gulped it down in a second. As I performed the higher poses, the more black-red energy would come out from its hiding spot and would get eaten by the miracle fruit energy. As the miracle fruit continues to feast, its size kept increasing, finally reached near the limit. Just a little more and I will have enough miracle fruit energy to break into mid-stage of Sergeant stage, but the reality is hard as I have also reached my limit at 26th pose. If I want to make a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the Sergeant stage, then I would have to perform 27th pose. I gritted my teeth and moved toward the 27th pose. I want to level up now, at this very session, not at night when I performed the body cleansing exercise and supreme combat exercise again. With that thought and determination for breakthrough, I started to push my nearly empty body. I pushed it with my willpower. My body started to move little by little. It is even slower than the snail, but that does not matter. What matters is that I am pushing my body and it is moving. Finally, I reached 27th pose, and a large amount of black-red poison energy started to come out of my body, which is quickly being feasted on by the energy of the miracle fruit. But the battle is not over yet. I had to fully perform the 27th pose and feed the miracle fruit energy enough that it will ragingly break thought the barriers that are stopping me from the breakthrough. Though I know the current miracle fruit energy is enough, I still hold it and kept feeding it more black-red energy. Thud. Finally, I fully performed the 27th pose. That exact moment I fell on the flood and miracle fruit energy started to rage on mine and Ashlyn body, breaking all the barriers that came its way like an arrow tearing through the paper. Bang! Finally, the miracle fruit energy broke the final barrier and ushered me into the mid-level of the Sergeant stage. I could feel the changes happening physically and mentally. The physical boost is not much, but the mental boot is very much needed. Currently, I have sufficient mental energy to use both of rule power without worry, but if my comprehension of rule power increased, then I will problem using them together. That is, the boost of the mental energy is a need, no matter small how the boost is. The change kept happening to my body for about 15 minutes, and when it finished, I was able to stand up and walk. It took me 40 minutes, just barely crawl, but because of my level up, I was able to move quite early. I walked up to the command board and started neutralizing, and next moment white smoke started to release from the box. Knowing it will take a few minutes, I waited while laying my back off to the wall. After neutralizing finished, I directly went to the shower, and after done with that, I wore fresh clothes and lay on the bed reading the news. There is no mention of the Ephirian ruin yet, but the news will go public 2 to 3 days, and that is why I plan to buy the information tomorrow before it gets too expensive. Emma and Richie had already brought the information. Only me, Sophia, Renee, and Ben remain. I don't know if Ben wants to buy the information or not, but Sophia and Renee will buy it tomorrow. Ding ding. I was just reading the books about the ruin when I heard my doorbell rang, and when I checked who is it, I am pleasantly surprised to know it is Sophia and Renee. "Welcome to my humble abode," I said dramatically as I invited them inside my house. Both of them were wearing casual clothes. Sophia is wearing tight jeans and tee, which clearly highlighted her perfect body. As for Renee, she is wearing a red top and knee-length navy skirt which shows off her creamy legs. "You seemed a pretty good mood today. Did something happen?" Sophia asked, but soon her expressions changed a little as if she had noticed something. "So you leveled up, hun," she said as she sensed mid-surgent stage aura radiating from my body. "Yes, I was lucky," I replied as I handed them their favorite drinks, which Sophia happened mentions during one of her chats. "You seemed a little tired. Were you training?" asked Sophia as she and her sister sat on the sofa while I sat opposite them. "Yes, I was training in the body cleansing technique," I said truthfully without hiding. The body cleansing technique is not the secret in the grim battlefield. It can be brought from both Adventurer's Paradise and Guild. It's just that it is very expensive. I have to hunt for at least 6 months before I could buy a complete version of it. What? Both sisters got very surprised, but it was Sophia who hadn't able to control herself and spit out the drink that had just sipped, but her reaction is very quick, as before it could fall on the floor, it was vaporized by her fire energy. "You aren't joking, right?" she asked as she hadn't believed me while wiping her mouth from her tee's sleeve. "No, I just finished practicing it an hour ago," I answered with a smile. My brother had told us to start practicing it as soon as possible. He said if we were able to practice its all 16 moves, then we will receive benefits beyond our imagination when we level from the night stage. "We were planning to buy it when we reached Colonel's stage, and that we thought was too early, but you have started earlier than us," said Sophia. "It is a very good technique, and it has given me quite a benefit," I said. "You must have reached the first minor cleansing to receive benefits from it," asked Reina in her soft, melodic voice, but before I could answer, Sophia chimes in, "First cleansing, isn't it difficult to reach it before Lieutenant stage?" Sophia asked in astonishment. Her astonishment is very valid. To perform body cleansing technique, one need to have a lot of energy. If not for amethyst seals I have, and my willpower to push myself to the limit, I would have never able to perform first cleansing, much less second cleansing at 24th pose. That is the main reason why most people started performing body cleansing exercise after they reached the Colonel stage. At that stage, they have an abundance of energy as long as I am willing to push myself. "It's not that difficult, and to be exact, I've reached second cleansing," I said, and when I said this my tone was a little smug. Gasp, both of the sister too, a huge gasp when they heard this and looked at me as if I am some kind of freak. "Yo, you are not joking, right?" Sophia asked stammeringly. It is very difficult to shock Sophia, and especially this level, and seeing Sophia stammering, I felt quite pleased with myself. "No wonder you are so flexible during the fights, and your skin has such a soft glow which I though you get from going to the parlor every few days," she said. To that, I just shook my head with a laugh. "Going to the parlor every day, do I even have time? I barely have time to train every day. God, now I really want to buy body cleansing exercise," said Sophia dreamily. "I could teach you guys if you want." I said they are friends and teaching them is nothing, and I have some selfish motive as well that will only realize if they are ready to learn, and I really wish they learn few moves from me. "You don't have to. We will love to learn from you," both sisters said, replied the same time. One declined while others accepted. "Renee, please look how flexible the Mitchell is during battles. If we had such flexibility, our strength will increase sour sharply, and not only that, we will also get that glowing skin that Mitchell has," Sophia said to her older sister pleadingly. Renee stayed silent for quite a while before nodding slowly. "Can you teach us now?" Sophia asked. "You just stole the words from my mouth," I praised Sophia. "Sure, do you want me to teach you now?" I asked while casual tone, but I am anything but casual. I am very excited with the racing heartbeat. "Now is fine if you are not too tired." Sophia asked as there is still little tiredness in me. Right now is okay, I said while feeling extremely pleased. It would have been impossible for me to teach anyone a body cleansing exercise 1 hour after I trained in it, as I would have barely had the energy to walk, but today is different. I just now had a breakthrough, and my body is filled with energy despite being slightly tired. I can definitely teach them 12 poses without straining myself. What? Sophia asked when I looked at them with a little awkward expression, which made Sophia ask a question. It is better if you guys wore exercise clothes. You know there will be a lot of sweat involved, I asked, and both sisters stare at me with a single focus before Sophia asked with teasing voice. Mitchell, are you teaching body cleansing exercise, so you could see us half naked and all sweaty? Of course, that is correct. I am hot blood youth, and even if you guys are my friends and I have no romantic feelings toward you guys, it is an undeniable fact that you guys very hot and beautiful, and I really want to see you guys half naked and all sweaty. Of course not, how can you think that about me? I defended myself while thinking it would have been even perfect if Emma would have been here as well. You better or we will kick your ass, said Sophia as she went to another with her sister to change. When they returned from changing, I barely able to stop myself from gasping and openly staring at them as both looked very hot in sportswear. Both of wearing a sports bra and shorts which barely covered their assets, I have to say these two sisters must have received blessings from the goddess of beauty to get such a perfect body. Their bodies are toned to perfection and not a bit of extra fat on their bodies and have perfect assets that I just want to stare. Mitchell, you make us wear our training clothes saying there will be a lot of sweat involved but you're still wearing normal clothes, won't you sweat while teaching us? Sophia asked White staring me intently. What a sharp girl, I thought. It's a good thing that I've already guessed she would ask this question and prepared an answer for her. Don't worry because I am a little tired. I will only going to teach you guys 12 poses of the first move first and performing them. I won't sweat much, I said. You guys watch well and also record on your HoloWatch for the future references, I said as I started to perform body cleansing technique at a very slow speed so they could watch my every move. I am a little tired, but I did not feel anything as I performed the first few moves of the body cleansing technique. With constant practice, my muscles have become flexible enough that the strain that the body cleansing technique put did not affect me much. I performed one pose after another with perfect smoothness and clarity. There is no rigidness in my movements despite I am being slow, instead they would feel little rhythmic. I have once recorded myself performing the technique and saw that the first 10 moves I performed feel rhythmic. After that the technique started to put little strain on me which made movement a little rigid. After reaching 7th pose I started to feel little strain due to my tiredness, but it's not that much. I continue performing it and the higher I go the more strain I started to feel. Just as I start performing the 8th move I started to sweat, and I had to cover my body with the light layer of sunfire so it would vaporize before it could come out. Normal I do not cover my body with sunfire to vaporize the sweat. Doing that would be idiotic as one needs to give his 100 both mentally and physically. Using rule power to burn off sweat is a very useless thing to do, and the reason I am doing such a useless thing because I am only performing 12 poses, and for that, I won't be under much strain to divert my energy burn off the sweat. I could feel the sharp gazes of Sophia and Renee on me, and truth to be told, I felt a little uncomfortable. I have never been under such intense gaze before. Even in the competition of the Westblood City, where millions were staring down on me, didn't feel this uncomfortable I am feeling right now. Despite being fully clothed, I feel like I am completely naked in front of them. Mitchell didn't know that both sisters using a special method to watch him, and with this method he is nearly naked before their eyes. I kept performing the poses, and soon finished doing the 10th pose, and now only 2 are remaining, but they are hardest as even in my peak, I would feel little strain after the 10th pose, much less now when I am tired. Still, I kept performing without shaking a bit. My muscles move on their own after having the habit of doing these same routine thousands of times. Doing them became so natural that I can do the first 10 poses with my eyes closed. After fishing 11th pose, I started performing the 12th pose. At the 12th pose, one will go through minor cleansing, and I hope these sisters would reach this pose in 10 days, so they will have 20 other days to reach the second cleansing that will give them quite a big boost. They both have energy and will to perform compared to me, who was just at corporal stage when I got through my first minor cleansing. Compared to me, not only they also created 2 amethyst seals of supreme combat exercise, which I am sure of, they also have peak master stage power, which is powered with mana transmutation crystal. So as long as they have the will to push themselves higher, they will able to reach second cleansing within a month, which will hugely improve their battle power and also give a chance to clear the guild challenge for which we all are going for. I exhale with tiredness as I finished performing the 12th pose of the body cleansing exercise. If not for forcefully controlling myself, I would have started shaking due to tiredness. Did you guys memorize is? I asked as I tiredly sat on the sofa in the corner of the living room. Yes, we memorize it and recorded it also, replied Sophia. How many days did it take you to reach first cleansing? Asked Riene with her soft melodic voice. 6 days, I replied truthfully. The first 12 poses are rather easy, but what comes after is very hard. And for second cleansing, Riene asked again. 3 months, I replied truthfully again. That long. Sophia screams shouted, clearly very surprised hearing my answer, as there is a large difference between 6 days and 3 months. Shaking my head, I elaborated on the reason there's a lot of reasons why it took me 3 months. But you guys are different. You guys not only have 2 amethyst seals, but also at peak master stage. So as long as you guys willing to push yourself harder, you can definitely reach second cleansing within this month, I said, hearing that they both nodded in understanding. Do you have any questions before you start performing? I asked. Yes. Do we practice slowly like you? Asked Riene. I shook my and replied, speed didn't matter. You can either perform it fast or perform it slow, whatever suits you best, I said with a straight face. No matter what speed you want to perform, after a couple of poses you both are going to perform slowly anyways, I thought and laugh inside. Any other tips that you want to give us? Asked Riene again. Try to circulate supreme combat exercise when you are performing body cleansing exercise. It will help you go further in both. I answered. What? You are not joking, right? Asked Sophia in voice. From her thinking, the body cleansing technique is already hard, and top of that, if one were to circulate supreme combat exercise, then wouldn't it become extremely difficult, nor she properly performs body cleansing exercise, neither she will able to circulate supreme combat exercise. It will be the case of trying to do 2 things at once but succeeding in none. It worked for me very well. You guys try it. If it worked for you, then it's good. If not, then you can stop circulating supreme combat exercise and wholly focused on the body cleansing technique. I said, okay, we will try your idea first. If it worked, then we will continue using it. If it didn't, then we leave it, said Sophia. Both sisters walked to the empty space in the living room and started to do stretches to relax their bodies. I wanted to tell them there is no need to stretch before performing body cleansing exercise, but I didn't, as I am enjoying the view too much and couldn't wait to for them start performing body cleansing exercise so I can openly watch their beautiful and hot bodies without being sneaky. After doing enough stretches, both sisters created little more distance between them and started to perform body cleansing exercise. They both started to perform the technique, and I looked at them openly without feeling any shame. I have to say both of the sisters are very hot. With their muscles toned to perfection, not an ounce of fat could be seen on their faces, and one could not forget their God-given assets that move with their every move. The sister really has God-given bodies, as each move they make feels exotic, and their movements are rhythmic, that one wouldn't able to tell that this is their first time doing body cleansing exercise. While I am very much enjoying the view, I am also carefully observing every pose they performed. The first 2 poses they performed with the relative ease. It's like they didn't feel any strain at all, but when they started to perform the 3rd pose, they started to feel the strain from every part of their body. The first time is going to be difficult for them as they have never performed the supreme combat technique and their muscles are quite rigid. They will need 1 whole session of supreme combat exercise free them, so when they perform body combat technique, they will not this level of tension in their muscles. After completing 3rd pose, they started on the 4th pose, and when they were performing it, I could clearly see beads of sweat running down on their bodies. It felt strangely hypnotic. The sweat quickly wet the tight clothes they were wearing, which started to show the clear outline of the parts of which they were wearing they have covered with the cloths. With their clothes wet, I could see the perfect outline of their bodies, and this making me excited, and my heart started to beat in an uncontrollable manner. Shame on me. I'm obscenely ogling my friends. This tense environment in the grim battlefield is really making sick and frustrated. No wonder there is so many adventure paradise sanctioned in the outpost. When I first time I come to know the number of brothels this outpost has, I was quite shocked and didn't understand why the outpost needs so many brothels, but now I understood the reason. In this intense warlike environment, people need something to release the stress, frustration, and other emotions they are feeling. There are many things that can help one release the stress depending on one's personality, but sex is undoubtedly one of the best options. Looks like I have to break the rule of not having a girlfriend in grim battlefield, or find some way to release the stress and frustration I am feeling due to daily fighting. I can be fine for a month or 2, but if tension and frustration keep building inside me and I kept it bottled up, it will explode without warning. I will have to find some way to release after I am done with this Epherian ruin business, I thought. When I come out of my thinking, I found that the sisters have already finished performing the sixth pose and cloths became so wet that this time I didn't have to use my imagination to look what underneath it, as it is showing very clearly. With the seventh move, their movements aren't pronounced and smooth as they used to be, a rigidity clearly seen in their moves. They are clearly using quite a bit of energy to perform the seventh move, and their movements also became quite slow compared to the sixth pose. They kept performing th exercise while my eyes constantly roam on their bodies unknowingly. I many times wanted to stop, but I wasn't able to no matter how much I try. They finished seventh, eighth pose and finally started on the ninth. The ninth pose seems to take awfully lot time. Their movements are like a snail and clear shaking could be seen as they perform. I had expected them to reach the ninth move. Let's see if they are able to go above it not. If they are not able to go above the ninth pose, then they will need a weir or more to reach the 12th move and get first minor cleansing. But if they are able to go above the ninth move today, then it will take them just 3 to 4 days for them to reach the first cleansing. They kept persisting. Even with shaking bodies, they kept persisting. And finally, they are able to reach the 10th pose at the same time and started performing it with their very shaking bodies. I have to give it to their persistence. They are really able to reach the 10th pose in the single time which even I wasn't able to do it. Though there are many factors involved like their power and everything, it is still commendable for them to reach one auth pose at a single time. As going further than this, I don't think they will able to do as they have already reached their limit. Thud, thud. A few minutes later, both of the sisters fell on the ground one after another. Their eyes are open, but they looked completely lifeless like a dead fish that is washed up in the shore. Sophia, you finished so early. I thought you would go through the first cleansing before going down, I said as I poked her shoulder with my finger. I could see in eyes that she wanted to say something, but she didn't have the energy to do so. What do you want to say something? I said and again poked her shoulder in fun. This immobility must be torturous for Sophia, who likes to talk a lot and always move around very much. Are you angry at me, Sophia? I asked while poking her. My repeated poking seemed to have got her irritated and angry, but in her current condition, she could not twitch her fingers, much less moves her lips to speak, which she desperately wanted to do so. After I have my little fun with Sophia, I left the two sisters be. They will recover enough walk after little more than an hour. Time passed by and after 20 minutes past the sisters were able to twitch their fingers, and again half an hour, they gained the ability to move their limbs slowly. That is when Sophie moved her neck toward me and mumbled something which I wasn't able to hear it, but understood the meaning of it. If she had been her usual self, she would leap at me like a ferocious kitty. Thank God she barely has any energy now, otherwise I would have had to run away from my own apartment in her fear. Seeing that they are able to move their limbs a little, I went to the bathroom and prepared the tub for them in case they wanted to soak into warm water. Soon 15 minutes passed again, and both sisters gained the ability to walk and went to the bathroom to take a bath. When both of the sisters returned from the bathroom, they directly collapsed on my bed due to tiredness. They are doing much better than me. When I first performed the body cleansing exercise, I don't know how many times I fainted, and when I had waked the next day, I was still feeling the weakness of it. You really had a lot of fun teasing me, don't you? Asked Sophia. It is an evening right now, and both of the sisters have woken from their sleep, but weakness could be clearly seen in their eyes. It is a good thing that they have performed the body cleansing technique first time in the morning, which gave them sufficient rest for tomorrow. If they had performed it tonight, then they would have somehow weak tomorrow. Yeah, I really had fun poking you, I replied, which she glared at me and threw a pillow at me, which I caught easily. Would you mind staying in for dinner? I am cooking, I asked, since it is the time I usually cook and I am quite bored eating with Ashlyn daily, so I thought I should invite them. This will be my first time inviting friends to dinner in the grim battlefield. Sure, since you're so kindly inviting us, we will stay for dinner. Sophia tried to say it eloquently but failed miserably. Them saying yes, I started to make preparations for the dinner, and since I've had friends, I am making tonight's dinner special. I started to take out all the best ingredient I got from the Awakening Ground, and the ones I had brought from here a few days ago. With more than a year of practice, my cooking skills are quite good that it took only for everything to go over the pan. Wow, Mitchell, you really can cook. We sister just have to eat the ordered food, Sophia said as she watches me cook beside the. To her compliment, I just smiled. It took over an hour for me to finish all cooking, and after that, I served the plates we started cooking. With Sophia, the dinner was not silent at all. While we eat, we also talked about the different things. After finishing dinner, we all go to the guild to buy the information about the Ephirian ruin. We all felt that any day Adventure Paradise could make the news public, so it is better if we buy the information early as possible, since we had decided to enter the Ephirian ruin. The information very expensive. Not only I have had to use all the merit points I had, and I even had to a substantial amount of mana crystals also. I'm still quite fine, but Renee and Sophia completely emptied after buying the information that they have less than 10 mana crystals left. After dropping off the tired sisters to their apartment, I went back to my apartment and hastily opened the book which I have studied quite a few times. I've returned from the awakening. It is not the book about the runes, but a skill book. It is a skill book named Giant Strength. It is strength type skill I have found in the memory storage of people I've looted in the past. As what grade of this skill is, I don't know, as it was incomplete. He must have found somewhere, otherwise it would not be his memory storage but in his holowatch. This is a skill I wanted to use for quite a while, but I haven't due to its harsh requirement. But after leveling up today, I have met all the requirements I need to use this skill. It has 3 requirements which are quite hard to fulfill. First is mana purity. It needs mana purity of above 93. The second is 25 seals of supreme combat exercise, and the third is powerful mana. I have already required mana purity, which staggering 94.3. It is very high and rarely any people of my age have it. If not for me refining mana every second I am awake with my refinement engine, I wouldn't have got such purity. The second condition I have already fulfilled a few days ago, when I created the 25 seals of the supreme combat exercise. As for the third condition is powerful mana. With daily refining of monster crystal, my mana had started to a tiny bit of berserk property, which is quite powerful. When I was initially level of sergeant stage, I was already very close to fulfilling this powerful mana condition, as my mana already powerful because of its berserk property, but its quantity fell short. But after leveling up today, I have powerful mana in a sufficient quantity to power up this skill. I get out of bed after reading this skill one more time. I have already understood the skill, and now I just need to execute it to see how powerful it is. Taking could of a deep breath, and I started to activate the skill. This skill is little different from other strengthening skill. It only needs 15 of mana white, other 85 it used it vital energy of the seals. As I activated the skill, I felt immense strength coursing through my body. It felt like I can do anything in life, any weight that is in front of me. The power it is giving me is at least 4 times greater than my previous strength type night grade skill. I wonder how much its power will increase if I add the power of Sunfire into it, as skills only able to show their true power when they merged with rule power. Without rule power they are nothing. With that thought, I added 10% of my Sunfire into it, and I am shocked by the power boost I've received. If I am right, which I think I am them with this skill, I have to use only 70 of my rule power to get the strength which I used get 100 of my rule power with my previous strength type skill. This is a huge boost, and now if I am using 100 of my rule power with this skill, then the strength I gain will be 30 more, which is immense. This is just my hypothesis. I will have to try before I know what I think the truth is not, and with that thinking I merged 100 of my Sunfire power into the skill. Swish, 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 swish. It really is. I thought, as I practiced punches and kicks, I could clearly feel the resistance from the air which makes the swishing sound. I practiced with the skill for more near 45 minutes but stopped after seeing the time. I have practiced body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. If I keep practicing with my new skill, I will waste a lot of time, and quite some more time will take for body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise, which is not good as I have to wake up very early tomorrow. Begrudging, I stopped practicing my strength and started making preparations to practice body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. I activated the temperature room to practice supreme combat exercise and body cleansing technique. For today's practice, I again went back to 5 poison, as I had just leveled up today. The energy of the miracle fruit once again went into the hiding, so till the energy of miracle fruit didn't return, I will have to the quantity of the poison in my body at minimum. As for when miracle fruit energy will return, I think it will returns when I reach the 31st or 32nd pose. It will not return before that. I performed the both supreme combat exercise and body cleansing technique and got the fruitful result in both of them. I reached the 28th pose in the body cleansing exercise and 2th move in a supreme combat exercise. I will try to create the 26th seal of supreme combat exercise in few coming days. I plan on going through 5th minor cleansing and create 3rd amethyst seal in the coming 30 days. Only with this strength will I have the chance to clear the level 3 challenge of the guild. Sophia and Renee said that the level 3 challenge of the guild is extremely hard and very few people able to pass it within the 3 months of joining the guild, and I am aiming to finish that challenge in less than half of that time. It is going to be very difficult, but I will have to do it if I want to enter the Ephirian ruin. After deactivating the temperature room, I took a warm bath and fell into sleep right after that, thinking we are going to hunt the most dangerous part of Madeline Swamp tomorrow. Ring, ring, ring. I woke up before dawn by the alarm and started to make my preparations. Today we are going to hunting in the most dangerous part of the Madeline Swamp. Madeline Swamp already one of the most dangerous low-level hunting ground, and now we are going to hunt in most dangerous grim race monsters are of most dangerous area. This is going to be very dangerous. If not for team leader is present, I would have never dared to go there without being completely sure of my strength. As I've said, this is the most dangerous area. If we are successfully able to beat every challenge that comes in our way without team leaders, help we will have an eligibility to hunt in mid-level hunting ground. The team leader said that we will train in the most dangerous area of the Madeline Swamp for 4 days, and as far as what we will do for the last 3 days, he didn't mention anything, just said that it is going to be a surprise worth remembering. I finished all my preparations within an hour and left my apartment for the city gates. When I reached the city gates, there was only Ben present there, but within 10 minutes Richie and Emma had arrived, and not long after them Sophia and Renee. It is the team leader that arrived late. After he arrived, we started our journey following the team leader, as he didn't specify on which route we are going to enter in the center of the Madeline Swamp. We will take a shortcut today. By circumventing the forbidden ground, we will enter the very core of Madeline Swamp, said team leader, but just as he said that, all of us stopped on our track. Forbidden ground. Did he just say forbidden ground? Forbidden ground. All of us shouted that word in shock. The forbidden grounds is the most dangerous area of the world. They found everywhere, and our republic also has them. The areas that were not even explored by powerful experts, as the simple mistake inside them could result in death. They are simply death grounds. It is said the forbidden ground is the place where the membrane of our world is most thin, and that is why chaotic energies of the outside had infiltrated through that membrane, thus creating a forbidden ground. The energies of the outside are very dangerous, and even whip of them could turn one ash with a second. They are that dangerous, but it is not without treasures also. Though forbidden grounds are death grounds, they are also treasured ground. Everything found there are a treasure, and even soil of that place sold at extremely high prices. It is said that chaotic energy that comes from outside could make everything a treasure. As long as something is being in prolonged contact with that energy, it will either be destroyed or will turn into treasure. That is why every mineral, a metal found in that place, is ideal material for crafting the totem artifact, and all the herbs that found there is used to brew the priceless potion. The bottle of potion she had left for me also made of herbs found in the forbidden ground. The 99 that venture there die. Only very powerful people could survive the onslaught of that chaotic energy inside of the treasure ground. Even they did not dare to stay at that place any longer. It said that chaotic energy is not the only danger in the awakening ground. There are many things far dangerous than this exist in that place. I don't know if there is any truth or not in this sentence. I think it made up to thwart those daring ones who wanted to enter the forbidden ground in search of the treasures. Relax, I do not have a death wish. We are just circumventing around it. We will be at least a mile apart from its boundary, said team leader in a very assuring tone. But going that close to the forbidden ground, won't it be dangerous? Said Emma, sounding unassured despite the team leader's assurance. This is the terror of forbidden ground. One time people would be ready to go the extremely dangerous ruin, which has a negligible chance of surviving, than go to the forbidden ground. Trust me, I've used that way tens of times in the past, and it is the best way to go also, as this will save us 4 to 5 hours time, said instructor confidently. Seeing his confidence, we all felt assured enough to follow him, but we are still very scared about the forbidden ground. Time passed by, and 2 hours later, we reached the vicinity of the forbidden ground, where not a single soul could be seen. If we followed this path, then it would take us a maximum 1 hour to reach the center of Madeline Swamp, said the team leader, and started to speed up, and this time his speed is more than 3 times of that normal. I have to merge nearly 40 of Sunfire to my night grade skill to able to follow the team leader. This is the first fire he is this fast, as most of the time he very careful and vigilant. He seemed to be quite familiar with this area, as he is not checking the map on his holowatch now, and then which he usually does. Except for team leader, we all very careful like a frightened rabbit, who jumped on hearing the smallest sound. The terror of forbidden grounds had ingrained deeply in our heart, that even we know that there is almost no danger outside the boundary of the forbidden ground, we still felt despite a mile away from the boundary of the forbidden ground. With passing time, we started to loosen our nerves little by little, and we started to look around, this time with a gaze of curiosity, not fear. If one looks around this area, they will find it quite normal, like others are grim battlefield where dense foreign energy of grim race, but when concentrating enough they will sense another energy, which is very faint but extremely intimidating. That is the energy of forbidden ground. I have heard about how intimidating it is, and how just a faint sense of it is enough to shake one to the core. Thank God it's just aura of that energy we are able to sense. If it were real energy, we would have run with tail tucked between our legs. Soon an hour passed, and we got far enough that we can sense that intimidating aura even if we wanted to. Suddenly team leader stopped and closed his eyes for a moment before he speaks with a smile. You guys are quite lucky to find grim race monster to fight before you even reached your destination, said Team Lever. How many Grim Race monster are there, and what are their levels? Emma asked the main point directly. Hearing her question, smile on the team leader's face brightened even more as he looked at us. There are 15 Grim Race monsters of purple striped Tigerman race, and all of them are elite kernel stage. The team leader said, which shocked all of us, as 15 elite kernel stage monsters are very, very difficult for us, and we were about to shake our heads saying no. The team leader said something which stopped us on our track. If you are able to defeat this group of Grim Race monsters, then some of you able to defeat second opponent in guild challenges, while some of you will get very close defeating it. So are you guys up for the challenge? Asked the team leader with teasing voice. So are you guys up for the challenge? Asked the team leader with teasing voice, a dare apparent in his voice. We all stumped, and as fighting 15 elite kernel stage Grim Race monster is too much for our team, especially when our opponent is purple striped Tigerman tribe. This tribe is very ferocious and has both speed and strength as their forte, while the defense is also above average. We would have directly said no him right after hearing this proposal, but what instructor said about some of us able to beat our second opponent in guild challenge made us think about it greatly. There are 15 purple striped Tigerman tribe monsters. If they had been 12, we would have yes, but 15 is. I was just busy with my thoughts when I heard Ellen said something which brought me outside my thinking. I can handle 4. She said, I too can handle 4, said Richie right after Emma said. We sisters can handle 2 together, said Sophia. I can also handle 2, said Ben, and after that everyone looked at me awaiting my answer. I can see in their eyes that they want me to handle 3 Grim Race monsters. 3 monsters are really difficult. I would have able to handle 2 elite kernel stage Grim Race monsters, even kills them with my increase in strength, but handling 3 is too much as it changes everything. 3 elite kernel stage Grim monsters will beat me back so badly that I won't even have a chance to the response to their attacks. I want to say no as I could only able to handle 2, but something inside me stopping me say that. It is saying that I should say yes. Only fighting such impossible battle will I able to improve. Okay, I will handle 3, I said finally with the sigh. You just have to keep them busy for a while. As soon as I finished with the monsters that I am fighting with, I will come to help you, Emma said as if understanding my emotions, to which I could only smile. Well, you guys sure took a lot of time, said team leader. No worries, they haven't gone too far. You guys have to walk about 400 meters ahead and you will come across them, said team leader while motioning his finger toward the right direction. We nodded at him and started to walk toward the direction of the Grim Race monster. While walking toward the Grim Race monster directions, I activated both of rule power at 100 and also activated my skill, especially my strengthening skill, the giant strength. I hope this skill will work its magic and give me a chance to fight against 3 monsters, as I do not want to take a beating from them only. Oh, look, a group of delicious praise, and we didn't have to search for them this time, said one purple striped Tigerman as he looked at us coming together. Just as team leader said, there are 15 monsters of purple striped Tigerman tribe. All of them are about 3 meters tall and wearing long metallic claws on their hands which looked extremely sharp. We found them very quickly and didn't have to do anything much to find them. We walked toward the direction that the team leader asked to walk, and we came across them just as team leader said, which shocked me quite a bit. This means that team leader can sense at 400-meter distance around him. That is freaking crazy. I thought his sensory limit would be around 50 meters, but it turned he can sense up to the 400 meters, which is crazy. With the help of killing rule, my sensory range extends to about 20 meters, but that is on condition that someone have a killing intent. Without killing intent, I can sense only 10 meters around me accurately. The team leader must have comprehended the sensory type rule power, or rule power enhance one's senses, as only rule power could give such powerful sense. Be careful they have with the fighting intention, said one Tigerman who looked average Tigerman who has one of the strongest battle power. Ha 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 ha, boss, they think too highly of themselves with their little bit of strength, said one of the Tigermen while laughing, but like his mates, he also summoned his totem spirit. These monsters looked very brute and ferocious but quite smart. As soon as their boss told there may be something wrong with us, all of them started to summon their totem spirits without any hesitations. All of you don't waste too much of the fighting them, use your full strength from the start. After you killed them, I will give time to eat them, said the boss, hearing that all the purple striped Tigermen let out their saliva-filled tongues before coming at us. We were already in the formation, and seeing them coming at us ferociously, we moved to engage them. I directly moved toward a group of 3 purple striped Tigermen, and seeing I am alone intercepting them, a big smile formed on their face. You are underestimating us too much, shouted Grim Race monsters which in the middle, as 3 of them attacked me with the very sharp metallic claws. All of 3 of them attacked me with the unison. With me having 100 power of my rules activated and merged with my skill, I quickly threw the best way to counter their attack within the second and acted on it. I moved front one step and moved my body a little effectively, avoiding the 4 claws, and used my sword and shield both to counter 2 claws that are coming toward my chest and head. Clank, clank, puh, thud, thud, thud. As both of the claws clashed against my sword and shield, I felt immense force traveling in my body, which immediately injured my internal organs and made me take several steps back, which surprised me very much. I thought I would directly fly away from the force of the claw, and for that I was very prepared, but to my surprise, I did not fly away, instead took several steps back. Seeing that I turned ecstatic, the boost I received from yesterday's level up, and my new skill quite significant that I might not need others' help to defeat these 3 monsters, I thought inside my mind. As I was taking a step back, the 3 of them came at me with clear anger in their eyes. They must have thought with the 3 of them together, it would need them just a few seconds, but to their utter shock, not only I had not dead by their attack, it even failed to injure me seriously. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 purple strips tigermen had ferociously attacked me, with their attack stronger than before, but I was not weakling either. With my newfound confidence over my strength, I started to respond to their more furiously than them. As I am responding to the attacks, I saw faint blue light on the battlefield, and lucky enough to be in the right place to see it from the corner of my eyes, so she is finally using it. Totem artifact. Emma had finally summoned her totem artifact. When one entered the lieutenant stage, one produces a creation seed. With the help of the creative seed, one can create a totem artifact. There are many things required to create the totem artifact, which is totem blueprints and precious materials. The power of one's totem artifact depends on 2 things. In my team, there are 3 people that are above the lieutenant stage: Emma, Richie, and Ben, and all 3 of them have totem artifact, but not one of them had used the totem artifact they have created. They have not used their totem artifact until now. It's not because there's some sort of condition on using it. It's just that they were never in dire enough straits that they would need to use their trump, as their totem artifact is their biggest trump card. The totem artifact I am using is not able to show its true power because I am not its original owner. If I had been the original owner of the red sword, it would have been a very powerful weapon, and I would have easily able to kill the 3 grim race monsters that I am fighting. Emma had finally summoned her totem artifact, which means she has no other choice. When I looked at her summoning her totem artifact with the corner of my eyes, I was shocked to see in the condition she is in. She looked extremely wretched state. Her clothes are torn and deep injuries could be seen on various parts of her body. It had not been a minute since the fight had started, and she is already in this condition. It is quite difficult to believe. Though the 4 monsters are strong, they are not this strong to injure her at this level. There must be something else. I have come to know what that something else when I saw something leaping at her in the blurring speed. It is boss of the purple stripped tigerman. I did not expect it to have such fearsome power when I sensed its battle power earlier. I had sensed it is very strong, but not strong enough to get such a blurring speed. There could be only one reason for this. Occult method. The boss of the purple striped tigerman is using the occult. Only some strange occult method are able to deceive the sense of my killing. When I had joined the guild, I had read all the free material it has on the occult methods and found that some occult methods are able to deceive the sensory type rule. The occult method I had come across before was not able to deceive my senses, but this one is able to. I have to be vigilant from now on against both grim race monsters and humans who know they have the strange occult method which could deceive me. Despite summoning her totem artifact, Emma is still quite disadvantages against the boss of grim race monsters who are using the occult method, but I am not worried. It was her first time fighting the opponent who has the occult method. As long as she got used to it, she will able to defend against it. As for she was able to defeat her opponent, which I can't say, as the power of occult skills is very hard to predict. I would have loved to watch their fight more, but I have to fight these 3 grim race monsters. I would have liked to watch the fight of Emma for more than a moment. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 monsters are attacking me like crazy, and I was all busy defending against without having the chance to attack. The only good that through their repetitive attacks, I started to get used to the rhythm of their attacks, and that is why better able to defend against, and because of then I stopped getting injured by the attack. I would have never guessed that my small level and new strengthening skill would give me such boost. If not for them, then I would have been crashing against the tree now with puking blood. Clack! My shield crashed against the claw of one grim race monster, and I used my sword to attack, but that bastard was quick, and my sword was just passed by scratching its armor. Right after that, the grim race monsters got angry seeing that, and started to launch a barrage of attack on me, which I am barely able to defend against without getting too much injured. As I am fighting, a faint green light come across my eyes, and I knew someone must have summoned their totem artifact. It must be either Richie or Ben. I don't know who it is, as both of them are out of my view. Bang, bang, bang. I was besieged by tens of claws every moment as this grim race monsters kept attacking me. If I had been alone and had to finish the fight quickly, I would have definitely asked Ashlyn's help. With her having similar rule power like me and able to fly, she would have been a big help, and I would have been able to finish the fight early, but alas I am not alone, and didn't want to expose Ashlyn unless it's necessary. Time passed by, and with the passing time, my grip over the battle kept increasing. Now I am not only defending but attacking also, but till now, except for some hair, I was not able to cut anything. I tried many times, but these bastards' speed is too great that whenever I tried to attack, they will dodge or defend the one I am attacking. If this 1 versus 1 or 2 versus 1, this fight would have been finished already. Puchai, //. A chance, I thought, as I slightly moved and pierced my sword at the eye of Grim Race Monster, and released the point Inferno that I've changed inside, and while I am attacking him I am also being attacked. I tried to dodge, but 2 claws till left some gruesome wound on my back. I knew I will get attacked if I attacked, but this chance was perfect. That idiot had leaped at me with its claws out. I just had to move a little to dodge it and pierced my sword into its eyes. Thud. It fell on the floor with the thud, completely dead as it should be, as I had completely melted its brain with the point Inferno. I dodged the attack of 2 grim race monsters, while controlling myself not scream, as I am feeling immense pain due to gruesome wound on my back. After killing the first grim race monster, pressure on me lot lessens. If not for having a serious injury on my back, I would have killed 1 more monster by now, but still, I will not take me more than a few minutes to kill them. I was right, I had killed the 2 monsters within 4 minutes of killing the first grim race monster, and the first thing I did after killing all the monsters is drink a few bottles of potions, as my injuries are too deep that my spine and other bones could be seen through it. As I drank a few bottles of potions, I felt my injuries started healing. These injuries were really serious. Not only those sharp claws had sit through my skin, but they had also cut some of my bones. I was good thing that there is no major damage on my spine, otherwise I would have to pay hell. As for these injuries, it will take 2-3 hours for them to heal relatively. After tending my wounds, I looked around only to see, except for me and Emma, everyone had finished their battles and now watching Emma's battle with Grim Monster in full concentration. I want to scream at them. I was just fighting 3 monsters a few moments ago, but not one of them was keeping eyes on me in case I am in danger and needed their help. The battle between Emma and the leader of the Grim Race Monsters is very intense. Their moves are so fast that the naked eye is barely able to catch it. If not for me having killing rule, I wouldn't have also able to see their battle with perfect clarity. Emma is having a hard time. I thought as I looked at the battle, her opponent's power is too great. Its every move is concentrated at her weakness. If not for comprehending the powerful wind elemental rule which gave her very fast speed, I don't think Emma would have lasted this long. Earlier I thought after enough time, she would get used to the power of occult method that her opponent is wielding, but I was wrong, both her getting used to Grim Monster's power and the power that Grim Master is wielding. I was very wrong to think that her opponent had barely scratched the surface of the occult method. The leader of Purple Striped Tigerman had scratched much more than the surface of the occult method he had comprehended, and he is also very proficient in using it. That is why he is giving such a hard time to Emma. Who do you think will win? Asked Sophia as she came closer to me with her sister. It's harder to say, I said. Winning this battle is very difficult, not only Emma, but also for the leader of the Grim Monsters. Though he has upper hand in battle and suppressing Emma quite fairly, and that is that. He's just suppressing her, not completely dominating her, unless the leader of the Grim Race Monster increased his power again. It's very difficult for it to win. As for Emma, she is at her last leg. From the battle power that I could sense from her, I know she is giving her all just to defend. The only way she could win is to improve her power during the battle in some way. I still think Emma has a chance to win, Sophia said, to which Reina and I shook our head the same time. Sophia is just too optimistic. She can clearly see the condition Emma is in, but she's still hoping Emma would win. It is very difficult for Emma to win unless she could bring out a strong trump card, which I don't have any, said Sophia, making the same assessment I've made about Emma. As time passed, there was literally no change in the battle, except for Emma gaining a few more injuries, which seemed to slow her down a little further. The occult energy must have starting to take the effect on her. I have first-hand experience of how difficult the occult energy is. The occult energy is different from all the other energies. From what I have read, every occult method produces a different type of occult energy. There have never the same types occult energies in the different type of occult methods. The only thing is common occult energies that they are very hard to remove. One needs to overpower it with the sheer force. Only this way one can remove the occult energy from one's body, and currently Emma has no way to do it. The only thing she can do is seal that occult energy. Seal that occult energy in the injuries, and remove it in the safety of one home. Her totem artifact is really good, said Sophia, and I nodded without hesitation. It was only because of the totem artifact that she's capable of fighting. Her totem artifact is very powerful, and when she infused her rule power into it, it became even more amazing. The reason we have said that her totem artifact is very good because the way it is handling the rule power, not only it's seamlessly using the rule power, it also helps her revolving rule power all over her body, which increased her speed even more. She must have had tailored the totem blueprint according to her needs, and also used many precious materials to craft such powerful totem artifact. I hope when I create my totem artifact in the future, it would also be powerful as Emma's. The leader of the Grim Monster gave another cut to Emma at her waist, and this one seemed little deeper as it had made Emma grit her teeth. "Richie, a little help here would be nice," shouted Emma while fighting. She finally could not able to take it anymore as she asked Richie for help finally. Just as Richie heard Emma's shout for help, he summoned his totem artifact, and in the red brightness, a red spear appeared in the Richie hand, which made me surprised. As the weapon Richie mostly uses is the longsword, I thought his totem artifact would be in the shape of the longsword, but it turned out to be a spear. A dark red spear which looked like it made from volcanic red crystals. Even at quite a distance from him, I could feel the hot air releasing from the spear. It took less than a second for Richie to summon his spear, and just after that, Richie joined the battle. With Richie joining the battle, the pressure on Emma lessened a lot, and two started to attack. I have to say the combination of both of them is very good. While Emma's combat style is filled with speed and swiftness, Richie is exactly the opposite. Every attack of Richie's spear is filled with power, stability, and agility. Every strike of his spear felt like the punch of the monster ape. It is filled with power, but it also has the agility which can't let you get away no matter where you move. With Richie entering the battle, the leader of the Grim Race monsters have to go the defensive as both of the launching the flurry of attacks at it that it barely had the chance to attack. "What do you say now? Do both of them have the chance of winning now?" Sophia asked smugly, to which both of us shook our head. With both Emma and Richie attacks, they have merely put the Grim Race monster on defensive, and despite being two of them attacking it, they were still not able to cut the hair on the Grim Race monster's body, much less make cuts on its skin. Looking at the way it is defending against both of their attacks, I don't think they have any chance of defending it unless they increase their strength during the battle. Bang. As the battle was raging intensely, the Grim monster suddenly took the jump back using the force of Richie's spear against his claws and started to run across the air. Seeing the monster is running, Emma and Richie followed after immediately, and we started to follow them as we didn't want to miss any action. Just a few seconds after the chases started, it had become apparent that we would lose the Grim monster as its speed is too great. Its speed is too great that even Emma wasn't able to catch up to it despite having a powerful wind-type rule power. It had already put up quite a distance between us and started to disappear out of our view when we saw Team Leader had appeared directly in front of it. Seeing the Team Leader appearing in front of it, the Grim monster directly launched an attack, but before its attack reached halfway, the Team Leader casually punched it in the chest. Bang, bang sounded when Team Leader fist punched on the chest of the Grim Race monster, and the next moment Grim Race monsters crashed on the ground with the rocket's speed. It had even created the small crater where it was crashed, and when we checked its condition, we found it is completely dead with its bone crushed, especially of his chest where its chest caved and all of its bones turned into powder. I am shocked seeing it in such condition. It must have died the moment Team Leader had punched him. "Such a power," I marveled. "Team Leader is super strong," I gaped. "You guys would have defeated it after fighting it for some time, but you let it run away. If you guys kept putting such half-hearted effort, then it would be really difficult for you guys to clear up level 3 challenger within the month," stated Team Leader in a serious voice. He had not only said this to Emma and Rich, but to all of us, and what he said is right. The guild challenges are extremely difficult, and we didn't give us all, then it would be very difficult for us clear level 3 within the month. It is not difficult, and many people have it every year, but if you guys want to do it also, then you should focus more and give your all in training. Only then you guys will have a chance to clear the level 3 challenge before Ephirian Ruin opened," said Team Leader. This time his voice is softer than before. We all nodded to his advice, as we all know if we didn't give us all, then we would not able to clear the level 3 guild challenge, thus effectively crushing all the hopes of entering the Ephirian Ruins. "Let's see if this one have anything interesting," said Instructor as he took out the storage band of Grim Race monster from his hand, and then started to remove the things inside it one by one. We were shocked by this scene, but soon come to understand how the Team Leader able to do it. It's because of mana transmutation crystals, and Instructor has one of the top 3 transmutation crystal in him. The Instructor had just taken out the storage band of the Grim Race monster and started to remove the things inside them one by one. Normally humans can't operate the artifacts of the Grim Race as they required dark energy and human practice mana energy, so there is no way for normal warriors to use the artifacts of Grim Race, but for some people it is possible. Those who have used the special mana transmutation crystals to transmute their mana could barely operate the weapons of the Grim Race. Though they can bring out less than 10 power of the artifacts, which is not enough for one to use them for fighting purposes, it is enough to operate storage devices of the Grim Race. In the guild, there are 12 transmutation crystals, but only 3 crystal have the ability to barely operate the Grim monsters. Those 3 are the top 3 mana transmutation crystals in the guilds, are very, very expensive. What is this? Asked Sophia to her sister as she picked up a folded leather skin that team leader had thrown it out thinking useless and Sophia picked up. Hearing her question, Reina took the leather skin and opened it. It seemed to some roughly drawn map. Said Reina, "Team leader, would you take a look at this?" Said Sophia to team leader. This got us curious also as we all looked toward the team leader as he took the map from the Sophia. After taking the map from Sophia's hands, he started to study it, and from time to time various expressions come across his faces. "Interesting," said the team leader as continued studying the map, and our curiosity about the map increased again. "Team leader, what is it?" asked Sophia excitedly. Like always, she is the most curious of our all, asked the question that everyone wants to ask. "It is a map, and if I am right then its destination is not far from here," said team leader, hearing that we all became excited. It must be something exciting there for them to draw the map on the leader's skin and not their devices. Grim Race also has something like Out Holowatch. In this age, anyone barely uses paper. If they want to take a note they take on their devices but whoever had drawn the did not do that. There could be only 2 reasons for this. One is some secret in that place, and whoever had draws this didn't want anyone to know, and that is why he had drawn this, and second is that this map is simply old, that when it was drawn, there were no devices like Holowatch and others. The second possibly makes this map very old, at least 1 to 2 in 1,000 years, and looking at how the worn out the map is. "Can we go now, team leader, please? If we were lucky we could find a treasure inside," said Sophia pleadingly to team leader, and we all also looked at him with the same expression. Though there may be not much use to us, and we may not able to find some treasures as we are hoping for, but the adventure itself would worth it, and the team leader himself said that the destination of the map is not far from here. "It's too dangerous for you. Currently you guys are too weak to go there." The team leader, hearing that disappointed expression flashed on our face, I really wanted to see what this map has. Seeing our disappointed faces, the team leader let out a hearty laugh and said something which made all of gain hope. "But if all of you were able to clear the level 2 guild challenge in the 4 days' time, then I promise I will take you guys for the treasure hunt." Team leader. This one sentence of his brought shine to all of our faces, really, asked Sophia, and the instructor nodded. Suddenly I felt 2 gazes on me. Not only me but Sophia, Reina, and Ben also felt 2 gazes on it is from Rich and Emma. Their guys clearly telling us, "You guys better work hard and clear the level 2 guild challenge, otherwise you will pay the price." To that, we all rolled our eyes, but we know they are serious. If any one of us were not able to clear the level 2 challenge, in 4 days we will sure take a beating for them. The team leader may not have said this explicitly, but it is clear that he will take not us for the treasure hunt if even one of us not able to clear the level 2 challenge. So to go to the treasure hunt, all have to beat level 2 challenge of the guild. It is clear that Emma and Richie have the strength to clear the level 2 challenge of the guild, while 4 of us lack a little. We have to improve enough in the 4 days that we have the strength to beat the second challenge. "Let me help you," said team leader, seeing Emma's struggling expressions. She had been injured quite badly. Her bodily injuries are not bad, but the occult energy inside her wound wouldn't let it heal no matter how much she tried. She had been trying to expel the occult energy from her body, but all her attempts were unfruitful. If it had been that easy, then it wouldn't have taken me 3 days to burn it off. The team leader must have been observing her for a while, so when he saw her struggling expression, he decided to help. "Stay calm and stop using all your power," the team leader said as he walked beside her. She nodded and did as team leader told her. The team leader gently placed his hand on her naked shoulder, and next moment all the tiny hairs on her body stood up, and I could hear an extremely faint lightning sound. Team leader must be using his lightning rule to remove the burn of the occult energy inside her body. His control over his rule power must be amazing if he could do that, as the power we release could injure the one who we trying to heal. I look at the process for a minute, but feeling bored, I walked toward the monsters to harvest the mana crystals from them. Today I had killed all 3 Grim Race monsters, so there will be no experiment today, only harvesting. It is said that the normal kernel stage Grim Race monster gave 50 mana crystals, but all the 3 I had killed were elite, so these 3 should able to give me around 60 to 70 mana crystal each. With excitement, I had placed the runic disc on the Grim monster chest, and a moment later, it had started to harvest the mana crystal. I should buy at least 2 runic discs, I thought as I looked at 2 bodies that are left open. I can only harvest them after I had finished with first. If I had 2 runic discs, I would have been able to harvest all 3 monsters together. Emma and Richie had already brought extra runic discs a few days ago from the guild, and I plan to buy today. With my power increased, I will mostly fight against elite kernel stage monsters and should have at least 3 runic discs with me, but the problem is high-grade runic discs are not cheap. Even with the guild discount, they cost a ton, but now I don't have a choice but to buy them. Ting. About 12 minutes later, the runic disc finished harvesting the mana crystals from the Grim race, and to my surprise I have harvested 69 mana crystal. 69 mana crystal, which is quite a great number. It is the highest number of mana crystals I've ever harvested from the Grim monster. Hell, I have never harvested half that amount from the single Grim race monster. Looks like as long as I kept hunting elite kernel stage monsters, I will never lack the mana crystals, I thought as I put away all 69 mana crystals in my storage. All done, you can now drink the potions to heal your injuries, said the team leader as he takes off his hand from Emma's shoulder. So early, it had been just 15 minutes, and team leader had already finished burning off occult energy from Emma's body. It took me 3 days, a day and night of the whole 3 days, but the team leader did that in just 15 minutes. The occult energy I was plagued with was from elite captain stage, who barely able to touch the surface of occult skill, but the one Emma fought had scratched the surface of the occult skill, and its occult energy was very powerful than the one I've had plagued with, but team leader still able to burn it off in 15 minutes. Looks like I've to stop predicting the power of those whose battle power I can't sense, as those who I aren't able to sense is powerful enough to finish me off in one move. If I ever come across the opponent whose battle power I can't sense, then the first thing I will do is run as fast as I can. We will leave in 1 hour, said team leader, to which all of us nodded. Those who were most injured amongst our group were me and Emma. It had been more than 1.5 hours since I finished my battle, and another 1 hour that team leader had given is enough to heal my injuries relatively. TAs for Emma, her injuries were not that serious. The only problem with her was the occult energy inside her body, which had been burned off by the team leader. Ting. A bell sounded a few minutes later, and I finished harvesting the second Grim race monster, which gave me 67 mana crystal, which I had expected to get. Another 10 minutes passed, and I had finished harvesting the mana crystal from the third Grim race monster. Of all 3 Grim race monster, it has given me the highest mana crystal, which is 70. In a single fight, I had gained 206 mana crystal, which is the highest one I got in the single fight. After I finished harvesting all the mana crystal, I started to clean the ashes of the Grim monsters, collecting their storage artifacts, weapons, and other things. These things may not offer much compared to mana crystals, they still get quite a good price, and that is why I never leave single thing I found on the body of the Grim race monsters. The hour passed by in the silence. Everyone was focused on resting and healing whatever injuries they have got. By the time an hour is over, my injuries are relatively healed. To completely recover, I will need at least 5 to 6 hours more. All right, let's go. We only have 2 hours left now. You guys at least need to fight one more big team of monsters like this, the team leader said as he motioned toward the husks of the Grim race monsters. The next 2 hours our luck could not said to be best, but it was not bad either. We have not come across the large group of elite kernel stage monster, but we have come across 3 groups who had normal kernel stage and elite kernel stage monster in them. The fights have finished early. We have already had the experience of fighting the big and powerful group, and compared to that, these 3 groups were small and weak. It can be said that we took more time harvesting mana crystal out of them than actually killing them, and the last group dead our time of leaving had come, and we left the same way that we had come, around the forbidden ground. The return journey had been uneventful. Nothing exciting happened. Whatever weak Grim race monster we come across were killed by the team leader as usual. Tring, beep beep, dum dum. Nothing unusual happened on the way, but as we reached near the outpost and signal had returned to our holowatches, they all started to ring, and including the team leaders. So the news is finally out, I thought as I read the news, which is a reminder I had set up a few days ago. News of Ephirian Ruin is finally out, and it had instantly shadowed all the topics on the web. It seemed to be making bigger blast than I expected, as nearly all the people in Outpost talking about it on the web, but also on the streets. When we entered the outposts, all we could hear about the Ephirian Ruin and nothing else. It was a good thing we had brought the information at yesterday, or we would have had to pay hell lot more, said Sophia, as she looked the renewed price of information about the Ephirian Ruin. I also nodded. Every organization, store, guild, etc. had information about the Ephirian Ruin increased their price near tenfold. After submitting all the things I got from the Grim race monster in the guild, I returned back to my apartment. Today was really fruitful. Not only I have killed the several elite kernel stage Grim race, but also harvested a lot of mana crystal from them, and this just the starting. The next 3 days went by as I had imagined. We hunted so crazily that each day was dangerous than I before, and every day I had received serious injuries, but that didn't stop me for training more intensely. Each day I had harvested more than 1,000 mana crystal. I had expected that I would able to harvest 1,000 mana crystal a day, but did not expect that day would come this soon. Today had given us off by the team leader to take a good rest, as if today we are going to take guild's challenge, and if we are successful then team leader going to take us for the treasure hunt. That is what we calling it now. The team leader did not say much except for that the destination of the map in the mid-level hunting ground. We were not that surprised knowing it is mid-level hunting ground, but our hearts still started to beat faster. The mid-level hunting grounds are completely different from the low-level hunting ground. The low-level hunting ground is for the rookies who had just entered the grim battlefield, and there is not much danger there, but mid-level hunting ground are completely different. The elite kernel stage we have been fighting against is the weakest grim race monsters in the mid-level hunting ground. The elites of grim race we have fought are just starting point of the elite. In the real sense, they are not considered much in front of the star elites found in the mid-level hunting ground. There is another reason why the team leader had asked us to clear the guild challenge before he could take for the treasure hunt, and that is because of guild rules. For us to hunt in the medium-level hunting ground, we at least have to clear the level 2 guild challenge before we have permission to hunt in the mid-level hunting ground. I would not have the guts to hunt in mid-level hunting ground this early if not for instructor coming with us. He is someone who had cleared all the 9 challenges in the guild challenge. Even in the S-class guild, very few people have the power to clear all the challenges, especially as young as our team leader, who about the same age as Emma. I just hope that I will able to clear the second guild challenge today, and I think I have quite a good chance to clear the second challenge, about 80. Not only I have trained very hard for the past 4 days, I even able to create the 27th seal of the Supreme Combat exercise in the morning, and reached 30-second pose of body cleansing technique, which I had performed in front of Sophia and Riane. In just 4 days, both of the sisters had reached the first cleansing, and the result could clearly be seen on them. Not only their movements became more flexible, their skin also brightened a little, making them even more beautiful. It is already evening, and I will leave for the guild in a few moments, as 4 of us going to attempt to clear the guild challenge, and as for the other 2, Emma and Richie, they had already cleared the second challenge 2 days ago. Let's go, Ashlyn, I said to Ashlyn, who is sitting in the balcony. After hearing my voice, she flew to my shoulder and we exited my apartment. Mitchell, I heard my name just as I got out the hovercar, and it was off Sophia, who was seen to be talking with our team members. We have been waiting for you for the past 10 minutes, let's go, said Sophia, and she literally held my hand, started pulling me toward the guild. Soon we all reached the chamber where the guild challenge is done and saw that there are already 3 people were waiting there. If you had come early, we would not have to wait for our turn, said the Sophia as we sat. Relax, it's just half-hour waiting, said Emma. Richie and Emma had specially come today for cheer 4 of us as going to treasure hunt, and it would depend on all of us clearing second guild challenge. If one of us failed, then all hopes of going for treasure hunt will be doused in the water. If 4 of you are able to clear the second challenge, then we will treat in the expensive restaurant, said Emma. She's not only dwindling carrot in front of us, but also indirectly pressuring us to do better and clear the challenge. Well, you don't have to worry about me. I am quite confident that I will be able to clear the challenge, and if everyone also cleared, which I expected them to, then we will enjoy the expensive meal an hour later. Time passed one by one, all 3 people took their turn, and within half an hour all 3 of them finished their turn, and now it's own turn to go. I'll go first, Ben said just as the last person comes out of the door. I can tell that Sophia wanted to go first, but seeing Ben called out first, she did not say anything. Seeing one objected, Ben went inside the door, and we all waited for him with the bated breath each, and every one of us has to clear the challenge. Time passed by, and we silently waited. No one is moved to make talk, like everyone's gaze is focused on the door. Click. 7 minutes later, the door opened again, and Ben came out, and one could see an extra bright smile on his face. Did you clear it? Asked Emma. Yes, I did, said Ben. How was it? Asked Sophia. We already have an idea about second challenge strength from Emma and Richie, but it would be nice to hear from Ben, who is at our level. Just like Emma and Richie said, I was skipped by the first challenge and directly appeared in front of the second challenge. My opponent was Monster, and it was very challenging, but I was able to defeat it, he said with apparent happiness. As long as you guys give your all, conquering the second challenge won't be difficult, Ben said in encouragement. I'll go next, said Sophia, and left for the door, and she took even less time to come back. She finished her challenge in 5 minutes, which is even lesser than Ben. Except for me. Everyone is shocked seeing this, as they thought the 2 sisters are weakest in the team when they are not fighting together, but I do not. I don't know whether it is due to high intuition my killing rule gave me, and or just gut feeling I had. I had always, though, thought these two sisters are stronger than they seem. I have not found any proof of it, and their battle power also weakest of all the team members, but the inkling I get from them sometimes made me believe that they lot stronger than they seem. What a fight, Sophia said as she comes out. Her fiery red hair seems to become extra bright due to her happiness, and without asking, Sophia started to explain how her fight went. I'll go now, I said and walked toward the door. Just like last time, there was the small crystal placed on the stand. Sitting in front of it, I focused all my energy on it, and soon I found my consciousness slipping. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing on the beautiful beach. Beneath my feet, I could see the multicolor sand and peaceful sound of sea waves crashing on the shore. It's such beautiful scenery that everyone wants to enjoy. Soon my opponent appeared in front of me, and it is a human. He is a burly young man in late teens wearing full-body leather armor and has a silver morning star in his hands which had very sharp spikes on it which made it look very scary. Second challenge will initiate in 3 seconds. A monotonous voice rang out, and I got ready with my sword. Battle, said the monotonous voice as the countdown came to 0. Ah. My burly opponent screamed loudly and came at me with very threatening-looking morning star. I didn't back down either. With my strengthening skill giant strength, which had become even more powerful after 27th seal, I have enough strength to directly clash against with my opponent's morning star. Clank. A loud clank rang out, and I felt my body shaking due to intense energy traveled inside my body. If I had experienced this blow 4 days ago, I would have taken the tens of steps back, but now I just shook a little. Seeing I didn't take a single step back, my opponent had become very angry and launched a flurry of attacks at me. It must have used some sort of skill as each attack is stronger than the previous. Clank, clank. I responded to his furious attacks with my own. My sword attacks may not have as much as power as his morning star, but they are very precise that they are able to diffuse each and every blow with the precious. See, suddenly white flames covered his morning star, and intense coldness started to radiate from them, and that coldness started to travel from his morning star into my sword. Seeing that I quickly covered my sword with the sunfire and all coldness that had to try to infiltrate my sword turned into the steam. What a strong ice ability, that cold flame covering his sword, were not his rule power but the ability. I wish I had such powerful ability. I am the only one in my team that rarely uses my ability while others use it on a regular basis, and that is because my ability is too weak and having powerful ability is important. It is may not much important right now, but it will become important when I level up from the night stage. I have searched for many ways to increase my ability, but there are very few. Evolution of the ability depended on the monster. Even if the monster has some type of ability like wind, fire, physical, etc., there is a vast difference between them. Each monster's ability to evolve in a different way, that means one needs a different thing to evolve the abilities of different monsters, and that is why it is very difficult. It would have been nice if Ashlyn had been from popular and powerful monster species, as there is a lot of research done on them, and things they needed to evolve their abilities are pretty much known, but Ashlyn is from Gray Spark Sparrow, one of the most common and the lowest level monsters in world. Only people those do not have any option are bonded with these species, so obviously no one will do research on them. Till now, I had only found one material that provoked a response from Ashlyn and helped her ability evolve once, and that is the core of the Fiery Lion. The core of Fiery Lion is the only thing that helped her evolve her ability once, and she had been eating pieces of its core till every day. Every few days I have her different fire-type monsters' core to eat, but not single monsters' core, except for Fiery Lions had provoked the response from her. Well, I will think about the evolution of ability some more time, as now my opponent had upped his offensive, and I have to counter. Clank. His morning star again crashed against my sword, but this time it was especially heavy that my sword nearly left my. If not for me predicting the strength of his attack, my sword would have definitely flown away from my hand. Clank, clank, clank. Quickly controlling my shaking body, I started to respond to its powerful attacks. The first few minutes I was barely able to defend myself as they are not only very powerful, they also came with the powerful freezing force, so not only I have to deal with the powerful physical impact of the morning star, I also burn off the coldness that came with. I have a hard time a couple of minutes, but as I got used to, the pressure started decreasing. I even started to get the slight upper hand in the battle. This is the beauty of the killing rule. It is the best rule for killing as it involves in every aspect of killing, and the longer the fight lasts, the more advantageous it is going to be for me. Slice. I finally able to land a blow of him. Though it was minor, it is still great as after this, I will keep giving him blow after blow. Slice, slice, slice. First, the injuries he receives from were quite light, but with passing time, they kept getting bigger and bigger till all of its body filled with injuries, and many of them were serious, and if not for this opponent too resilient and kept dodging the fatal blow nick of the time, this fight would have ended already. Still, I kept attacking him, making his injuries heavier and launching fatal attacks now and then. The injuries on its body kept getting bloodier and bloodier until my opponent completely turns into a bloody man. Crack, 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 shatter. I was about to launch another attack at him to make it more injured when suddenly cracks started spreading on its body before shattering into pieces and then disappearing. Its body had been completely shattered and then disappeared like smoke. The third opponent will appear soon. I wonder how strong it will be and how much the difference of power between it and second opponent. Last time when I attempted the challenge, it did not take me much effort to clear the first challenge, but the second challenge was very difficult. I was not even able to put up offensive, only defended and get back outside Crystal after I was cleaved by its axe. I have heard from my teammates how hard this challenge is, but I still want to experience it myself. Star Elite. I said out loud when I saw my opponent appear. It is a grim race monster from the common black bearman tribe, but what makes it different is the silver star mark on his forehead. There is one silver star that could be seen painted on his forehead in a very eye-catching manner. It is said that for the grim race, this mark represents both prestige and power. What is front me single star elite of black bearman tribe. The elite I've fought till now were all fake elites, but what is front of me is real single star elite. This is star mark only bestowed on them after they prove their power in their tribe. There are 9 types of star elites in the tribes of the grim battlefield. They are 1 star to 9 star elites, and difference of strength between each star is immense. That is why in the outpost, only up to 3 star elites are found. As for star elites above them, they could only be found in the mid-zone and the war zone. This 1-star elite black bearman tribe is less than 2 meters tall, which is very small compared to the above 3 meters tall grim race monster we fought every day. Looks like what team leader said really true, that in low-level hunting ground only most hopeless grim race monsters are found. They are sent there just to fill the numbers, and in the hope that some prodigy would come out of it. It had a ferocious expression on its face as it lightly swung his warhammer around as it looked at me. Third challenge will initiate in 3 seconds. A monotonous voice rang out again. The countdown started and I became ready to face this fierce opponent. I may not able to last much in front of it, but I still wish to exchange couple of moves with it. Battle. I just about to launch an attack when I found that a 1-star elite grim race monster had already appeared in front of me and swung its warhammer at me. Bang! I hastily put my sword in front of me as a defense, but just as the warhammer touched it, it flew away from my hand and the warhammer directly crashed on my head. I felt immense pain for the moment before I lost my consciousness, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself sitting back on the circle. They were really right. The third challenge is really difficult, except Emma. No one in our team has been able to resist more than one move of it, even Richie, who after experiencing the first attack had surrendered on his own. I will have to work very hard if I want to clear the third challenge. I now only had 25 days. In the 25 days, I have to become strong enough to clear the third challenge, as only then will I be eligible to enter the Ephirian Ruin. In the 4 days since the news of Ephirian Ruin is out, I've read many things about it online, and those things were enough to excite me, and now I want to enter no matter what. After calming myself, I get out of the door with a big smile. With second challenge cleared, there nothing that could stop us from going to treasure hunting. As for Renee, who last to remain for guild challenge, I am not worried about her. If Sophia is able to clear the challenge, then she will be able to clear it. Without asking, I started to explain how my fight went, especially my third opponent. You lucky bastard. Last time you have come across special grim race monster, and this time your opponent was 1-star grim race monster. Your luck is really good. If not for you took the beating both times, otherwise I would have beaten that luck out of you, said Sophia, to which everyone laughed, including me. Good luck, said everyone as Renee silently walked to the door. She is the last one in our team, and our treasure hunting depends on her slowly. Despite knowing there is a 100 chance that she will clear the second challenge, I couldn't help but worried. Not only me, her twin sister Sophia, who knew her best, also a little worried, as she is messaging her hands in the nervousness. Time passed exhaustingly slow speed as we all kept eye on the door. Even those who came after us to take the challenge had become silent, seeing a solemn atmosphere between us. 6 minutes passed by, but Sophia did not come out, seeing that we became very worried. Click. Finally, we heard the clicking sound of the door 2 minutes later. Reina had taken 8 minutes total to complete the challenge, and when she came out, there was a bright smile on her face. It was my first time seeing Renee smile so bright. Most of the time she had a smile. She just let out a very smile, but this smile is megawatt. What happened? Asked Sophia, seeing her sister smiling very brightly, as she perfectly knows how rare for her sister to let out such a big smile. My second challenger was from special grim race monster tribe, Renee said, and all of us shocked. She had fought the special grim race monster tribesman and won it. This is really amazing compared to me who had just taken the beating. Since all of us cleared the second challenge, let us inform the team leader, said Richie. We all nodded, and after taking snapshots of our guild profile, which is showing we had cleared the second, we sent to team leader. His reply came just a few seconds later, saying congratulations and meet him at dawn tomorrow in guild. Let's go now, as I promised I will treat you guys a dinner in the best restaurant, said Emma, hearing that our mood bright even more and we get out of the Get the Guild. The restaurant that Emma chose to give is one of the top 100 restaurants in the Fort Cavendish. It is very difficult to get the table there, but Emma still managed to get it somehow. The food of this restaurant said to very delicious, and they have a special eating room for the monsters where they can eat. Be good. I said to Ashlyn, as I know how short her temper is, and seeing how others' monster levels are higher than her, they may try to intimidate her, and if their intimidation got over the limit and she became irritated, then she may use rule power in anger, which I don't think any monsters here have the power to handle. Shit, I said inside my mind as I sensed Ashlyn's very irritated mood, and before I could sense what happened, she had blocked our mental connection on her end. We had just finished having an amazing dinner and were walking toward the room where monsters are eating when I sensed her immense irritation. Millet Jonah. Everyone suddenly screamed their monster names and run toward the room where monsters are eating hurriedly. She really did it. I thought mirthlessly as I followed behind them, hoping that she must have not gone overboard, otherwise it will be quite difficult for me to face my teammates. Bang, calm down, calm down. We banged open the door only to see monsters are huddled in the corner with fear on their faces, while the server who is assigned to their room is trying to calm them. Ashlyn on the other side, eating quietly without care for the scared monsters. Just as the monsters saw their partners enter the room, hope kindled their scared eyes as they leaped toward their partners. What happened? Everyone asked the server in unison, who was trying to calm the scared monsters. I don't know, I went out to bring them more dishes, but I came back, all of them were huddled in corners scared, except for that one, said server while pointing toward Ashlyn, who is eating calmly. Millet, tell me what happened, who hurt you? Asked Sophia to her inferno tiger, who is just a young cub. Not only her, everyone started to ask their monsters what happened. Woo woo. Everyone monster burst into crying hearing that question from their partners and motioned toward Ashlyn scarily while trying their all to explain what happened. I am really sorry. Ashlyn had picked up some bad habits. She easily get angry at the slight provocation. I apologized as I picked Ashlyn off the ground. All of them looked me weirdly, as if thinking how could a little mutated gray spark sparrow scare their monsters so bad that they didn't even dare to look at her. They did not dare to believe that little sparrow, who weakest of them all, could scare their monster this much, but after repeated questioning their monsters, they had to accept that. According to them, they were just teasing little sparrow since she's smallest and weakest of them all, but all of a sudden this sparrow became very dangerous that they got very scared of her. I heaved a sigh of relief hearing that. It's a good thing she didn't do any physical attack, just use the killing rule to scare the shit out of the monsters who irritated her. Ashlyn, what you did is bad. Apologize to them. I said to Ashlyn, I really pity these monsters. They must have irritated her quite a bit to act like this, and what she did is bad after all. Choo 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 choo. Ashlyn furiously started chirping, saying it is not her mistake as they irritated her first. Ashlyn apologizes to them quickly, otherwise I will not give any snacks for a week. I said sternly, what she did was bad and she had to apologize for it. Choo choo choo. Ashlyn chirped softly, apologizing in her way. Good girl, I said as I petted her. When I looked at my friends, I found them still looking weirdly at Ashlyn and me. I again apologized deeply for her behavior, I said, and took out few packets of snacks from my storage. Here, take these snacks for compensation for her behavior, I said, and handed the monster snacks. These snacks are very expensive and quite popular amongst the monster. Seeing the packets of snacks, all the monsters became happy and started to eat with happy eyes. We left the restaurant after the mood of the monsters returned to normal and took hovercar toward our apartments. You are hiding more secrets than I expected, said Sophia. Since our apartments are very close, we had decided to share a car so can discuss tomorrow. We shared all the information we know about the mid-level hunting ground, and I have to say these two girls know a lot of things. What secrets? I don't have any secrets, unlike you guys, I said, denying everything while accusing them. Tausch. She said we all our own secret, and not every secrets have to be known, like the strength that these two girls are hiding, and how I didn't want anyone to know about Ashlyn to have rule powers. The next 2 days going to be interesting, said Sophia. I nodded. We are going to enter the mid-level hunting for treasure hunting. It is going to be dangerous, but also very challenging. Even if we didn't find anything, the trip to mid-level hunting ground itself going to be very rewarding, as there we will be going face our strongest challenges, and if we are able to overcome them, there will be an obvious rise in our strength, which will help tremendously on our way to beat the third challenge. I can still remember how powerful the blow of that one-star elite was. If I want to beat the opponent of such strength in just 15 days, then I will have to train very, very hard. See you tomorrow, I said to them as Hovercar stopped in front of their apartment and they got out of the car. Yeah, see you tomorrow, said both sisters together. A few minutes later, the hovercar stopped in front of my apartment. In my apartment, I silently sat on the sofa and looked at the things of the list I made which we'll need for tomorrow's adventure. On this list, most important, these potions. I have spent a fortune buying these potions, but they will worth it as they are very good at rapidly healing the injuries. Not only potions, I brought many other things that will be useful tomorrow. After seeing I missed nothing, I closed the window of my holowatch and activated the temperature room to practice supreme combat exercise and body cleansing technique. I have already created the 27th seal of supreme combat exercise, so there won't be a new seal very soon, but there will be big progress in the body cleansing exercise in a few days. I have had already on the 32nd pose of body cleansing technique, and in 3 to 4 days, I should be able to reach 36th pose from which my body will go through the third cleansing. This time I had adjusted the poison to 15. It will be very painful and a little dangerous, but I have to take this risk. To level up to the peak level sergeant stage, I will need to feed immense energy to the energy of miracle fruit. Only then I will the chance to level up within 25 days. After adjusting the dose of the poison, I started to perform the body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. It is very painful due to a 15 poison dose, but I endured the pain and kept performing, and by the time I am done, I was able to make some progress in both. An hour later, after finishing my practice, I took a shower and slept right after that. Before sleeping, the last thought on my mind was tomorrow's treasure hunt. Since all of you have arrived, I'll tell you about a place where we are going, said team leader after Ben arrived. At last, we have been sitting in the conference room that has been allocated to our team. The map leads to Casrock, which is mid-level hunting ground, and by my estimation, it will take us 2 days to get there. We will spend the night in there as you guys will fight the grim race monsters that we come across in our way to the destination in the map. So it is Casrock hunting ground. Well, I am not surprised, as there are only 3 mid-level hunting grounds round around Forbidden Ground, and Casrock is one of them. Casrock could say to be one of lowest-ranking mid-level hunting ground, but it is still is mid-level hunting grounds, and grim race monsters that would be there were more powerful that we fought till now in the low-level hunting ground. Normally spending the night in the mid-level area is extremely dangerous, especially for us rookies, but since team leader with us, we won't have to worry about getting too much in trouble. As you know, this will be the last 2 days I will mentor you, so these 2 days you guys will be training more than ever, and I will only help you when the strong monsters come. But the other monsters you will have to fight yourself, and if you guys fail to defeat even normal monsters of mid-level hunting ground, then you will have to forget about me taking you to the map's destination, said the team leader, but this time his voice is more firm. Hearing what he said, we all struck dumb. We all thought since we had cleared the guild challenge, the team leader will sure take us for treasure hunt, but now there is another challenge. On the way to the treasure hunt, we now will have to fight and defeat every grim monster group that team leader throws at us. These 2 days going to be the most difficult 2 days of training. So what do you say? If you don't want to go there, then you can tell me. I have had another good place in my mind for your training, asked team leader. We all want to go for treasure hunting, right guys? Sophia asked, and we all nodded immediately. No matter how difficult the treasure hunt going to be, we want to go for it as we all very curious and excited about it. As for the difficult fights, we will have to fight them with our all and ready to accept them, as we all know that as long as something very threatening comes across us, the team leader will be there to save us from it. Since you guys have decided you should buy what you guys need for 2 days training from the guild store, you guys have 1 hour, said team leader. All of us nodded and went toward the guild store. I don't need anything, but I still went to the store to see if I forget anything by accident. Soon an hour had passed, and all of my teammates had finished with the shopping the stuff they need for 2 days' adventure. Let's go, said team leader as he took the jump in the air. We smiled and followed behind him. The route we took today is the same as we are taking for the past 4 days. If we want to quickly reach the Casrock, then we have to take the route of the Forbidden Ground, as that is the shortest route to reach the Casrock hunting ground. With our swift speed, we soon reached the place where killed those grim race monster from the purple-striped tigerman race and found the map in their leader's storage. Those purple-stripped tigermen must have been going for the treasure hunt, as this way is the shortest route to reach the Casrock hunting ground. Time passed by as we traveled toward the cassock. On the way we have found very few monsters. That is understandable as we are taking the route around the Forbidden Ground. Despite being safe, very few people dare to go around it. Get ready. In half an hour we will reach the boundary of the Casrock. said team leader, and we all nodded and readied ourselves to fight with the grim race monsters. 15 more minutes passed, and we had come across two small teams of the grim race monster, but before we could blink, all of them killed by the darts released by the team leader. I don't understand why the team leader uses darts. If he wants to, he could simply kill the monsters by releasing bolts of lightning from his fingers, and grim race monsters would easily be turned to dust just like they did with his darts, but for some reason he does not do that. As we got closer to the Kasserok hunting ground, we came across more and more grim race monsters, but all their grim race monsters in a small team of 2s and 3s. We did not come across any grim monster team which have more than 4 members in a team, but the thing is, each and every one monster that we have encountered was elite of kernel stage. They were not only elite kernel stage, but they also boosted stronger power than the kernel stage we have faced in low-level hunting ground, and the thing is, we have not actually entered the hunting ground. If we have encountered such a powerful grim race monster outside, I wonder how strong would be those we will encounter inside the Kasserok. Do not compare the strength of grim race monsters here to those you have fought in the low-level hunting ground. The grim race monsters you will fight here will be at 3 times stronger than their counterparts in the low-level hunting ground, team leader advised. Except for me, everyone was surprised hearing this. I had already known about this earlier, as I had sensed their battle power and was quite shocked for a while. I have read that despite being at the same level, monster in the mid-level hunting ground are stronger than that of low-level hunting ground, but I thought they would twice it stronger. Not expected they would be 3 times stronger at least. Team leader then go easy on us. Sophia requested after hearing from the team leader that every opponent 3 times stronger than those at the low-level hunting ground. To Sophia's request, the team leader only gave a smile and did not say anything. I don't think team leader would show any mercy. He will make us fight an opponent that will make us challenge our limit. Some time leaders, we finally entered the Kasserok, and atmosphere between us turned serious, and we started to encounter bigger and stronger teams. This time team leader stops doing a thing that he kept doing till now since he started mentoring us that shocked all of us. After entering the Kasserok hunting ground, the team leader immediately restrained himself, which he never did till now. He would kill whatever grim race monster we have come across, only sparing those who will fight us, but after entering Kasserok hunting ground, he stopped killing whatever grim race monster we have come across. He would only kill those who attacked us and would spare the monsters if they ran away. Team leader, why are you sparing these monsters? Sophia asked, seeing team leader behavior. Hearing her question, the team leader's face turns very serious and stopped for a few seconds, as if contemplating how to answer her question before answering her question. You all have to remember that there are many unspoken rules in the grim battlefield that members of both races follow, said the team leader in a very serious voice. Low-level hunting ground is for trashes. If you do the wanton killing in them, there will be next to no repercussion, but it is different for mid-level and high-level hunting grounds for those whose strength surpasses these hunting ground like me, said team leader. If I do the wanton killing in the mid-level hunting, tomorrow someone powerful from the grim race would do the same against us humans. You have to remember, these outposts and mid-zones are just the training grounds that produces soldiers on both sides, and their progress and numbers are strictly by the higher-ups of both races, the team leader said. We all shocked hearing this, as we all thought that battle with the grim race start from outpost, but never have guessed that this just the training ground where both races sharpen their blades for the battle that happens in the war zones. And what is more shocking, that everything is run under the nose of the higher-ups of both races. I looked at Sophia and Reina to see if they knew anything about these details, but seeing their expression, I don't think they know. Looks like their brother didn't tell them everything about the grim battlefield and left some things for them to discover themselves. You guys don't worry about all the things. The only thing you have to remember that, after you reach the high-level strength, don't do any wanton killing. These things will be explained by the guild after you gain sufficient strength to know about this matter, team leader said before turning silent. A few minutes later, instructors stopped suddenly, and with him stopping we also stopped, knowing that it is finally time for us to fight. There are 13 grim race monsters ahead, all of them at elite kernel stage, said team leader. Team leader really did not show any mercy at us at all. I thought he would show at least a leader, but no, he didn't. It would have been no problem if we had this grim monsters at low-level hunting ground. We would have finished them within 10 minutes, but here fighting them going to very difficult, as they are at least 3 times stronger than those at the low-level hunting ground. Oh, I forgot to tell you something, said team leader just we took the step to walk toward grim race monsters. What? All of asked in unison, and our voice was a little louder, and there is slight irritation that could be heard in it. That is because we know what team leader had to tell is not something good for us. The monster tribe you're going fight is little strong than other normal grim race monster tribe, said team leader with a serious face, but we could clearly see the mirth in his eyes. The news is nothing good as I had expected. hearing that I gripped my weapon even more strongly, thinking this battle is going to be strenuous. Tetrad Centipedman Tribe. Team leader really thought too highly of us to directly sent to fight Tetrad Centipedman Tribe. They are one of the strongest and ugliest tribes amongst the average Grim race tribe. This tribe very difficult to deal with. Not only they have 4 eyes, which gave them near omnivision, they also have the 4 hands, which are really difficult to deal with, and poison, which have a very numbing effect. There is another thing which I forgot to mention. They had a carapace that covered their whole, which gave them quite good defense, so all in all these Grim race monster tribes will be the most difficult opponent we would fight till now. Friends, delicious food, said one Tetrad Centipedman tribesman who spotted us. Yes, 6 of them, said another as it looked all of who stepped by as inching toward them. Friends, let's finish them quickly so we could enjoy the delicious meal, said another. After that, all 13 Tetrad Centipedmen ran toward us while summoning their spirit totem. The spirit totem of these Grim race monsters summoned is quite dense with energy, and fluctuation they emit also feels very dangerous. The Grim race monsters in low-level hunting ground couldn't compare to them. We all ran toward them with summoning all our power. I had activated all my skills and merged both of my rule power into them, and I am using all my power. I and Ben ran towards the group of 2 monsters, while Richie, Emma, and Sister ran toward group 3 monsters respectively. I and Ben going to fight for 2 monsters each, while Emma, Richie, and sisters Sophia and Renee going to fight 3 monsters each. Bang! My enlarged shield crashed against the 8-sword attack that comes at me. Their fucking Tetrad Centipedman race has 4 hands compared to normal humanoid beings who have 2, which gave quite a big advantageous in battle. If not for them, their hands being are not as flexible as other humanoid beings, their power could have easily compared to the special Grim race tribes. Though their hands may not be as flexible and swift as other humanoid beings, they have 4 eyes that gave them near omni view and 4 hands, which help them launch 4 attacks at once, more than makes up for that weakness. Clank, clank. My sword and shield clashed against their 8's arms, and with every clash, I would take a step back to manage the immense impact I am feeling in my arms and my body. If these 4 arms of these centipedmen were flexible and swift as other humanoids, then I would have been killed by 2 or 3 moves of these 2 Tetrad Centipedmen's attacks. The reason I am barely holding against them is because of my swiftness. Otherwise, defending against 8 attacks at the same time would have been near impossible. Strength-wise, 1 centipedman alone is a little stronger than the opponent I faced yesterday in my second challenge, and I am facing 2 monsters at once. The main reason why Tetrad Centipedman tribe is one difficult to deal with is their tight defense. One may fend off or dodge their attacks by swiftness, but if one wants to attack them, then it is very difficult. With near omni vision provided by their 4 eyes, which can catch attack that came from any direction, and 4 hands which may be little, but can still put up a layered defense against any attack that comes in its way. And last but not least, their poison, which had a strong numbing effect in carapace-covered body, which provides a strong defense against any attack that landed its body. The combination of 4 elements makes these Tetrad Centipedman tribesmen one of the hardest deal with in the normal Grim race tribes. As I was fighting the 2 centipedmen, I saw a faint light from the corner of my eyes. It hadn't been 5 minutes since the fight had started, but my teammates had already started summoning their totem artifact. Well, I can't say anything about that, as if I had a totem artifact, I would have also summoned it to use against these centipedmen, as these fucking monsters are too difficult to deal with it. With their omni vision and 4 hands, it is very, very difficult to penetrate their defense, as it was easily stopped by one of their 4 hands. Still, we have to give our all, as getting defeated and running away isn't an option for us if we want to continue this treasure hunt. Clank, clank. My sword's speed is very fast that one could barely discern with the eyes, but whenever it tried to penetrate in the range of my opponent, it was stopped by one of the hands of the Grim race monster. They aren't able to injure me, but I wasn't able to injure them also. It feels very frustrating. It would have been fine if these 2 monsters had been little stronger and had given me few injuries. In that way, I would have been stimulated enough to circulate supreme combat exercise with all my efforts. When I tried to circulate the exercise, I wasn't able to move forward in it, as the battle is not giving me pressure enough. In this battle, I have only felt little pressure in the first minute, but after that, there is no pressure. It is wrong for me to say there is no pressure on me. It's just there's no pressure on me saying, you finished me off first or I'll finish you. Since there is no supreme combat exercise, there is no sudden increase in the strength to defeat these 2 centipedmen. I will have to rely on patience and strategy. I really regret it only studying 1 mid-level knight stage skill with all the time I have. I have only learned only 1 mid-level knight stage skill till now, and that is my strengthening skill, Giant Strength. If I had studied more of them, I would have used them in this battle. It would have really helped me finish this fight early. Normally, mid-level knight stage skill could only be used after one level up to the master stage, but there is an exception to that rule, which is that if one has mana pure enough and it is powerful transmuted, then they could use peak level of the sergeant stage. As for using mid-knight grade skill at mid-level of the sergeant stage, it is possible but condition applies are very strict, but I managed to satisfy all that but problem is that I haven't studied any mid-level knight skill except one. The mid-level knight grade skills are a lot more complicated than the low-level knight grade skill and need the study of one whole week before one can use them in battle. It had been 5 days since I had leveled up to the mid-level of the sergeant stage, and since then I had been studying the various skills whenever I have time. I want to master all the mid-level knight grade skills I have before fighting the third challenge. It will be difficult, but I have confidence in myself that I will able to do it way before that. Clank, yes, I said in my mind, though my blow was countered by the centipedman, it was still celebrating that it was countered by his second sword. After fighting these two centipedmen for 10 minutes, I have observed the way they respond, and which hand of 4 they used first and how they used it. If I attacked it, it will first counter it with upper rig hand of his. If it upper right hand missed my sword, then it will use upper left hand. As for which hand is used after his upper left hand missed, I don't know, as I wasn't able to go past its second hand. So my strategy is passed by the counter of 4 of its limbs defense attack its body, and for that, I have been trying different sword moves when attacking these two centipedmen. Winning the battle is not only depend on power, but it also depends on one's strategy and experience. I have always used these 3 elements when I fight, and mostly I depend on the power, but in this fight, I am using all 3 elements equally. In these 20 minutes of the fight, I have never used so many types of moves that I have never used in these 10 days, and this fight also made me realize that I have to learn new sword moves. Though the sword moves did not provide direct power like skills and method, they do provide the creativity one needs while fighting, especially such battle where strength of fighters are equal. The first thing I am going to do is take the sword classes, as it had been the year since I learned something new in the sword, I thought. Since learning the basics, I thought I do not need to learn them anymore, as one can invent new moves for themselves if one's base is strong, but this fight taught me how wrong I was, and how desperately I need to learn the new sword moves. Clank, 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 clank. With every minute I am getting better and better, and now I don't even have to take a step back to manage the impact of our attacks. I can just dissolve by moving my sword and body certain way. While I was fighting, I am also taking a look at other fights who are my visin, which is Ben and Richie, and they are not doing much better than me, especially Ben, who had summoned his totem artifact. As for Richie, he didn't summon it, but I am confident that he will soon. Clank, clank, clank. I finally able to make it use its third limp for the defense, and I am surprised to find which limits uses after 2 failed the defense. It is bottom left. I thought he will use bottom right, but he used bottom left. This is a pattern of one centipedimam. I have to find another, as it used different limbs when I breached its 2 defenses. It will take some time to identify the complete battle pattern of the 2 centipedimen, but when I will do that, I will be able to finish the fight quickly. As I kept fighting, the 2 monsters have become quite vigilant, seeing how easily I have been able to avoid their 2 swords, and because of that both of the monsters have upped their offense. They now attacking me crazily, trying to give me fewer chances to attack them, but that is simply ridiculous on their part as they up their offense. I was more easily able to penetrate in their defense, and seeing that, they stopped offensive altogether and started to focus on the defense. If this grim race monster had just 2 eyes, it would have been quite easy to attack it, and by this time, I would have easily launched 10 some attacks on its body and even able to kill one of these centipedmen. As I was fighting, I sensed 2 more faint lights flashed by my eyes, so I couldn't take any more, I thought, after seeing both Richie and Emma summoning their totem artifacts in a few minutes difference. Clank, I finally able to reach its 4th limb. If I am able to pass the defense of this last defense, then I will directly able to attack its body. It had been an hour since we started fighting these tetrad centipedman tribesmen, and not one of us was able to kill the centipedman till now. Fucking cockroaches. They just too hard to kill. Normally all of our battles ended withing in, or at least in the last stages, but here we have an only mid-stage of the fight, and some aren't even reached that stage, that is me. From what I have seen, Richie had started to injure the monsters he is fighting, Emma also doing the same, as they both have a similar level of strength. As for Ben, he is like me, still struggling to touch the body of his opponents, much less injure it. I would have loved to see how the sisters are doing, but they are little away from me, but I am sure they are doing better than mine. They fight in the team and very good at cracking the defenses of the monster, so I think they shall be doing better than me. Kess. Finally, I thought my sword finally able to touch its skin, and it was only a scratch on its carapace, but it is enough. With the single attack on its body gave me all the information I needed, which made me both sad and happy. Happy because my sword finally touched its body, which made me know what I have to do next, and sad because it's extremely difficult to pierce its carapace. If I want to injure it heavily and even kill it, then I will have to use all my strength just to pierce the sword through its body, in which my sword did not have come across any barriers which will be made it lose some its power. This is a quite hard attack to perform. It was a good thing I had already thought of such a scenario, and had devised the strategy for it, and that is to attack its joints. The carapace covering it may seem perfect, but there are many gaps between the joints, and I will have to several of their joints with lethal attacks, and with few perfect attacks on the joints. They will become weak enough that I will be able to kill them easily. But it is not easy to attack their joints. These centipedmen have the intelligence similar to us, and they also clearly know their joints are one of their biggest weaknesses. That is why they have wore protective artifacts on their joints, and always became very vigilant when see something going toward their joints. That is why the timing of my attacks has to be perfect. With the plan in my mind, I started to attack them. I want my first attack to very lethal, as after the first attack they will become very cautious, and it will become very hard for me to kill them. Clank, clank, clank. Our weapons clashed one after another, and in that time I had made time attack the bodies of the two centipedmen's bodies, but my attacks never able to pierce its carapace. Time passed by as we kept fighting, as with the passing time my intuition became strong, that I started to find chances to attack every minute, but they were all small changes. I had never come across a big chance that will aid launch unimpeded attack at its joint. Chance. I said as I come across the biggest chance, and without a second thought, I launched the attack. My sword is very fast and swift, that when the grim monster saw my sword attacking its range, it tried to stop me using 4 of its limbs, but its limbs were too slow. Pierce. My sword passed through the protective gear on its joint and pierced through it, and just as it pierced, I released the point Inferno into its joint. Ah! It screamed loudly as the concentrated fire started to burn its joint. The joint I had selected is one of the most important ones. It is going which connected its upper right hand, which is its most important limb. With that upper right limb joint burn with fire inferno, that limb of it became pretty much useless for at least an hour, and I think it would be more than enough to kill these two monsters. Clank. I wanted to take advantage of it being in pain and attack its neck joint to finish it off, but I wasn't able to. Other centipedmen interrupted me. Earlier attack was at perfect timing, not only other grim race monster little distance away to respond, but the grim monster I had attacked had also become little careless, which had given me perfect opportunity to launch an attack, which I successfully did. Die, you lowly animal. Screamed the centipedman that I had just attacked and started to attack me crazily with its friend. Seeing its crazy behavior, I became very happy. I always prefer crazy opponents than the calmed ones. They are the most easier to deal with as they make a lot of mistakes in their fury. This lethal attack of mine made both of mad, and they started to attack me crazily, while I calmly responded to their attack, while charging my sword for point Inferno. In the time I was charging my sword, I got many perfect chances to attack, but I did not take it, as damage of the normal attack could be healed in few minutes, and it did not give much pain. But the attack of point Inferno, not only very lethal, it gives immense pain as well, is just a perfect attack. Pierce. Ah. 3 minutes after my first attack, I launched my second attack, and this one also hit hand joint. It's just that recipient of this attack other centipedmen. Now both of the grim monsters have suffered under the point Inferno. Sue. While crazily attacking, both of monsters suddenly opened their mouth and shot the jets of poison at me. Seeing the jets of poison coming at me, I smiled. I have been waiting, I thought. I had learned my lesson about the poison when fighting against the Black Viperman tribe, and very vigilant against it. Not only I had drunk the antidote of their poison when I saw them the first time, and I have even asked Ashlyn to cover my body with sunfire, internally and externally, so that that poison could not affect me. And as for why I am waiting for them to attack me poison because of this. My sword directly pierced through the neck of the centipedman. It is studied that every poison-type grim race monster became quite confident when they released their poison attack, lose vigilance for a second when launching their attack, especially happen when the opponent is equal or weaker than them. Not all grim race monster is like these, especially the experienced ones. You fill. The centipedman wanted to say something, but before it could say anything my sword appeared in front of it, and its sentence cut in its mouth as it had to defend itself. Thud. With one centipedman killed, second one became quite easy to kill, as another one is not present to obstruct me whenever I attack, so it took me little less than 5 minutes to kill the second monster, and it died in very wretched condition, as I had attacked all of its joints first, before piecing its neck and releasing point Inferno in it. What a fight! I had fought these two centipedmen for about 2 hours, and it made quite tired, and would have sat on the ground if battles had been finished. Richie and Emma had finished their fights, while Ben and twin sisters are left to finish it. From the way fight is going on, they should be able to finish the fight within the half an hour. Crackle, crackle. The crackling sound out be heard from me, as I am concentrating my all on the eliminate the poison that is present in the body. The poison of the grim race monster is really hard to burn. It must have been 5 minutes since both of the monsters had attacked me with the poison, but their poison still remains on me despite Sunfire burning this poison constantly. It took me a few more minutes to burn off all the poison on me, and only then I took a sigh of relief. This poison is not much poisonous, but it had a strong numbing effect. Despite the protection of Sunfire and Antidote, I was very afraid of this poison, as a slight effect of it could have made a major effect on the earlier battle. After I finished burning off all the poison, I took out 2 high-grade runic discs from my storage and placed them on the grim race monsters. I should be able to finish harvesting mana crystal before the battle is finished. I thought, but I was wrong, as both of battles finished before I completed harvesting the mana crystals. "Well done, you all have done a quite good job," said Team Leader as he appeared right after our battle is finished. We all became quite surprised after hearing his praise, because it is very, very rare for him to praise us. "Quickly harvest the mana crystal. We have quite a journey ahead," he said, which brought the reaction from us. We are still quite tired from the battle we had just fought. Ting, ting. 2 quite bells rang out of with few seconds difference as the 2 bodies of the centipedmen turned into the husk as runic discs finished mana crystals from them, and when I looked the mana crystal, I got quite happy. I got a total of 168 mana crystals from the 2 centipedmen, which is quite good for 2 kernel stage monsters. A few minutes later other are also harvested their mana crystal, and we started our journey again. We fought our next battle just half an hour after we left the place after defeating the centipedmen. This time also I had fought 2 kernel stage monster who was strong as the centipedmen. It's just that they didn't have 4 hands and omnivision. We took more beating that we took in the fight against the centipedmen, but we finished the battle quickly, just little more than an hour, which less than half the time we took to finish the centipedmen off. After we finished our fight and harvested the mana crystal, the team leader asked us to move forward without giving us time to heal, saying we got to hurry if we want to arrive at our destination by tomorrow. The 3rd group of monsters we fought was the strongest one, and to fight it I had to give my all. If we were at our best, we would have had a little easy time, but we had just fought an hour ago, and our injuries hadn't completely healed. In that battle, I had fought with the 3 elite kernel stage grim race monsters, and they were little stronger the centipedmen. That is why when I finished my fight, I was in a very wretched condition, but that wasn't the end of the day. An hour hadn't passed when we had just fought our 3rd battle, and when we come across the 4th group of the grim race monsters. I thought Team Leader would show a little mercy and scare away these groups of monsters, seeing how tired and injured we are, but no, he did not show mercy. Instead, he did the opposite. He had attracted the 4th group of grim race monsters by making a loud noise. The 4th group of the grim race monster was not particularly strong. Its strength was equal to the 2nd group of the grim race monster we had fought. If we had been in our prime, we would have finished it off within an hour, but seeing the condition we were in, it took us little more than 2 hours or finished off the fight, and by that time, we were way more wretched that we had started. Team Leader, look, it's dusk. Can we finally rest now? Sophia said as she drank the potions. We had just finished the fight and now harvesting the mana crystals. The dusk has fallen and we quickly have to find a safe place to stay quickly, otherwise we will be attacked by the nocturnal grim race monsters. We will be staying here, said the team leader and walked toward the open area. As he reached the open area, he took out a small box, placed it on the ground, and took a few steps back and tapped a few buttons on his holowatch. Just as he did that, the change started happening in the box as it kept getting bigger and bigger, till it turned into the full-blown house that is big enough to house all of us. My first thought that the house is peak night grade abode type artifact, but I soon shook my head. I have seen many peak level night grade abode which is bigger than this, but they did not look like this house. This abode artifact is different. I don't know which grade of artifact this is, but it is definitely not peak night grade artifact. A lord grade artifact, Sophia muttered in amazement. A lord grade, I shouted in my mind. I have never expected team leader to have a lord grade artifact. Above night stage is lord stage, so the artifacts used by the evolvers of that stage is also named after the stage, just like night stage that we are in. The power stages above the night stage are completely different. Night stage is considered the basic stage, and there are 12 substages within it which are further divided into 3 levels, but stages above night stage are not like that. They are stages which are divided 7 levels. After one level up all the 7 levels, one can level to the next stage, which is Duke stage. I don't know if it's true or not, but it is that true evolution start when one level up from the night stage. At that time, one not only able to fly on his own, but one's age limit will also increase. I know about one able to fly at Lord stage, as I've seen it in the memories of White Axe when I was comprehending the killing rule, but increase if age limit. I am not sure. I have just heard about it from many people, especially from the ones from the central continent whom I met in the awakening ground, but when I searched about this thing, I've got no result due to my access being too low. Come, we will be spending the night inside, said team leader as he walked inside the house, and we followed behind him quickly. This abode is really good. It looked just like a house and not the artifact. It is even better than the house. It had all the necessities a house should have. Lord Great abode sure is amazing, said Sophia as we entered inside the abode, and we couldn't help but nod in appreciation as this abode is really amazing. After everyone entered the abode, the team leader started pressing a few buttons on the control panel of the abode, and spherical light started to surround the abode fully like a defensive layer. Team leader, with this Lord Great abode of yours, we can definitely sleep without worries of being attacked in the middle of the night, said Ben as he watched the energy shide enveloping the house. Yes, we can sleep like a baby without worry, Sophia repeated. I also thought the same. With the Lord Great abode, we will not have to worry about any attack. Whatever attacks come will be defended by the defense of the abode. This a Lord Great abode, which means those below Lord Stage would not have the power to harm those inside it. You guys still didn't understand the fearfulness of the grim battlefield, the team leader said while shaking his ruefully as if remembering something. The grim battlefield is more dangerous than you can imagine, and no area is safe including the outpost that we live in, said team leader. You guys have not seen the real terror of the grim battlefield. The day you see it, you will never dare to lose the vigilance against it even a second. What he said made all of the silent and made us think for a few seconds. We understood the grim battlefield is dangerous, but its depth we aren't able to understand it as we haven't experienced it yet. You guys clean up and rest for an hour. After you are done with it, we will make the plans for the dinner, said team leader and walked toward the numerous rooms in the abode. We all selected one room and walk inside it. Choo-choo. Ashlyn came out of me. I closed the door of the room I had selected and she came out. She started to demand the snacks that she usually does. After giving her packed snacks, I walked into the bathroom for the shower. My body is filled with the dirt and dried blood. Some blood hadn't even dried. Though I am still quite injured, all the wounds on my body had been healed, so it is quite fine for me to take the shower without worrying about opening the after. After coming out shower, I gents dried my body and wore comfortable clothes and my artifacts top of them. I do not wear artifact after taking a night shower, even if I was out training, but words that the team leader said still ringing in my ears, which made me wear the artifact on me. After doing that, I drank a few more bottles of potions and laid on the bed quietly, going over the battle that I had fought today. Today is my first day in mid-level hunting ground, and it is quite an eye-opener. Every grim race monster we have encountered was elite, and at least 3 times more powerful than its counterparts in the low-level hunting ground. Not only grim race monsters here are powerful than the low-level hunting ground, but they are also more experienced than the ones in the low-level hunting ground, and that is one of the reasons why we took more than an hour to finish each of our battles. Time passed, and soon hour is over, seeing that I walked out of my room with Ashlyn toward the hall. When I reached the hall, I found Ben and team leader were already there. I just took a seat across them. Does any one of you knows how to cook? Otherwise, I'll just heat the food that I had brought, asked team leader, and I was going to reply in a few seconds if no one does when Sophia chimed in. Mitchell is quite a good cook, said Sophia, and everybody looked me. I cursed Sophia's loudmouth in my heart. I was planning to wait it out and only going to cook when everyone said no, but now with Sophia speaking, I have no option but to cook. So what do you guys want to eat? I asked. I have all the ingredients needed for the common dishes. As long as the dish is not uncommon, I will have its ingredients and able to cook it. Everyone started to voice the dishes they wanted to eat, and it had become quite chaotic that it took us 15 minutes just to decide what we were going to eat. The dishes we selected quite simple, but to cook for these many people, and their monsters would have been quite a straining, but my luck is good that Riene and Richie offered to help. With the help of Richie and Riene, I didn't have done much except for cook, as all the other things were done by them. The dinner is finished within 1.5 hours, and we all ate on the big dining table in the kitchen till our stomachs are full. With 3 of them cooking dinner, we 3 will do the night's watch, said team leader, and No is surprised by the team leader's idea of night's watch. Sophie will take the first shift of 3 hours, second will be taken by Emma, and I will take the third. Do you guys have a problem with it? Asked team leader, to which both Emma and Sophia shook their heads saying they have no problem. After saying good night, I went to my room and laid on the bed. As for doing supreme combat exercise and body cleansing techniques, there are no questions about not doing it. It is a very dangerous place, and performing those techniques would be idiotic, especially body cleansing technique, which left 1 week for hours. So there is no question of doing them today, and another thing is I am quite tired and just want to sleep. I fell into sleep within seconds, and when I woke up, it was the next day. I found it is dawn, and seeing that, I felt quite relieved, seeing no accidents happened during the night. When I come out of my room, I found everyone is out except for Emma were in the hall, and she came out a few minutes later. We ate the last night leftovers and get out of abode, only to find 30 some grim race monsters outside. Would have been quite a dreadful thing if team leader not had been with us, but with him being us, we don't have to worries about these 30-something grim race monsters. When team leader deactivated abode, all the grim race monsters leaped at us, but when they were halfway, team leader simply waved his hand, and tens of tiny bolts of lightning come out of his hand and stuck the grim race monster, which made them stopped on their tracks, and next second, they took U-turn and ran away fast as they can. The team leader said that if we continued in yesterday's speed, we will reach the map destination in by afternoon, and we did reach our destination by afternoon. On the way, we had fought 3 groups of grim race monsters who were powerful as yesterday's monsters we had fought, but this time we took half a time to finish them than yesterday and weren't injured as injured yesterday. Is this the place? Emma asked, as we stood near the small ravine which is densely packed with shrubs. Yes, it is, said team leader as he entered ravine, and we followed behind him in the rave. We kept clearing the shrubs in the ravine as we moved toward the mark on the map with an excited heartbeat. We have been waiting for this moment for days, and now we finally there. Crackle. The team leader again released lightning and burned the shrubs toward dusk and revealed what's behind it. A cave. All of us said in unison, this is the last mark on the map. It is a small cave in which only one could pass at the time. Should we go in? I asked Ben, obviously, said Sophia, and about take a step into the cave when stopped by the team leader. There may be danger inside, I'll go first, said the team leader. We all nodded. Since the team leader is strongest in us, it is right for him to go first. Follow closely behind and be ready for any scenario, said the team leader, and took the step inside it. Just as he took the step, he stopped on his tracks and huge gasp come out of our mouth. Gasp. We cannot believe the scene happened in front of us, as we have never expected something like this to happen when we started this treasure hunt. Holy Mother of God. Just as the team leader took the step inside the cave, the map in hand started to glow brightly. Not only it, the mouth of the cave also started to glow brightly with silvery ruins shining on it. As the ruin got brighter, the map in the team leader's hand flew out and merged into the glowing ruins. For some time, the runes kept glowing and glowing, but soon changes started happening to it, and they started transforming, and soon the runes formed the silvery runic gate of adult human size. What is this gate? Emma asked in a soft voice. What happened in the past minute is like a walk in the fantasy. When I saw the cave first time, I thought it was just the normal cave, and the maximum danger we will encounter in it will be traps and some monsters, but we have never expected for something like this to happen. The gate in front of me about 2 meters tall, and it looks like the simple door we have in our home. The only difference between the door front of me and the one in the house is that this door is made of silvery ruins. The door may be a simple design, but it still looked exquisite. Team leader, what do you think of this runic door? I asked, now that this door had appeared, and now we have to think about what to do about it, as it will not going to stay open forever. It is now time to decide whether to go inside or not. I had already decided that I will be going inside, but before that, I want to ask the team leader if he knows anything or not, so I could be better prepared. No, I've never heard about it, the team leader said, which disappointed me quite a bit, as I wanted to have a basic idea of what I am getting into. I don't know what this runic gate is, but one thing I can tell you, that the runes flashing on it are human ruins, and not the ones used by the grim race, said team leader, which instantly made me little relax. Though the gate having human ruins does not mean it is made by us humans, as I've heard that we can also use grim race ruins, as long as we reach the high mastery of the human runes. If humans can use the grim race monsters' ruins, then grim race monsters could also use our runes, and this gate may very well be made by grim race, but it could also be made by humans, which have the highest chances. Suddenly, the bright runes on the gate started to dim. Though the speed of dimming is low, it's still dimming, which means it is decision time. I am going in, you guys should make your decision quick, said the team as he walked into the gate. I'm also going, I said, and walked into the gate right behind him. The light on the gate was dimming, and I didn't want to waste any time lest it disappears suddenly. Everything in front of turned dark for a second, and when I opened my eyes again, I found I am standing on the circular white disc, and everything around me is very dark. The circular disc I am standing on is about 1 meter in diameter, and there is nothing around it. Gasp. As I was looking around, I noticed something which made me gasp in astonishment and also very scared. I found I am wearing very simple white cloths that are not mine, and all the things I was wearing were gone, my artifacts, storage, holowatch, everything, but that is not made scared and astonished. What made me scared and astonished is that I can't feel my connection with the Ashlyn. It's like out connections had completely disappeared, as it had never been there. When taking the guild challenge, I had felt quite similar to this, but that time my connection with Ashlyn was still present. Though I could not contact her or summon her, I knew she is with me, but here there is nothing. It's like she had just disappeared. That has really scared the shit out of me, and I was nearly going mad with worry, but I forcefully calmed myself and started to think about the condition I am in. The more I started to think, the more I understood that what I am experiencing is not real or not material. It's just like the crystal in Guild Challenge. It's just that whatever the thing is, it is more advanced than the crystal used in Guild Challenge, as it had able to isolate my connection with Ashlyn. With that thought, I calmly sat on the circular silvery disc and waited. My wait turned fruitful as a few seconds later, I got the response that I had been waiting desperately. Welcome, lucky one. I am Sylvia Morningstar. Before leaving, I have left some chances across the world for the future generation, and you are lucky enough come across one of the chances I've left behind. For that I congratulate you, said the ethereal voice. Leaving? Is she dead, or she meant something else, I thought. I did not much understand what the ethereal voice said, but two things I clearly understood: that this voice is from a very powerful figure, and this figure had left the chances for the future generation, and this made me really, really happy. I have left these chances, but to gain these chances you will have to pass 3 tests of mine. Are you willing, lucky one? The ethereal voice asked. Yes, I am willing, I said right away. Are you kidding me? Just with the hope of getting a chance, I had taken the steps inside that runic gate without knowing its dangerousness, and now you are asking me I am willing or not. To the practitioner of magic, 3 things are absolutely necessary. They are will, perseverance, and strength, said the ethereal voice. I wanted to disagree, saying that strength is most important than the will and perseverance, but I stopped myself, thinking it is a bad choice to contradict such a powerful figure who said she had left, but she's still somehow talking to me. Strength is the least important of 3. As long as one has a strong will have and perseverance, strength will come naturally, the ethereal voice said as if reading my mind. The first test is a test of will. Only those who have will strong enough to shoulder the world will have the power to reach the apex. The test of will start in minutes, and what you have to do is endure it without feigning. The more you endure, the greater your rewards would be, and if you're able to break your limit, then you might even receive some expected benefits, said the ethereal voice with a small laugh. Endure, is it going to bombard me with the pain? I hope it is pain. If it's turned out to be a pain, then it's really good, as I am confident about my pain tolerance. I have experienced it too many times, I thought. I sat calmly as I waited for the test to start, very much hoping it is pain that I will have to endure. Ting. Second passed by, and when 1 minute is over, I heard soft chime, but to my surprise, no pain came, which I had been waiting for. A few seconds passed, and I jokingly thought that it is the silence that I will have to endure, when suddenly an indescribable feeling washed over me, which shook me from my core, and scared me from the bottom of my soul so much that I am not even able to twitch my finger. I have never felt this kind of sensation before. What I am feeling now is a very tiny bit of terrifying suppression over me, but it had completely immobilized me, so much that I wasn't even able to move my finger. I feel like I am not even ant compared to the being that is this suppression is coming from. This is the suppression high stage powerhouse on a low level, but the suppression of life order. The being that this suppression originated from is at a high order of life. If she had been a human, she is not anymore, as she has transcended from humans. She is a higher level being now. The level of that being is so high that even tiny suppression from it left me in this condition. If she were in front of, then I wouldn't be just immobile. I would have fallen unconscious directly at best and dead at worst. The suppression I am feeling is a very tiny bit, but this suppression is increasing with time. Though the speed of increase is barely noticeable, it is still increasing nevertheless. I am unable to move my body in my current condition. I wonder what will happen if this suppression kept increasing. Seeing the suppression increasing, I tried to move my body a little bit. Even a little bit is fine. I have to quickly get used to this suppression. Only getting used to will I able to resist it for a longer period of time. With that thought, I actively concentrated on the suppression. In normal times it would be suicidal, like jumping in the fire, but for my current condition, this is the best option. Only after facing this suppression head-on will I be able to get used to it and endure it for a longer period of time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before I became so suppressed that I would faint on the spot. Zing! As my will touched the source where suppression is releasing, I froze on the spot. Not only my body had frozen, but also my thoughts. My thoughts, which were fast as an arrow, have now become slow as a snail. I am taking 10 times more time to form the simple thought than I usually do, and this feeling is so torturous that I just want to let go of my concentration and endure without actively seeking it. I have never felt this kind of feeling before. It's like someone had bound me with chains and kept loose enough that I could only take a tiny step at the time, and to take that step, and I have to put a lot of effort, and this feeling is not physical but mental, and that made it even more painful. For someone who had never experienced this kind of feeling ever before, it is very torturous. It would have been fine if this sensation suppresses me only physically, which I would have easily able to endure as I did earlier, but when this suppression suppressed me to this degree that my thoughts slowed down, it felt torturous. And this torturous feeling I am getting is not from the suppression I am feeling, though the suppression is the reason for freezing my thoughts. The main reason I am feeling torturous because this feeling of mental binding is foreign to me, which is making me uncomfortable, and this uncomfortableness I have felt before is torturous. It took me quite a while to tap down the uncomfortableness I am feeling and completely focus on the suppressive sensation. It had grown stronger in the time I was busy dealing with the uncomfortable feeling, and now it had grown stronger. My thoughts became even slower, and my body, which had already been immobile, had become stage that not even tiny twitching movement could be made. Seeing I will have to do something soon before my thoughts are completely freeze up, I again put my concentration on the suppressive feeling and started to visualize memories. Normally only slight, though needed, remember the memory in mind, but now I have to concentrate to remember thee, and it's taking quite an effort doing that. My main objective is to keep my mind going, and what could best way that remembering old memories? There are a couple of other things I could do as well. Like perform math or think about difficult problems, that would have made my mind worked harder than just simple remembering memories, but I think memories are the best option, and that is why I kept remembering them. Time passed by, and it became harder and harder to play memories in my mind, but I still continue to play the memories in my mind. The memories I first played in my mind were just a pleasant one, like peaceful moments with the family and friends, but as the suppression increased, I started to remember important memories that brought out emotions in me. Like the memories that give joy, sadness, and other emotions, but soon these memories weren't enough to stop the freezing of my mind, so I started remembering life-changing memories, the memories where my life had completely changed. Like the monster horde that attacked my town when I was 11 and killed my friend, or when the three fatties had fed me the monster, or the birth of my sister. These are all memories that had changed the course of my life, one way or another, and made me who I am today. With these memories playing in my mind, I felt a lot better, as second ago I was barely able to think anythings. The pressure of suppression lessened a little, and my thoughts regained little of their former speed, but it lasted for a few minutes before suppression came back stronger than ever. Even remembering the memories had become a very, very strenuous task that I had nearly reached my limit and could snap any moment, but despite that, I continue replying to the memory. The memory I am remembering is that of the birth of my sister. It is clear as the day in mind as it happened just yesterday. I still remember that when I first time saw the face of my sister, I thought she is the world's most beautiful girl in the world. I started to love her the moment my eyes fell on her and swore that I will always protect her, and for that, I have to become stronger, strong enough to thwart any danger that came in her way. With that thought, I let the suppression wash over me. In such powerful suppression, I lost the ability to think, and now holding on to a single thought in the immense suppressions through the sheer will. There is only one though remain in my mind, and that is to hold on as long as possible, as only then will I able to get the greatest reward. Times passed by as I kept enduring the suppression through my sheer will, but finally, the moment comes when I couldn't hold off anymore, as the last spark of my will started doused off from the raging wind of suppression. The final moment, I thought as I kept holding on that dousing spark of will, when suddenly the spark of will that had nearly doused off burned with resplendent brightness, that it had cleared away all the suppression I was feeling, and my thoughts had become so clear that I felt like, if I wanted to, I could remember every single memory of my life, or solve the hardest problem that puzzled me, but before I could do any of that I fainted. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in the same spot as I earlier sitting cross-legged, and saw that my thoughts had become clearer than before, a way clearer. So it was real. I thought my mind had given me delusion before making me unconscious, but seeing how clear my thoughts have become, I know what I sensed my will exploding was not the delusion. Though its effects are not as exaggerated as that I had sensed earlier, its effects are very good, and I can feel that my soul power had increased quite much after it was baptized by that terrifying suppression. Congratulations on passing the first test. Are you ready for a second? The ethereal voice asked. Yes, I said immediately, as I am in very high spirits right now with the advancement in my soul power, and feel like I could clear any test right now. As I said yes, I found myself top snowy hill. Everything around me is blanketed in snow that except for snowy white, I can't see any other color. The scenery in front of me is snowy white, and it looked extremely beautiful, and while looking at it, a feeling of loneliness couldn't help but arise in my heart. There is not much change in me, except I am wearing very thick winter clothes. They have covered every part of my body, including my face, which had been covered with the winter mask, and I am holding 2 snow poles in my hand. You passed the test of will, and now this will be the test your perseverance. If you want to reach the apex, you need to have the will to shoulder the world and perseverance to cross the sea. Only then you will achieve the strength to crush the world, said the voice. Hearing an ethereal voice say such spirited words, every cell of my body is filled with energy that I could wait for the second test to start. In the second test, you just have to walk till you can't anymore. Like last time, the more you walk, the greater your rewards would be, and remember you can stop at one place more than 5 minutes, said the ethereal voice with a hint of laughter. Just as the ethereal voice disappeared, I was hit the cold wind. If not for me wearing this very thick winter coat, I would have definitely turned into the popsicle. Chatter chatter. Fuck, my teeth started to chatter by the coldness, and I instinctively summoned fire, only to see there is no response. That is not the only bad news, though. The really bad news that I had lost all the strength I had accumulated since bonding and now turned into a normal human. If I had my physical strength, then even without my fire ability, I would have lasted quite long, but now with strength of the normal human, I don't know how much I can last. In such cold weather, even walking an hour would be a challenge. Still, there is no backing down now. I have to get a good reward. It should be good enough that it will raise my strength by a notch. With the thought of reward in mind, I took the step onto very thick snow. It's good thing I have snow poles in my hand, otherwise it would have been very difficult to walk in such heavy snow. I took a step after step as I climbed down the small hill. I have to walk carefully, otherwise I will case a small avalanche, and that will be very bad for me. As I am walking in the snow, I was also marveling how real this place feels. It feels many times more real compared to the crystal in the guild, though that also feels very real. One gets slight feeling that it is not real, but here, despite everything being fake, it feels very real. If not for me knowing this is all fake and my psyche inside very advanced imagination crystal, I would have thought everything is real without a doubt. That is how real this feels. I wonder at what stage that powerhouse is who had created this test. From everything I have seen, it is clearly is not any Lord Stage powerhouse could do. Hell, I don't think even Duke Stage powerhouse won't able to create like that. Only those powerhouses of high stages will have a chance to create something like this. I can tell this with confidence because I have seen the prowess of these 2 stages from the memories that were present in the white axe from which I had comprehended the killing rule. Huff huff. As I reached the base of the hill, I started to take the deep breaths tiredly. It hadn't been a 15 minutes since I started walking, and I am already feeling tired, I thought, and continue to walk. It's all fake. The place I am in is fake. The snow I am walking on is fake. The winter coat I am wearing is fake, and tiredness I am feeling is also fake. Everything is fake here. I started to repeat this mantra in my mind as I walked, and it seemed effective. Though it did not make me see the reality of this world as real as the real world, it still helped me mentally as this what matters the most. I kept chanting the mantra in mind as I kept taking the step, and with this mantra, despite feeling tired, I continued to take the steps forward. Time passed by. In 2 hours much have passed when my speed had slowed down, and now my speed had become slow that it is taking me quite long to take the steps forward. There is no day and night in the world. The current setting is that of the twilight hour, so after a few hours of walking, I had completely lost the sense of time. Sometimes I feel only a few hours had passed, sometimes I feel a day passed. Due to this always twilight setting, I had completely lost the track of time, which again making frustrated, and I channel this frustration to take the steps forward. Fuck, I cursed sometime later when I found the snowfall started, and it was not the normal snowfall but the heavy snowfall, as if tiredness was not enough that now I had to endure this heavy snowfall. Chatter chatter. Walking in the heavy snowfall, extremely tiring, and top of that there is fall in the temperature which had already turned me into the half popsicle. The cold I was feeling earlier was bearable, but now the temperature had fallen, I had turned into a half popsicle and chattering sound from could be constantly heard. This is all fake, this is all fake. I kept repeating in my mind, but it did not seem to help me as much as before, but still, I couldn't care less. There is only one goal is in my mind, which is to take the next step. Take the next step, that is my goal. I have to keep taking the next step no matter how tired I am or how cold I am feeling. Zhu. As I was taking the step, I felt the cold wind passing through me which made my already cold, and that is not the end of my trouble as the speed of the wind kept increasing. There will be blizzard soon, I thought, and changed my direction. Though this will not save me from the blizzard, it will buy me some time in this world, and that what matters. To get a big reward, I have to stay in this world as long as possible. As I thought about the reward, my steps became even more hurried despite I am being extremely tired and a half popsicle. Zhu. As time passed, the winds and snowfall got stronger and stronger, and the visibility had completely disappeared. I can't even see half a meter ahead of me, and because of this low visibility, I continue to fall on the snow now and then. I feel very, very tired in this torturous weather, and just wanted to let go and close my eyes. I want to do that for hours, but every time I steeled myself from the thoughts of giving up and continue to walk with help of sheer will. Fuck. I cursed this time I have not cursed because of tiredness, but because of the blizzard. It had swept me inside it, and now I am experiencing the sword like winds across my body and chilling temperature which had completely turned me into the popsicle. She better be impressed with this perseverance of mine, and gives me a good score for this test otherwise. I am going curse her very dearly, I thought before going completely conscientious due to becoming a complete popsicle. Congratulations on passing the second test, said the ethereal voice. This is the first voice I heard just as I became conscious. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing on the simple fighting ring, which is big enough that even the lieutenant stage could fight comfortably one at much me who is at the sergeant stage. Looks like I will have fight an opponent to pass the test of strength, I thought as I looked the fighting ring that I am standing on. You have already passed the test of will and perseverance. The test of strength should not be difficult for you. The third test will start in 1 minute, and this test you have to finish early as possible to get the maximum score, said ethereal voice with the soft laugh. Whoever this supreme powerhouse that designed these tests is sure is masochist, who like torture people intentionally. As the ethereal voice disappeared, a sword came to my hand, and to my surprise, it is my sword, the red sword that I used regularly. How considerate of her. Gasp. Time passed, and 30 seconds passed, and my opponent appeared in front of me, and when I saw my opponent, I couldn't help but get shocked because the opponent I am facing is me. My opponent is me. He looked exactly like me, wearing exactly the same clothes as me and holding the same red sword as me. I am going to fight me. I asked myself, then started to wonder how I am going to win if fight myself. I didn't have time to think about it as the countdown started, and all I could do ready myself for the fight. Tong. As large tong sounded as the countdown reached 0, an exact same moment, my opponent and I, who is also me, went for each other. We came at each other with the same speed and holding the sword at the similar style. Clank. As our sword clashed, I come to know that not my opponent looked like me and use all my skill. He can also use my rule power. The rule power which said to impossible things to replicate is replicated in from me. I can feel the same flavor of rule power from him that I comprehended which should be impossible, but here it is becoming possible. I have never in my wildest dreams thought that I will be fighting me, who is an exact copy of mine, and could use all my abilities including the ruling power. I have way too underestimated the powerhouse who had created this test that I didn't dare to imagine which level that powerhouse had reached. Clank clank, our weapon clashed. He and I used the exact same moves and reacted exactly the same way with no exception. I am my opponent them how I am going to win against myself. I continue to ask myself. This is making me frustrating as no matter what move I make, it has easily been countered by the opponent. In my frustration, I just want to throw my sword and give up as clearly this is an undefeatable opponent. But if this was an undefeatable opponent, and then this would be the test. There is much some way to win this battle. As this thought came into my mind, all the frustration I am feeling evaporated in a flash, as I wholeheartedly started concentrating on my opponent to find any way or loophole to defeat him. First I did not see anything, but after 10 minutes of fighting, I noticed something which made me extremely happy. I was such a dumb fuck, I cursed myself. All 3 tests are not just tests but also opportunities. The first test helped me sharpen my will and helped me enhance my soul power. The second test boosted my perseverance and gave me a wide view about the world, and the third test, which I'm going through now, will help me increase my strength directly. I am fighting myself, and all the moves he is making and abilities he is using all mine. That means by observing with it, I can find fault in it and exploit. This is way not only will I able to defeat my opponent, but will also able to know the weakness my moves have, what should be done to improve them, which will help me increase my strength directly, but it's easier said than done. It would have been quite easy if I had been not finding myself who knows me from my core, so defeating myself would be 10 times stronger than defeating oneself who knows everything about you. Still is the only way I could find, and I am very willing to try it. Clank clank clank. My weapons clashed with my opponent, and in just 5 minutes, I had found more than 20 mistakes in my moves which could be easily solved. I usually film myself while fighting to see the mistakes I am making and to refine my moves, but I have to say, I had never found so much mistake in one go, and this just starting. As time passed by, I found more and more mistakes that their number reached very close to hundreds, which made me gasp in shame as I have never thought. I make so many mistakes while fighting. Some of these mistakes are small and some are big, but all of them are easily fixable with a little tweak. Seeing all this mistake, I started to fix them one by one and continue to test them against my opponent, and this way I had not only fixed my mistake but also continued to improve them, and while I am doing that, I got a pleasant surprise. As I started to fix and improve my mistake, our fight was on the equal term and nobody able to gain the upper hand in battle due to both having similar strength and using similar moves, but as time passed, I started to gain upper hand slowly. The more I kept fixing and improving my moves, the more I kept gaining the upper hand in the fight, and by the time I had fixed and improved half of my mistake, I started to completely dominate my opponent. He may have my strength and move, but it can't improve. He is like a copy of mine taken before the start of a fight. At first we were equal, but as I kept improving, it kept getting suppressed by me, and by the time I fixed and improved 3/4 of my mistakes, I had completely suppressed him that I could easily finish the fight, but I did not do that. This is the rare chance to improve, and while doing that I may lose some of my scores, but I didn't care. This opportunity of improving isn't less than reward. Time passed by as I continued to fix and improve my mistakes, and by the time I am done improving and fixing all the mistakes, my opponent had utterly suppressed under my sword, and that's so much that I will only need the slash to finish the fight, and that is what I did. I decapitated my opponent with the slash, and instead of falling down, the bust and head my opponent turned into the smoke before vanishing. This battle had been really amazing. Not only I get to see my mistakes, but I also got a chance to correct it, and the fight even gave me a few ideas about the new moves. All 3 tests had improved my strength significantly, and gave me confidence enough to say that if I consolidate my gains in a few days and improved one more time, then passing the 3rd guild challenge would be a breeze. Congratulations on passing the 3rd test, said the ethereal voice as I was busy with my thinking. And now it is time for your rewards, said the ethereal voice, and next moment everything in front of me changed, and I found myself in completely different space. It seemed to be big underground cavern, and around me is hundreds of caves. These caves looked exactly the same except for one minor difference. That these caves are sealed with white and red film of energy. Most of these caves were sealed with a film of white energy. Only 10 some caves are sealed with the red energy, and there is a circle of golden stars above my head. There are 10 stars of which 9 are lit, while the 10th one is dimly lit than others. If I am not wrong, then this should be my score. One more thing that made me pleasantly surprised that I am back into reality, as I am wearing the same clothes I wore before entering that runic gate, and I have all my gear on me, and most importantly, I can feel my connection with Ashlyn. Choo-choo. I was about to contact her when she came out of me suddenly and started to chirp at me loudly, asking why I was not responding to her, and how she was worried about me, and how she wasn't able to come out no matter how much she tried. I was about to pacify her when the ethereal voice called out again. You have passed the 3 tests with a near-perfect score, and now free to enter any cave of white energy layer to get your reward. The rewards you will get will wholly depend on your luck, and remember you have only one chance to choose, said ethereal voice with a hit of a laugh. Luck. Only one chance to choose. Is she shitting me? I have passed all 3 tests just to try my luck, but I forcefully calmed myself down and asked the question that I am most curious about. Can you tell me what type of reward in those caves, and will I encounter an empty cave? I asked. My biggest fear is if there are empty caves and I chose one of them. I want to be mentally prepared if something like that is arranged by that powerhouse. There are no empty caves, and every cave had a reward that will be useful to you. As for what rewards there are many, like occult methods, top-grade inheritances, duke-grade or above weapons, and some other things, ethereal voice said. Hearing the list of rewards, I am shocked. I had expected rewards to be great, but never expected them to be this great. The maximum grade of reward I had expected is Lord Grade, but here all of the rewards are above Lord Grade. Now the question is choosing the cave. Which one should I choose? It would have been quite good if the rewards were displayed so I can see them and evaluate, and then choose the best one for me, but here everything is dependent on the luck. The reward I will get will depend on the cave that I enter. There must be near 300 caves here, except for 12 caves that are blocked by red energy film that is prohibited. I can enter any one of these 300 caves. If my score had been a little bit higher, then all the caves would have been open for me. Well, it didn't matters anymore, and there are more than enough option for me to choose one from. Choo-choo-choo. I was just thinking of choosing the cave when Ashlyn's loud chirp disturbed me, and when I looked to see, I found she is excitedly motioning her wing toward one cave. She looked very excited. I have never seen her this much excited before. Do you want me to go there? I asked, to which she chirped excitedly and nodded with her little head. In normal times, she wouldn't have waited for me and flew inside the cave, but this time she obediently stood on my shoulder. It is likely because she had sensed that she could not enter the cave without me. She's always very keen about certain things, and her intuition is always correct. Ashlyn had never been wrong about treasure, and now she somehow sensed the treasure inside the cave most suitable for us, so I am very sure the treasure inside that cave. I walked toward the cave and entered inside it, though the white energy layer, and the next moment I have transported to a different place again. It is a completely dark room, but in the center of the room is thumb-size bottle is floating and reading red glow when it seems to light the whole room. When I moved closer, I found that it is not a bottle that is glowing, but the red drop of liquid that is glowing. I first thought it is human blood drop, but soon discarded that thought as the color of drop inside is not crimson red, but sangria red, and that is not the color of blood that humans have. It is likely to monsters' blood, as I've only seen their blood came in the different shade of red. Choo choo, Ashlyn excitedly chirped at me, asking me to take the bottle and give her that delicious liquid to drink. I did not hurry to pick up the bottle despite Ashlyn's insistence. Instead, I decided to observe it more. Bottle, which seemed simple at first glance, is not the simple bottle, as the bottle is filled with the tiny runic arrays. These runes were not seen to the eyes, unless one looks them very closely. The blood inside that bottle is seemed to be very precious, otherwise it wouldn't have been kept in the bottle that itself cost a fortune. The blood in the bottle did not seem to giving off any dangerous fluctuation except for the glow. After seeing there is nothing wrong with the bottle, I picked it from the air. Choo-choo. Just as I did, Ashlyn again started chirping at me excitedly, saying I should quickly open the bottle and gave her blood inside it to eat. I wanted to wait till we reached home to research about, but seeing how excited she is, and if I did give it to her, she will not let me hear the end of it, and another reason is that Ashlyn always been sure about the thing she wants to eat. So I opened the bottle from her, but just as I opened the bottle, I sensed a very fearful aura, and just as I sensed this fearful aura, I know I had made a great mistake about this blood. The aura was very fearful that it had completely immobilized me physically, just like the suppression did earlier, but the difference between the two is very great. The one I sensed earlier had shaken me to the core with just a tiny bit of suppression, and the feeling I got from it, that it higher level life form in the food chain that has transcended. This aura is very powerful as it directly coming from the drop liquid, but it could not be compared to the suppression I felt earlier. As for why I am being completely immobilized, that is because of this blood in front of me from the higher stage powerhouse, which is way too stronger than me. Its drop of blood is enough to immobilize me. As I was observing the aura and noticed a peculiar thing about it when I saw Ashlyn being completely fine, as she came close to the bottle and drank away drop of blood that has already appeared top of it before I could even stop her. Ashlyn drank away drop of blood from the bottle, and that had horrified me, as I clearly know the powerhouse that drop of blood came from is powerful beyond imagination. Drinking the blood of such a powerful being is very dangerous. I still remember how the monster core felt when the three fatties had fed it to me. It was just 3 small stages higher than me, and only 10 of its energy was enough to blow me like a balloon, but this drop of blood is from the powerhouse that is way stronger than the monster core of the master stage monster. Ashlyn spit it. Oh, my words stopped in my mouth when Ashlyn turned into energy and went inside me. I telepathically tried to contact her, but no use, as I had received no response from her. It's like she had turned deaf to my ears. She's probably fallen into slumber. Excuse me, can you help please? I screamed loudly, asking that ethereal voice for help, but I received no response from her. I asked again and again, but there is no response from that ethereal voice. I asked for help, but seeing there is no response, I started to curse that ethereal voice in the hope she will respond, but I received no response from her. I'm not that worried about my life, but Ashlyn's, if to save her life I have to sacrifice my life, then I am willing to go for it. She had been with me since the day she was born, and after bonding, we have become even closer. Why she had to be so gluttonous? If she could have just waited for a day, we would have found the details about it and a safe way to use it, but no, she wanted to eat it here and now, and like an idiot, I let her have her wish. If I had been a little strong and did not bow in front of her wish, she wouldn't be this predicament. I kept screaming for help for some time and slumped against the wall, seeing there is no response for the ethereal voice. Ashlyn is still in the slumber, no matter how many I call her. I got no response now. All I could do is wait and hope for the best. Time passed by. I stayed slumped in the darkness, helpless to do anything, when I sensed something happening inside my source. Gasp. I quickly closed my eyes and started to concentrate on my source, and became quite shocked to see what is happening inside there. My source, which is like the silver miniature sun, has a tiny bit of oily berserk energy mixed into it. It is now turning even shinier, and its aura also increasing. I can see the shadow of Ashlyn's source in the bird form releasing silvery energy into my source, making it shinier. As it kept doing that, aura of my source kept increasing. My ability is advancing. The source represents my mana and the ability I have, and it becoming it brighter and rising in aura clearly means my ability is advancing. I have become happy about it for a moment, but soon that happiness drowned by the worry. That drop of blood is no small matter. Not only it came from a very powerful powerhouse, but it also contains a very tiny amount of rule power. It is barely discernible, but it still presents in that blood drop. I had sensed fluctuation of that rule of power for a brief moment, but I know that ruling power is way above mine. If I am not wrong, then this rule power should be at the intermediate grade. Intermediate grade rule power is very powerful. I have seen its fearfulness in the memories of the White Axe. I am very sure that only a fraction of that intermediate grade rule power had remained in that blood drop otherwise, I would have directly reached the heaving without buying the ticket. Currently ticked to heaven is my hand, and if I am able to board it or not will wholly depend on the Ashlyn, who is now fallen completely unconscious. I kept observing my source, which is getting brighter and brighter, and its aura more fearful over the time, and by my estimation, my fire ability had already become twice as strong as before, and it is still advancing at a visible rate. Gasp. I observed my source for a while before deciding to check Ashlyn's source, and that is where I got my biggest shock. The blood drop which Ashlyn ate earlier is now silently floating above Ashlyn's source, and a blood-red line is extended from it which connected to the source of Ashlyn. Through this line, Ashlyn's source seemed to be sucking the insane amount of energy from it, and as it continues sucking the energy, Ashlyn's source is becoming stronger and stronger. As I continue to observe it, I noticed one problem: that the blood drop is containing immense energy, and the amount of energy Ashlyn's source is taking from it is a way too immense. Taking this much amount of energy, Ashlyn's source would have exploded within seconds, but it is continuing just fine without any problem, but the thing confusing me is the amount of energy. The amount of energy that blood drop is releasing is too much, even if the ability is advancing. It shouldn't take this much energy, even 0.001 would be enough for it keeps advancing. So where is the rest of 99.99 energy that Ashlyn's source is taking is going? The more I think about it, the surer I became that the energy is going somewhere, but I can't seem to find it where no matter how much I try. Seeing there is no mulling over it, as I am not going to find the answer, I focus my concentration somewhere, and that is the blood drop. The blood drop is releasing the same amount of aura earlier, but in this space, it is barely affecting me, and seeing that I started to study it to quench my curiosity. The blood drop is like the sun that had infinite energy. No matter how much energy Ashlyn's source is taking, there isn't much change on it. As I continue to observe it, I became surer that this blood is from a very powerful monster. My earlier conjecture was based on the color of the blood, but I made this conjecture sensing the aura from the blood drop. It had the same flavor of bloodthirstiness that monsters have, but this bloodthirstiness is very controlled, very unlike the dumb monsters I used to fight. As I was observing the blood drop of monster, I got a very good look at the very faint rule power that this blood drop contains, and if I am not wrong, then this rule is rule of fire, and not the normal grade 3 fire rule, but its variation, a grade 2 fire rule. I want to comprehend it. If I successful comprehending even a tiny bit of it, then this fire rule will help me advance my sunfire rule, which is not very far from reaching the mid-level of the basic stage. I look at the blood drop which is floating above Ashlyn's source and concentrate on it specifically. I concentrate on the very faint but fearful fire rule that emitting from the blood drop. I am hoping to comprehend something that could help me advance my sunfire rule a little, it close to reaching the mid-level of basic grade. The chasm may seem small, but it very great that some people even took years to reach that level. Every rule is different. Even if it is the same type of rule, there are always differences exist between them. The fire rule that the blood drop is emitting had very violent quality. May I say it is simply berserk. The rule power comprehended by humans has always had some stability, but the one comprehended by the monsters always had berserk quality in it. Even the sunfire that Ashlyn had comprehended is hard to control perfectly. The killing energy of killing rule, which said to be filled with madness, was easier to control than this sunfire rule Ashlyn had comprehended. It is very difficult to control them perfectly, but for the past few days, my control over sunfire increasing at very fast speed, and the reason is that my practice on harvesting elemental mana crystals. Though I am nowhere close to harvesting the elemental mana crystal, it had indirectly improved control over my sunfire rule. I wish that rule power inside that blood drop would not be this faint. If it has been on the same grade as the rule in White Axe, by now I would have started comprehending something. I can't compare two of them as there is a vast difference between them. One had reached the Grandmaster grade, while other is just at reached advanced grade. Those who comprehended rule to the Grandmaster grade are the true powerhouses of the world. They just needed to take one step to reach the apex. I continue to concentrate on the blood drop, and time to time, I do get some comprehension, but that comprehension is too little to advance my rule to mid-level of basic grade. Still, the progress may be small, but it is still progress that is taking my rule power little closer to the mid-level, and it's not like that is the only benefit I am getting on concentrating on the blood drop. For some time as I kept consenting on it, an unclear image started to come into my mind. It is a giant monster that has the body above the 100-meter tall. Wherever it moved, the destruction follows, and the reason for that destruction is the raging fire it breathes through its mouth. It is very fearsome. Whatever it touched will get burned by it. It is not the memory, I am sure of it, but what it is exactly I don't know, but more see I these unclear scenes flashing by my mind, the more I started to understand the fire, which seemed to be making my connection with Sunfire stronger. Even though the rule of Sunfire is imprinted in me, I always felt there is a gap between us. I did not understand it the way I understood the killing rule, as it is not the rule that I had comprehended through my understanding. But ever since these unclear images started to appear before my eyes, I started to feel like the gap that exists between me Sunfire is closing, and I started to understand it as I understood my killing rule. Which itself is enough. With much closer connection with Sunfire, my control over it will increase and I will be able to use it more perfectly. Once in a while, I took a break from comprehending to look at Ashlyn's condition to see if she has woken from her slumber, but I always got disappointed as there is no change in her condition. As for the advancement of ability, it had already become 5 times stronger than before and continued to advance. Time passed by as I tried to comprehend the rule while looking at the blood drop when I suddenly sensed something, and when I looked up, I saw I am leveling up. Leveling up. I had never expected this to happen this early as I level up just a week ago, and I need a month of time before the miracle fruit energy to grow enough to help me level up, but now I am leveling up. It is likely due to the blood drop. Its immense energy must have sparked the potential of Ashlyn that we suddenly started to level up. The level up may have started by the blood drop, but it is not providing the energy for it. I had used the energy of the monster core in my stomach to provide for the mana needed for the level up. I continue to level as I track the changes happening to my body. Every level up provided the boost in power. The boost it provided may not look much in front of the rule power, but it is very important. It is not only increase physical power, but also increase the soul power, which is very important for rule power. Without sufficient soul power, rule power can't be used. With my earlier advancement in soul power and this level up, I wouldn't have to be worried about the insufficient soul power, even if 2 of my rule powers advanced to the mid-level of basic grade. The level up continues for a few minutes, and I finally level up to the peak level of Sergeant stage. Now my next step would be the Master stage, and I will be going to give my all to reach that before I head to the Afurin Ruin. The worry about the clearing 3rd challenge if guild had completely disappeared right now. Even if I am not able to defeat the opponent of 3rd challenge, I have the confidence to get into a tie with it, and with the improvement of week or 2, I will easily able to beat it. Before entering the cave, I had never expected I would make such huge progress, but now I had made enough progress that would have taken me at least a month to make. I was busy with my thought when I sensed the blood drop had stopped transmitting the energy to Ashlyn's source and now quietly floating above her source. There is not much change in it, and if I were to guess then Ashlyn's source barely took the one of blood drop energy, while 99 is still left in it. I looked at the blood drop with a complicated expression. It had not only improved my ability, but also helped me comprehending rule a little and taught me about control of fire. It may look stable now, but anything could happen. Its presence in Ashlyn's source is like a ticking time bomb that could explode any time. I shook bad thoughts and carefully observed my source, which is now giving off impressive pressure. If I am not wrong, then my fire ability has become at least 8 times stronger. It is now comparable to the ability of my friends, and this is just starting, as there is 99 blood drops power had remained to be used. Choo-choo, as I was observing my source, I heard the cheerful chip of Ashlyn. It is chirp that said I had a wonderful meal and I am feeling very good. I was about to scream at her when I heard an ethereal voice. I had never expected this little sparrow you drink the blood of king stage monster and survive. It looks like this little sparrow is very special. Well, it is time to bid goodbye. I hope we meet someday again in this world or another. Said ethereal voice with a laugh, and before I could say anything, everything in front of me disappeared, and when I saw the light again, I found myself in front of the cave where Silver Ruin Gate first appeared. She had probably guessed that I am going to curse at her, that is why she had transported me out. And what at this world or another she was talking about. I wanted to ask her, but before I could I was transported out. Michiel. I heard my name called in unison, only to see 3 people calling out my name. It is Ben, Richie, and Emma. They seemed to be sitting in the front cave, and seeing me suddenly appeared they called out my name. Where are the twins and team leader? I asked, seeing only 3 of them in front of me, to that they shook their head no. We don't know, we had just transported back here just like you, said Emma as she started explaining in detail. It turned out these guys have been transported outside the cave just like me first. It was Ben who appeared an hour, before then it was Richie who was transported half an hour ago, and then it was Emma who just transported 5 minutes ago. I assume 3 of you passed all the tests. I said as I saw their battle power. There was obvious increase in it, and if I am not wrong about their battle power Emma had become powerful enough to clear the 3rd challenge. Richie had a 70 chance to clear the 3rd challenge. As for Ben, he also improved very much, but not to the degree that he would have the chance to clear the 3rd challenge. He may not able to clear it now, but I am sure that by the end of the month he will also able to clear the third challenge. Still, I think I had made the biggest progress, and now I have the ability to fight Emma without losing. Though I will not win against her, I will not lose either. She will be able to suppress me in the battle, but she will not be able to completely defeat me. Yes, Richie answer caught off guard when Renee suddenly appeared in front of us and started to look around. Where is Sophia? She asked as she did not see her sister. Worry could be clearly heard in voice as she asked for her sister. Not appeared yet. I said. She nodded hearing that and stood by the corner silently, but Worry could still be seen her eyes. When I sensed the battle power of Renee, I got shocked as her battle power is greater than Ben. She and her sister were the weakest members of our team when they fought alone, but now Renee had upped the Ben. The evening is approaching. Should we wait here or set up an abode? I asked, seeing sun would go down completely half an hour. We will wait for an hour. If they didn't appear in half an hour, we will set up an abode, said Emma. This is a mid-level hunting ground, a very dangerous place to stay at night, especially when the team leader is not present. Even if our strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, we're still not qualified to spend the night in the mid-level hunting ground. What about this cave? Renee asked, motioning at the cave in front of which silvery runic gate had appeared earlier. I checked earlier. The cave is too narrow for even one person to stay, said Ben with a downcast expression. I was about to ask Ben whether he checked other caves around the ravine when another person suddenly appeared in front of us. Seeing him appear, all the worries in our mind instantly disappeared. I guess you guys have been well, said the team leader and started to ask some questions. We will wait for Sophia before setting up an abode nearby, said team leader, and everyone nodded happily. With team leaders with us, even if we have to spend the night in the open, we are ready. While waiting, we started to talk about what we encountered in the 3 tests. First and third test was similar for everyone, only the second test was different. Renee had to walk in the desert, team leader had to walk in the acid swamp, Ben had to walk in poison forest, only Emma had walked in the similar ecosystem as me. Sophia, we said in unison as she appeared. I have to say she had made us wait quite a while, as she took nearly an hour to appear after team leader. And when I sensed her battle power, an incredulous expression appeared on my face as Sophia's battle power, as her battle power is nearly the same as her sister Renee. Are they sisters or clones? I thought as I looked at their near exact battle power. Soon we found the good spot for the setup abode, and the team leader activated his Lord Grade abode, which soon turned into the house. In the house, the cooking duty fell on me again, and like yesterday, I got help. When we started to eat, the dinner conversation started to flow up as we talked about our experiences in the 3 tests. Everyone shared many things but stayed cleared of 2 things. First is score and second is the rewards. The score is because no one wants to brag or show their inferiority, and reward because they are related to one's strength, and no one with the right mind would ask anyone their strength secret. The dinner went quite smoothly, and everyone retired to their rooms as everyone is feeling quite tired after what they have gone through today. After going to my room, I started to scold at Ashlyn about what she did today, but half into my scolding, she entered inside and blocked her connection with her. Seeing that, I got angry again, but I can't do anything else as she had blocked our connection. After calming down from my anger, I slept as I also feeling extremely tired. Bang, bang, bang. I was in a very sound sleep when I got awakened by loud insistent sound. What happened? I asked myself as I quickly walked out of the room and saw everyone walking out of their room in battle ready more. When we reached the hall, we found that the team leader was already present and looking at the big screen. Gasp. But when we saw who is attacking our abode, we gasped in shock as we looked at the attacking grim race monster with extreme fear in our eyes. The one attacking the shield is a violet ape man, and in his hand is a huge warhammer that is the same size it, but our focus is not the giant warhammer, but the forehead of violet ape man, where 3 big clear stars are drawn. A 3-star elite. 3-star elite, Ben shouted loudly. Yes, a 3-star elite, which should be in the high-level hunting ground. 3-star elite is the limit of the powerhouse that grim race in the outpost area. They are very, very powerful that they could kill us with the simple wave of their hand. The only star elite of the grim race I've fought is 1-star elite that was the in-guild challenge, but there is a clear difference between them, not to mention there is difference of 2-star between them. The one I fought was quite young, while the one attacking our shield is adult grim race monster, which has the height of the 5 meters. Each star represents the immense strength, and the difference between them is quite vast as well. It is said that the guild challenge is developed according to the strength of grim race's star elites. The 3rd challenge of guild corresponds to 1-star elite, the 6th challenge corresponds to 2-star elite, and the 9th challenge corresponds to the 3-star elite of grim race, and that is why we all looked at the team leader. From what Sophia said, that only those who cleared all 9 guild challenges will be able to leave for the guild, and before leaving they have to mentor a team of rookies. What is this 3-star elite doing in the mid-level hunting ground? Asked Emma, It is a valid question as 3-star elite should only be in the high-level hunting ground. They are doing the same what we are doing here, said the team leader and zoomed the screen on a certain spot where we saw a group of violet apemen. There are 7 violet apemen in the group, and these violet apemen have a height of about 2 meters, which is quite smaller than the Grim race monsters we usually fight. The Grim race also follows the same system as us. They sent their elite rookies with 3-star elites to get the feel of the battlefield, said the team leader while looking screens in front of him. He did not seem worried. I thought as I looked at the instructor's face, seeing that I felt relieved. If the instructor had been worried, then we all would have been in trouble. Are you guys ready for the challenge? Team leader asked. Challenge? Sophia asked back with little fear in his voice. Yes, challenge, team leader affirmed. Seeing this abode, it knew someone of its caliber is present in the house, and that is why it is banging on our shield. To challenge me and you guys, said team leader. Why us? I asked. He is asking you for the challenge. Why drag us into your mess? You fight, we will cheer for you from the safety of the abode. I will be fighting that big one and you guys will be fighting the little ones, the team leader said with a light smile on his face. Fight the little ones. Just as team leader said, we looked at the 7 small violet apemen. They are few meters behind the one that is attacking our abode's shield. I can tell from the one glance that these violet apemen are different from the regular monsters that we fought. Not only they are younger, but they also held a different bearing, which reminded me of 1-star elite I had fought in the guild challenge. Team leader didn't have to tell us that the ones he is telling us to fight are a very strong opponent. They may not be a star elite, but their strength won't be much far from it. To fight these opponents will be very exciting, especially now when we have advanced leaps and bound, and only though the fight will be able to see how much we have improved. So, are ready for the challenge? Asked team leader. This time he didn't hide his excitement. Like us, the team leader should have also made big progress, and seeing the excitement on his face, he also wants to fight very much. Okay. We said okay one by one. This is the rare chance to fight the strong opponent. With team leader here we won't have to worry about being killed and could fight till our heart content without fear of that 3-star elite. We will wait till dawn before going out, said the team leader. We all nodded. There's only half an hour for the sunrise. That time would be perfect for us to fight as there won't be anything that impedes our vision. Not that it matters to me anyway, as I could see clear as day in the night with my killing rule. Time passed as we waited for the dawn while the big violet ape-man kept banging at our shield without stopping. Let's go, said the team leader as the sun started to appear in the sky. We followed behind the team leader. The big violet ape-man who was banging against our shield consistently for an hour stopped as the big smile appeared on his face. You are free to injure them seriously, but don't kill them, said team leader as we walked out of the abode. Why? Asked Sophia. In the past 2 weeks instructor never asked us to not kill any grim monster. Hell, he used to kill whatever grim race monster we have come across in the low-level hunting ground and only stooped killing in mid-level 1. So when he asked not to kill the grim race monsters, we got quite confused. Because then even I might not able to save you from that big violet apemen, said team leader. What if they tried to kill us? Sophia asked. Don't worry, they won't, and if they did kill you, then I will take revenge for you, said team leader, but there was no smile on his face. We know what he said is no joke, but the truth. After reaching a certain distance from big violet apemen, team leader tapped few buttons on his holowatch and deactivated the shield that was covering up the abode. Ha ha ha, my wait hadn't been in vain. I knew you would accept my challenge, said violet apemen with a loud laugh. Shall we? Said team leader as he casually started to walk on the air, to which big violet apemen nodded and walked on the air casually like our team leader. Void boot. They both have void boots. Only those with void boots could walk this comfortably on the air, but not everyone can wear them as one needs to be Colonel stage before one can power up the void boots. Boys, I leave rest you, have fun with them, said violet apemen to the group of apemen below him. Don't worry leader, we will take good care of them, said the lead ape-man of the group, who looked very ugly as he started to walk toward us with his group. All the violet apemen looked ugly and cruel, but this leader of group of ape-man is exceptionally ugly compared to his team members. It is so ugly that other members of its team started to look a little cute to me. It's too bad leader said not to kill you, otherwise we would surely have you for the breakfast, said the leader of the violet man, but I did not listen to what he said, as I am more focused on sensing their battle power. The ugly leader of violet ape-man had the highest battle power I had ever sensed, so is violet ape-man behind them. The leader of them at the lieutenant stage, while the other violet ape-men behind him are at the master stage. If I were to face them yesterday, I would have had no confidence to fight them, but today I am very much excited to fight them. 2 of the teams came closer, but we didn't started to fight right away as our focus on the fight between our leader that was about to start. As they reached sufficient height, the team leader had finally taken out its weapon, and I was surprised to find that it is a bow. I had never expected team leader to be an archer. Most of the people used the short-range weapons as they are most easy to master and most flexible compared to the long-ranger weapons like the bow. "Let's see how much the strength you have," said Big Violet Ape Man as he summoned his totem. The totem spirit of this Violet Ape Man looked very corporal compared to the ones summoned by the regular Grim Race monsters that we fought, who had their totem very faint totem spirit. The totem spirit of the Violet Ape Man only very corporal, but it is also very tall as it stood near 8 meters tall. The totem spirit appeared behind the leader of the Violet Ape Man before it was merged back with the Violet Ape Man as it covered it with the film of the violet. Bang! By the time Ape Man did that, the arrow launched by the team leader had already appeared in front of the Ape Man, but it did not seem worried as it swiftly brought down his big warhammer on the arrow, crushing it effectively. And right after that, he started to run toward our team leader with a very fast speed, which one couldn't imagine it having seeing its size. It had just covered the 1/4 of the distance when the team leader started to attack it with a barrage of arrows that stopped its forceful momentum and forced it to take the few steps back. It may look like a few seconds had passed, but only a second had passed. Grim Monster didn't take much time to summon their totem spirit. They took the nearly same time as we took to summon our totem artifact. It's all happened in the instant. I had hoped that after the battle started and both parties started to reveal their power, I would be able to sense their battle power and stage, but nope, I wasn't able to. The only thing I know that the team leader is Colonel Stage or higher, as only then he would able to use the void boots he wears. The battle kept going the same way. The Violet Ape Man tried to close the distance with team leader, but always forced back with a hail of arrows. It had launched many long-range attacks, but all of these attacks crushed by the arrows of the team leader. They are coming. I shouted suddenly. While I was watching the battle, I had also kept my senses locked on the group of apemen. As soon as I sensed the spike in killing intent from the small leader of the ape man, I shouted without waiting. Others were also vigilant, but they were not like me who have the killing rule, so as soon as I shouted, all of them got ready, and it was a good thing I had shouted, as these Violet Apemen's speed is really great as they appeared in front of us in second. Everyone had already had their power and abilities on hold, and they heard my shout. They burst with the explosive might. There are 7 Violet Apemen in this group. Emma had decided to fight the ugly leader as he is the strongest, while others also chose their opponent one by one. Except for twins who are fighting the 3 Apemen, everyone is fighting the single one. Seeing my opponent's warhammer coming toward me swift speed, I did not back down either. My sword moved toward the warhammer for the direct clash. As my sword moved forward, a bright silver fire came out of my hand, swiftly coved the red sword whole, and started to revolve around it at very fast speed. My ability's power had increased by 8 times. Alone it may not much, but when it was merged with the 2 rule powers of mine, it had burst with explosive power that gave me the confidence to clash my sword head-on against the giant warhammer of the Violet Apemen. Every Apemen tribe is known for its immense physical strength, and these Violet Apemen tribe known for their immense physical strength in the regular Grim Race tribe. So, seeing I am clashing my sword against his warhammer directly, a hideous smile appeared on his ugly face, as if imagining the scenes of breaking bones and tearing scenes. Bang. My sword and its warhammer clashed, and the next moment immense energy traveled inside my body, and this energy is not normal. It is very thick as it is compressed by something. The warhammer. This warhammer is a special weapon. I have only come across the special weapons 2 times since I started fighting in the grim battlefield. The first special weapon I have come across had the ability to produce a tearing force. The second one had the ability to make this force explode once the force entered the body. That was really tricky and injured me quite seriously, and the third one is this. This force is extra thick that once entered the body, it bombarded body blow that makes one feel that someone is banging his body with a hammer. This force is really uncomfortable and dangerous. Just as this force entered inside me, I caged it with help of my killing rule and burned it off using my Sunfire rule, which I now able to control better than ever. How are you not injured? Asked the Grim Race Monster, asked with shocked expression, seeing I took his attack head-on with my sword. Not only I had not taken a step back, but I was not injured as well. To be exact, I was injured, but only a little, and that injury is healing now. As for the reason did not take step despite receiving immense blow, as my physique is not capable of that. It's all because revolving fire around my sword. It is a move I thought watching those uncleared images when I was staring at the blood drop. In them, I saw how the high-speed revolving fire released from my monster mouth shaved away big part of hill, as if the hill was made of butter, not solid rock. Though the revolving speed of fire around my sword is not great, it is still able easily to defend against the attack of Violet Ape Man. I don't know how you survived my attack, but this time you won't be that lucky, screamed Grim Race Monster as it swung its warhammer at me in its speed and might greater than before. Clank, thud, thud. Fuck, I cursed and swallowed down the blood back to my throat as I took the 2-step back. This blow of this violet ape man was really fearsome. If it would have handed on my body them, I would have surely died. You have survived, said Violet Ape Man in shock. It had expected its opponent will get seriously injured by its attack, if not that he would at least flew back and crashed against the abode behind, but all his opponent did was take a step back, while a drop of blood trickled down from his lips. Seeing that, it got infuriated and decided to use all his strength in the next attack, and if its opponent survived, that then it would have no option but summoned its spirit totem. Zhu, seeing another strike of the warhammer coming tearing through the air, I again swung my sword to meet its hammer while trying to increase the spinning speed of the fire that is covering my sword, as only this way I could survive the fearsome strike. Clank, thud. Our weapons clashed, and this time his attack was more powerful than the last, and made me take several steps back, but this time I was not injured as I was able to crush the fearsome force from it before it entered inside me. You are very good. Let's see if you're still good enough after I summon my spirit totem, said the Violet Ape Man as it summoned its spirit totem. Just as I heard it saying it is summoning spirit totem, I attacked it, but by the time I got close to it, the spirit totem had already fused with it, and it had launched its warhammer to meet my sword. Bang, puh. As its warhammer and my sword clashed, I felt extraordinary force infiltrating my body, which made use of all the power I had been holding back. While I was doing that, I had leveraged the force of the blow and jumped back, so I could deal with the force that is entering. Seeing me jumping back, Violet Ape Man also didn't stay rooted on its spot, and followed behind me with the speed that is unbecoming to its size. Looks like I have to stop holding back, or this grim race monster will sure turn me into a paste under the giant-ass hammer of its. With that thought, I activated all the rule power and abilities I had been holding back. Thud. Just as I landed on the ground, it had appeared in front of me and swung its hammer at me, but this time, I was very much ready as I responded with my sword. Bang! Our weapons clashed, and unlike the previous time, this time I kept rooted on my spot without moving. As for the immense force that had come to attack me, it got evaporated just as it touched my sword. You. The Violet Ape Man's eyes went wide, seeing its attack did not affect me a bit for a moment before its shock turned into anger, and it launched another attack at me, but this time its attack is different as some strange ruins had also appeared on its hammer. Seeing that, I got alarmed, but did not back down as my sword directly went toward its hammer fearlessly, with fire covering my sword getting twice bigger. I had advanced leaps and bound, and if it had been normal kernel stage elite of mid-level hunting ground had been its place, it would have died in the single. Hell, even those tetrad centipedemen who is famous for their hard defense and very easy to kill had also died, but the single sword or mine. But these Violet Ape Man are really powerful, and the one which is fighting Emma is most powerful, comparable to 1-star elite. Clank. His warhammer clashed against my sword again, bringing immense force. It is a good thing that I am using all my strength, otherwise I would have really done for. Seeing I again defended its attack, its anger rose so as its killing intent, and as it swiftly took back its hammer and attack again. Clank, 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 clank. The barrage of attacks started. It had been barely a minute since our fight started, and we had exchanged 6 powerful moves, but only now with intense moves that came one after another, I felt the real battle had started. Our weapons start clashing, and each move is stronger than others. Not only its moves are getting stronger, but mine too, and it is I improving faster. It's right when they say, if you want to utilize what you had learned, then battle. I had learned many things in the earlier change, but I did not get the chance to consolidate it, but now as the battle is raging, I started to utilize and consolidate what I have learned from the chance. The power imbalance I was facing with the sudden rise of power also started to diminish as well. There is one thing which is helping me a lot, which I never expected would be much help, except being used to operate soul power. My soul power had advanced quite a bit, and I was surprised to find that due to it my though process increases due to it, which not only helping me manipulate my rule power expertly, it is also helping me to navigate in the battle expertly. Though I had known that the soul power increased the thought process, I have never taken it seriously as I never had enough soul power that let me know the difference, but now I have known, I will try my utmost to increase my soul power from now on. Oh fuck, I thought as I sensed my opponent killing intent rise suddenly. In the battle, whenever there is a drastic change in the opponent's emotions, that means opponent going to do something, and most of the time that is not good for the other party, and I was right. Cult method, though in my mind as very frightening fluctuation arose from the opponent that scared the hell out me. I guessed it had a cult method, but had not thought it will utilize it this early in the battle. I had already thought a special move to defend against the occult method, but I can't utilize this move right now as it takes time, and I quickly have to think for a way to deal with this incoming attack. Only after I survive this attack will I have the time to use the special move. The violent fluctuation arose from my opponent's body, as the hammer which is coming at me ferociously covered with dusk-like energy, which gave me a really scary feeling. Seeing the hammer is coming at me very fast speed, and there is no chance for me to dodge. Seeing this violet ape man had an abnormal speed which is faster than me, my mind went to crisis mode. Thank God I have killing rule, which is perfect to deal with such threatening situation. Staring intently at the hammer, I started to search for the ways to deal with the warhammer while my sword went to clash against it.